Chapter 1. The sun hung brilliantly in the azure sky, scorching the earth until it cracked and parched. Even the resilient blades of grass bowed under its relentless heat. A group of orcs gathered closely, each one youthful and robust, adorned with animal hides around their waists, their bodies radiating a palpable sense of strength. Which female is competing to attract males? There are so many people, a wolf beast remarked curiously as he approached, peering into the crowd. Don't you know? It's Lilith, the most beautiful female in Beast City. The wolf beast's excitement surged, but upon seeing the contestant on stage enveloped in a white glow, his enthusiasm waned. To his dismay, she was merely at the peak of the first tier. It seemed impossible to win without second-tier beast energy. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he exclaimed, "Hey, Carl!" A particularly large wolf sauntered by, casting a casual glance in his direction. Its fur was thick and lustrous, a rare silver-gray hue, wild and imposing, instilling a sense of awe. "Carl, you should give it a try," the orc urged, reintroducing Lilith. "Uft." The silver wolf disdainfully snorted, continuing on its path. "Can you believe someone would overlook Lilith? What kind of female do you desire?" Carl's stride remained steady, though his eyes flickered momentarily. What kind of female did he desire? He himself was uncertain. However, one thing was clear. His destined mate could not tolerate the presence of third, fourth, or fifth parties. As he pondered, a hint of derision flickered in his gaze. Females were rare and esteemed. How could they willingly remain loyal to a single male? Even the city lord would not dare to impose such unreasonable expectations on his own female. As usual, Carl ventured into the forest in search of prey, when suddenly, a scent piqued his interest, and he perked his ears. Strange, how could there be a female scent in the forest? His heart raced without a moment's hesitation. He began his search. "Help! Help! Help!" Qin Zhenzhen screamed silently in her mind, but her breath came in frantic gasps, rendering her voiceless. Behind her, a relentless tiger pursued her. Heaven knows she was merely practicing a dance in the park to prepare for an international ballet competition. Who could tell her why a tiger would appear in the forest park? The tiger seemed aged and frail, which had granted her a fleeting chance to escape, but that opportunity was rapidly dwindling. The distance between the girl and the tiger was closing swiftly, and then, with a mighty leap, the tiger pounced towards her. Bang! By sheer luck, Qin Zhenzhen stumbled and narrowly evaded the lethal leap. Turning back, she saw the tiger's maw descending upon her. Her heart tightened instinctively, and she let out a desperate scream. In that moment of impending doom, memories flooded her mind. She realized that aside from ballet, she seemed to have accomplished nothing in life, filling her heart with regret. She wanted to live. She desperately wished to survive. Ugh! The girl's hysterical cry was suddenly overshadowed by a piercing wail. Qin Zhenzhen froze, her arm dropping as she looked ahead in confusion. There stood an extraordinarily large silver wolf beside her, one paw resting on the tiger's head, its bloody maw lifting from the tiger's neck, crimson droplets slowly dripping from its sharp fangs. Qin Zhenzhen stared in disbelief. Had she truly been saved by a wolf? Carl exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, the female was unharmed. When he caught the scent of the female, he had thought he was imagining things in a panic. He searched and was met with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. It was indeed a female, and she was on the brink of being devoured by a tiger. Who would abandon a female alone in the forest? Carl felt a surge of anger as he looked at Qin Zhenzhen, wanting to transform back into human form to offer her comfort. But for some reason, the entire wolf froze as if struck by lightning. Qin Zhenzhen, clad in a pristine white ballet costume, curled up amidst the forest littered with dry twigs and leaves, resembling an injured little white rabbit. Her small face was no larger than a palm, yet she possessed large, bright eyes that stared directly at the silver wolf, as if she could ensnare it within her gaze. "Are you here to save me?" Qin Zhenzhen felt incredulous. This wolf had clearly come to her rescue, especially with its gaze devoid of hostility, quelling her last shred of doubt. "Thank you," she said sincerely, filled with gratitude towards the wolf that had granted her a second chance at life. Carl's heart momentarily halted before racing wildly anew. He had often secretly mocked those males who were rendered speechless upon encountering a female, never expecting to find himself in a similar predicament. A female, a solitary female. Discovering a solitary, beautiful female in the forest was a dream for any male, and here he was, having stumbled upon one. Then he glanced at the female's hands, curious about how many males she had, only to be taken aback. There was not a single beast ring representing a mate's mark. Oh, Carl intended to say something, but upon opening his mouth, he realized he was still in wolf form, his tone resembling that of a clumsy dog. Qin Zhenzhen couldn't help but burst into laughter, her tension dissipating instantly. The wolf truly resembled the ancestor of the clumsy dog. Carl's ears flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he awkwardly transformed into human form. Now it was Qin Zhenzhen's turn to be stunned. A monster? Come back to the tribe with me. Carl's tone was commanding. He had already made up his mind that even if he encountered her kin, he would claim this female for himself. After a long-awaited encounter with a captivating female, and discovering she had no mate, he knew he had to seize this opportunity, otherwise he would be destined to live a solitary life. Qin Zhenzhen's eyes widened further. The wolf could actually speak. Tribe? Qin Zhenzhen's chaotic thoughts suddenly sparked with clarity. The unfamiliar surroundings, the sudden appearance of a fierce beast, and the talking werewolf all pointed to one possibility. Had she crossed over into another realm? What is this place? Qin Zhenzhen urgently asked, glancing around at the towering trees, each thick enough to be embraced by 5 people, her expression one of disbelief. Carl noticed her bewildered expression and replied hurriedly, "This is the Black Mist Forest." What's wrong? Oh no, oh no. She had truly crossed over. Qin Zhenzhen attempted to rise, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, a sharp pain made her gasp. Carl quickly steadied her, his gaze falling to her feet. The little rabbit's feet were tiny, not larger than his hand, wrapped in a peculiar fabric that looked rather appealing. However, when he noticed the crimson droplets seeping from her foot, Carl frowned. "You're injured?" He reached for Qin Zhenzhen's foot. Qin Zhenzhen instinctively pulled back. The feet of a ballet dancer were not aesthetically pleasing, perhaps even deemed ugly. She never wore open-toed shoes in public, especially not in front of the striking wolf youth. She had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, with skin of every hue, but none could compare to this wolf youth before her. He had tousled, carefree silver-gray hair, a chiseled and intense face, his half-crouched form radiating immense energy. His 8-pack abs concealed great explosive power, especially given his scant attire. It was simply scandalous. Having never even held hands with the opposite sex, Qin Zhenzhen was left dazed, momentarily forgetting her shyness. Carl followed her gaze downward, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face before it transformed into pride. "Do you like it?" Carl raised an eyebrow. This was the most crucial asset in attracting a female, second only to tier level and combat prowess. Only then did Qin Zhenzhen regain her senses, her face instantly flushing crimson as she raised her voice. "Who likes it?" With that, she turned her head away, but her mind was still filled with the image she had just witnessed. This was simply unscientific. She wondered if all males were like this, or if werewolves were particularly gifted. Carl suppressed his laughter, no longer shy, unabashedly displaying his impressive physique, uttering words that left her stunned. "If you like it, I can give it to you any time, but not here. It's not safe." How could there be such an innocent female? Had she never interacted with males before? Qin Zhenzhen's face was nearly steaming, rendered speechless by the shock. At that moment, Carl seized her foot, lifting it upwards. Qin Zhenzhen's skirt nearly flipped up, causing her to hurriedly press down the sheer fabric, fearfully retreating. "What are you doing? Didn't he say it wasn't safe here?" Was he throwing caution to the wind? With a sudden pull, Carl dragged her back, hastily tearing off her ballet shoes, then leaning down to lick her foot. In an instant, Qin Zhenzhen felt an electric shock coursing through her body, causing her to tremble violently. "Ah, perverted rogue, let me go!" Qin Zhenzhen screamed in shock, her foot instinctively pushing forcefully against Carl's face. How could such a handsome figure be a pervert? A lecher, indeed. All wolves were truly lustful creatures. Carl tilted his head, his expression unexpectedly innocent as he remarked, Your foot is injured. Qin Zhenzhen gasped for breath, replying, so what? Does that make you a pervert? If I don't clean the wound properly, it will fester. And I certainly don't wish to care for a limping female, Carl stated, tightening his grip on her foot, rendering her immobile as he resumed licking. Qin Zhenzhen found herself unable to resist, enduring the excruciating itch at the sole of her foot. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for a creature of the wolf to tend to the wounds of an injured companion, didn't it? Her feet, thickly calloused, bore the marks of deformation, making it hard to believe such feet belonged to a 17-year-old girl. Carl gazed at her feet with a pang of sympathy, diligently cleaning the wounds before he couldn't help but lick her misshapen toes as well. Qin Zhenzhen felt herself on the brink of despair. Perhaps it was better to be devoured by a tiger. What happened to your foot? Carl inquired, his cool voice tinged with concern. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback, responding honestly without a second thought. I heard it while dancing. So you escaped the tribe to avoid dancing? Although Carl posed it as a question, he was already convinced of the answer. Regaining her composure, Qin Zhenzhen resolved to say less about herself in this unfamiliar world, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Carl affectionately ruffled her hair, his expression turning serious as he looked at her and declared, from now on, you shall not dance. All you need to do is eat well, sleep well, and bear me a few litters of wolf cubs. Qin Zhenzhen's eyelids twitched. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. I still don't know your name, Carl remarked, picking up her shoes for inspection before attempting to fit them onto her feet. Qin Zhenzhen could feel the saliva still drying on her foot, and her distaste grew. She hardly wanted her feet anymore. What do you care what I'm called? She retorted, her frustration evident. Carl was unfazed before such a pure and flawless female. Even if she sought to take his life, it would be hard to feel anger. If you want to tell me, they'll just call you Little Bunny, Carl said. Little Bunny, remember your male's name? I am Carl. Qin Zhenzhen chose to ignore him. Carl's wolf ears perked up, his eyes scanning the nearby, rustling bushes. A beast was approaching. We must leave. With that, Carl transformed back into a silver wolf, bending his forelegs to signal for Qin Zhenzhen to climb aboard. Noticing the commotion beside her, and driven by her fear of death, she swiftly ascended onto the wolf's back. As long as the green hills remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. At just 17, having never experienced love or truly savored fine cuisine, the thought of dying now felt unbearably unjust. Carl carried Qin Zhenzhen while clutching the lifeless tiger in his mouth, sprinting toward the direction of the tribe. The Manshan tribe, nestled between two mountain ranges, boasted a population of approximately 500, among which were over 400 males and several dozen females, making it a relatively large orc tribe. At the tribe's entrance, winged beasts stood guard, and upon seeing someone return with a catch, a bald eagle swooped down. A female? Upon landing, the bald eagle transformed back into a human, adorned only with a stone blade hanging from his neck, devoid of any other material possessions. Qin Zhenzhen merely glanced at him before turning her head away. He was not as imposing as Carl. She contemplated seeking assistance from this individual, but hesitated. Fearing he might be akin to Carl, after deliberation, she decided to observe the situation further. Upon noticing Qin Zhenzhen's appearance, the bald eagle's expression momentarily faltered, followed by a complex look of suspicion directed at Carl. Where did she come from? I encountered her in the forest. What? Do females come with restrictions? Carl retorted mockingly. I wouldn't dare, the bald eagle replied. Having already secured a female for himself, he had no intentions towards Qin Zhenzhen, yet he couldn't help but admire the beauty before him. The most beautiful female in Beast City would surely stir controversy. He wondered if Lilith would be displeased. Leave the skin for me. Sure. The bald eagle understood Carl's choice. He needed to prepare a few good materials for the female. You've struck gold, not only picking up a female, but also bringing back such a large catch, the bald eagle remarked, his subordinates already busy at work. With a swift motion, he expertly skinned the entire tiger, then tore off a prime piece of tiger meat, wrapping it in the skin and tossing it before Carl. Look how thin she is, make sure to feed her well. Carl raised an eyebrow in surprise. Having a female around certainly made a difference. The quality and quantity of the meat were both commendable. Thank you, Carl said to the bald eagle, Then, with one arm clutching the tiger's skin and the other holding Qin Zhenzhen's hand, he made his way to his dwelling. Qin Zhenzhen glanced back, noting that apart from the hide, the tiger remained almost intact on the ground. She exclaimed, "Do you have to surrender so much food? Today is a good day. It will be enough for us to eat." Carl replied with optimism. "And if you don't want to hide, how is it divided?" Qin Zhenzhen inquired. "Half and half." Carl paused before adding, "But typically, we take the lesser half." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It seemed to Qin Zhenzhen as though she had wandered into a menagerie, yet one populated predominantly by ferocious carnivores. She felt a tremor in her legs and instinctively gravitated closer to Carl, a gesture that he found exceedingly gratifying. The beastmen were as intrigued by Qin Zhenzhen as she was by them, and they flocked towards her and Carl, their eyes gleaming. Heavens! Such a fair-skinned female, so beautiful! How have we never seen her before? Is she a newcomer? Her clothes are exquisite, like the plumage of a snow goose. A female as lovely as this must have many suitors, to venture out with only a wolf beast. Amidst the crowd's admiring gazes, the two were completely surrounded. Carl furrowed his brow, a look of impatience on his face. "Get out of the way," Carl said icily. "Don't be so stingy. We're just looking at her. We wouldn't steal her away." "Indeed, you're so guarded. Could it be you pilfered her from somewhere?" The crowd's words were half jest, half probe. And they had no intention of giving up. Females were already rare, and beautiful ones even more so. No normal beastman would easily relinquish one. Carl's eyes narrowed. It seemed he couldn't leave without teaching them a lesson. His slender eyes slightly squinted, his silver pupils contracted, and a chilling aura emanated a strong deterrent. The beastmen couldn't help but step back. Carl had only arrived at the tribe this year. All they knew was that he was solitary and friendless. No one had seen his beastly aura, but seeing that he never lacked food, they knew he was strong. No one wanted to be the first to be sacrificed. "Oh, nice outfit." Just then, a charming voice broke the tense atmosphere. Lilith walked from behind the two. She wore a beast-hide tube top and skirt, and her waist-length dreadlocks gave off an air of raw, untamed allure. Already having a fair appearance, her confidence elevated it to near perfection. But as she walked in front of the two, upon seeing Qin Zhenzhen's face, Lilith was stunned. The confidence in her eyes diminished, replaced by utter hostility. This female's skin was so fair. Her face was so beautiful that Lilith wanted to tear it to shreds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon encountering Lilith, Qin Zhenzhen felt a jolt of vitality. Surrounded by either beasts or men, she had finally met a girl. Just as she was about to approach Lilith, a vulture descended from the heavens, landing beside her, transforming into a human form and whispering something into her ear. Qin Zhenzhen recognized that the figure before her was indeed the vulture she had encountered earlier. He was one of Lilith's companions, who, after uttering a few words, took to the skies once more. It turned out he had been scavenging in the forest. Lilith cast a disdainful glance at Qin Zhenzhen and, with the most venomous thought swirling in her mind, speculated, could it be that she was abandoned by her kin? Incapable of bearing offspring? Or perhaps afflicted by the beast plague? As these words escaped her lips, the orcs instinctively took a step back, their gazes towards Qin Zhenzhen now tinged with scrutiny. Qin Zhenzhen merely furrowed her delicate brows, yet Carl was incensed. "Do not utter such nonsense," he retorted. "That little rabbit is undeniably adorable. Even if afflicted by the beast plague, she would have informed me long ago and would not bring harm to others." Initially indifferent towards Lilith, his feelings had now devolved into disdain. Unperturbed, Lilith assessed Carl with an appreciative gaze, noting his lack of the typical savagery and coarseness that characterized most beastmen. His demeanor exuded an air of nobility amidst his sternness, which captivated her. As her eyes wandered to his masculine attributes, her satisfaction deepened. This wolf, she decided, would be hers. Show some respect towards Lilith. A deep, resonant voice interjected. The speaker was the newly transformed male bovine beast, eager to assert himself upon witnessing Lilith's reaction. Carl scoffed, his disdain and contempt unmistakable. "You seek your own demise." The bovine beast, incensed, glimmered with a flash of white light, preparing to transform. Whispers circulated among the beast herd. "The wolf is doomed. Lilith's new companion is a pinnacle beast of the first rank. Without a female leader, he dares to be arrogant. Even if he can best the bovine, he would still be overwhelmed by Lilith's other 5 males." However, Lilith dismissed the bovine with a wave of her hand, her tone laced with impatience. "Step aside. In comparison to Carl, she found the bovine's coarseness rather unappealing. Oh. The bovine was instantly deflated, retreating obediently to the back of the line. Twirling her braid with her fingers, Lilith remarked, I am considering the tribe's welfare. If she were to bring in the beast plague, who knows how many lives would be lost? Carl pressed his lips together and replied, then I shall take her away. After all, I am not a native of Beast Gathering City. I could easily switch to another tribe. Yet, I wonder if the little rabbit can endure the hardships of travel. This sister. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B, send JSON. Stringify, a, c, class list. Add feedback hidden, d, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, c document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes, d document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in a, class list. Remove feedback hidden, c. Add event listener, click, function, e. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, e. 1. Script defer src https, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon. JS script, head body div ID cf wrapper div class, cf alert error cf cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. div ID cf error details class p. 0 header class mx auto point. 10 lg. Point. 6 lg. px. 8 w. 240 lg. w full mb. 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md. Block Mr. 2 md. MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID, font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CB6, 3718 FIA, 97 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 03 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happens section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded ID feedback button yes button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class cf error footer cf wrapper w 240 lg w full py 10 sm py for sm px 8 mx auto text center sm text left border solid border 0 border t border gray 300p class text 13 span class cf footer item sm block sm mb 1 cloudflare ray id strong class font semibold 9317 cb 63718 fia 97 strong span class cf footer separator sm hidden bowl span id cf footer item ip class cf footer item hidden sm block sm mb 1 year ip button type button id cf footer ip reveal class cf footer ip reveal btn click to reveal button span class hidden id cf footer ip 43 164 133 114 span class cf footer separator sm hidden bowl span class cf footer item sm block sm mb 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing id brand link target blank cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by id cf footer item ip ca get element by id cf footer ip reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by id cf footer ip class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener dom content loaded d script div error footer div cf error details div cf wrapper script window cf translation script body html Qin Zhenzhen's hands were delicate and fair, devoid of any imperfections or beastly markings. However, upon noticing the intricate tattoos adorning Lilith's fingers, she was astounded. She had not anticipated that such a primitive society possessed such advanced tattoo artistry. Yet, the tattoos on each finger were rather unappealing. You may release her now, Carl said coldly. He showed no sign of concern. The mere possession of a female was satisfactory to him. Although the inability to have his own offspring was somewhat regretful, it also spared him from considerable trouble. Lilith immediately dismissed Qin Zhenzhen from her thoughts and forcefully released her hand. Qin Zhenzhen immediately took a few steps back and suddenly noticed a trickle of blood flowing down Lilith's leg. With genuine concern, she softly reminded, "Sister, you seem to be dirty." Lilith glanced down at her leg with indifference, casually wiping away the droplets of blood and playfully rolling them between her fingers. The surrounding males were instantly captivated, their gazes seemingly fixated solely on Lilith. Meanwhile, Lilith's admirers, with eyes aflame, edged closer to her, growling menacingly at any orc attempting to approach. "Oh dear, here we go again." Lilith feigned annoyance, though her face radiated unabashed pride. "Is it the heat period?" Qin Zhenzhen was utterly bewildered. Lilith, as if suddenly remembering, covered her mouth and remarked, "I almost forgot. You lack reproductive capability. You must have never experienced the heat period. Right?" It sounded akin to menstruation. "Unlike me, who endures it once every year," Lilith continued. Once a year. Qin Zhenzhen, who faced a monthly visit, felt an internal upheaval. Observing Qin Zhenzhen's stunned expression and the unmistakable envy in her eyes, Lilith felt a surge of satisfaction and cheerfully approached Carl. "After all, you're just a useless one. You shall be my 7th partner," she declared, lifting her chin with an air of superiority. Her tone not one of inquiry, but rather of decree, as if this were a favor bestowed upon Carl. It is worth noting that she was the tribe's most beautiful female, pursued by countless males, including even the young clan leader, who held a particular affection for her. When it came to males, there was nothing that Lilith desired which she could not attain. Qin Zhenzhen wore an expression of perplexity, her gaze flitting over the various creatures surrounding Lilith. The 7th companion. Could it be that the cattle, tigers, and dogs accompanying this woman were her suitors? The onlookers also displayed astonishment, their eyes towards Carl filled with envy and resentment. Why had Carl garnered Lilith's favor without lifting a finger? Was it merely due to his good looks? Could beauty be consumed as sustenance? How infuriating! Lilith was indeed a lecherous being, wailing in despair. Lilith. The bull beast growled impatiently. I should go first. However, Lilith disregarded the bull beast, her unwavering gaze fixed on Carl. If you manage to amuse me, I might consider letting you be a father this time. As she spoke, Lilith pressed her blood-stained hand against Carl's chest, leaning in with intent. Yet, Carl recoiled as though repulsed by filth, stepping back several paces. Lilith found herself leaning into emptiness, nearly toppling to the ground. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked up at Carl. What do you mean? It was then that the crowd noticed the emotions etched on Carl's face, 7 parts humiliation and 3 parts rage. Do not command me with your feminine identity. You lack the qualifications. Carl's voice was icily detached. Having said that, he seized Qin Zhenzhen's hand and departed. His pace was brisk, leaving Qin Zhenzhen no choice but to sprint to keep up. Qin Zhenzhen could sense the tension in Carla's arm, clearly indicating her considerable anger. She chose silence and obediently followed. Lilith's haughty demeanor faltered, casting doubt upon her own ears. Had she truly been rejected? Had she lost to a female devoid of reproductive capability? As she pondered, the two had already exited the throng of beasts. Stop right there, Lilith exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. However, her adversary paid her no heed, continuing to walk further away. It was only then that the crowd reacted, erupting in astonishment. Throughout history, which male had not shamelessly pursued a female? Even risking their lives might not guarantee a favorable glance. Yet, a female being rejected was unprecedented within the tribe, especially one in her heat cycle. Despite finding Carl foolish, a strange sense of satisfaction bubbled within. Lilith, aware of the peculiar gazes from the males, felt her face flush with alternating shades of red and blue, a searing heat enveloping her. Clenching her fists in anger, she gritted her teeth and declared, I shall have that wolf beast. Only the bull beast breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenzhen struggled to digest the information she had just received. It was evident that this was a matriarchal society, yet in a few days, she would soon have her menstrual cycle. What if Carl mistook her for being in heat then? Qin Zhenzhen recalled Carl's words urging her to bear wolf cubs, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Why did you refuse her? She inquired tentatively, her mind lingering on Carl's earlier reaction. The query felt cruel. Yet to leave it unasked would be an act of self-inflicted torment. Carl paused momentarily, suppressing a surge of frustration as he replied. Her males can already form a tribe's lineage. In truth, Lilith's partners were not numerous, yet they were not insignificant either. Furthermore, her ambitions soared high, and her standards for selecting a companion were stringent. Today, she had made an exception for Carl. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equals content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equals XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E, b, send JSON. Stringify, a, c, class list. Add feedback hidden, d, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. Add event listener, click, function E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function E. 1. Script defer src https performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Beacon. JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3 xl text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed ray id 9317 cb 912468e9 fb bull span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 10 utc span h2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3xl lg text 2xl font light you are being rate limited h2 header section class w 240 lg w full mx auto mb 8 lg px 8 divid what happened section class w 12 md w full h2 class text 3xl leading tight font normal mb for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened h2p the owner of this website generative language Google APIs has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py 8 text center id error feedback div id error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded id feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded id feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden id error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class cf error footer cf wrapper w 240 lg W full PY 10 SM, PY for SM, PX 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 912468E9 FB strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID cf footer item IP ca get element by ID cf footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID cf footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener dom content loaded d script div error footer div cf error details div cf wrapper script window cf translation script body html Qin Zhenzhen took a deep breath then exhaled the stale air from her chest feeling a long lost sense of relief. This place is truly delightful. Accustomed to the smog and exhaust fumes, inhaling such pure air was indeed a pleasure. Noticing her enjoyment, Carl felt a quiet sense of joy. You rest beneath the tree. I will prepare the meat, he said, his voice still icy. Yet a hint of concern lingered in his heart. Females are not fond of tiger meat. I shall assist you. Qin Zhenzhen's upbringing prevented her from idly waiting for her meal. Carl was taken aback. not anticipating that the little rabbit would not only be unbothered but also offer her help. His face remained stern, yet his words were considerate and at odds with his expression. It is unreasonable to make a female work, especially since you are injured. Be obedient and do not move recklessly. The more he heard her speak, the more he wished to treat her kindly. Press to the ground. Qin Zhenzhen glanced at the hard, barren earth and then at her white ballet dress, letting out a sigh. It might be dirty. But she had already rolled in the forest before. Suddenly, with a startled cry, Qin Zhenzhen plunged into the water. Carl's gaze had not strayed from her. Yet he seemed oblivious to any trouble until the surface erupted with enormous waves, and he could no longer see her figure, jolting him into alarm. Little rabbit. Carl dashed into the water. The stream was not deep, but in a state of imbalance, one could not find solid ground. To make matters worse, Qin Zhenzhen inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of water as she fell in, causing her to choke and lose all sense of direction. All she could see was an abyss of darkness beneath the water. Even with her eyes open, she could not catch a glimmer of light. And an overwhelming fear surged within her. Help! She wanted to cry out, but her submerged mouth could not produce a sound, leaving her to rely on her last shred of reason to claw her way upwards. Suddenly, something wrapped around her waist, and her body was forcefully thrust above the water's surface. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt a hard object pressing against her waist. Its intense warmth caused her to freeze in sudden realization. Reason urged her to heed Carl's words. Overwhelmed by a mix of fear and surprise, her hands instinctively shielded her body while her tearful eyes gazed pleadingly at Carl. Please. Don't do anything reckless. Her voice quivered, the unshed tears making her appear even more vulnerable. The 19-year-old male, in the prime of his youth, was filled with raw energy. Carl's breath came in ragged gasps as his muscles tensed, beads of sweat cascading down his body. After a prolonged moment, he finally managed to subdue the beast within him. He lifted his head, avoiding Qin Zhenzhen's gaze, and abruptly stood, clutching her tightly as he strode forcefully into the wooden cabin. With a resounding thud, he tossed her into the freshly fluffed hay, then fled the room as if escaping. Under the moonlight, his silhouette swiftly transformed into that of a wolf, its head plunging into the water with fervor. Inside the cabin, silence enveloped the darkness. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen wrapped her arms around her knees, feeling a chill envelop her. Yet, she dared not venture outside for a garment. Instead, she burrowed into the pile of grass, using it to insulate her body against the cold. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, when she noticed the moonlight at the doorway being obscured. With a wary gaze, she lifted her head. Initially, she beheld a pair of luminous green eyes, and then the silhouette of a wolf emerged, advancing step by step into the room, causing her heart to leap with trepidation. Carl? Qin Zhenzhen uttered softly, akin to a startled bird. Carl, clutching a piece of clothing in his mouth, gently placed it before her. In the darkness, one's senses become acutely heightened. She could detect the scent of moisture emanating from the large wolfdog. She clutched herself tighter, obliviously overlooking the garment beside her, and anxiously inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" Carl emitted a low growl, his form shifting back to that of a human. Water cascading from his fur and soaking the ground beneath. The clothing, he stated. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content, i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var-c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1. B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key C771F54B54944B4 to 61444B7N1. B send JSON. Stringify A. C class list. Add feedback hidden. D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0 D. Add event listener click function E. 1 script defer src HTTPS performance. Radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CC 12 F12 EA 24 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 31 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CC 12 F12 EA 24 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx. Error. Landing ID brandlink target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var get element by ID cf footer item IP ca get element by ID cf footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID cf footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener dom content loaded d script div error footer div cf error details div cf wrapper script window cf translation script body HTML. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback by the wolf's principles, and her fondness for him increased significantly. The atmosphere between them became more relaxed. Are you really that confident? What if I fancy another male? Qin Zhenzhen inquired. Carl flicked the water from his hair, his expression lighthearted. If you cannot find me appealing, who else in this tribe could you possibly like? You absolute average man. Qin Zhenzhen chuckled, amused. Average man? Carl looked puzzled. Just an ordinary, confident male, Qin Zhenzhen explained. First, I am not ordinary. Second, I am not unremarkable, Carl replied earnestly. Ha. Qin Zhenzhen burst into laughter, doubling over. All right, then you are an average male. Ha. Carl understood her just this time, yet he offered no retort, merely gazing at her with a smile that crept onto his own face. Under the intensity of his gaze, Qin Zhenzhen's laughter faltered. She cleared her throat softly and said, This space is quite limited. How shall we sleep? She intended to divide the grass, offering half to Carl. However, Carl climbed into the grass nest, nudging Qin Zhenzhen to the inner side. Of course, we shall sleep together, he asserted matter-of-factly. Gathering a handful of grass, Qin Zhenzhen attempted to depart, resolving to sleep elsewhere. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when Carl, with a firm grasp on her wrist, drew her back. Immediately thereafter, Carl transformed into his beast form, excavating a comfortable hollow before reclining. Observing Carl in his great wolf guise, Qin Zhenzhen discovered a newfound acceptance. She reasoned that she could simply regard him as an oversized pet canine. Gently settling down, she noted a slight itchiness from the hay, but otherwise, she felt at ease. As tranquility enveloped her, Qin Zhenzhen's thoughts drifted to her mother, once a world-class ballerina. Her mother had been forced into early retirement due to an unforeseen injury at the pinnacle of her career, after which she adopted Qin Zhenzhen. Her mother had then channeled all her aspirations and dreams onto her daughter. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, Qin Zhenzhen would have been participating in an international ballet competition the following day. Her mother must be frantic, unable to locate her, perhaps even harboring a modicum of concern. Despite the circumstances, Qin Zhenzhen unexpectedly drifted into a deep and serene slumber. Hearing the gentle cadence of the female's breath, Carl opened his eyes. His gaze fixated on her face, his affection growing with each passing moment. How had he been so fortunate as to find such a beautiful female? Fleeing the tribe had undoubtedly been the right choice. He resolved to hunt only the most succulent prey to ensure his little rabbit remained plump and healthy. If she couldn't bear offspring, so be it. It would effectively deter other males. Perfection was unattainable, and the privilege of having exclusive companionship with such a female was a blessing from the heavens. With these thoughts, Carl couldn't resist drawing closer to Qin Zhenzhen, gently licking her serene cheek as she slept. Qin Zhenzhen seemed to feel cold. As Carl drew near, she instinctively nestled closer to him. So soft, so warm, so delightful to embrace. But is her teddy bear really that large? Never mind. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare COM API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E B send JSON stringify A C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8 w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3 xl text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed ray id 9317 cbb for 77 d 8 aa6 c bull span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 16 utc span h2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 xl lg text 2 xl font light you are being rate limited h2 header section class w 240 lg w full mx auto mb 8 lg px 8 div id what happened section class w 12 md w full h2 class text 3 xl leading tight font normal mb for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened h2p the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website pdiv section div class feedback hidden py 8 text center id error feedback div id error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded id feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded id feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden id error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class cf error footer cf wrapper w 240 lg W full PY 10 SM, PY for SM, PX 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300 P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBB 477D8 AA6 C strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal. B class list and B class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C. Class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen spirit soared instantly. Oh my. A national treasure. How adorable. Why is there another female element? What are you all doing with the males? The panda, transformed into human form midway, scolded while adjusting his skirt. He had a slightly plump physique, a round face, and hidden within his white hair were a pair of round black ears, exuding an elegant yet endearingly clumsy demeanor. Carl hurriedly presented Qin Zhenzhen to Wells, exclaiming, "It might be because she took a late bath yesterday and caught a chill. You must help her." Qin Zhenzhen gazed into Vill's eyes, which sparkled like a sky full of stars, and she felt an irresistible urge to pinch his ear. Vils glanced at Qin Zhenzhen and sighed. Who is this enchanting female I have never encountered before? She is truly exquisite. He could not help but recall Lilith, who always flitted before his eyes, who spread the rumor that she was the most beautiful female. Mere gossip. Qin Zhenzhen excitedly extended her hand towards Hars, saying, "Hello. My name is Qin Zhenzhen. I just arrived at the tribe yesterday, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Wers was taken aback, gazing at the female's outstretched hand in confusion. He had never encountered such an assertive female before. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? As the tribe's healer, Wers was indeed favored by the females. Even Lilith had once extended an olive branch to him. However, Lilith was far more haughty, desiring him as a mate while simultaneously adopting an air of condescension. The female before him was quite charming. If she were to express interest, he might very well consider it. Hee. Hello, I am Wers, he replied with a cheerful smile. Carl's expression shifted, casting a wary glance at Wers, and urged, "You should focus on treating her." Wers nodded, leading Carl towards the bamboo hut. The floor of the hut was elevated and constructed from bamboo strips, offering a slight springiness underfoot, though heavier steps would produce creaking sounds from the pressure and friction. Carl gently placed Qin Zhenzhen on the bamboo bed, but her body slumped down softly, prompting Carl to quickly support her again. Wers was taken aback, reaching out to touch Qin Zhenzhen's forehead. Is it that serious? He had assumed her mental state was satisfactory and that she was merely suffering from a minor ailment. Qin Zhenzhen's face flushed with embarrassment as she chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Do you believe me when I say I'm just hungry? Wells gasped inwardly. Good heavens, where did this female come from? Even in such a dire condition, she still defends the male. Her disposition is far too gentle and easily manipulated. Even he, as a male, found it hard to bear. What does she mean by merely being hungry? Is it acceptable for a female to endure hunger, to be in a state of famine? Carl lowered his gaze in self-reproach, realizing, it is my fault. He should have insisted on helping the little rabbit find more food yesterday and should not have allowed her to bathe after dark. The attitudes of the two males left Qin Zhenzhen speechless. Wells, assuming the role of a doctor, conducted a thorough examination before preparing an herbal remedy. Not long after he departed, he returned carrying a bamboo tube emanating a strong aroma of ginger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, relishing her first close encounter with a panda, yearning to caress it. Wiles, perplexed, was about to inquire when Carl, observing their interaction, felt his jealousy reach a fever pitch. Thank you for your treatment. Provide me with a few days' worth of medication, and I will promptly remit the payment, Carl stated frigidly. Damn it. The little darling seemed quite fond of this rotund fellow. He wondered if it was an affectation to provoke him, or genuine affection. You intend to take her back for treatment? Wiles shook his head vehemently, his facial flesh jiggling merrily. Absolutely not. Regulations stipulate that females must recuperate here before departing. I object, Carl declared. I concur. Qin Zhenzhen interjected simultaneously with Carl. Lodging with Wiles offered the dual advantage of allowing her to caress pandas and averting the awkwardness of Carl's presence. Moreover, given Wiles's routine care of females, she surmised he would harbor no untoward intentions toward her. Carl's silvery gray eyes reflected utter disbelief as he cast a woebegone gaze upon Qin Zhenzhen. Resembling a canine abandoned by its master, Qin Zhenzhen scarcely dared to meet his gaze, an inexplicable sense of guilt gnawing at her. Was she not the one who had been wronged? Qin Zhenzhen, is it? You may reside here at ease, Wells declared, before turning with a self-satisfied air to face Carl. Family members, you may take your leave. Carl squinted slightly, yet unlike the other males who had been dismissed, he did not persist stubbornly. Surprisingly, he was quite accommodating. Very well, I am uncertain how the fees will be calculated, Mr. Wells. Might we step outside to discuss this? Without a second thought, Wells, in high spirits, exited the premises. Left alone in the bamboo hut, Qin Zhenzhen nibbled on bamboo shoots, their bitterness a stark reminder of her weariness. However, she was not picky, anything edible sufficed. A noise outside caught her attention, and she lifted her head to peer out. What are you all doing? The outside fell silent for a moment, before Wells's voice broke the stillness. Oh, it's nothing. Upon reflection, I believe your ailment is not severe. It would be perfectly acceptable for you to recuperate at home. Qin Zhenzhen, filled with suspicion, suddenly witnessed a panda leap into the room with a resounding thud. National treasure? Without casting a glance in her direction, Vales emerged from the side room, clutching a pile of ginger in his paws, and reverently presented it to Carl, with a faint smile gracing his lips. Carl expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Vales. I will settle the medical fees at my earliest convenience. The panda, with its mouth agape, waved its paws as if to convey a sense of urgency, or rather, a lack thereof. Carl then approached Qin Zhenzhen, his tone so gentle it seemed to glisten with tenderness. Little bunny, shall we return home? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen let out a sigh. Well, since Gubao did not wish for her to stay, she had no reason to linger any longer. Qin Zhenzhen propped herself up, preparing to stand. But before her feet could touch the ground, Carl swiftly lifted her in his arms. As he strode outside, passing by Vils, Qin Zhenzhen quickly reached out and patted Vils's ample belly. How delightful to touch. She marveled, then, fearing a misunderstanding, added, You've taken such good care of it. It shines beautifully. Was she implying that her own hair was inferior to that of the hefty creature? Carl turned his gaze back, casting a cold, piercing glance at Vils. Vils's robust form trembled slightly. Fortunately, the two had already exited the bamboo hut. Thank you for the bamboo shoots. Qin Zhenzhen called back wistfully to the hut. Inside, the panda waved its paw, bidding them farewell as they walked away, tears streaming down its cheeks. In a transformation, it reverted to human form, its panda-like eyes even more profound than in its beastly shape. To be so strikingly handsome is indeed a burden. How lamentable. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Carl gently placed Qin Zhenzhen in her nest while she quietly munched on her bamboo shoots. The delicacies offered by the national treasure were simply delightful. After taking another bite, she found herself grasping at air. The shoots had already found their way into Carl's hands. Is your name Qin Zhenzhen? Carl inquired. Qin Zhenzhen cast him a glance filled with disdain. It's none of your business, especially since you've already given me a nickname. As she spoke, she reached out to snatch her bamboo shoot. Carl, lifting it above his head, thwarted her attempts to grasp it, and after several futile tries, she glared at him in frustration. Don't push your luck. With a slight awkwardness, Carl juggled the shoot in his hand and replied, If you want something to eat, I'll get it for you. Just refrain from taking food from other males. Despite his words, he eventually returned the bamboo shoot to Qin Zhenzhen. It was a singular act of generosity. Mind your own business, she retorted, puffing up in annoyance as she resumed munching on her bamboo shoot. Carl chose not to bicker with her, placing the medicinal treasures beside the grassy nest before removing the animal hide from his waist. Qin Zhenzhen inadvertently cast a glance at him, her heart racing, her eyes wide with terror as they fixated upon him. I will step out to find something to eat. You remain at home and do not wander off, Carl instructed, turning to face Qin Zhenzhen. Noticing her eyes were so wide and her expression so startled, he couldn't help but smile knowingly, glancing down at his abdomen. If you enjoy the sight, just say so, and I shall show it to you upon my return. Suddenly in high spirits, Carl's ears perked up, and he added, I shall not linger, I am off now. With that, he twisted his body, transforming into a tall and robust wolf, and trotted away with small, hurried steps. Qin Zhenzhen's expression froze, her lips twitching slightly. Please do not be so earnestly mischievous. It makes me want to strike someone. Uncertain whether it was the ginger soup's effects or the bamboo shoots she had consumed, Qin Zhenzhen felt her spirits lifted considerably. She donned her dance shoes and absent-mindedly brushed off the leaves adorning her costume. The outfit was a special creation by her mother, which she cherished deeply. Aware that she might not have the opportunity to wear such fine garments again, she treasured it even more. Noticing that her white chiffon skirt had become somewhat soiled, she took it to the stream's edge and began to wash it meticulously. Across the stream, a few young females played joyfully, their laughter ringing out, while numerous small creatures scurried about on the ground. Qin Zhenzhen gazed into the distance, recalling the hostility she had encountered from Lilith the day before, causing her to hesitate. "Hey, come over and play." A female voice called out to Qin Zhenzhen, waving enthusiastically. Qin Zhenzhen felt a surge of joy as she hurriedly hung her dance skirt beneath a tree before crossing a narrow wooden bridge over the brook. "Miranda, why are you inviting her to play? I heard she is unwell," exclaimed a portly female. Miranda replied gently, "She must be frightened in this unfamiliar tribe. As females, we should care for one another. Take care of yourself. Don't burden us." "My little one is just a month old," the plump female retorted. "Yes, you can play with her first. We'll join once she is better in a few days," another female chimed in. With a sigh, Miranda made her way toward Qin Zhenzhen. The dewdrops on the grass had yet to dry, and the sun was already scorching. Qin Zhenzhen squinted against the bright light, her skin slightly reddening. Upon noticing someone approaching, she cheerfully greeted, "Hello, I'm Qin Zhenzhen. You can call me Zhenzhen." "I'm Miranda," she responded with a friendly smile. From a distance, Miranda had already noticed Qin Zhenzhen's astonishingly fair complexion, and as she drew closer, she was increasingly astounded by the rarity of such whiteness in a female. "You are truly beautiful. No wonder Lilith despises you," Miranda remarked with a smile. "Before you arrived, she was the most beautiful female in the tribe, but now you have eclipsed her." Miranda possessed striking features, her hair styled in a thick ponytail. And though her complexion was somewhat darker, her beauty was comparable to that of Lilith, who had previously held the title of the tribe's most beautiful female. Upon hearing of someone more beautiful than Lilith, Miranda had become quite curious, and upon meeting Qin Zhenzhen, her reputation proved to be well-deserved. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen merely smiled awkwardly. Miranda then remarked, "And you already have a male companion, do you not?" As she spoke, she grasped Qin Zhenzhen's hands, eager to glimpse Carl's beast markings. Some markings were aesthetically pleasing, while others were rather unappealing. The females tended to be quite concerned about the impressions left by their partners. "Soon," she exclaimed, "aren't you still just friends?" At this juncture, Miranda noticed Qin Zhenzhen let out a sigh, leading her to believe that Carl was not particularly interested in Qin Zhenzhen, a worried expression crossing her face. Suddenly, a small tiger, no larger than a cat, dashed over and collided with Qin Zhenzhen's leg. Following closely behind were two similarly sized cubs, encircling Qin Zhenzhen and sniffing her curiously. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The smile on Qin Zhenzhen's face faltered, her expression becoming rather unnatural. Miranda, sensing that the little one had struck a nerve with Qin Zhenzhen, furrowed her brow and instructed the little tigers to play elsewhere, not to disturb the conversation between her and Zhenzhen. The three little tigers, dejected, whimpered as they cast a glance back at Qin Zhenzhen. Such adorable plush creatures. Yet they seemed to embody the complexities of life. Qin Zhenzhen found herself questioning the very essence of existence. Miranda remarked, "They are quite fond of you." "Hee, is that so?" Qin Zhenzhen chuckled awkwardly, then recollecting something, added, "Miranda, may I ask you something?" "Yes, go ahead," Miranda replied. Qin Zhenzhen wore a troubled expression as she pondered how to decline Carl's proposition to become his mate. "Is there a haven for single females?" Miranda gazed at Qin Zhenzhen in astonishment. "Refuse? Why? Do you harbor disdain for him?" "Not exactly," Qin Zhenzhen replied. Miranda, utterly perplexed, continued, "Then why would you reject him? Given that he saved your life, you ought to at least consider him." Coughing lightly to mask her embarrassment, Qin Zhenzhen pressed her fist against her lips and said, "I simply do not wish to seek a partner at this moment." Her mother had dedicated her life to ballet, believing that motherhood would ruin her figure, and consequently, Qin Zhenzhen, influenced by her mother's views, was reluctant to have children at an early age. Once she chose a partner, the decision of whether to conceive would no longer be hers to make, even if she did not intend to remain childless forever. She certainly could not envision becoming a mother in her teenage years. Miranda's expression shifted, and she spoke to Qin Zhenzhen with grave seriousness. "You must reconsider." Qin Zhenzhen felt a sudden chill in her heart. Do not be deceived by the male's incessant attempts to please us, for malice may lurk beneath the surface. Particularly in the case of an unusually distinct female like yourself, should you fail to establish a bond with a male, some truly nefarious individuals may target you, leaving you unaware of the peril until it is too late. A flicker of fear crossed Miranda's eyes, as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen stood in a daze, taken aback. Lilith bore numerous similar markings on her fingers. Were they not merely tattoos? Miranda regarded Qin Zhenzhen with the eyes of one who observes a creature of the grotesque, concluding that either her intellect was lacking or her upbringing was profoundly deficient. As she remained oblivious to matters even a 3-year-old would grasp. Ah, is this not the worthless female of Carl? Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. Lilith approached, mounted upon a formidable black bull, while 3 small tigers obstructed their path. The black bull snorted menacingly, causing the little tigers to flee in terror towards Miranda. Miranda, visibly displeased, remarked, "Be mindful of your steps. Do not harm my offspring." Lilith leaped down from the bull's back, her demeanor haughty as she raised her chin and addressed Miranda. "I have some personal grievances with her. Kindly step aside." Qin Zhenzhen gazed nervously at the fierce bull standing beside Lilith, her unease palpable. She could only hope that there existed some semblance of law here. A notion that murder and violence were offenses punishable by decree, though such a possibility seemed rather unlikely. Miranda grasped Qin Zhenzhen's hand and rose, offering her a reassuring glance. Lilith, with a mocking tone, taunted, "What is the matter? Do you intend to defend her? Your male is no match for my prowess. Do not let a few casualties prompt you to run to the chief with your grievances." Miranda simmered with unexpressed anger, while a few small tigers at her feet bared their teeth at Lilith in indignation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Stumbling and falling prone, Qin Zhenzhen, enduring the sting of her fall, turned to find her vision obscured by the looming figure of a tall, robust man. He seized her hands with an unyielding grip. "Lilith, I've apprehended her." The man bellowed in a coarse voice. Lilith approached Qin Zhenzhen with deliberate steps, the stone blade glinting menacingly near her face, and hissed with venom. "Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again." Qin Zhenzhen, a woman of exquisite beauty, was filled with terror in her eyes. Yet her resolve remained unwavering as she declared, "If you do not end my life today, I shall ensure you regret it." Lilith was momentarily taken aback, her grip on the stone blade faltering. After a protracted silence, she regained her composure and retorted with fury, "Do you dare to threaten me?" With that, she lunged the stone blade toward Qin Zhenzhen's face. Miranda clenched her fists, her index finger adorned with a beastly emblem shimmering with a radiant white light. The very fabric of space behind her seemed to tear apart, and a formidable tiger beast materialized. "Stop them," Miranda urged anxiously. The tiger beast let out a ferocious roar and charged toward Lilith and her companions. Just as the stone blade was about to make contact with Qin Zhenzhen's visage, the bull beast, sensing imminent danger, abruptly released her and turned to confront the tiger beast. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Zhenzhen tilted her head to evade the stone blade and delivered a resounding slap across Lilith's face. The sharp crack of the impact left everyone momentarily stunned. "You dare strike me?" Lilith stared at Qin Zhenzhen in disbelief. Qin Zhenzhen, though appearing frail, possessed remarkable physical prowess, standing at a height of 172 meters. She towered over Lilith by a half head, her imposing presence dominating the atmosphere. She regarded Lilith with a cold stare, rendering the furious Lilith akin to a defeated hen. Flailing in anger, "If you wish to harm others, be prepared for retaliation," Qin Zhenzhen uttered icily. Nyosho, realizing the situation, glared menacingly at Qin Zhenzhen, intent on rushing to Lilith's aid to teach her a lesson, but was intercepted by the formidable tiger. Lilith's mind was still buzzing. She had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Qin Zhenzhen possessed such strength. Unable to overpower her adversary, she was seething with fury, her clenched fist yearning to summon her partner. Miranda interjected, "Lilith, do not push too far, or I shall bring Zhenzhen before the leader to lodge a complaint." She did not wish to escalate tensions with Lilith, despite her profound dislike for her. Initially, she had befriended Qin Zhenzhen merely because she had diminished Lilith's arrogance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. However, After their exchange, she could not bear to witness Qin Zhenzhen's destruction. Especially since Qin Zhenzhen was unable to bear offspring, her only allure to males resting upon her beauty. Lilith glanced at Miranda, then at Qin Zhenzhen. Her voice dripping with malice as she declared, "This matter will not be so easily dismissed." With those venomous words, Lilith departed, her footsteps heavy with intent. Miranda, relieved, grasped Qin Zhenzhen's hand and urged, "Why did you strike her?" "She will not let this go. Will refraining from striking her ensure my safety?" Qin Zhenzhen retorted. Miranda was momentarily speechless before finally responding, "At least it will not cost you your life." Qin Zhenzhen lowered her gaze, pondering whether she could survive in this primitive and savage society. Reflecting on the tiger that had rescued her, she turned to him and expressed her gratitude. The beast transformed into human form, caressing the small tiger on the ground. Hearing her words, he glanced at Qin Zhenzhen and remarked, "I merely followed Miranda's instructions. For a male with a mate, no matter how exquisite the exterior, it cannot captivate them, for they possess no second chance at choosing a partner." Qin Zhenzhen suddenly comprehended the nature of their relationship. This formidable tiger was, indeed, the father of the young cubs. However, she recalled that there had been no large creatures in the vicinity moments ago. From whence had this tiger emerged? Sensing Qin Zhenzhen's confusion, Miranda raised her hand in exasperation and, without waiting for a question, replied, "It is due to the mate bond." Could it truly be so? Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed in astonishment. "This world is becoming increasingly fantastical. Therefore, you must quickly try with Carl. Only by forming a bond can you survive in the tribe," Miranda urged. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen rubbed her sore arm and said, "I can't go on any longer. I must return now." No wonder the girls here have such a dark complexion. With daily sun exposure, how could they not be tanned? Miranda did not insist on her staying, merely advising, "Be careful, and if you need anything, just call out to me. I reside over there." She gestured towards a large house not far away, situated close to Carl's residence. Qin Zhenzhen responded with a soft acknowledgement and hurried back to the wooden cabin. Merely a few minutes of activity left her drenched in perspiration. She rinsed her body in the stream, feeling a refreshing coolness that somewhat alleviated the burning sensation on her skin. However, an intense pain lingered in her back, as if it had been struck by a formidable beast. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a wolf trotted through the tribe, proudly carrying half a warthog, drawing envious glances from the males around. Another successful hunt had yielded a warthog, a delicacy beloved by the females. This fellow was indeed fortunate. Little did they know the sacrifices Carl made to secure this warthog, relinquishing numerous readily available prey. Carl was acutely aware of his inability to catch substantial game, leaving the little rabbit to endure hunger. Thoughts of the female at home softened his heart. He wondered if her condition had improved, whether she behaved herself alone, and if she had been tempted by the males. Should that insufferable glutton dare to charm the little rabbit in his absence, he would not hesitate to pluck out his feathers, ensuring the little rabbit's affections remained untarnished. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenzhen lounged beneath a tree, her reluctance from the previous day now replaced with a boldness that allowed her to recline comfortably. There was little choice. Hunger had sapped her strength to the point of exhaustion, having scarcely eaten the day before and only consuming a single bamboo shoot today. Her frail frame was on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing Carl return, Qin Zhenzhen mustered her energy and sat up weakly. "You're back," she murmured. Carl set down his catch and hastened to her side, transforming back into his human form with a concerned expression. "Has your health improved? You appear even weaker than this morning. Allow me to prepare some medicine for you," he said. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly grasped his hand, her voice feeble as she uttered, "I am hungry." As she leaned forward, a large bruise on her back caught Carl's attention, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly as he tightly clasped Qin Zhenzhen's wrist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen instinctively pouted her lips, her voice laced with an unrecognized accusation. She had urged that hulking brute to restrain me. Yet she refrained from voicing Lilith's malice, fearing that Carl might act irrationally. Instead, she merely remarked, "Fortunately, I did not suffer. I even slapped Lilith." The latter part was selectively ignored by Carl. "Lilith." Carl seethed, gritting his teeth, his fingers tenderly brushing against Qin Zhenzhen's back, which caused her body to quiver involuntarily. The sharp intake of breath elicited a pang of sorrow within Carl's heart. The little rabbit's illness was already a source of frustration and concern for him, and Lilith's actions had only added fuel to the fire. "A beast, is it?" Carl's voice, icy and laced with a hidden menace, declared, "I shall seek justice for you." Qin Zhenzhen did not anticipate such a strong reaction from Carl. His involvement would likely complicate matters further. The words of Miranda echoed in her mind. "You must try with Carl. Only by forming a bond can you survive in the tribe. Is this truly the only way?" Carl kindled a fire, preparing to roast meat. The memory of yesterday's formidable presence made Qin Zhenzhen's teeth ache anew. "I will take charge of the cooking today." Though she seldom cooked, she had watched numerous culinary videos, possessing enough knowledge to surpass Carl's culinary skills. Seeing Qin Zhenzhen's determined stance, Carl acquiesced. Yet he still offered his assistance wherever possible. Qin Zhenzhen instructed Carl to slice a piece of pork belly into half-centimeter thick slices. She then procured a piece of ginger from the house and crushed it against a stone, mixing the minced ginger with grains of salt. She marinated the meat slices and wrapped them in several leaves, bringing them to the fire pit where she roasted them using 2 twigs as skewers. As twilight descended, the orange sun lingered reluctantly on the horizon, while the moon shyly revealed half of its face. Beneath the 2 trees, the flickering bonfire cast a warm glow on 2 figures, one strong and one gentle. The meat sizzled under the intense heat, releasing oil that dripped into the fire with a crackling sound, sending waves of tantalizing aroma drifting on the breeze. "Is this how you prepare barbecue in your homeland?" "Quite an elaborate method, indeed," Carl remarked, unable to suppress his salivation as he inhaled the fragrant air, candidly admitting that he had never encountered such an enticing scent of roasted meat. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudlayer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML, char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex. No follow metaname viewport content width device width, initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success, b new XML HTTP request. A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful. A version, 1, b. Open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B. Set request header content type application JSON. B. Set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify AC class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID, feedback button, yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button, no. Class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MB 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, Leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB8407889 EA11 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025 027 08 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3XL LG. Text 2XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIVID. What happened section class W 12 MD. W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate. What happened? H2P, the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs.com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG. W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CB 8 40789 E8 11 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare a span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. Qin Zhenzhen began to grill meat in large quantities, striving to cook as many pieces as possible at once, then setting aside half on a green leaf for Carl. The leaves were a vibrant emerald, while the grilled meat was a tantalizing golden brown, exuding an irresistible aroma that could tempt even the most virtuous. Yet, as Carl swallowed hard, he resolutely pushed the meat away. I want to eat it, just enjoy it yourself. Who knows when we'll catch a wild boar again? He simply could not bear to consume the food meant for the little rabbit. Qin Zhenzhen expressed her confusion. Aren't you fond of eating? Why aren't you indulging? I'm not hungry, Carl replied, yet his stomach audibly contradicted him with a growl. Qin Zhenzhen, with a look of utter disbelief, pushed her own meat aside and resolutely declared, if you do not eat, then neither shall I. Carl stared at Qin Zhenzhen in a daze, and after a long pause, he suddenly broke into a smile, the firelight revealing a glimmer of tears in his eyes. What merit did he possess to encounter such a remarkable female? Even if it meant sacrificing his life for her, what of it? Without uttering a word, Carl reached out and grasped the roasted meat on the leaves, the exquisite flavor of the food transforming into a taste of pure happiness. With a joyful heart, Qin Zhenzhen began to indulge in her meal. Yet the thought lingered in her mind. Pork belly is indeed a caloric bomb, and it could lead to weight gain. The mere idea of her mother witnessing her consume such a quantity was enough to make her ears burn with admonishment. After a day of hunger, she allowed herself a slight indulgence, Yet she ceased her feast once she reached a modest satisfaction. Continuing to grill the meat, she presented it all to Carl. With a furrowed brow, Carl inquired, "Aren't you eating? I thought you relished it?" Qin Zhenzhen remarked, "I am quite satiated. You should eat, for I have specially prepared this for you." Carl was taken aback. The few morsels of food scarcely constituted a proper meal for himself. And yet this little rabbit had filled her belly? This simply would not do. She needed to consume more, for she appeared rather slender. He portioned half of the meat onto Qin Zhenzhen's leaf and declared, "If you do not eat, then neither shall I. We shall save this meat to nourish the night mouse." Having traversed this world for a day, Qin Zhenzhen was already acutely aware of the preciousness of food here, and her heart ached at the thought of wasting the roasted meat. Reluctantly, she said, "Very well, I shall indulge in just a little more. But do not expect to share with me later." Carl remained silent, and upon witnessing Qin Zhenzhen eat, he finally savored his own portion of meat in one decisive bite. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was driven to the brink of madness, and once again, she found herself consuming half of what was prepared. Time and again. Unbeknownst to her, the meticulously arranged slices of meat were devoured entirely by the two of them, and astonishingly, she felt satiated. Satiated, and it was with the rich, fatty barbecue that she found her fullness. How long had it been since she experienced such a sensation? Burp. Qin Zhenzhen let out a contented belch. The aroma still lingering in the air, as she reclined on the ground in sheer satisfaction, while most would feel overwhelmed by an excess of fatty meat. She found herself relishing the aftertaste. The night sky was a deep, profound blue, dotted with stars resembling scattered chess pieces, a sight that was undeniably unattainable in the modern world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, proclaiming that she would not come again. For her stomach felt as though it might burst. Yet, I remain unsated. The implication was clear. He was merely waiting for Qin Zhenzhen to serve more dishes. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref C DNCGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var E function A var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key C7715454944B4 to 61444B7N1A. B send JSON. Stringify A. C class list. Add feedback hidden. D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no. Class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E 0 D. Add event listener click function E 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr. 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB 96942 BEA03 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 11 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3XL LG text 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIVID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs.com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 96942 BEA03 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfurer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen in a daze yet remarkably obedient drank it all. She enjoyed a restful night. The following day greeted her with splendid weather once more. Qin Zhenzhen awoke early as dawn began to break. The spot beside her where Carl had been was already cold. She stepped out of the wooden cabin and saw Carl tending to a fire beneath the tree. Upon noticing her, he called out, "Come over and take your medicine." Qin Zhenzhen stretched languidly, letting out a lengthy yawn. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld an abundance of glistening meat hanging from the eaves, attracting a swarm of flies. She waved her hand to shoo away the insects, frowning as she remarked, "In such sweltering heat, won't the meat spoil? If you're concerned about it going bad, you should eat it quickly," Carl replied. Qin Zhenzhen approached the fire, sipping from a bamboo tube filled with ginger soup to warm her body and also serve as a remedy for her stomach. Carl, who was not accustomed to having breakfast, silently assisted her as she prepared to grill meat. hoping earnestly that she would indulge herself. For breakfast, they grilled some lean pork. Although it lacked the rich aroma of fatty cuts, it was nonetheless an incomparable delicacy in the beastly realm. Here are some flintstones, should you feel parched. Brew some medicine for yourself. The more you drink, the quicker you will recover, Carl said as he handed 2 black stones to Qin Zhenzhen, before adding, I shall take my leave now. Qin Zhenzhen curiously examined the flint she had just received, and upon hearing the latter part of Carl's statement, she abruptly raised her head. With so much meat at home, why would you go out? After speaking, she realized that Carl might not have had his fill and was merely reluctant to consume the pork, prompting her to lower her head again and murmur, I understand. She felt a twinge of fear at the thought of being alone. It was only thanks to Miranda's presence yesterday that she had narrowly escaped danger. What would she do if Lilith came looking for trouble again today? Perhaps she should seek refuge with the giant panda? Observing the female's anxious demeanor, Carl felt as if his heart were shattering, a flicker of hostility flashing in his eyes. He gently stroked Qin Zhenzhen's soft hair, which instantly calmed his heart, and softly reassured her, everything will be fine. I will make them understand that we are not to be trifled with. Lilith's house was built against a massive rock, not only providing greater stability than ordinary dwellings, but also offering a remarkable coolness during the sweltering heat, something countless females envied. However, at that moment, she was far from pleased. Chewing on the rare warthog meat, she grumbled, I heard this warthog was hunted by Carl? Thanks to the vulture's work for the tribe, she had managed to obtain a small piece of warthog meat, but it was hardly enough for a meal. The vulture cautiously replied, the bull beast went to hunt warthogs today as well. This indirectly answered Lilith's inquiry. With a huff of annoyance, Lilith finished her last bite of meat and declared, let's go find Qin Zhenzhen. The vulture frowned. As the tribe's guard captain, he was accustomed to obeying the rules and was unwilling to engage in reckless actions. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the vulture's nerves tightened, and he alertly looked up. Bang! A bloody beast's head was tossed onto the ground, rolling a few times and becoming dust-laden. Initially puzzled, Lilith looked up to see Carl standing before her. She thought he had come to his senses and was trying to win her favor with a gift of prey. But then she wondered why he hadn't given her the warthog, remembering the bull beast companion who had gone out hunting. Her expression shifted as she leaned down to inspect the beast's head closely. Though covered in blood and dirt, the prominent, robust horns unmistakably belonged to her latest companion, the bull beast. Ah! Lilith screamed, jumping up and staring at Carl in disbelief, her finger accusingly directed at him. You killed him? Carl licked the blood off his hands, his thin lips revealing an unfeeling and cold demeanor as he spoke icily. This serves as a lesson for you, and a price for the harm he inflicted upon females. You. Lilith was taken aback, both shocked and furious, angry at Carl's ruthlessness and astonished by his audacity and strength. It was known that the bull beast had attained a pinnacle of first-tier beast energy, and typically, bull beasts were more formidable than their human counterparts of the same tier. Yet Carl had managed to kill the bull beast without a scratch, which indicated what? It suggested that Carl was at least of the second tier. Second tier? He was only 19, wasn't he? Though her own companions possessed 2 second-tier beast energies, they were nearing 30. Even the young clan leader, who was of a similar age, had only reached second tier. How could Carl, who could rival the young clan leader, have such a background? The deeper she pondered, the more she yearned for Carl. And the more she desired him, the greater her jealousy of Qin Zhenzhen became. That worthless being, incapable of bearing offspring. How could she be worthy of such a powerful beast? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the clan leader? Lilith's voice trembled. Carl scoffed. The bruises on the little rabbit's back, I doubt a female could inflict them. It must have been him, your accomplice in wrongdoing. Even if I were reported to the clan leader, he would likely be expelled from the tribe first. And what reason would the clan leader have to punish me for merely killing an outsider? Lilith was momentarily taken aback, suddenly rendered speechless. She only knew that a male harming a female was against tribal rules, but she was unsure of the consequences. Listening to Carl speak so confidently, she couldn't help but believe him, abandoning her thoughts of seeking out the clan leader. After all, it was she who had instigated the conflict, and escalating it would only tarnish her reputation. Carl, don't go too far, she warned, as the vulture moved beside her, a hand reassuringly resting on her shoulder. With the backing of her companion, Lilith's bravado gradually returned, her small eyes glaring fiercely at Carl. Carl couldn't help but think of the little rabbit at home. Not all females were endearing when glaring, unlike the one before him, who was rather vexatious. The vulture remarked, you possess talent? But you are still no match for our entire family. Young man, do not block your own path. Let us both take a step back. Your female has been hurt. and my bull beast has lost its life. We can consider it even. Whose side are you on? Lilith fumed, stamping her foot. The vulture repeatedly soothed her, murmuring something softly. Carl smiled derisively. Seeking a companion was not merely about beauty. It was a pity that such a clear-headed male would inevitably fall short by aligning with Lilith. With that, Carl turned and walked away, leaving behind the speechless vulture and Lilith, both of whom silently muttered in unison, "Aren't you looking for beauty too?" And sacrificing offspring for it, no less. As Carl traversed the tribe, he intended to dig up a bamboo shoot to bring back, when a well-meaning beast approached him, saying, "You should hurry home." A sudden unease gripped Carl's heart, and he quickly inquired, "What happened? Did you not hunt a warthog?" The remainder of the statement went unsaid. Yet Carl had already surmised the troubling situation. The security of the barbarian mountain tribe was worse than he had imagined. At his wooden house, Qin Zhenzhen sat dazed at the doorstep. The midday heat was so intense that not even an ant could be found on the ground. Yet an icy chill enveloped her heart. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, she had been robbed, right beneath her nose. She hadn't even had time to shout before a group of animals had cleaned out the meat hanging from the eaves. Although she had never wanted for food or clothing, the thought that Carl couldn't bear to eat that meat made her heart ache. She felt utterly useless. Had Miranda been there instead, she surely could have summoned the beasts to drive off the robbers. Those thieves had likely seized upon her vulnerability, and with Carl fighting alone, who else would they bully if not her? Sigh. Qin Zhenzhen sighed deeply in despair. She could hardly imagine the turmoil in Carl's heart when he found out. The thought was unbearable. Suddenly, a warm hand rested gently on her head. Qin Zhenzhen suddenly lifted her head, her large eyes reflecting the resolute and cool countenance of the young man before her, causing her eyelids to become slightly moist. Carl's voice seemed to catch in his throat, tinged with a hoarse yet restrained grievance. Observing the little rabbit's sorrowful expression, on the verge of tears yet valiantly holding them back, Carl felt a sharp pang in his heart, a profound ache. He enveloped her tightly in his embrace, resting his chin upon her crown, his uniquely clear and soothing voice resonating. "It's all right. Have you found out?" Qin Zhenzhen gazed up at Carl, for the first time not resisting his embrace. In shared adversity, they found warmth in each other, unwittingly bridging the distance between them. Carl casually responded with a soft and said, "Do you remember what they looked like? I will bring them back." Qin Zhenzhen pondered for a moment, her expression growing increasingly despondent. "Even if you summoned them before me, I would not recognize them. All I know is that they are large animals, yellow with black spots. Perhaps they are leopards? They belong to the leopard family." Carl released Qin Zhenzhen from his grasp, rising to his feet and inhaling deeply in front of the house, a look of comprehension dawning in his eyes. He placed the bamboo shoots inside the dwelling and said to Qin Zhenzhen, "I shall seek out the chieftain of this place. While you wait, please eat the bamboo shoots. I will return shortly with some meat." He could not guarantee that he would be able to procure the meat. After all, the items taken might have already been disposed of, and even if he retrieved them, he would find them unpalatable. Having composed herself, Qin Zhenzhen declared, "I shall accompany you." The chieftain's abode was situated amidst a lake, upon a modest isle. A wooden cabin graced the isle, where several white cranes elegantly waited, ethereal as celestial beings. "I am Carl, a newly integrated wolf beast of the man-mountain tribe, and I beseech the chieftain to preside over a matter of justice," Carl proclaimed from the lake's edge. A white crane gracefully descended, transforming into human form just before alighting, subsequently adorning a hide around its waist. The chieftain appeared to be in his early 40s, possessing long, shapely legs and adorned with a mane of snow-white hair, its hue a mystery whether due to age or natural disposition. Upon beholding Qin Zhenzhen, he visibly paused, then affably remarked, "You must be Qin Zhenzhen, who entered the tribe yesterday. It is said that you are comely, yet your presence surpasses all accounts." "You are too kind, elder," Qin Zhenzhen responded. Devoid of any inclination for pleasantries, she broached the subject of her plight directly. Upon hearing her account, the chieftain's countenance flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "The younger beasts grow increasingly unruly. I shall rectify their behavior betimes. There is no need for delay. Today will suffice," Carl asserted. The chieftain paused momentarily, realizing that Carl was not an individual to be easily placated, and that a display of sternness was imperative. However, with advancing years, his ability to maintain order had waned, and he hoped that the transgressors were not among the more recalcitrant members. Are you acquainted with the beasts who purloined the provisions?" The chieftain inquired after a moment of contemplation. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. Indif. If GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B. Set request header content type application JSON. B. Set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0 D. Add event listener click function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC4955D7D1F5 bull, span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 40 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM, PY for SM, PX 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300 P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 CC 4955 D7 1 F5 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. Upon hearing the challenge of the duel, Qin Zhenzhen felt a surge of anxiety. 1 against 4. Had Carl lost his mind? Even if food were scarce, one must have a life to enjoy it. She assumed Carl's reckless bravado stemmed from youthful exuberance and, fearing for his safety, stepped forward to assert, "Let us discuss compensation instead." Carl furrowed his brow. The 4 leopards unexpectedly turned their gazes toward Qin Zhenzhen. Their eyes momentarily alight with admiration, only to dim upon the realization of her inability to bear offspring. It was understood that the meat was primarily consumed by females. Carl was willing to fight fiercely for the warthog meat. How could Qin Zhenzhen, as his female counterpart, so readily forfeit her claim? Did she naively believe they would return the warthog meat to her? Just as the more amiable leopard was about to exploit this opportunity, Carl's resolute voice thundered, "Duel. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error Hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8 W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr., 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CB 8 4057 EBA, 57 bull. Span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 08 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 div ID what happens section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com. Has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 84057 EBA 57 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by spanner rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal. B class list and B class list. Remove hidden. C. Add event listener, click. Function, C, class list. Add hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML. Hearing the other's discourse, Qin Zhenzhen was nearly frantic. She positioned herself before Carl, face to face, and exclaimed, Carl, it's not that I must consume that meat. Bamboo shoots are quite palatable as well. Carl drew Qin Zhenzhen to the chieftain's side, stating, Please, chieftain, attend to my female. Assuredly, the chieftain responded without hesitation. He found himself unable to rectify the situation, though he did not intend to assail the Pantherine clan. He resolved that should they overstep, he would intercede to deliver her. Carl, Qin Zhenzhen cried out. Witnessing Carl's indifference, she anxiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze alighting upon Lilith, as if grasping at a final thread of hope. Lilith, do you not harbor affection for Carl? Implore them. The chieftain, observing Qin Zhenzhen's distress, appeared contemplative. To safeguard Carl's well-being, she would relinquish her own male. Such magnanimity and affection were indeed remarkable. Which male would not envy such devotion? Lilith, in this moment, was truly exultant, proudly declaring, "Carl, if you become my paramour, I can bid them to release you." Whether she would grant Carl recognition would depend on her whim. Carl chuckled softly, seemingly amused. Abruptly, his form transmuted into that of a wolf, a potent crimson radiance erupting forth, disseminating an aura of peril. The entire meadow fell silent. A third tier. Such intense luminescence suggested the pinnacle of the third tier. The tribe's most formidable were merely at the intermediate stage of the third tier, and they were advanced in years. He, however, was a mere 19 years of age. None dared to speculate as to the extent of his future prowess. The four pantherine beasts, who had moments before been haughty, now trembled, their legs unsteady, unable to meet the lupin's gaze. The lupin, his eyes scarlet, curled his tongue playfully before launching a sudden assault. With a swift motion, the panthers scattered in disarray. The chieftain, regaining his composure, hastily cried out, "Carl, show mercy." He who had intended to rescue Carl now found himself incapable of rescuing others from Carl's grasp, though he too possessed third-tier bestial energy. The Crane clan's combat prowess was not comparable to that of the Wolf clan. The panthers were left to their own devices. Within mere moments, the first panther fell, then the second and the third. The final one, having fled too far, was retrieved by Carl, who cast it upon the ground, a pulpy mess. One of its claws mangled beyond recognition. "Right!" Lilith shrieked, rushing to the panther at Carl's paws. Her distress was not for the panther, but for her second-tier bestial companion. Should the panther's claw be ruined, she would be left with but one second-tier companion. Would not the many females she had tormented in the past seize the opportunity to exact revenge? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen turned her head aside and whispered beside the wolf's ear. "Why didn't you tell me how formidable you are? You made me worry for nothing." Carl immediately felt a warm current penetrate his ear, tickling deep into his brain, causing him to shiver all over, while his tail behind him wagged joyfully, transforming into his human form. He took his time to drape the fur around himself and curiously gazed down at Qin Zhenzhen's face, asking, "Just how much were you worried?" Qin Zhenzhen rolled her eyes and ignored him, merely observing how Carl, unperturbed by embarrassment, awkwardly draped the leather skirt around him. It was her first experience assisting a man in dressing, and Qin Zhenzhen felt her cheeks flush with discomfort as she struggled to tie the strings. Finally exclaiming in frustration to alleviate the awkwardness, "You do it yourself." Meanwhile, Carl's tail swayed behind him like a fan, stirring up the dust around them. Lilith listened to their exchange, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had not anticipated Carl's prowess, yet he belonged to that ineffectual female, while her own partner lacked even the courage to fight and ended up incapacitated. In light of this comparison, her fleeting sympathy for the leopard beast vanished entirely, and she cast him a disdainful glance before rising to her feet. The leopard beast gazed at Lilith, his expression one of despair that tugged at the hearts of all the males present. Especially poignant was the memory of Qin Zhenzhen, who had preferred to sacrifice her only male to spare Carl from harm. Suddenly, the crowd felt that Lilith's allure had diminished significantly. Even the barren Qin Zhenzhen seemed more captivating. Many began to ponder the prospect of Carl, her formidable partner. If he were to become her mate, their future would undoubtedly be promising. The chief was the first to approach, casting a concerned glance at the injuries of the leopard beasts, inquiring, "You did not cause them any serious harm, did you?" Carl replied courteously, "I merely severed one of their tendons as retribution for their theft." Despite the duel, where life and death were often at stake, he had still shown restraint. The chief nodded in appreciation, surprised by Carl's familiarity with the rules of the beast world, asking, "Which clan do you hail from?" "Just an ordinary wolf clan," Carl replied, unwilling to elaborate further. "Humph." Lilith's cold scoff drew everyone's attention back to her. "If you are so powerful, you should ensure the continuation of your lineage with a strong mate, not settle for a worthless female." She shot a venomous glance at Qin Zhenzhen and then turned her gaze to the other females present. The tribe was there to apprehend robbers, but those females, eager for spectacle, momentarily abandoned their dignified demeanor, each vying for Carl's attention. "Even if you look down on me, there are countless females in the tribe for you to choose from." Lilith acknowledged the harsh reality. If she could not have Carl, neither would Qin Zhenzhen. She would rather he select any female from the tribe than be with her. "My strength is my own affair. The choice of a partner is also my business. What concern is it of yours?" Carl retorted with a hint of mockery. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Overcome with excitement, a surge of warmth uncontrollably surged forth. Goodness! The dreaded monthly visitor has arrived earlier than expected. Droplets of blood adorned the tips of the grass, catching the attention of keen-nosed beastmen who noticed Qin Zhenzhen. She has entered her heat. With a startled exclamation, the entire tribe erupted in chaos. Even more tumultuous than when Bikar revealed his beastly aura. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen cautiously peered back, only to abandon her intention of stepping down. Were those beastmen not being excessively dramatic? Was it truly necessary for them to follow in such droves? This time, she felt utterly humiliated. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, Carl gently placed Qin Zhenzhen on a pile of grass. However, concerned about soiling her resting place, she quickly lifted herself as soon as her bottom touched the ground and stood in the middle of the room. Carl remained seated, merely shifting his gaze to follow her as she turned about, resembling a large dog crouched on the floor, his hands pressed against the earth, taking in her scent beneath the hem of her skirt. Qin Zhenzhen pressed her dress, retreating cautiously. Don't act recklessly. I'm not in heat. To her surprise, Carl chose to believe her. Qin Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback. Do you truly believe that? You lack the scent of your heat period, Carl remarked. That fragrance is exquisite, capable of driving males to madness. When I first encountered you, I faintly detected that aroma lingering about you, but gradually it faded away, until now it has completely vanished. Upon learning that Qin Zhenzhen was unable to conceive, he initially thought he had misperceived the scent, attributing it merely to his infatuation at first sight. Yet, why had the scent of her heat period dissipated? Qin Zhenzhen relaxed and explained, this is my menstrual period, which occurs once a month. The scent you detected on me earlier might have been due to my ovulation phase, a time when conception is quite likely. It bears a resemblance to the heat period experienced by females in your species, albeit with a shorter cycle. I must say, I truly envy the females here who experience this only once a year. Carl regarded her with a newfound understanding, speaking slowly and deliberately, you are not a female. Qin Zhenzhen, with her head bowed in a display of trepidation, exuded an air of unease. The adage those not of my kin harbor different intentions echoed in her mind, leaving her uncertain whether Carl could accept her, or perhaps even extinguish her existence. It appeared my intuition was correct. Carl, gently grasping one of Qin Zhenzhen's hands, softened his tone. Do not fear, for regardless of your lineage, you are the female I have chosen. For the first time, Qin Zhenzhen felt not repulsion or strangeness at Carl's touch, but rather a comforting warmth of acceptance. In this unfamiliar realm, the presence of a trustworthy individual instilled a profound sense of security within her. Thank you, she spoke earnestly, expressing gratitude for Carl saving her life and for his acceptance. Carl refrained from probing into Qin Zhenzhen's past. However, out of gratitude towards him, she chose to divulge her entire story. In truth, I am not from this world. She succinctly recounted her origins. Carl listened intently, and upon her conclusion, the concern in his deep silver gaze intensified. Is your menstrual cycle monthly? Yes. This secret must remain undisclosed, for its revelation could invite dire consequences. Carl's brow furrowed ever deeper. Qin Zhenzhen nodded in agreement, but at that moment, fresh blood began to flow, causing her to instinctively tighten her legs, though it proved futile. Carl found himself unable to avert his gaze from the crimson trace. Aware that the little rabbit was not in heat, yet he could not suppress a wave of unease. Outside, the occasional howl of a beast echoed, prompting Carl to peek out the door, where he noticed an abundance of food laid out at the entrance. Those beastmen were truly something. The pressing concern at hand was how she would manage alone at home. Carl remarked, I cannot take you hunting. He had no doubt that, upon his departure, those beastmen would disregard territorial boundaries and invade, and although they typically meant no harm to the little rabbit, he could not dismiss the possibility of her being charmed by some smooth-talking rogue. Just the thought filled him with an overwhelming desire to tear the offender apart. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that if she were to be upset, she might never speak to him again. Carl dared not dwell on such thoughts. Qin Zhenzhen fell into deep contemplation. Her greatest concern was Lilith. Last time, she had narrowly escaped danger thanks to Miranda, but now Carl had thoroughly offended Lilith. She could hardly fathom the cruel ways in which Lilith might retaliate. Was it truly the case that she could only choose one partner? She was merely 17. Marriage was hardly a matter for someone of her age. How vexing. Carl. Qin Zhenzhen gazed at Carl, who was squatting in front of her, and hesitated, pondering whether they should. Carl sensed something, and his heart tightened, his tail behind him swishing furiously. You say? The tail, swinging like a fan, jolted Qin Zhenzhen from her thoughts. She shook her head vigorously, muttering to herself, No, what am I thinking? How could she choose a partner merely to fulfill her own desires? That would be utterly unfair to Carl, even if he was willing. She could not guarantee that her heart would always belong to him. What if she fell for another, perhaps a male beast man? Would she then break up with Carl? Or would she end up like the females here, with multiple partners? Carl's tail gradually lowered, and his usually stern and mature face displayed a rare look of anxiety. Why not? Are you not satisfied with me? As he spoke, he pulled aside the beast-skin skirt at his waist, revealing his impressive attributes. This was a common tactic among males to attract females, or rather, a means of seduction. Qin Zhenzhen jolted, leaping to the corner of the room in an instant. Speak properly, don't be lewd. Carl's silver-gray eyes dimmed, and his fluffy ears drooped. Although the little rabbit was not a female beast man, she was still a female of their kind. Did her prideful attributes appear unappealing to them? Was she truly so lacking? Carl did not pursue her. Instead, he knelt on the ground, his body weary from the struggle, remaining there as he gazed at Qin Zhenzhen with a wounded expression. Despite being a strong individual, he felt so humble in the presence of the one he admired. Qin Zhenzhen found herself unable to meet his gaze, inexplicably feeling as though she had let down a virtuous gentleman. The words "I'm sorry" lingered on the tip of her tongue, swirling around before she ultimately swallowed them back. It simply felt too swift. In her hometown, couples typically dated for several years before marrying, which is akin to what you refer to as forming a partnership here. Qin Zhenzhen hastily clarified, relieved to see a slight improvement in Carl's expression. I am willing to grant you time, but at present, we lack a better solution, Carl remarked. This, indeed, was a truth. Qin Zhenzhen gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, Very well. As long as you do not regret it, let us become partners. After all, Carl was an exceptional individual who had saved her life. Even if it was not love, she would accept it, considering it a way to repay his life-saving grace. Carl's eyes sparkled with delight, his face radiating joy as he rushed forward to sweep Qin Zhenzhen into his arms and roll towards their nest. Wait. Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed urgently, Not now, truly not now. Carl halted abruptly. I am currently on my menstrual cycle. Engaging in such activities would be detrimental to my health. Qin Zhenzhen gasped in astonishment. Even if it were acceptable, there was no need for such fervor. Could he not grant her a moment to prepare? Carl smiled reassuringly. This is easily remedied. Huh? Qin Zhenzhen watched in astonishment as Carl extended his fingers into sharp claws, his nails visibly elongating and sharpening at a remarkable speed before plunging deeply into his own forehead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen raised her hand and discovered a wolf-shaped ring mark on her middle finger. Upon seeing that mark, Carl felt an immense weight lift from his heart and affectionately nudged his forehead against Qin Zhenzhen's, proclaiming, From this moment forth, we are partners. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function e 0 D add event listener click function e 1 script defer src HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CBB 5870 FD1 EBOL span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 16 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBB 5870 FD1E strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by spanner rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 error code 429 message resource has been exhausted e.g. check quota status resource exhausted API call failed with status code 429 error code 429 message resource has been exhausted e.g. check quota status resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's lips twitched in exasperation as she rubbed her forehead in disbelief. Carl, I truly apologize for tarnishing your reputation so swiftly. She cleared her throat, her face displaying a hint of impatience, yet her words remained courteous. Please take your leave. I currently have no intention of seeking a second partner. I wish to rest, so kindly refrain from disturbing me. The males, fearing to incite her displeasure, reluctantly complied, despite their dissatisfaction, and departed. However, they left behind an array of courtship offerings at the entrance, including meat, wild fruits, flowers, and an assortment of beautiful stones and bones. Qin Zhenzhen was reluctant, yet observing the meat left uneaten felt like a waste. Moreover, her stomach truly ached with hunger. After a moment's hesitation, adhering to her principle of not wasting food, she decided to salvage the meat, using the flint that Carl had left her to ignite a fire, albeit with some difficulty. To roast the meat. When Carl returned, he found Qin Zhenzhen beneath the tree, cooking something. His expression darkened instantly. What are you eating? Carl. Qin Zhenzhen mumbled with a piece of meat in her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, unable to eat properly. Upon seeing her pitiable state, Carl's heart softened. And he couldn't bring himself to scold her. I warned you against eating others' food. Just wait, I'll prepare something delicious for you, he said. As he lifted his catch and made his way toward the stream, Qin Zhenzhen hastily set down the meat and eagerly followed behind. Today, Carl had hunted a river hare, an aquatic creature reminiscent of a rabbit, known for its tender flesh and exquisite flavor, a favored delicacy among females. After skillfully preparing the hare, he remembered the delightful meal from the previous night and added a touch of minced ginger. With no salt available at home, he resolved to make do for today, planning to procure some tomorrow. Indeed, he said. Observing the female nodding obediently, Carl couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He had never encountered a female so easily satisfied as this little hare, despite the fact that caring for her was far more luxurious than for others. Soon, the river hare was roasted to perfection. Although the unsalted meat lacked flavor, Qin Zhenzhen was not finicky at all and consumed every morsel. As for the remnants of food left by the other males, they found their way into Carl's stomach. Let those males fawn over her, it would drive them mad. As dusk approached, a sudden cacophony of winged beasts echoed from above, reminiscent of the roar of warplanes, casting an inexplicable pall over the atmosphere. A young man strode briskly, his snow-white hair and exceedingly long, straight legs betraying his heritage as a member of the Crane clan. "Young master," a voice called. "The clan leader requests your presence." Balak nodded gently, speaking rapidly. "There may be an impending invasion by external foes. You and a few others must protect Lilith. By the way, I heard she lost 2 companions. What happened? This is related to the new female. One was killed by her partner, and another was gravely injured by him." Balak furrowed his brow, refraining from further inquiry, and hurried towards the island in the lake. The clan leader had been waiting there, and, upon seeing his son return, immediately beckoned him inside. "Father, I have come to see you," Balak said. The clan leader gazed steadily at his son, who had always been a source of pride. And for the first time, he sighed, thinking of Carl, who was of the same age. "Father, did you need me for something?" Balak assumed the clan leader was concerned about the external threat and quickly replied, "Fortunately, our recent hunting expedition uncovered traces of the insect tribe, so with adequate preparation, We should not suffer significant losses. I have something else to discuss, the clan leader stated. A flicker of surprise crossed Balak's eyes as he respectfully nodded. Please, go on. A new female has joined our clan. In both appearance and temperament, she is remarkable. I believe you should consider her as your partner, the clan leader stated directly. Balak's body trembled slightly, and he replied with mild displeasure. Father, I know you have always been dissatisfied with Lilith. But there is no need to designate a female for me. Another new female, whom he had yet to meet, had already left a poor impression on him regarding Qin Zhenzhen. What significance did beauty hold? He had never been a male who valued a female's appearance. The clan leader observed his obstinate son, sighed after a moment, and said, I am merely making a suggestion. The choice is ultimately yours. He wished to assist his son as much as possible, but the rest was up to him. He only hoped that his son would not regret waiting until it was too late. That Qin Zhenzhen would undoubtedly lead the family to a strength beyond imagination by then. Their modest tribe of a few hundred might not even catch her eye. On the other side, Qin Zhenzhen was seated beneath a tree, meticulously arranging the fluffy snowcloud flowers, akin to cotton. These had been delivered by the tribe's males for her nesting purposes, but she had repurposed them as sanitary pads. Upon hearing the call of the birds, Qin Zhenzhen raised her gaze skyward. It was a warning call. At some point, Carl had approached from behind, his expression grave as he surveyed the heavens. A warning? Qin Zhenzhen inquired, perplexed. Carl turned to her, his face tinged with concern. It seems our tribe may be facing an invasion by outsiders. Let us proceed to the grasslands and investigate. Oh. Qin Zhenzhen changed into a new sanitary pad and brought along a spare before heading to the meadow with Carl. Along the way, Carl held Qin Zhenzhen's hand with an unusual intensity. For the sake of the little rabbit's safety, he felt compelled to return to his family. With the little rabbit present, he believed that his family would not cause him any trouble. However, Carl did not anticipate that it was already too late to return home. Upon their arrival at the meadow, they found it crowded with people. The males wore serious expressions while the females laughed and played, seemingly unconcerned about the affairs of the tribe. Qin Zhenzhen was approached by Miranda, who, cradling a small tiger, feigned annoyance and playfully punched her. So, you possess the ability to bear children, and you even deceived me. Qin Zhenzhen smiled apologetically, saying, I'm sorry, it was not my intention. Without such remarks, I might not even gain entry to the tribe. Miranda, having heard of Lilith's troublesome antics towards Qin Zhenzhen, nodded in understanding. She then grasped Qin Zhenzhen's hand and, noticing a new wolf beast mark adorning her finger, expressed her delight, saying, How wonderful, you have bonded with Carl. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen gasped in pain and hurriedly said to Miranda, Haha, no need. At that moment, Miranda's companions caught up, and Carl seized the opportunity to pull Qin Zhenzhen away, jealously remarking, You should keep your distance from those females. You're leading his little bunny astray. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Qin Zhenzhen turned towards the sound, she beheld the clan leader approaching alongside another individual with similarly white hair. She proceeded to meet them. Greetings, clan leader, Qin Zhenzhen spoke. The clan leader, with a warm smile, drew Balak closer and introduced him to Qin Zhenzhen, saying, This is my most exceptional child, Balak, who shall also be the next clan leader. Qin Zhenzhen smiled politely. Hello, Mr. Balak. My name is Qin Zhenzhen. In contrast, Balak's demeanor was considerably more aloof, harboring a strong aversion to his father's forceful matchmaking, despite being captivated by Qin Zhenzhen's beauty the moment he laid eyes on her. It was no wonder everyone remarked upon the allure of the new female. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, perhaps even excessively so. Without needing to inquire, he surmised the reason behind Lilith's animosity towards Qin Zhenzhen. Carl, perceiving the chief's intentions, darkened his expression and spoke gravely. We should deliberate on how to fend off our enemies. Balak concurred. Those insectoids are merely after the females. I propose we concentrate our protection on them, allowing us to engage in battle with peace of mind. The chief instinctively glanced at Carl, eager to hear his perspective, for he was the strongest warrior in the tribe. Carl, casting a worried glance at Qin Zhenzhen beside him, replied, "As long as the little rabbit is safe, I will follow your orders." Reassured by this, the chief promptly issued his commands. The safest refuge within the tribe was undoubtedly the island in the lake where the chief resided, and soon the females were escorted there. By this time, darkness had descended, and someone had started a fire, preparing a meager meal for the females. The food distributed by the tribe was, unsurprisingly, far from delightful, leading several females to voice their discontent in hushed tones. Qin Zhenzhen took a bite and set it down, exclaiming inwardly, "It's inedible." Lilith, with a discerning eye, cast the meat into the flames, angrily admonishing the male guards, "Aren't there warty pigs? Why aren't they being roasted? Are you trying to starve me?" A male from the ape tribe, in a humble tone, replied, "I apologize, Lilith, but this is the best food the tribe has to offer. I'm in my heat period. If I can't conceive, who will take responsibility?" Lilith crossed her arms defiantly, her attitude brimming with arrogance. Flustered, the ape male hurriedly responded, "Please don't be upset. I will consult the chief." At this moment, Qin Zhenzhen could no longer remain silent and stood up abruptly. "Enough, Lilith." Her voice was gentle yet imbued with authority. "The tribe may be facing battle. If we cannot assist, let us not become a burden to others. If you are dissatisfied, you can find your own food." The members of the guard team exchanged astonished glances at Qin Zhenzhen, taken aback that a female would speak on their behalf. Their hearts swelling with gratitude. Lilith, lifting her chin and disdainfully regarding Qin Zhenzhen, retorted, "Is this your method of seducing males? Truly a disgrace to females." "Indeed, it is," echoed the others. "The food is simply too inadequate. We are females. How can we endure such suffering?" The males felt no grievance. Yet they were astonished that she would take the lead in speaking out. Many females sided with Lilith, for she was a native and had some acquaintances among them. Qin Zhenzhen was at a loss for words when a contrasting voice emerged. With Zhenzhen's exquisite beauty, did she truly need to entice the males? Was it not merely a matter of beckoning anyone she desired? Miranda approached Qin Zhenzhen, casting a scornful glance at Lilith. "You should be more aware of this than I am. After all, you once held the title of the most beautiful female in the tribe." Qin Zhenzhen looked at Miranda with gratitude, expressing her appreciation. "Thank you. I am fortunate to have a friend like you." Miranda responded with a warm smile. Lilith, seething with anger, found it absurd that she had once been deemed the most beautiful female of the tribe. Was it a jest to suggest that she was less beautiful than Qin Zhenzhen? Glancing around, she noticed the males, their gazes fixated on Qin Zhenzhen. Even those who were not as attractive as Miranda received fervent attention from the males. It felt as though her simple request for care had somehow transgressed. If one desires to repay the males, it cannot merely be through words. With that, Lilith clapped her hands, and immediately more than a dozen females stepped forward. They exchanged knowing glances before encircling the bonfire, forcefully pushing aside the obstructing Qin Zhenzhen and Miranda. Qin Zhenzhen inquired curiously of Miranda, "What are they up to?" "Dancing," Miranda replied. "Though I despise Lilith, I must admit her dancing is quite remarkable. At this moment, performing for the males will surely embolden them." "Is that so?" Qin Zhenzhen pondered, intrigued. As a professional dancer, she yearned to witness the dance performance of this world. The males also took note of the females' actions, eagerly gathering around, their excited roars resonating from every corner. Suddenly, Lilith and her companions began to alternate their footwork, their bodies swaying rhythmically while they exaggeratedly flailed their arms, chanting discordant songs. Qin Zhenzhen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Truly, this is a primitive tribe. The dance is undeniably raw, exuberant, and simplistic. Yet the males responded with fervor, their howls and roars echoing with vigor. Lost in the moment, Lilith abruptly tore off her garments, screaming as she waved them in the air. The males' blood surged with excitement, their eyes gleaming, breathing heavily, eager to engage in a brawl at any moment. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post https sparrow cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944BEB 4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E0 D add event listener click function E1 script defer src https performance radar cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 KBAB 42B1 EA2 F bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 15 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIVID what happens section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 KBAB 42B1 EA2F strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare com 5xx error Landing ID brand link target blank cloud layer span p script function d var ba get element by ID cf footer item IP ca get element by ID cf footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID cf footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener dom content loaded d script div error footer div cf error details div cf wrapper script window cf translation script body html Qin Zhenzhen, unbeknownst to Win, had donned a pristine ballet costume. Standing gracefully on a smooth stone by the riverside, with one hand cupped to her mouth, she whistled to capture everyone's attention. Good evening, everyone. After your hard work tonight, I would like to present a dance for you all. I hope you enjoy it. With that, Qin Zhenzhen lifted the hem of her skirt and performed a gentle bow. For reasons unknown, this simple gesture radiated an indescribable elegance. Lilith scoffed dismissively, thinking, she dares to compete with me? Looking so frail, she might faint from her own dancing. Balak glanced in her direction, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Lilith's remarks, Balak's interest waned, and he returned his gaze to her, speaking softly, I brought you your favorite honey. Let me fetch it for you. Instantly, Lilith's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly nodded, urging him to hurry. On the stone platform, Qin Zhenzhen rose onto her toes and began to dance a joyful rendition of Swan Lake. The girl transformed into a swan playing in the water, at times fluttering like a lotus petal, at times leaping like a startled fawn. She spun elegantly on one leg like a gust of wind and leaped lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water. There was a rhythm of movement and stillness, joy and sorrow. It seemed as if the dancer was not merely a girl but a living, breathing swan. Silence enveloped the entire island. A stillness so profound one could hear a pin drop, erasing all traces of the previous tumultuous excitement. The breaths were held in anticipation, eyes widened in awe, and souls floated in enchantment. What kind of dance was this? How could it be so magnificent? Was this truly the dance of the outside tribes? Only Carl gazed intently at Qin Zhenzhen's feet, his eyes filled with concern. He realized this was the very dance that had injured the little rabbit's foot. Although it appeared delicate and agile, it demanded tremendous explosive power and endurance, with all her weight concentrated on the tips of her toes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such feats could be accomplished by a female. No wonder the little rabbit's foot had become so deformed. He could not allow her to continue dancing. Yet, as he observed the enchanting little figure lost in her performance, he found himself unable to bear interrupting her. In the chieftain's wooden hut, Balak, having just acquired the honey, noticed the sudden stillness outside and was startled. Fearing an attack from the insect tribe, he rushed out, only to find everyone gazing in one direction. Following their gaze, he was struck by the sight before him. Crash! The container of honey fell to the ground, spilling golden nectar everywhere. The night was as dark as ink, and the silhouette of the dancing figure in white by the lakeside was the only color in Balak's vision. He stood transfixed, watching until a loud shriek jolted him back to reality. Ah, my honey! Lilith exclaimed, hastily picking up the fallen honey container, her face filled with distress. Such a delicacy was rare, she had scarcely tasted it herself. Balak shot her a glance, instantly feeling a wave of disdain for this interruption. Apologies, but I have yet to present the honey to you, Balak said coldly. Huh? Lilith was taken aback, failing to grasp Balak's meaning. His expression turned impatient as he snatched the honey from her hands. What I mean is, you have no right to blame me. Moreover, I have no intention of giving it to you now. With that, he ignored the stunned Lilith and hurriedly turned his attention back to the lakeside. As Qin Zhenzhen completed her dance, she gracefully lifted her skirt and playfully bowed. Is it already over? Balak felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, recalling how Lilith's interruption had prevented him from witnessing the performance in its entirety, which ignited an intense aversion towards her. Meanwhile, the other males and females remained transfixed, as if they were still awaiting something. Clearing her throat lightly, Qin Zhenzhen chuckled softly and gently inquired, if everyone enjoyed it, could you please applaud for me? With that, she gave a symbolic clap of her hands. Only then did the crowd come to their senses. Applause erupted. Balak, the first to realize that Qin Zhenzhen had finished, clapped vigorously, his hands coming together with such force that it seemed as though he might break them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen smiled knowingly, although she could not participate in the competition. Cheering for the orcs felt rather meaningful. Standing at the forefront, Carl observed the orcs' reactions, particularly noting Balak's frenzied expression, which caused a pang of concern in his heart. Has the performance concluded? Carl stepped onto the stone platform, lifted the individual effortlessly, his expression a blend of sternness and displeasure. I shall attend to your feet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen looked at Balok in slight astonishment, her gaze shifting to Lilith's figure, moving back and forth between the two with a hint of confusion. Aren't you two a couple? At that moment, Lilith, still somewhat naïve, had begun to grasp the situation, yet she was too fearful to confront what was about to unfold. No, it couldn't be as she feared. Balok, however, did not allow Lilith to panic for long. Almost before Qin Zhenzhen had finished her sentence, he spoke up urgently. We have not yet bonded. Please grant me this opportunity. I am willing to give you anything. Qin Zhenzhen, I seek the psychological shadow area of Lilith. Carl's expression was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. His words, icy and cutting, emerged through clenched teeth, seeking death. Balak, unafraid, faced Carl boldly and declared, let us engage in a duel. I also wish to demonstrate my prowess to Qin Zhenzhen. The tribal leader internally lamented his oversight in failing to inform Carl that Balak possessed third-tier beast aura. He shouted, no. Yet Carl, unwilling to grant him the chance to retract, seized Balak's arm and struck. A pained cry escaped Balak, followed by the relentless sound of fists meeting flesh. Truly, it was a sight that would sadden any onlooker and bring tears to the eyes of witnesses. Balak, as the young sub-leader of the tribe, had several elder members rush in to intervene, while Qin Zhenzhen anxiously pleaded for Carl to cease. Considering the imminent battle ahead, Carl finally relented, demonstrating strength. Unable to contain his frustration, he could only scoff. Balak, staggering to his feet, his once fair complexion now marred like a painter's palette, spoke with a quavering voice, brother. You are the leader. I yield. I yield. He had harbored thoughts of becoming Qin Zhenzhen's partner. Carl's anger flared anew as he raised his fist once more. The tribal leader hurriedly restrained him, wearing a forced smile. Calm down, calm down. There will be time to fight later. Though his son had been beaten to a state resembling a plump fish, the elder found delight in the lesson learned by the young man, who had disregarded the wisdom of his elders. How satisfying it was, indeed. Carl, for the sake of the tribal leader, spared Balak, but slowly the realization dawned upon him. What did later mean? Was the old man attempting to pair off Balak with the little rabbit? Alas, the tribal leader had already assisted Balak into the dwelling, leaving Carl with no choice but to relent. The tribal leader summoned the tribe's healer, Wells, who stifled laughter as he entered the room. Balak, squinting through swollen eyes, regarded Wells, who bore dark circles beneath his own eyes, and curiously inquired, Mr. Wells, why is your face swollen too? Wells's expression froze, his heart weeping internally. As night deepened, the females gathered around the campfire, resting upon their males, while the males lay on the periphery, leaving only a few to stand watch. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was abruptly roused from her slumber as Carl guided her into the wooden cabin, awakening the chieftain and the others. Something was amiss outside. I suspect the insectoid horde is approaching, Carl declared forthrightly. Impossible. We have sentries on watch. The chieftain retorted, attempting to venture out, only to be halted by Carl's firm grip. Do not make a sound. Quietly awaken everyone and ensure the insectoids remain oblivious, Carl advised. The chieftain came to a realization. The tribe had been ambushed. A direct confrontation would spell disaster. Instead, they must conceal themselves and seize the opportunity to turn the ambush back upon their foes. Such a strategy was not beyond his comprehension. Yet his reaction was not swift enough. The pivotal moment that could dictate victory or defeat was fleeting, leaving no room for deliberation. Carl possessed not only formidable beastly prowess but also a leadership quality that eluded even the seasoned chieftain after decades in command. What was his true origin? The insectoid assault was sudden and fierce. A cacophony of sharp clicks resonated through the forest, resembling a multitude of arthropods advancing like a dark cloud enveloping the area. Protect the females. The prepared orcs immediately readied themselves for battle. Only then did the females awaken, their eyes wide as they peered outside. No male would dare to harm a female. As long as they were not captured, they bore no fear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen turned to face Carl. Her expression tinged with concern as she admonished him, "You must be cautious as well." "Indeed," Carl nodded, then addressed the chieftain, "Please take good care of the little rabbit." Before the chieftain could respond, Balak rushed to assure, "Fear not, elder brother, I shall protect Zhenzhen with my very life." A vein throbbed on Carl's forehead. Had a glare been capable of inflicting harm, Balak would surely have succumbed. After ensuring Qin Zhenzhen's safety, Carl plunged into the battlefield. By the lakeside, a multitude of colossal insects gathered, reptilian, aquatic, and aerial, an overwhelming swarm. A resounding roar echoed in the moonlight as a flash of crimson erupted. A silver wolf leaped forth, swiftly dispatching a giant spider. Blue ichor stained its fur, and the path it carved was littered with the carcasses of insects as it single-handedly cleared a space. From the shadows emerged a towering green mantis, standing 2.5 meters tall, its massive pincers raised like twin blades before it, advancing steadily toward the silver wolf. It was evident that this was the leader of the insect horde. Carl sensed a disturbance, his instincts alerting him to turn. A low growl emanated from Carl's throat as he crouched, poised to pounce. The mantis seemed to emit a soft, derisive sound, lifting its colossal pincers to strike at the silver wolf, radiating a crimson aura. Undeterred, Carl charged directly at the mantis. A loud crack resonated. The red light enveloping the silver wolf shattered like ice, revealing its true silver-white form, though a fresh crimson stain blossomed from its shoulder as one leg buckled, collapsing to the ground. Carl, the chieftain atop the roof, gasped in horror, unable to fathom that even someone as formidable as Carl could be so easily vanquished. Upon glancing at the green mantis, his face paled to ashen gray. "Golden. The mantis is a fourth tier." The green mantis drew closer to Carl, raising its massive pincers once more. "We surrender," the chieftain cried out in a frenzy, despair lacing his voice. The outcome was inevitable. Resistance would lead to the annihilation of the tribe. Surrendering and relinquishing the female might spare their lives. The mantis hesitated momentarily, a cold mockery flashing in its emerald eyes. Before it struck down with force, a chill coursed through the chieftain's heart. It appeared the intent was total extermination. Despite his grievous injuries, Carl summoned an inexplicable strength, transforming into human form to absorb the lethal blow, a guttural roar, part wolf, part man, escaping his bloodied lips. His resolute, fierce gaze seemed to challenge the mantis's might. The mantis faltered, its pincers trembling, unable to withdraw. Inside the wooden cabin, Qin Zhenzhen felt a sharp pang in her heart. "It hurts," she gasped, clutching her chest. Her brow furrowed. "I think I heard Carl's voice." Balak's expression shifted, recognizing this as the bond of their mate mark. It signified that Carl had sustained a potentially fatal injury. Indeed, he might even be on the brink of death. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen hesitated for a brief moment, but soon took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "Carl is my partner. I cannot stand idly by while he is in peril." With that, she forcefully wrenched herself free from Balak's grasp and decisively dashed towards the door. Balak, momentarily dazed, pondered how a female would risk her life for a male. Shouldn't they, by nature, accept the sacrifices and contributions of males without question? Indeed, the most graceful female in dance proves to be the most devoted to her male counterpart. Lost in thought, Qin Zhenzhen had already rushed outside. "Carl!" Qin Zhenzhen cried out loudly. Under the moonlight, the girl clad in a pristine white dance dress was particularly striking. The green mantis gazed towards the center of the lake. Carl's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, "Take her away." Balak rushed out, transforming into a crane shape, intent on seizing Qin Zhenzhen. The green mantis raised its enormous pincers, unleashing a swarm of giant insects that swiftly overwhelmed Balak, bringing him crashing to the ground in mere seconds. With a single leap, the mantis soared dozens of meters, landing directly in the middle of the lake. At this moment, the females panicked, shrieking as they crowded into the wooden cabin. Only Qin Zhenzhen stood her ground, her gaze fixed on the mantis, her eyes shimmering with fear, her body trembling slightly. The mantis transformed into a humanoid figure, revealing a green-skinned, bald young man, who pointed towards the cabin and spoke in a mechanical, piercing tone. "They all fled. Why do you not? What about Carl?" Qin Zhenzhen murmured, her thumb caressing the beastly tattoo of Carl, her voice choking with emotion. The mantis, understanding her unspoken words, replied, "He is not dead yet." Qin Zhenzhen relaxed, forcing a faint smile as she said, "Release them, and I shall accompany you." The mantis was taken aback by her unexpected response, although he would have captured them all regardless of the female's reluctance. He was inclined to grant this exceptionally beautiful female a favor. "Very well," the mantis replied, and with a wave of his hand. A swarm of insectoids surged into the wooden cabin, instantly filling the air with the cries and screams of the females. Qin Zhenzhen hastily exclaimed, "I have only agreed to accompany one person. Do not seize them. Regrettably, I cannot comply." The mantis man coldly rebuffed Qin Zhenzhen this time, then shifted his tone, however. "If you can capture the heart of the king, persuading him to release them may indeed be feasible." API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index. No follow meta name viewport content with device width initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CBBB 33368B5B bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 17 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button, cursor pointer, ML, 4PX, 4PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button, no type button, no button, div class, feedback success, feedback hidden ID, error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class, CF error footer, CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CBBB 33368 B5B strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM. MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal. Class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function d, varba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list, remove, hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, C, class list, add, hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP, class list, remove, hidden, var document, add event listener, A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div, error footer, div, CF error details, div, CF wrapper, script window, CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen's expression stiffened as she heard the mechanical voice of the Mantis Man. Have you entered your heat period? The Mantis Man inquired with surprise. Not waiting for Qin Zhenzhen's response before issuing a new directive. I will take her back to the bunker. You may return on your own. The reply to him was a cacophony of insect sounds. The Mantis Man prepared to set off once more when a sharp voice cut through the air. Take me with you. I am also in my heat period. Lilith exclaimed urgently, fearing that if she lagged behind, she would suffer more, believing that being in heat would afford her better treatment. The Mantis Man paused, glanced at Lilith, and let out a derisive laugh. Without responding, he transformed back into his insect form, signaling for Qin Zhenzhen to climb aboard. Lilith stood frozen in place, feeling uncomfortable being disregarded by the male. Qin Zhenzhen helplessly cast a glance towards Lilith, resigned to once again climb onto the back of the mantis. Once the others departed, Lilith withdrew her gaze. It seemed that she had been overlooked by the male ever since Qin Zhenzhen's appearance. Was the chasm between them truly so vast? In order to deliver her to the king's lair before the heat period concluded, the 3-day journey was mercilessly condensed by the mantis into a mere day and 2 nights. They finally arrived. The male mantis halted beside a towering tree, its trunk approximately 100 meters in diameter, casting a worried glance at the female cradled in its embrace. At this moment, dawn had just broken, and the air was heavy with dampness and chill. The relentless travel left Qin Zhenzhen feeling as though her body had been dismantled, compounded by the lack of sustenance, rendering her utterly feeble. Her legs, clad in stockings, hung limply, marred by large patches of dried blood. Qin Zhenzhen parted her lips, and after a moment, uttered a word as soft as a whisper, water. The praying mantis man then led Qin Zhenzhen to the riverbank beside the tree, setting her down with a motion that was neither rough nor particularly gentle. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties. Error code 1015 helpful. A version 1. B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B send JSON. Stringify C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID feedback button no. Class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E 0. D. Add event listener click function E 1. Script defer src HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9 through 17 CC through 1208A7 BD bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 36 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317C387 BD strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function d, varba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C, class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation. Script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen surveyed her surroundings for a moment and discerned that she was in a circular burrow. The surface of the soil appeared to be coated with a luminous substance, which provided a faint glimmer of light. It was no wonder that Balak remarked that females did not survive long among the insectoid race. This cold, desolate den was prone to chill. With poor sanitary conditions beneath the earth and a perpetual absence of light. Added to this was the sorrow of losing husband and child. Surviving here for long would indeed be remarkable. Yet, she felt no fear, having arrived. She resolved to make her peace with the king and regain her freedom. She stepped out of the royal lair, only to find the outside shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Is anyone there? The only response was the haunting echoes that reverberated back to her. Is there anyone? I am hungry. Could someone spare me some food? The sound of chitinous creatures scuttling from below reached her ears with a series of sharp clicks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen cautiously made her way toward the source of the sound. Traversing approximately 200 meters, when a cold little hand grasped her wrist and pulled her into a nest. Little sister, have you also been captured? Qin Zhenzhen reached forward and felt a small head at her abdomen. Yes, the tender voice of the young girl whispered softly. You must keep your voice down. If those insect creatures hear us, they will take you away. Take away? Qin Zhenzhen inquired, perplexed. Are there other females here? How many? I do not know. The girl replied. It is too dark. We can only rely on our words to communicate. I only know that everyone shouts loudly when they are hungry. And then the insect creatures come to bring food, causing the older sister's bellies to swell. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Had it not been for the young girl leading her away, those insectoid creatures would likely have approached her. Do they not recognize fixed females as companions? Is their sustenance solely reliant on sound? Qin Zhenzhen remained in a state of shock, unable to calm her racing thoughts. The little girl explained. It seems that the insectoid creatures cannot form mate bonds. Since I am still young, they offer me some food and then depart. Were you just captured? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen. Instead. Consoled the little girl, gently stroking her head as she softly spoke. Do not be afraid, dear. Do you know what kind of creature that king is? The little girl shook her head, unaware, recounting what she had heard from the older sisters. It was said to be pitch black, darker than the nest itself. And many females who ventured into the king's lair never returned, having been poisoned. The final sentence she uttered was filled with certainty. Qin Zhenzhen felt a twinge of fear. Not of death itself, but rather of the prospect of encountering a centipede or some repugnant insect. In such a case, she would prefer to embrace death. Sister, please don't go back. Stay with me instead. All the sisters who lived with me have perished, and I am so frightened, all alone. The girl implored, clutching Qin Zhenzhen's waist. This indeed presented a solution. Qin Zhenzhen inquired, could you share some food with me? No, the girl replied without a moment's hesitation. They won't allow us to bring any food back. Then it seems that won't work. Qin Zhenzhen replied helplessly, I am truly sorry, but I cannot accompany you. Why not? The girl asked, puzzled, and tried to persuade Qin Zhenzhen further. If you manage to attract a few of the insect tribe or conceive a child with one of them, they will bring you food every day, and you won't have to call for help anymore. You might even have the chance to bask in the sunlight. Qin Zhenzhen found herself in a state of bemusement as she gently tousled the girl's hair, responding softly, "All right, thank you for sharing so much with me. I must return now, but I will come to see you again when time permits." "Sister," the girl exclaimed, gripping Qin Zhenzhen's hand tightly. Fearing her departure yet struggling to conjure a reason to make her stay. Feeling a pang of compassion, Qin Zhenzhen hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "By the way, what is your name?" "Sister, my name is Shirley," the girl replied hastily, her pupils dilated from prolonged exposure to darkness. Yet she strived to widen her eyes to discern the figure of the older sister before her. Qin Zhenzhen gently pinched Shirley's cheeks, astonished to discover that she still possessed a hint of baby fat. It seemed that the insect race had not been unkind to the females in terms of sustenance. "My name is Qin Zhenzhen, but you may call me Sister Zhenzhen. Be good. I promise I will come to see you," she declared. Yet, through the very air, Qin Zhenzhen could sense Shirley's profound sadness and disappointment. Nevertheless, Shirley obediently released Qin Zhenzhen's hand, stifling her sobs as she managed to say, "Sister, please go back. Come find me again when you are afraid." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen departed from Sherry's lair, gently tracing the earthen walls as she made her way back step by step. The royal den was the only place illuminated, and she successfully returned. It was no wonder that the Manus man had refrained from offering her sustenance along the way. There was a reason behind his actions. If she could not capture the king's heart, she would have to barter her body for nourishment. Alas, how had this journey through time led to such a dismal predicament? For the time that followed, Qin Zhenzhen remained within the royal den, unaware of how long she had waited, perhaps half a day, a full day, or even longer. Since being captured by the insectoid race, she had consumed nothing but water. Rendering her too weak to stand, she could only lie upon the ground, succumbing to slumber. At last, she heard the sound of steady, powerful footsteps. Instantly, Qin Zhenzhen opened her eyes, tilting her head to gaze towards the entrance of the royal den. Time seemed to stretch in that moment, each tick resonating with clarity. As a figure cloaked in a tiger's pelt entered the royal den. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudlayer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML, char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex. No follow metaname viewport content with device width, initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var function, a, var-c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A, event. Feedback clicked, properties. Error code, 1015, helpful. A, version, 1. B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow. Cloudflare. COM API v1 event. B, set request header, content type, application JSON. B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B, send JSON. Stringify, A, C, class list. Add feedback hidden, D, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no. Class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6LG, PX, 8W, 240LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Blockmister, 2MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60MD, text, 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15LG, text SMLG, leading relaxed ray ID. 9317 CC 238205309 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15LG. Text SMLG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 34 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3XLLG. Text 2XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240LG W full MX auto MB 8LG PX 8DIV ID what happened section class W 12MD W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs.com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 238205309 1 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. Qin Zhenzhen stood frozen as fear gradually crept into her heart, a chilling sensation spreading through her veins to every extremity. Suddenly, a deliberate exhalation resonated from the shadows. Ah! Qin Zhenzhen let out a piercing scream, the taut string of her nerves snapping instantaneously, plunging her into darkness. Alas, another one frightened to death. She was far more delicate than the rest. Blake found himself utterly bored, receiving one person after another in such a manner, and now even this half-dead creature had been thrust upon him. It was high time he took measures to rectify the situation with the insectoid race. Grasping the female's ankle with one hand, he dragged her outward. In a state of daze, Qin Zhenzhen felt a throbbing pain at the back of her head. She let out a soft moan, so faint that even she could scarcely hear it. Blake paused briefly, turning to glance at her. Not dead? His unusually deep voice seemed to resonate with an ominous aura. Qin Zhenzhen saw nothing, but she surmised that the voice belonged to the shadow she had encountered earlier. Anxiously, she inquired, "Are you a human or a ghost?" "I'm not human. What is a ghost?" Blake replied, gripping one of her legs and gazing down at her from above. Upon learning that he was not a ghost, Qin Zhenzhen felt her fear dissipate by half. She immediately adopted a pitiable expression and pleaded, "Could you spare me some food? I am so hungry." As Blake looked directly at her, he realized she was quite attractive, with large, sorrowful eyes and a small, pouting mouth that was irresistibly charming. However, she was far too thin, emaciated. In fact, was she a female taken from a tribe suffering from famine? Very well, he thought, his mind scarcely processing the decision before his mouth had already acquiesced. Blake, shrouded in darkness, lifted her foot, seemingly deliberating whether to continue dragging her along or to adopt a different approach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt her legs give way as she was captured. She hastily gathered herself, adjusted her animal skin skirt, and mustered a faint smile towards the ominous darkness ahead. "Mr. Insect King, could you perhaps provide me with some food? I fear I may starve," she said weakly, the notion of starving to death feeling all too real to her. Before this moment, she had genuinely believed her fate would be to perish in a foreign land. Blake was taken aback. According to the customs of the insect tribe, offering food to a female signified something profound, something he understood well even without prior experience. What did this female mean? Was she truly attempting to entice him? A faint sound echoed in the darkness, the rhythmic dripping of water hitting the ground. Blake felt a surge of joy. His long-awaited spring had finally arrived. Time passed, stretching on until Qin Zhenzhen began to fear that the person before her might have left. Tentatively, she reached out into the void. "Are you still there?" Her voice quivered slightly. "Why not take me to a place with light if you intend to leave?" she lamented, her heart racing with the horror film she had watched. "I am still here." A deep, resonant voice responded, and almost instantaneously, he swept Qin Zhenzhen off her feet, hoisting her onto his shoulder. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen gradually came to a realization, her expression slowly unfolding. Blake directly led Qin Zhenzhen out of the underground palace, and after a prolonged absence from sunlight, her eyes took a moment to adjust to the brightness. In stark contrast to the cramped and oppressive atmosphere of the underground, the air outside was remarkably fresh and fragrant. Towering trees, with trunks measuring 100 meters in diameter, spread their expansive canopies, while the scorching sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns of light upon the ground, alongside the bushes and the 10-meter-wide river. Blake set Qin Zhenzhen down by the riverbank and called out, neither too softly nor too loudly, "Come here." From the thicket emerged an ant-man. "Fetch some fruits and fresh meat." "Yes." The ant-man retreated back into the underbrush, moving quietly away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was enveloped in a shiver, desperately suppressing the terror within her as she turned to face Blake. "Greetings, Insect King. I am Qin Zhenzhen. May I inquire how to address you?" Though her voice trembled and fractured, she managed to muster a courteous smile. Her face, once parched and emaciated in the underground palace, now appeared rejuvenated, as if it had absorbed life-giving moisture. Her eyes sparkled with a glistening allure as they gazed upon the dark mass beneath the tiger's skin, exuding an unsettling beauty. Blake found himself irresistibly drawn to her feminine form, unable to divert his gaze. It was a rare encounter with a female who exhibited such fortitude in his presence. And her beauty was unexpected. Who sent her? They must be generously rewarded, Blake remarked succinctly. The two of them, one standing and the other seated, maintained a momentary silence, caught in an intimate exchange. Qin Zhenzhen took the initiative to strike up a conversation, inquiring, "What is your race? Why are you enveloped in a shroud of darkness? I can hardly see you." From within the shadow, a voice filled with self-assured laughter responded, "My form is unrelated to my race. It is merely a consequence of an unforeseen incident during the advancement of my beastly aura, which has rendered me unable to retract it." Qin Zhenzhen learned from Carl about the levels of beast energy in this world, which are categorized into 5 tiers. The first tier is represented by white, the second by blue, the third by red, corresponding to Carl's rank. The fourth tier is gold, while the fifth tier is an inscrutable black. It is said that fifth-tier beast energy can transcend racial forms, becoming invulnerable, omnipresent, and even ageless and immortal, enduring through the ages. In the current world, fifth-tier beasts are exceedingly rare, each one a sovereign of their realm, a godlike presence. The king claimed that his black mist is an emanation of beast energy. Does this imply that he is a fifth-tier beast? Qin Zhenzhen's reaction greatly pleased Blake, who yearned to attract females with his formidable prowess. However, whenever he attempted to engage, the females were often left terrified, and even on occasions when he managed to speak, they seemed incredulous. After all, fifth-tier beasts were exceedingly rare, and the inexperienced females could hardly fathom the heights he had attained. After numerous setbacks, he found himself weary. At long last, he encountered a well-traveled young female, and Blake's spirit soared, causing the dark energy around him to sway gently with the breeze. "My lord, here is the food you requested." At that moment, the Ant-Man returned with a substantial amount of provisions, placing them down before retreating back into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. Qin Zhenzhen immediately gazed over, her stomach aching with hunger at the sight of the luscious, crimson wild fruits. With great effort, she dragged her weakened body toward them. The insect tribe was devoid of any orc assistance. Blake, too, remained oblivious to the need for help, merely watching her ascent with a cheerful demeanor. In the insect tribe, females were never deprived of sustenance. Yet this female had starved herself in anticipation of his arrival, which deeply touched him. To reciprocate her profound affection, Blake resolved to hold a coronation ceremony for Qin Zhenzhen, pledging to become her steadfast partner, much like in the beast tribe. Among the pile of provisions lay freshly picked wild fruits alongside raw meat, caked in grass and dirt. Qin Zhenzhen grasped a fist-sized unknown fruit, trembling as she brought it to her lips. The intoxicating aroma of the fruit had already tantalized her senses, yet when she opened her mouth to take a bite, she found herself unable to penetrate the fully ripened wild fruit. With another attempt, her teeth met the smooth skin, only to slip away with a faint crunch. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen pondered for a moment, but soon relinquished the thought of consuming meat. Although she had brought along the flint that Carl had gifted her, concealed within her dance skirt, the prolonged hunger rendered the idea of indulging in such indigestible fare perilous, particularly in this world where the meat could be lethal. "Have you eaten well?" A wisp of black smoke floated before Qin Zhenzhen, followed by a greater mass of dark vapor enveloping a tiger skin cloak, from which a deep, resonant voice emerged. "It is time to attend to serious matters." Qin Zhenzhen felt a sudden darkness envelop her, as if she had been shrouded in a murky haze, reminiscent of the oppressive gloom of a subterranean tomb. No, 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 no. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A, event. Feedback clicked, properties. Error code, 1015, helpful. A, version, 1, B. Open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event. B. Set request header, content type, application JSON. B. Set request header, Sparrow source key, C771F54B54944B4 to 6144B7N1A. B. Send JSON. Stringify, A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 0. D. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 1. Script defer src https. Performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Combeacon. JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC 2132 7 to 9 F8 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 33 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIVID what happened section class W 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID, strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 21327 to 9 F8 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list. Remove hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. C. Class list. Add hidden. A. Get element by ID. CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden. var document. Add event listener. A. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer. div. CF error details. div. CF wrapper. Script window. CF translation. Script body HTML API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F4 B54944 B4261444 B7N1 b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB6F 319 0D1 CF bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SMLG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 05 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG. Text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG, W full MX auto MB. 8 LG. PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM, PY for SM, PX 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 CB6F through 190, 1 CF strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx. Error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function d, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen picked up the bead, examining it closely. It was semi-transparent with a hint of dark green. Could it be jade? You females cannot see in the tomb, so this is for your illumination, Blake remarked casually. Yet his gaze lingered on the bead with an undeniable fondness. Being enveloped in darkness intensified Blake's yearning for light, prompting him to carry such a luminous gem. Even the royal nest was smeared with the bioluminescent blood of insects. How could he have impulsively given away such a treasure? He regretted that rash decision. Yet, the thought of retrieving it crossed his mind. Observing the instant brightness in his insect queen's eyes, he wished he could acquire another gem for her. A luminous pearl? Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed with delight, springing to her feet and dashing into the entrance of the tomb. Soon, her excited shrieks echoed from within. It really glows. How bright. A smile crept across Blake's lips as he bent down to enter the tomb. The luminous pearl transformed the dark tomb into a realm bathed in silvery moonlight. The soft, pale green glow was both radiant and gentle, creating an exceedingly pleasant ambience. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen was utterly captivated, cherishing the luminous pearl in her hand. Blowing and polishing it with great care. It was said that a natural luminous pearl could be worth billions if she could take it home. It would indeed be a tremendous fortune. Even if it were merely for a few days' use, she would relish the experience. Thank you, Qin Zhenzhen expressed sincerely. Lifting her gaze to Blake. The luminous pearl illuminated the underground palace, yet it failed to penetrate the shadow of Blake, whose dark mist seemed to absorb all light, revealing only a figure cloaked in a tiger skin mantle, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. No wonder the females feared him. However, as she spent time with him, Qin Zhenzhen discovered Blake to be rather affable, far more agreeable than his Manus-like subordinate. If the insect tribe were to overhear such thoughts, they would surely be devastated. Their king? Agreeable? Indeed, he was quite amiable when issuing a massacre decree. Ah, Blake, you must be returning to rest. Come. Let us go back together, Qin Zhenzhen said, tugging at Blake's garment as she eagerly urged him forward. You lead the way. Blake, pleased, took the lead. Feeling that his queen was truly considerate, entirely unaware that he was merely serving as her guide. Upon arriving at Blake's royal lair, Qin Zhenzhen told him, You should rest. I will explore a bit. Blake replied in a deep voice, obediently retreating to his nest for rest. Qin Zhenzhen made her way to Sherry's dwelling, softly calling out, Little sister, it's me, Zhenzhen. Immediately, a deliberately hushed voice from ahead responded, clearly filled with delight. Are you coming to stay with me? With the emergence of light, Qin Zhenzhen hurried towards Sherry's direction, quickly discovering a filthy girl nestled within a modest 10-square-meter nook. The girl was clad in tattered animal skins, her hair resembling a tangled ball of yarn, and her pale face was marred with dirt. Upon catching sight of the illumination, she squinted her eyes and raised a hand to shield half of her face. The sun? Sherry exclaimed innocently. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1. B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B send JSON. Stringify A C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0 D. Add event listener click function E. 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar Cloudflare Com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CBC 6666 via 26 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 19 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBC 6666 via 26 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43, 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen smiled helplessly, saying, "The king is not as terrifying as you imagine." "I am quite well, aren't I?" Shelley, filled with doubt, cautiously inquired, "Could you take me outside to bask in the sun? I have never been outside before." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen had no choice but to halt, surveying the identical surroundings of the underground palace, and remarked, "Continuing in this manner is unfeasible. We must seek someone to guide us." "Huh?" Shirley, evidently misinterpreting, frowned and replied, "Then who knows how long we will have to wait." Qin Zhenzhen's lips twitched, and without offering an explanation, she took a deep breath and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Someone, come here." In the stillness of the enclosed underground palace, her voice echoed repeatedly. Soon, a colossal black beetle, the size of an ox, crawled into view. Upon seeing the luminous glow of the night pearl, the beetle immediately trembled in fear, pressing itself against the ground and inching forward cautiously, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of Qin Zhenzhen's lips. She gently swayed the luminous pearl in her hand. The gem proved to be extraordinarily effective. She had initially intended to utter flattering words to solicit assistance, but it appeared that her efforts could be spared. "Kindly lead us to the surface," Qin Zhenzhen requested. The beetle, not daring to delay, promptly stepped forward to guide the way. Sherry, witnessing the obedient behavior of the insect tribe, was left utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Qin Zhenzhen tugged at her, urging, "Let us go." "Huh? Oh." Sherry regained her senses and hurriedly followed behind Qin Zhenzhen. A cacophony echoed through the underground palace, faintly carrying the sounds of terrified sobs from the females. The females of the Man Mountain tribe had finally been brought here, and upon their arrival in the underground palace, they were utterly terrified, many of them weeping in despair, their voices barely audible due to their frailty. Lilith was also in a state of panic, straining her eyes to discern something. Suddenly, she noticed a glimmering light ahead and alerted everyone. "There is light up ahead." The females turned their gaze towards the source of the illumination, momentarily forgetting their tears. The insect tribe that had imprisoned them immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces pressed firmly against the floor, and spoke in unison, "We have encountered the king." The females were instantly filled with curiosity. They would never have the chance to see a beast king in their lifetime within the Man Mountain tribe, and the insect tribe's king was still a king. After all, they were all females of the insect tribe now, and if one could become the queen of insects, it should be no less desirable than being in the orc tribe. Suddenly, ambition ignited within Lilith, especially upon realizing that Qin Zhenzhen might be offered to the insect king, further fueling her desire to seize the insect king for herself. As they approached the light, two female figures emerged before the gathering of females. The sole male was a pitch-black beetle, not particularly repulsive, yet undeniably unattractive, lacking any semblance of regal presence. The disappointment among the females was palpable, especially for Lilith. Nevertheless, such an insect king appeared to be quite manageable. Qin Zhenzhen, feeling a bit embarrassed, addressed the insect tribe. Please, rise. The king is not present. The insect beings paused, cautiously lifting their heads to glance around. Upon confirming that the king was indeed absent, they refrained from any raucous behavior and instead pressed their faces back to the ground, uttering, "We have seen the insect." Qin Zhenzhen hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Very well, you may rise." Yet, they remained unmoved, continuing to adhere to their respectful posture. Qin Zhenzhen felt a sense of helplessness. "Zhenzhen," a voice filled with surprise emerged from the crowd, belonging to Miranda. Qin Zhenzhen spotted Miranda and swiftly approached her, grasping the hand that Miranda extended. "Miranda, how have you been?" Miranda, her eyes brimming with tears, responded with a voice thick with emotion. "I'm so relieved. You're alive." "I'm fine, just overwhelmed with fear. Seeing you has brought me a sense of security." With Qin Zhenzhen safe and sound, she felt assured that she and the females of the tribe would also persevere. Qin Zhenzhen gently clasped her hand, then inquired of the insectoid beside her. "May I take her with me?" The insectoid immediately bowed submissively and replied, "Your Majesty, please do as you wish." Qin Zhenzhen supported the feeble Miranda as they emerged from the throng. "Oh, Qin Zhenzhen, what about us?" Lilith interjected anxiously. "Indeed, take us along." The females expressed their sentiments with a sense of entitlement, mingled with hopeful yearning. Qin Zhenzhen glanced back without uttering a word, allowing the beetle to continue guiding them. She would assist them, but not at this moment. Extending special treatment before they grasped the situation might not bode well for the future. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Qin Zhenzhen dismissed the guiding beetle. The blinding light left Shirley unable to open her eyes, compelling the three of them to sit at the cave's mouth to converse. "Sister Zhenzhen, are you from the same tribe?" Shirley inquired with curiosity. Miranda nodded. "Qin Zhenzhen is the most beautiful female of our tribe." As she spoke, she scrutinized the frail little female before her. She had never encountered such a weary and weakened individual. Upon closer inspection of Qin Zhenzhen, it was evident that she had lost considerable weight. Previously, she had believed the insect tribe to be less formidable than the legends suggested. But it seemed she had underestimated the reality. Qin Zhenzhen discerned Miranda's apprehensions and reassured her, saying, "I reside in close proximity to Sherry. You may stay with her for mutual support." Having witnessed the insect tribe's demeanor towards Qin Zhenzhen, Miranda understood the significance of having her protection, and she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Please feel free to let me know if there is anything you require of me." "Indeed, I do have a matter I wish to inquire about." Qin Zhenzhen raised her hand, adorned with the emblem of the Carl beast. Her expression tinged with concern as she inquired, "Can you sense your partner? I seem to have lost the connection." Carl had sustained grave injuries, and given the dire medical conditions here, she wondered if he could endure. Though she wished to remain optimistic, the absence of any connection to Carl left her feeling anxious. Miranda, too, wore a troubled expression. She had not only lost several partners, but also her helpless children in need of care. "Of course, we cannot sense anything from such a distance. We are relatively fine, but the males are in a dire predicament." A sudden jolt surged through Qin Zhenzhen's heart as she hurriedly inquired, "What will happen to them?" "They will go mad," replied Miranda with a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. Yet, as a female, she could never fathom the torment that a male would endure when separated from his mate. For a bonded male, a female represents far more than mere companionship. She is the beacon of his soul. Losing her is akin to navigating through chaos without a compass, leading him to become irrevocably lost, ultimately devolving into a mindless beast. Perhaps one day, they might be hunted down by beastmen, serving as mere prey, thus offering them a form of release. The notion of madness struck terror into Qin Zhenzhen's heart. She anxiously wiped the beast mark on her hand and asked, "Is there any way to remove this imprint? By the way, Carl and I share a temporary bond. We are not truly mates." Her eyes were filled with hope as she looked towards Miranda. Regretting the burden she had placed on Carl, wishing she had never agreed to their union in the first place. However, Miranda appeared perplexed and questioned, "A temporary mate? Is such a thing even possible? I have never heard of it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing those words, Qin Zhenzhen felt a sense of relief wash over her. At the very least, she knew that Carl was still alive. Beast Gathering City, a colossal tribe boasting a population of tens of thousands, thrived in its bustling center, where numerous shops and street vendors created a vibrant commercial hub. Suddenly, a silver wolf with blood-red eyes dashed in like a whirlwind, overturning countless wares of the vendors. Who is this person, crashing into others and fleeing? Wait, isn't he the young master who ran away from the Wolf King? The one who refused to marry and severed ties with his family? Carl? Has he returned so soon? The passers-by chattered, their monotonous lives suddenly filled with gossip. Carl sprinted directly toward Wolf King Castle, but before he could enter, a squad of disciplined wolf guards halted his advance. Howl! Carl roared in impatience, his eyes glowing even more crimson, prepared to force his way inside. The captain of the wolf guards, startled at the sight of his young master, noted how he resembled a frenzied beast who had lost its mate after a month apart, realizing that further obstruction would lead to a confrontation. The captain transformed into human form and spoke. The king has decreed that you may enter only if you agree to the marriage. Carl maintained his fierce demeanor, his upright tail twitching stiffly, a signal of his consent within the wolf clan. The captain then gestured for the guards to step aside. In a flash, Carl vanished like a wisp of smoke. Inside the Wolf King's hall, a man bearing a striking resemblance to Carl sat upon the throne. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, yet exuded a mature and composed aura, reflecting the weight of long-held authority that commanded respect and instilled an oppressive atmosphere within the vast hall. Upon seeing his most cherished son enter, the Wolf King languidly remarked, "Have you finally come to your senses?" Carl dropped to all fours, his voice low and heavy as he declared, "Carl has come to see his father." As he straightened up, a vivid crimson mark on his forehead caught the Wolf King's attention. The Wolf King's expression shifted, raising his hand. A dark mist emanated from his arm, coiling around Carl's neck and lifting him off the ground. Having forged a mate bond with a human, how dare you return? The Wolf King seethed with rage, realizing that, had Carl not been his own protege, he would have already ended his life. Carl struggled to breathe, yet his gaze remained resolute as he labored to speak. "If father helps me save her, I am willing to marry." The Wolf King's demeanor softened somewhat. With a wave of his arm, the dark mist retreated back into his body, allowing Carl to crash heavily onto the stone floor. "Fortunately, it is merely a temporary bond," the Wolf King remarked, regaining his composure, his voice cold. "Now, tell me, who do you intend to confront?" "The insect tribe," the Wolf King scoffed. The insect tribe was notoriously infamous, known for launching attacks on several small to medium-sized tribes every few years, abducting females to propagate their kind, and even laying waste to entire cities. Without females, the fate of the tribes was the same, annihilation. No wonder this obstinate son had unexpectedly sought his assistance. Now you comprehend the significance of power and status, do you? Had you remained in Beast-Gathering City, you would not have found yourself in such dire straits, the Wolf King remarked. Carl remained silent, his youth overshadowed by an aura of despair. The Wolf King frowned. "If the bond is not severed soon, you will be rendered incapacitated." Act. Only then did Carl speak. "First, save her." The Wolf King's face displayed a hint of disbelief. Enduring the torment of being away from his mate was something no male could bear. He had already acquiesced to Carl's request, yet here he was, still holding back. His curiosity about the female grew. The insect tribe. Qin Zhenzhen strolled through the underground palace, cradling a bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers. The luminous pearl rested atop the flowers, casting a gentle glow that softened the hues of the tiny blossoms. The guiding insect tribe halted at the entrance of the royal nest, prostrating themselves in stillness. "Thank you. You may attend to your own matters," Qin Zhenzhen said cheerfully, stepping into the royal chamber. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and before she could react, an arm encircled her waist with great force, abruptly pulling her into the nest. "Ah!" Qin Zhenzhen let out a piercing scream, causing the beads to scatter to the side and petals to fall all around her. Her entire form was ensconced within the shadow of the tiger-striped cloak, with only her head barely protruding, aligned with the location of the shadow's head. "Where have you gone?" A deep, hoarse voice emanated from the darkness, laced with palpable displeasure. After much effort to acquire the queen bee, waking up only to find her absent left Blake in a state of discontent, profoundly discontent. Qin Zhenzhen patted her chest, soothing her startled little heart. Interacting with Blake felt akin to residing in the midst of a horror film. Only a truly resilient heart could endure such tumult. "I am out here gathering flowers. You see." Qin Zhenzhen raised her hand adorned with flowers, playfully shaking the bouquet, causing a cascade of colorful petals to rain down, creating a scene of exquisite romance. It felt as if Blake's heart had been painted in vibrant hues, a delightful gift from the universe. The negative emotions that had just awakened within him dissipated like mist. He couldn't help but embrace the female figure in his arms more tightly, wishing to meld her into his very being. Indeed, it would be quite convenient to carry her wherever he went. Blake began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of this notion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen remarked. I may be able to ameliorate this issue. Oh? Blake expressed a degree of skepticism, yet his curiosity was piqued. To discern the reasons behind the mortality of the females, we must first understand the changes in their living conditions. I believe the most significant alteration is their transition from life above ground to that below. Qin Zhenzhen spoke eloquently. Blake replied, do you intend to construct dwellings for them on the surface? His tone was nonchalant, devoid of any consideration for this possibility. For countless centuries, the females of the insect clan have resided underground. Previous attempts to place them above ground had proven futile. The presence of light rendered them restless, leading to injuries, illnesses, and consequently, accelerated demise. Qin Zhenzhen, however, shook her head, deeming the construction of a house too extravagant and laborious. She did not wish to embark on such a grand endeavor for the time being. Instead, she found solace in taking them out for leisurely strolls under the sun. Is it really that simple? Blake's tone rose, laced with incredulity. May I give it a try? As she spoke, Qin Zhenzhen gazed longingly at the shadows, her pleading expression endearing. Blake, looking at her, felt an inexplicable softness welling up within him, and without a second thought, he replied, of course. Perhaps he was unaware of the notion of a femme fatale or the concept of captivating beauty. Otherwise, he might have pondered his decision a bit more carefully. Splendid. I shall prepare. Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed excitedly, seizing the opportunity to extricate herself from the embrace of the shadow, standing up and turning to Blake, who was leaning against the earthen wall. Would you care to join me? Blake, once again moved by her gesture, reflected on the importance of this occasion for their tribe's propagation, realizing it was ultimately for his benefit. She truly was exceedingly kind to him. This is a perfect opportunity to hold the coronation ceremony. The sunbathing activity could also be regarded as the coronation, scheduled for the darkest hour before dawn. The insect tribe began their preparations early, clearing and decorating the area, arranging a sumptuous feast, and more. When the time arrived, the females were escorted out one by one, forming a line as they stepped outside, sensing a festive atmosphere enveloping them. What are we going out for? Does anyone know? A female whispered nervously in the dark tunnel. The Lord Left Envoy said he would take us out to bask in the sun. Her clear and confident voice belonged to Lilith, who, in her heat cycle, had become the object of contention among the insect males. Given her past as the most beautiful female in a small tribe, she had caught the eye of the Left Envoy, the highest-ranking insect aside from the Insect King. The other females gasped upon hearing this. The centipede Left Envoy was renowned for his generosity, and any female favored by him could command the lesser insects at will and even enjoy outings. Particularly, those who bore offspring for the Left Envoy would be ensured protection for life. The females regarded Lilith with envy. Despite having lost their beastman partners, the Left Envoy, being a formidable figure of the fourth rank, was far superior to their previous companions. Being with such a powerful individual could hardly be worse than their life in the beastman tribe. You are so fortunate. The moment you arrive, we can go out to play. Surely, the Left Envoy has allowed us this outing for your sake? Someone speculated curiously. Lilith had not considered this. Being with the foul-smelling centipede insect made her feel nauseous, and she had only wished to finish quickly. It was the Left Envoy who had informed her of the morning's activities. She paused deliberately before ambiguously stating, I merely mentioned that I am afraid of the dark. This remark almost tacitly confirmed everyone's suspicions, and the females became even more convinced. That must be it. Thank you for allowing us all to play. Only Shirley knew the truth. Mustering her courage, she timidly interjected, and no, that's not it. I also know we are going out to play. Sister Zhenzhen said she would take everyone out to bask in the sun, and that's why we were brought out. It's definitely Sister Zhenzhen's doing. However, her timid and soft voice went largely unnoticed, dismissed as the innocent chatter of a small insect. After all, the tribe had been preparing for this for quite some time, and anyone who had seen the insects recently would likely be aware of it. Adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. Exactly. I find those who pretend to understand the most annoying. Shirley, feeling disheartened, pouted in silence. Sensing her mood, Miranda gently reassured her, "Pay no mind to them. That Lilith is the most attention-seeking individual in our tribe. Arguing with her would only frustrate you." Shirley, surprised, replied, "Is she from the same tribe as Sister Zhenzhen? Is she more prominent than Sister Zhenzhen?" She thought Qin Zhenzhen was already quite beautiful. Could Lilith truly be more so? Miranda could not help but chuckle softly. "Cough, perhaps?" she said. Shirley was astonished. If Lilith were even more beautiful than Qin Zhenzhen, how stunning must she be? By now, it was late at night, and a large full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the massive tree canopy as if it were day. Some delicate silver light filtered through the branches, granting the earth a semblance of visibility. One by one, the females emerged from the ground. Their pupils, enlarged from years in darkness, allowed them to see the night clearly, and they erupted into cheers. The air outside felt fresh, the colors vibrant, and everything outside bestowed upon the females a refreshing sense of renewal. After years of despondency, they experienced true joy for the first time among the insect tribe. They surrounded Lilith, showering her with gratitude and compliments. "Lilith, you are truly beautiful. No wonder the left envoy goes to such lengths to please you," a female named Martha remarked. She had dark skin and slightly protruding teeth, possessing an average appearance. Lilith enjoyed surrounding herself with less attractive females, as their presence accentuated her own beauty, thus she treated Martha with particular kindness. "Where? You are beautiful as well." Lilith feigned praise. Being complimented by another female was a rare occurrence for Martha, and she quickly considered Lilith a kindred spirit, sharing tales of the insect tribe. Lilith, seemingly casually, inquired, "By the way, Martha, why haven't I heard you mention the king? What kind of females does he favor?" Martha's expression turned grave as she lowered her voice. "You must not provoke the king. I am only sharing this with you because we get along. Many newcomers with some beauty have tried to attract the king, and they either fell gravely ill or lost their lives." Lilith, however, remained unfazed. She had witnessed the insect tribe's attitude toward Qin Zhenzhen, how she was regarded as untouchable. Was it not due to her association with the king? Her current status paled in comparison to Qin Zhenzhen's. Qin Zhenzhen had snatched Carl from her grasp, and now she intended to take Wang from Qin Zhenzhen as well. After all, the insect race was incapable of forming a bonded partnership, and she had ample opportunities ahead. As for the females who fell ill or even perished, it was likely due to the repulsiveness of the king's insect form, which was infinitely more grotesque than that of the centipede envoy. The thought of Qin Zhenzhen having to contend with such a revolting creature brought a secret delight to Lilith's heart. Lilith reveled in the admiration and envy of the females around her, but suddenly, she noticed their voices had diminished. Just as she pondered this, a familiar foul odor wafted into her nostrils, causing her to feel nauseous both physically and mentally. Here, Ferguson offered her a piece of saltstone raw material. Like most of the insect race, he was a bald figure devoid of hair, his dark lips evidently laced with venom. Though merely a rough stone, it was considered a delectable seasoning for the females of the insect race, who typically received only fragments the size of a fingernail. The sight of the envoy presenting her a chunk as large as his fist filled them with envy. However, Lilith remained indifferent, having just arrived among the insect race. She was unaware of the value of salt here. She accepted it with a lackluster demeanor and did not even smile. Ferguson frowned, finding the temperament of the newly arrived females to be rather difficult, but this one seemed particularly hard to please. If it weren't for Lilith being in her heat cycle and his urgency to expand his progeny army, he would not have bothered to approach her. "What do you want?" Ferguson inquired, his patience wearing thin. Out of the corner of her eye, Lilith caught the increasingly envious expressions of the surrounding females, and she couldn't suppress a smirk. Accustomed to the elaborate flattery of males, Lilith believed that the greater her airs, the more care she would receive. Maintaining a frosty demeanor, she replied, "I wish to eat warthog meat." Ferguson breathed a sigh of relief, finally having discerned her desires. "I shall fetch it for you." With that, he strode away briskly. The females began chattering excitedly, their words brimming with admiration for Lilith. Having been tempered by their encounters with formidable insects, they had become timid, but now they saw their former selves reflected in Lilith, and with the envoy fulfilling her whims, they felt a resurgence of pride as females. This was how a female ought to present herself. As Lilith secretly derided their lack of ambition, she began imparting the ways of charming males, effectively positioning herself as a small leader among them. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenzhen remained undisturbed in the underground palace, snoring peacefully, with no one daring to disturb the tranquility of the king and the insect queen. A green mantis male approached the entrance of the king's chamber, speaking cautiously. "Your Majesty." The king detested being disturbed during slumber, yet with arrangements set outside, Suashi had boldly approached, fearing the delay of significant matters for the king. His heart raced, hoping the king would not erupt in anger. However, in the next moment, a shadow lunged towards him. Suashi's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, regretting his rashness. Prepared to face the king's wrath, he was surprised to hear a shushing sound. He looked up in confusion to hear the king's lowered voice. Do not disturb her slumber. Those prone to waking up in a foul mood placed great importance on the sleep of those they cared about. Suashi exhaled in relief, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who is it? A soft, muffled voice emerged from within the king's chamber. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudlayer to restrict access title meta char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex. No follow metaname viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event. Feedback clicked. Properties. Error code. 1015. Helpful. A version. 1. B open. Post. HTTPS. Sparrow. Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B. Set request header. Content type. Application JSON. B. Set request header. Sparrow source key. C771F54B54944B4 to 61444B7 B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add. Feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function E. 0. D. Add event listener. Click. Function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9 through 17 CB7 3F286C05A bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 06 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3XL LG text 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIVID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 sp 7 3 f 286 C05 a strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP ca get element by ID CF footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener DOM content loaded d script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen called out to Sua Shi, who felt a deep sense of reluctance yet had no choice but to humbly halt his steps. Do you still wish to reminisce with him? The more Bai Lu looked at this right envoy, the more his displeasure grew. His familiarity with the insect empress raised suspicions. Could they have shared an intimate connection? The species potentially growing within the empress could hardly be his, could it? Contemplating this, Bai Lu resolved that should Qin Zhenzhen give birth to a manded insect tribe, he would not hesitate to tear apart the right envoy. Sua Shi seemed to sense the tension, pressing himself even closer to the ground as if he were immovable. Your Majesty, please, speak. I implore you, if we delay any longer, it may be too late. Noticing something amiss with the manted male, Qin Zhenzhen was perplexed and did not dwell on it. She simply inquired, "Oh, I was just wondering if there's anything to eat." Having subsisted on wild fruits throughout the day, she yearned for meat, ideally pork belly, roasted to a delectable crisp. We have gathered the finest wild fruits and beasts for you, Sua Shi replied. Do you have any ginger? Ginger? Sua Shi frantically searched his mind, questioning the nature of this food. Was it an animal, a fruit, or perhaps a leafy plant? It is a medicinal herb, about this size, Qin Zhenzhen gestured. Noticing Sua Shi's growing confusion, just bring me a selection of all your herbs. Of course, Sua Shi respectfully responded before retreating hastily into the shadows. Qin Zhenzhen scratched her head, pondering whether this individual truly was the mantis that severely injured Carl. Are you often harsh with your subordinates? She inquired. From the shadows, a low murmur of acknowledgement responded. Qin Zhenzhen expressed her disapproval, stating that one must treat subordinates with kindness. After administering discipline, one should also offer a reward, a morsel of sweetness, to ensure their unwavering loyalty. Very well, replied Blake, contemplating that the Queen of Insects truly cared, for it was evident that strength alone would command the allegiance of her kin. Nevertheless, since the Queen suggested a gentler approach, he resolved to comply. Qin Zhenzhen tidied up and then walked towards the exit alongside Blake. Having arrived first, Sua Shi reached the food storage area and noticed that the finest provisions were mysteriously absent, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Who has tampered with the food? Sua Shi inquired indignantly. The insectoid guard replied hastily, reporting to you, my lord, the left envoy has come by. When? He pressed anxiously. Just left not long ago. Sua Shi turned on his heel to seek Ferguson, hoping to recover the stolen goods in time. Among a cluster of females, he spotted Ferguson. the exquisite meat already sliced into portions. Ferguson, Suwashi barked, his teeth clenched, each word dripping with fury. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the green-headed Suwashi. Lilith felt a shiver run through her. The imagery of the mantis slaughtering mercilessly still haunted her nightmares. "Who is that?" Lilith whispered. By his tone, "He is the right envoy, comparable in strength to the left envoy, though of slightly lesser status," Martha murmured in her ear. Lilith promptly dismissed the mantis male from her thoughts. Ferguson regarded Suwashi with a casual demeanor and remarked, "Do you require something from me?" Suwashi pointed at the meat on the ground, seething with rage. "This is food hunted by my subordinates, if you wish to take it. At least have the courtesy to inform me." Ferguson scoffed. "Have you forgotten? My authority supersedes yours. I possess the right to command your spoils." Suwashi swallowed his ire, glancing at the meat and retorting, "I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Simply return the remainder to me." "No." Before Ferguson could respond, Lilith interjected. Suwashi turned to her, scrutinizing her for a moment before recalling her. She was the female who had sought to approach the insectoid tribe during her heat cycle, only to be rebuffed by him. It seemed she had latched onto Ferguson. "What do you intend to do?" Suwashi asked coldly. "Kneel before me," Lilith declared imperiously, "as punishment for your previous disrespect." Ferguson, for his part, adopted a permissive stance towards Lilith's behavior, relishing her joy. Moreover, given the existing tensions with the right envoy, it was an opportune moment to use Lilith to teach him a lesson, truly a twofold advantage. Suwashi chuckled icily. "Are you delusional? Then do not expect to claim any meat." Lilith shook her head defiantly, embodying the essence of a small-minded victor. Suwashi's mocking laughter echoed. Did she truly believe she was still among the orc tribe? Once her heat cycle passed, Ferguson would not shield her indefinitely, and at that juncture, a mere slight would suffice to bring her down. As the two remained at an impasse, Ferguson interjected at an opportune moment, "If you wish to take the meat, a price must be paid." He then turned to Lilith, his tone unusually gentle. "Allow me to strike him twice. What do you say?" Lilith reluctantly replied, "Very well." Ferguson then approached Suwashi, raising his hand high. Suwashi's pupils constricted. He contemplated a forceful reclamation, yet such actions would inevitably ruin the gathering. The meat was not an absolute necessity. Neither the king nor queen had specifically requested any, so its absence would not be catastrophic. However, facing Ferguson's impending slap, he neither dodged nor defended himself, merely curling the corners of his mouth into an enigmatic smile. Smack! Suwashi's green form was instantly sent sprawling to the ground. Ferguson laughed malevolently, the mechanical voice characteristic of the insectoid race ringing harshly. Seizing Suwashi by the arm, he lifted him up and delivered another slap. Originally intending to distance himself from Lilith once she bore her offspring, he now saw potential in her. This female was adept at navigating situations, and perhaps she could prove advantageous to him. Suwashi's head contorted to an impossible degree, his mouth and head smeared with green blood. Yet he laughed more exuberantly than Ferguson, spitting a mouthful of blood onto Ferguson's face. "Strike me. I can take it. Can I have the meat back now?" Ferguson felt an inexplicable unease as he absorbed the bizarre smile on Suwashi's face. He forcefully pushed Suwashi away, turning to wipe the green blood from his visage, and instructed Lilith, "Give him a piece." "Of course, my lord," Lilith replied triumphantly, selecting a piece of meat after considerable deliberation, finally tossing a rather meager pig's trotter. Their still API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen refrained from further inquiries and shifted her gaze to the food that Suwashi had brought. A vibrant green banana leaf enveloped a substantial piece of honey, an assortment of colorful wild fruits, and a collection of unfamiliar plants. However, the presence of ginger and several thumb-sized garlic cloves genuinely delighted Qin Zhenzhen. Finally, her attention settled on the pile of meat. The deep crimson chunks of flesh exuded an aura of strength, with only one hoof appearing somewhat fatty. "Is this a warthog's foot?" Qin Zhenzhen inquired. "Indeed," Suwashi replied, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "But why is there only one hoof?" Qin Zhenzhen expressed her dissatisfaction. She had hoped for the grilled pork belly slices from her previous meal. The hoof was unappetizing, covered in coarse black hair that looked rather unclean. Suwashi hesitated. "Speak," commanded Blake with a heavy tone. Only then did Suashi respond. It was left envoy Ferguson who took all the warthog meat. I thought the queen would enjoy this, so I managed to procure a single foot from him. The atmosphere around Blake darkened ominously, a clear sign of his rising ire. Summon the left envoy. Yes, Suashi replied, not daring to utter another word as he discreetly stepped back. Before long, a perplexed Ferguson arrived. Before he could utter a word, Blake's dark aura ensnared his waist. Panic washed over Ferguson's face, his muscles twitching uncontrollably as he trembled. Your Majesty, spare me. Is it I, the king, who cannot strike? Or have you suddenly found your worth? Blake's hoarse voice resonated chillingly in the night. You dare to steal food from my queen? Do you wish to usurp my position as well? Ferguson felt as though his waist were being crushed, his entire body succumbing to weakness as he finally grasped the deception that had befallen him. I did not intend to offend the king and queen. Suashi failed to inform me that the queen relished warthog meat. Ferguson explained in terror. To Blake, such explanations were mere nonsense. He sought results. And the result was that the queen's food had been pilfered by a subordinate. Understanding the king's temperament, Ferguson quickly added, I shall retrieve all the meat at once. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback by the sudden fury of Blake, crouching silently beside him. Although the incident seemed to have originated from her, the thought of Suashi, whose head had been deformed, made her unwilling to plead for this individual. She could not betray Suashi for the sake of someone else. So she decided to refrain from involvement. Next time, do not expect to live as my left envoy of the insect tribe, Blake declared, releasing a wave of dark energy that sent Ferguson flying several meters away. Thud. The man crashed to the ground, stirring up a flurry of dry branches and decayed leaves. The female shrieked in fright at the sudden commotion, and upon realizing the one who stood was the left envoy, their panic intensified. My lord left envoy, what troubles you? Lilith ventured to inquire. Ferguson shot a frosty glare at Lilith, freezing her in place. In that fleeting moment, she felt the chilling threat of death. Ferguson merely sought to expand his power through Lilith's womb, but now he had nearly brought ruin upon himself and harbored the intent to kill her. The injuries he sustained were trivial. However, the damage inflicted by the king had nearly compromised Ferguson's very essence, almost rendering him unable to maintain his human form. He would require several years of recuperation, at the very least. Hand over all the meat, Ferguson commanded in an irrefutable tone. The females, terrified, reluctantly offered their share of meat at his feet. Lilith, though unwilling and feeling humiliated by yielding to a male's demand, instinctively complied and surrendered her portion. Ferguson gathered all the warthog meat, dragging his precarious body without a moment's delay to present it before the queen. Qin Zhenzhen gazed at the heap of warthog meat, her lips twitching slightly. Indeed, the left envoy's punishment was not unjust. He had been quite tyrannical. In truth, I do not require so much. You may take some back, Qin Zhenzhen remarked. I dare not, replied Ferguson, prostrate on the ground. Unable to lift his gaze to the insect queen, his heart filled with mild astonishment. He was aware that the insect queen and Lilith hailed from the same origin. Why then was Lilith so arrogant, while the esteemed insect queen was so remarkably approachable? Qin Zhenzhen cast a glance at the shadow of Blake beside her. Aware that the left envoy truly dared not intervene, thus she refrained from further verbosity. You may leave now. Ferguson, silently relieved, slowly retreated to the ground. Observing the abundance of meat, Qin Zhenzhen contemplated that she could not consume it all herself. It would be more prudent to prepare it and invite the females to join her. Consequently, she instructed a minor insectoid to summon Shelley and Miranda for assistance. Sister Zhenzhen. Shelley's joyful voice echoed from afar, and she hurriedly made her way towards Qin Zhenzhen, her lack of exercise evident as she stumbled along the way. The distance of merely 100 meters left her panting and breathless. Why the hurry? Qin Zhenzhen chuckled, patting her back to ease her breath. You haven't exercised in a long time. You must gradually regain your stamina. I understand, Shelley replied obediently. Meanwhile, Miranda remained quiet, her attention drawn to a shadow draped in tiger skin nearby. Due to the dim lighting, coupled with Blake facing the river and turning his back to them, Miranda initially thought she had misperceived the figure. She subtly tugged at Qin Zhenzhen's hand, signaling her to make an introduction. Qin Zhenzhen remarked, He is the king of the insect tribe. King? Sherry exclaimed, her voice rising with a tremor, instinctively retreating a few steps, her mind consumed by the two words. Poisonous. 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 This is deadly. Qin Zhenzhen, busy yet reassuring, said, It's all right. See, I'm perfectly fine. Sherry glanced at Qin Zhenzhen, feeling somewhat calmed. Meanwhile, Miranda wore a look of bewilderment. The once disdained and frightened Blake had grown numb inside, The thought of becoming a queen of insects brought him a semblance of joy. To avoid disturbing the queen and her companions, Blake took a few steps aside, his dark aura shrinking into the tiger's skin, resembling a grand fur coat draped over a hanger from the back. So much warthog meat. Miranda's attention shifted to the food, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. The last time she savored warthog meat was thanks to Qin Zhenzhen, and the flavor lingered in her memory. This mountain of warthog meat was something Miranda had never encountered in her entire life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen approached Blake with her greasy hands and inquired, "That king. Do you possess a stone knife?" A dark mist emanated from the tiger's skin, coalescing into the form of a stone knife. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen once again entrusted Blake with the task of finely chopping the seasonings, insisting that they be reduced to the most delicate consistency. Unsurprisingly, the ginger and garlic were transformed into a paste, while the salt crystals morphed into a fine powder, elegantly resting upon fresh green leaves. Various seasonings were then blended into the meat slices, accompanied by a generous dollop of honey, ensuring a harmonious mixture. The marinated meat was ready to be threaded onto slender twigs for roasting. Within mere seconds, the meat on the branches curled and changed color, releasing an intoxicating aroma that wafted through the air, gradually permeating the surroundings. In an instant, a faint black mist slithered back along with the enticing scent, nearly imperceptible in the dim light of dusk. What was this delightful fragrance? Why did it provoke an uncontrollable salivation? His stomach suddenly growled with hunger. Could the alchemy of combining diverse foods at Qin Zhenzhen held a skewer of meat, presenting it before the shadowy figure, presumably at the location of its head? With eager anticipation as she said, "Do try it first. One must never forget the well digger when drinking water. We must honor our providers of sustenance." From within the darkness emerged a massive maw, which let out a resounding growl as it engulfed not only the meat but also the branch. The sound of snapping twigs echoed through the black mist as they were chewed. The entire event transpired with such swiftness that Qin Zhenzhen was unable to intervene in time. "My lord, the branches are not meant for you to consume." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed. "Ah, this is utterly delicious." Sherry had roasted the meat on her own hands and took a bite, instantly filled with excitement as she danced around the fire. Miranda, unable to contain herself any longer, took a bite of her own roasted meat and paused in astonishment. Initially, she had thought Qin Zhenzhen's method of slicing the meat into thin pieces and mixing it with an array of ingredients, including the seemingly excessive use of honey, was a wasteful extravagance, and she had considered intervening but refrained. To her surprise, the meat was astonishingly delectable. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, with the richness of the fat enhancing the flavor. Most remarkable of all was the aromatic hint of garlic intermingled with a subtle sweetness that tantalized the taste buds, compelling one to take another bite before even swallowing the first. If wild boar meat is considered a delicacy, then the slices roasted by Qin Zhenzhen are the pinnacle of culinary excellence. "Isn't it delicious?" Qin Zhenzhen inquired eagerly, grabbing another skewer to indulge. "Oh my. This flavor is simply divine." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen glanced over, understanding immediately. "All right, boss, coming right up. Ladies, it's time to serve the dishes." The expressions on Miranda and Shirley's faces were filled with confusion. Once they had their fill, Qin Zhenzhen instructed Shirley to summon the female members of the insect tribe. With great enthusiasm, Shirley set off. Sisters, Sister Zhenzhen wants you to come over," she exclaimed, panting and placing her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "Who is she?" Martha replied impatiently. "Just because she tells us to go, we should. How presumptuous." Shirley, flustered, stammered, "Sister Zhenzhen has meat." Martha scoffed dismissively. "Does it really matter if we're missing a piece of meat? It's not like it's boar meat. It's a pity for the wild boar meat that Lilith fought for us." Lord Zhuo was injured over the meat, likely punished by the king for taking too much. Lord Zhuo is quite dedicated to Lilith. You truly are incredible, Lilith. The females began to lavish praise upon Lilith, completely disregarding Shirley. As Lilith recalled the way Lord Zhuo had looked at her, a shiver ran down her spine. But hearing the others' words eased her worries. She understood that since Qin Zhenzhen was with the king, the meat must surely be in her possession. Compared to the king, Lord Zhuo was not nearly as formidable. Following Lord Zhuo meant she would constantly be overshadowed by Qin Zhenzhen, and that was unacceptable. Sisters, the meat that was taken from us must be with Qin Zhenzhen, Lilith proclaimed. What is happening? Martha and the others looked at Lilith in confusion. Lilith then maliciously distorted the events surrounding Qin Zhenzhen and her own competition for the males, stating, "She surely intends to snatch my belongings again." Sigh. In terms of pleasing the males, I simply cannot compete with her. The phrase pleasing was cleverly chosen. She wielded her power over the males with a technique known as controlling the husband, while Qin Zhenzhen relied on flattery. Despite both being females with their own pride, they could not tolerate one who lowered herself. Especially now, having previously sought the favor of the higher status insect tribe for a better life. They admired Lilith's steadfastness and increasingly detested Qin Zhenzhen's self-degradation. Without even meeting her, they had already formed a rather unflattering image of Qin Zhenzhen. Then let us confront her. A chorus of voices rose as they stood up in unison. As they passed by Shirley, Martha intentionally bumped into her. Shirley fell to the ground. Her fists clenched in anger. How could they speak of Sister Zhenzhen in such a way? Had she known, she wouldn't have mentioned the meat at all. At that moment, the clouds in the sky began to blush slightly, and dawn approached. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. What is that smell? It seems to be meat. It's coming from over there. The females scrambled eagerly towards the bonfire by the river. The once formidable group fell apart in an instant, scattering in disarray. Upon the arrival of the guests, Qin Zhenzhen greeted them with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Come, come. The meat and branches are all prepared. You may skewer them yourselves and roast them to your delight. It is all wild boar meat." Martha's actions were particularly exaggerated. As she eagerly attempted to gnaw on the meat, her greedy demeanor quite off-putting. The others were not much better, as the crowd was overwhelming. And the lack of order made it a challenge to squeeze in, relying solely on one's own dexterity, in the presence of a mound of meat. Those who had originally shared a common animosity towards Qin Zhenzhen nearly turned against each other. Qin Zhenzhen did not anticipate such a scene, so she could only first establish order, while Miranda taught others the art of grilling by the campfire. Blake, wishing not to frighten the females, lingered on the lingering flavors in his mouth and moved further away to sit down, deliberately turning his back to the group of females. Outside the crowd, Lilith, though drooling, had her attention entirely focused on the striped back. He was the only male nearby, evidently the Bug King. Though his head was hidden, he was likely a short and stout beetle-like creature. Lilith tidied her messy braids and approached Blake with a seductive gait. After all, he was the Bug King. What did it matter if she lowered herself? What did it matter if she sought his favor? As long as it meant a better life for her. With Qin Zhenzhen beneath her feet, it was of no consequence. Blake had long since noticed Lilith's footsteps. Oh no, it seemed she was coming his way. When she reached his side, she bashfully exclaimed, "King?" Blake turned his body, facing away from her. Lilith, unabashed, ran to his front, saying, "King, my name is Lilith." Blake turned again, maintaining his aversion. Did the females of the Bug Queen tribe not fear him? Yet he was certain the Bug Queen would remain unchangeable. Lilith followed suit. Twisting again, and seeing the Bug King attempt to evade, she leaped forward to embrace him. The feeling seemed off, but Lilith thought little of it, saying, "Why are you avoiding me?" As she spoke, she caught sight of the object concealed beneath the beast's hide. Her words abruptly halted. By now, daylight had fully arrived, revealing Blake's dark mist. Lilith's body recoiled as if electrified, a phrase escaping her lips. Monster. She did not succumb to the fearsome atmosphere surrounding the king, and, given that Qin Zhenzhen could be with him, she dismissed Martha's warnings altogether. Thus, her feelings towards the king were devoid of fear, replaced solely by deep disdain. Unabashedly displaying her aversion, she allowed her emotions to manifest on her face, as if confronted with a heap of filthy refuse. "What are you?" Lilith demanded, disdainfully scrutinizing the swirling black mist. Blake was not favored by the females, but he had never held it against any of them. However, this time, he was genuinely furious. It was clear that this female had initiated the embrace, yet he had barely managed to evade her. What did her current behavior signify? Lilith's actions were unmistakably API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B, send JSON. Stringify, a, c, class list. Add feedback hidden, d, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, c document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes, d document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in a, class list. Remove feedback hidden, c. Add event listener, click, function, e. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, e. 1. Script defer src HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CB 64 E3 FIA 27 bull, span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 03 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1, 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM, PY for SM, PX 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300 P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB64 E3 FIA 27 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen approached Blake, grasping his beast's skin and gazing at him with concern. Knowing Blake as she did, she was certain he would not erupt in anger without cause. It was Lilith, with her incessant antics, who was likely to blame for the turmoil. The dark aura surrounding Blake swirled, contorting in distress. How splendid it was to have a queen who not only feared him not, but also expressed concern for his well-being. A tendril of darkness entwined Qin Zhenzhen's finger, seemingly disdainful of the wolf-beast mark upon it. The dark strands loosened from her middle finger, opting instead to coil around her adjacent index finger. Bring her here. Blake fixed his gaze upon his queen, his tone unruffled, commanding her return to the orc tribe. Immediately, a few members of the insect tribe approached. Lilith was momentarily taken aback. This should have been a positive turn of events, yet the humiliation she felt was indescribable, especially as she noticed the astonished and scornful looks cast her way by the surrounding females. With the atmosphere easing, the females daringly gathered to observe the spectacle, and upon witnessing the scene, their comprehension became clear. The king was at a considerable distance from them. Everyone else was queuing for meat. Yet Lilith had chosen to approach the insect king, only to be frightened into submission. It was likely that she had intended to seduce the king, but ended up terrified instead. Given this, how could she still dare to mock others? The admiration and reverence they once held for Lilith had now transformed into disdain and contempt, a sentiment far exceeding their previous indifference towards the unseen Qin Zhenzhen. Consequently, they began to question Lilith's disparaging remarks about Qin Zhenzhen. Your Majesty, Ferguson, nursing his grievous injuries, hurriedly arrived. Lilith is currently in her heat period. Please allow her to bear my child before banishing her. Lilith, humiliated, could not lift her head. She wished not to remain among the insect tribe. Yet she was equally unwilling to return empty-handed. Blake offered her an alternative, a third option. Very well, but do not do so on my territory. Blake tightly entwined his fingers with those of his queen, appearing unusually accommodating. Lilith abruptly raised her head, her face a mask of terror. He neither permitted her departure nor allowed her to stay. Was he intending to confine her alone? No, I shall not leave. Returning me to the tribe is acceptable, she cried out. My subordinate will take her away immediately. Ferguson, fearing another outburst from the king, roughly hoisted her over his shoulder and departed, tail between his legs. Qin Zhenzhen stood in stunned silence, realizing that Lilith was so close to returning. Who would have thought that provoking Blake would provide an opportunity to leave? Was it still possible to incite him now? Beside her, Blake gazed adoringly at his queen, finding her utterly captivating, her radiance illuminating everything around. He had gifted her a luminous pearl, and from that moment, she became the sun in his heart. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had gradually brightened. A rustling sound emerged from all directions. Countless insect tribes advanced, lifting flowers high, transforming the ground into a sea of blossoms. What was happening? The females were engulfed by the floral tide, and someone whispered in confusion. The king had proclaimed the identity of the queen to the entire insect tribe. Let us come forth and acknowledge her. An insect nearby held up a bouquet taller than itself, responding kindly, this flower is our gift to the queen upon her arrival. I gathered it overnight after climbing several mountains, and it is bursting with nectar. What are a few mountains? I flew to the orc tribe and pilfered the celestial sunflower, nearly losing my life in the process. Soon, the flowers cascaded around Qin Zhenzhen's waist. The insect tribe, concealed on the ground, rendered the landscape a boundless sea of blooms, their fragrance intoxicatingly rich. Qin Zhenzhen was astounded. The insects had encountered the king. They had met the queen. The swarm proclaimed in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. The dark aura of Blake enveloped Qin Zhenzhen, as a tendril of shadow selected the most exquisite blossom from the sea of flowers, presenting it before her. "My queen of insects, accept this gift from your kin." Blake's husky voice resonated with profound tenderness and admiration. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback. She merely sought to secure her livelihood beside the insect king, yet somehow she had become a consort. Had she exerted herself too fervently? She already had Carl, and could not casually entertain affections from another male. Although she wished for Carl to forget her sooner, when faced with her own predicament, the constraints of morality prevented her from committing an act of betrayal. Realizing her inability to be disloyal and reflecting upon the feelings of others, Qin Zhenzhen grew increasingly anxious for Carl. He might still be devising a means to rescue her, and were she to accept another, it would be excessively cruel to him. Should she confess her feelings? The thought of losing the king's favor and having to engage with more male insects sent a chill down her spine. Qin Zhenzhen accepted the flowers handed to her by Blake with both hands, lowering her head and softly uttering a word of thanks. She dared not meet Blake's gaze. When her safety was threatened by Lilith, she chose to ally herself with Carl, in a world where she had to barter her body for sustenance. She resorted to deceiving Blake's affections. She acknowledged her own selfishness, though all her actions were merely for self-preservation. Noticing her low spirits after encountering the insects, Blake assumed she was simply fatigued and called out, "Everyone, please step back." The sea of flowers rippled as the insects withdrew, leaving behind a carpet of vibrant blooms. "I shall retire for the night," she announced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen instantly regained her clarity, hastily stretching her neck to survey her surroundings. Carl? Was it merely an illusion? She inexplicably sensed that Carl was near. At this moment, she felt a profound certainty that summoning Carl would yield success. Who was Carl? Blake's voice darkened, revealing his displeasure. He tightly embraced the person in his arms and remarked with a tinge of jealousy, "Your companion?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1. B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B send JSON. Stringify AC class list. Add feedback hidden, D, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button, yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button, no. Class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src https, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon. JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CB5B2D2EA2B bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17, 2025, 027, 02 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happens section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX, 8MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB5B2D2A2B strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB. 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal. Class CF footer IP reveal BTN. Click to reveal button span. Class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfura ref https. www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list. Remove hidden var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer. Div. CF error details. Div. CF wrapper. Script window. CF translation. Script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A wry smile played on Qin Zhenzhen's lips as she, after a prolonged silence, finally uttered, perhaps another time. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the pollen clinging to her garments. I shall not venture into the crypt. It is unsafe. Clearing her throat, she declared with feigned authority, as the insect queen, I must now survey my domain. You are forbidden to follow. She cast a fierce glance in his direction before turning away. Upon the floral expanse, a pitiable orb of sleek, dark mist watched the retreating figure of the maiden. Retrieving the tiger pelt from the ground, it draped itself in it and commanded, attend me. Protect the insect queen from the shadows. Disturb her not unless absolutely necessary. 2 black ants, each exceeding a meter in length, twitched their antennae and set off in pursuit of their queen. Sothis, standing nearby, approached Blake with trepidation. My liege. He began cautiously. There exists a flower known as starry sky, rumored to incite ardor in females. Sothis was deeply concerned about his king's marital prospects. Indeed, Blake whirled around, immediately issuing the order, gather them for me and adorn my royal nest. Yes, your majesty. Blake's spirits lifted considerably. He strode back to his nest with haste. And after a brief, restless wait, he emerged from the crypt and began gathering flowers himself. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly emerged from the sea of flowers. Glancing back in disbelief at the absence of any pursuers, reveling in her newfound freedom, it was time to summon Carl. She felt a glimmer of hope for her escape. To ensure her safety, she continued for a short distance until she discovered a secluded spot shielded by a stone wall, where she paused. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Zhenzhen clenched her right hand tightly. Suddenly, the wolf-shaped mark on her middle finger glowed, and the air behind her was rent apart. A crimson light burst forth, and a silver wolf leaped out, capturing Qin Zhenzhen's full attention. As she beheld the form of the silver wolf, tears welled in her eyes, and her throat tightened, rendering her breathless. The once robust creature had, in mere days, become skeletal in appearance. Yet, it was not the physical transformation that pained her the most, but rather the profound desolation reflected in its eyes. It seemed as though a part of its soul had been lost, despite the brilliance in its gaze. It could not conceal the overwhelming aura of despair and solitude that enveloped its being. Carl, Qin Zhenzhen, filled with concern, rushed towards the silver wolf, embracing his neck tightly. The fur beneath her hands felt as parched as straw, causing a pang of pain in her heart. What has happened to you? The tail behind Carl wagged vigorously, exuding joy akin to that of a great wolf dog reuniting with its master. He panted and playfully licked Qin Zhenzhen's face before transforming into human form in her embrace. Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, he bent down as Qin Zhenzhen held him. Yet, a radiant smile adorned Carl's face as he, reluctant to part from the warmth of her embrace, wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. I am well. I have finally seen you, he said, gazing intently at her face. His heart aching as he remarked, you have lost weight. Are they not providing you with enough food? Lowering his gaze to examine her body, which bore bruises of varying hues, anger flared in his eyes. How fortunate he was to have arrived in time. Otherwise, would the little rabbit have been unable to endure? A wave of dread washed over Carl as he tightened his hold on Qin Zhenzhen, as if fearing that even a slight loosening of his grip would lead to her slipping away once more. Wiping her face, which was still damp from Carl's affectionate display, Qin Zhenzhen offered no explanation, simply stating, we must leave swiftly. The king of the insect tribe possesses 5th-tier beast aura. If he discovers you, your fate is sealed. Even a 4th-tier beast aura could easily overpower Carl. Should he fall into the hands of Blake, he would be utterly at their mercy. The presence of a 5th-tier beast was indeed alarming, explaining the rapid advancements of the insect tribe in recent years. Thankfully, her father was personally leading the troops this time. Carl's wolf ears, concealed within his silver hair, perked up as he shook them slightly, hushing her. Do not speak. There is movement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen dared not delay. She mounted the wolf's back, gripping its neck tightly with both hands. As 2 ants approached, a shadow of the wolf darted past. The queen insect. It has been snatched away. It's over. It's over. Wong will crush them. The 2 giant ants, terrified, immediately signaled for help. In an instant, the insect horde poured forth. The oil-green forest resembled a vast ocean, undulating in waves, its vibrant hue blinding under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a flock of birds erupted from the woods, revealing the unrest within the forest. Carl, carrying Qin Zhenzhen, raced desperately, pursued by the surging tide of the insect army. Some crawled on the ground while others soared through the air, encircling them like ravenous zombies, slowly blocking the silver wolf's path. Ultimately, they were completely surrounded. The silver wolf came to a sudden halt, and the pale girl clinging to its neck nearly toppled forward. Carl radiated a crimson glow, his eyes turning blood red as he defiantly stared down the insect army. The insect horde beat their limbs against the ground, creating a thunderous war drum, charging forward with ferocity. Qin Zhenzhen's pupils constricted as she urgently exclaimed, "Stop." Although Carl had assumed a stance ready for battle, the insectoid army unexpectedly ceased its advance. "Fall back. No one shall harm him," Qin Zhenzhen commanded, her heart filled with trepidation. To her astonishment, the insectoid forces indeed retreated at once. Just as Qin Zhenzhen breathed a sigh of relief, a mass of black energy cloaked in tiger stripes descended from the sky, obstructing the path before the two. Qin Zhenzhen's face turned pale, her heart sinking into despair. She clutched a tuft of Carl's fur tightly, overwhelmed with regret. It was she who had brought harm to Carl. No man could maintain his composure in such a moment, especially not a beastman whose primal instincts had yet to fade. A scalding tear fell, striking against Carl's silvery fur. He shook his coat and turned to gently lick Qin Zhenzhen, as if to offer silent comfort. "I am sorry," Qin Zhenzhen spoke in a quivering whisper, her lips trembling as if she were addressing either Carl or Blake, or perhaps both. The dark aura surrounding Blake appeared more intense than usual, as if it had absorbed all light, emanating a perilous sense of devouring everything in its path. He gazed deeply at his queen, his voice low and commanding as he said, "Come here." Qin Zhenzhen remained silent. "I allowed him to leave," Blake continued. A glint of surprise flickered in Qin Zhenzhen's eyes. Securing Carl's safe departure was the most favorable outcome she had envisioned. She promptly dismounted from Carl's back. "Very well," Qin Zhenzhen affirmed. "I trust you are a person of your word." A touch of flattery could do no harm, even if trust was absent. As she turned towards Blake, a scorching hand seized her wrist. With a forceful tug, she found herself enveloped in a fervent embrace. Carl possessed a searing warmth absent in the insectoids. His muscular arms encircled Qin Zhenzhen entirely as he fearlessly confronted the eerie, swirling mass of dark mist in the sky. "Having come here, I never intended to leave alive." Carl's words struck a chord of pain in Qin Zhenzhen's heart. It was beyond her comprehension that someone she had known for only a few days would willingly sacrifice his life for her. "You must be the insectoid's fifth-order king of beast energy?" A mocking smile played on Carl's lips, as if victory were already his. He continued, "Exchanging my life for the return of the female you have captured is a worthwhile bargain." Blake, realizing the implication, spoke in a deep voice, left and right in voice. "Your subordinates are present. Your subordinates are present." The two responded in unison. "Lead the troops back to the underground palace." "Yes, sir." Ferguson and Sozi, with remarkable synchronicity, immediately withdrew their respective troops from the main army. Carl's laughter grew even more unrestrained. "Too late." Qin Zhenzhen, perplexed, inquired, "Carl, what do you mean?" Carl gazed at the little rabbit in his arms, his eyes brimming with reluctance, yet devoid of any remorse. To save Qin Zhenzhen meant he would have to marry off. And rather than be forcibly separated, it would be better to conclude matters here, leaving an indelible mark in the little rabbit's heart. "I will implore my father to lead an army against the insect clan. He will ensure your safe return." Carl's voice was imbued with a tenderness so profound it seemed to exude sweetness, as if he sought to impart the entirety of his emotions in this singular moment. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly inquired, "And you?" Carl offered no response, instead gazing at her with rapt attention, imprinting her delicate features, the shape of her lips, her sweet fragrance, and her amiable disposition in his memory. Encountering the little rabbit was the most fortunate event of his life, and he harbored no regrets. Qin Zhenzhen, overwhelmed by an unbidden torrent of tears, shook her head vigorously and spoke through a choked voice. "No, as long as we live, there is hope. You must not perish. I will return to your side." As she spoke, she cast a beseeching glance at Blake, her tear-streaked face exuding an enchanting sorrow. "I implore you, let him go. I will not leave. I shall remain by your side forever." As her words trailed off, her sobs rendered her almost inaudible, unaware of the inherent contradiction in her declarations. Even she could scarcely believe that Carl could survive. Blake remained silent, his form shrouded in a veil of darkness, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, in the presence of the two who clung to one another, his solitary figure appeared even more desolate and forlorn. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. My lord, Sozi exclaimed as he approached. The orc tribe has launched a surprise attack against us. The underground palace has collapsed. The leader of the orcs is a fifth-tier beast, and only you possess the strength to confront him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen no longer pleaded for mercy, resignedly snuggling into Carl's embrace, cherishing their final moments together. As for Suashi's words, Blake seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on the entwined pair for an extended period. Let us go, he suddenly uttered. And the dark mist enveloping him unfurled into a pair of enormous wings, soaring towards the underground palace. Suashi rejoiced and hastily followed Blake. The insect army retreated in a tumultuous rush, leaving behind a flattened forest, with only Qin Zhenzhen and Carl remaining. Had they truly departed? Qin Zhenzhen could scarcely believe it. Yet there was indeed not a single insect in sight. Carl, too, was momentarily taken aback, though his expression betrayed little joy. It seemed that the insect king's affection for the little rabbit was no less than his own. For the sake of the little rabbit, he was willing to forfeit the dignity of a monarch. With such a formidable rival, Carl found it difficult to feel elated. However, as he prepared to leave, knowing that a powerful protector would watch over the little rabbit, he felt a sense of peace wherever he might go. We should depart as well, Carl suggested. Where to? Qin Zhenzhen asked, still in a daze. To Beast Gathering City. The security there is robust. You will be safe, Carl replied, transforming into an upright wolf. With his forelegs on the ground, he lowered his upper body to signal for Qin Zhenzhen to climb aboard. Once she mounted his back, the silver wolf galloped toward Beast Gathering City. See you tomorrow, and thank you all for your support. 5 days later, Carl and Qin Zhenzhen arrived outside Beast Gathering City. The sun blazed particularly fiercely that day, and as they emerged from the forest, Qin Zhenzhen's skin turned a bright red from the heat. They were compelled to retreat back into the forest. The sun is too harsh now. Perhaps we should wait until evening to depart? Qin Zhenzhen suggested, leaping off the wolf's back to stretch her stiff limbs. Rubbing her sunburned arms, she mused that under such scorching rays, she would surely be reduced to a husk in less than 10 minutes. Carl, who had just come to a halt, was panting heavily, his tongue lolling out. He glanced around before shifting into human form, standing upright, still gasping for breath. No need. Carl grasped Qin Zhenzhen's hand and led her deeper into the forest. I have a solution. Qin Zhenzhen obediently followed along. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of the wilderness, Carl swiftly located a source of water. He scooped up a handful of mud from the bottom and, with his hands, smeared it onto Qin Zhenzhen's face. This was a common practice among the orcs, as even many males could scarcely endure the harshness of the blazing sun. Qin Zhenzhen instinctively recoiled for a moment, but quickly comprehended the situation and seized a handful of mud to smear upon herself. Remarkably, the coolness of the mud alleviated the burning sensation on her skin. In no time, the once fair and delicate girl had transformed into a clay doll. Even her hair was not spared from the earthy coating. We must hurry. The mud dries swiftly, she remarked, continuing to apply the concoction onto her face. Carl, assuming his beastly form, hoisted Qin Zhenzhen onto his back and sprinted into the Beast Gathering City. Inside, a jubilant atmosphere reigned, with the males exhibiting a level of exuberance surpassing that of festive celebrations. The cause of their delight was simple. The Wolf King had returned with over 100 females, all in the bloom of youth. He had arrived 2 days prior, his speed greatly aided by the winged beasts, far surpassing the capabilities of Carl on 4 legs. With only a little over 200 females residing in the city, including the elderly, infirm, and disabled, the influx of more than 100 young females could nearly double the males' chances of finding mates. How could they not be exhilarated? As Carl entered the town with Qin Zhenzhen, the males hardly batted an eye, well aware that he was the Wolf King's envoy, and they greeted him with exceptional warmth. Hey, Carl, and there are females too. Is this your mate? They queried, noticing her rather frail appearance. Despite her muddy disguise obscuring her features, it was evident that she was unwell and emaciated. Given Carl's stature, one could only wonder why he had chosen such a female, one that typically garnered little interest from most males. Qin Zhenzhen smiled politely, causing several layers of dirt on her face to fall away, revealing more cracks on her visage. She hurriedly covered her mouth, attempting to conceal her expression. Bystanders could hardly contain their amusement. This female Carl was not only slender but also rather foolish. Her mouth opened in a grin, revealing pearly white teeth, neatly arranged and as delicate as pearls, rather charming in appearance. Carl paid no heed to those around him, jogging swiftly until he reached the wolf fortress. where he continued on without pause. Upon arriving at a barren hillside, Carl finally halted, placing Qin Zhenzhen in front of a newly constructed bamboo hut. Qin Zhenzhen was enveloped in a rich fragrance of bamboo. Turning her head, she immediately spotted a panda, hunched over and seemingly engaged in some activity not far away. National treasure, brother? The panda, upon hearing the sound, straightened up and waddled toward them. As it approached the bamboo hut, the panda shook its body, transforming into human form. Indeed, it was Wells. Silver Wolf promptly positioned himself between Qin Zhenzhen and Wells, gently nudging her into the hut. Once both males were properly attired, the three of them settled in the center of the bamboo dwelling to converse. Qin Zhenzhen peeled off the dried mud from her face, revealing skin that, although somewhat gray, bore a delicate blush beneath. Brother Gobel, what brings you here? Did you come with Carl? Qin Zhenzhen inquired with delight, as Carl had been rather taciturn during their journey, merely mentioning that his parents resided in this place. Weir scratched the back of his head and stole a glance at Carl, chuckling awkwardly, haha. He was injured at the time, so I helped him come to B City. To be more precise, he rode on my back while I tended to his wounds. In the end, upon discovering my medical skills, they allocated a piece of land for me, appointing me as the clan's physician. Qin Zhenzhen nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at the panda ears atop Ville's head, her palms involuntarily tingling with excitement. This place was far more spacious and secure than the barbarian mountain tribe. It was quite pleasant to stay here, she remarked with a smile. The moment Ville saw her smile, a wave of discomfort washed over him, and he glanced anxiously at Carl. Surprisingly, Carl did not express anger. Instead, he said, Little rabbit, you rest here for a while. I will prepare some necessities for you. Qin Zhenzhen obediently nodded. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? You must be tired after running for several days. Carl felt warmth in his heart, gently ruffling Qin Zhenzhen's hair with his large hand, and softly replied, I am not tired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt a prickling pain on her forehead, vaguely sensing that Carl's attitude was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what was wrong. Now that they had arrived at a safe place, Carl should have been urging her daily to bear wolf cubs. But she truly did not wish to assume the role of a mother so soon. However, it seemed she could not bear to refuse him, for he was someone willing to sacrifice his life for her. Her head throbbed. Little bunny, I entrust you to him. Carl earnestly gazed at Vales, as if bequeathing a precious charge. The little bunny could not survive alone. To endure, she would inevitably need to find a companion. He worried that in a moment of desperation, she might choose an unworthy or ineffectual orc. So gentle and considerate was the little bunny that she would likely suffer in silence, which further troubled Carl. He had some understanding of Vales. The bear clan was formidable in combat and possessed medical skills, ensuring the little bunny's well-being. With such a male by her side, he could depart with peace of mind. Vales, however, dared not think too much on the matter and promptly assured, Rest assured, I will look after her, not allowing any male to approach. It was not out of servitude, but rather a fear that Carl might take out his frustrations on him. Transforming back into wolf form, Carl left the bamboo hut, casting lingering glances behind him as he raced toward the wolf fortress. The atmosphere in the fortress was oppressive, devoid of the cheerfulness that lingered outside. Upon entering the fortress, the captain of the wolf guards immediately approached him, stating, The king has been awaiting your return for 2 days. At least you kept your promise and did not attempt to escape. Carl shot him a cold glance, continuing on his way. The king is not in the front hall, the captain informed. Carl paused, puzzled, looking back at the captain. Though we achieved a great victory in this battle, the king was severely injured and barely made it back. He is currently recuperating in the backyard. Carl was taken aback. The peculiar insect king was indeed formidable. Since birth, he had never witnessed an opponent who could gain an advantage over his father. Upon entering the backyard, he was greeted by a splendid array of blossoms. Young beasts frolicked across the grass, creating a scene reminiscent of a picturesque fairy tale. The captain guided Carl to the entrance of the backyard before taking his leave. Carl, now in human form, gazed at the enchanting garden, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. It had been a decade since he last set foot in this place. After being taken away by his father at the age of 8, he had never regained the right to return. The memories that followed were all steeped in bloodshed and violence. The first life he took was that of his own sibling. Otherwise, he would not even have had the right to survive until now. This was the trial of royal blood. Outsiders only knew that there were no weaklings among the royal lineage, yet they could not fathom the perilous and brutal reality within. Who are you? A noblewoman in her 20s, standing amidst the flowers, regarded Carl with curiosity. Her skin, unlike that of ordinary females, was a beautiful, healthy crescent hue, and her long hair was loosely tied behind her, exuding a gentle maternal radiance. Mother, Carl spoke softly. The word felt foreign on his tongue. The woman paused, realization dawning upon her. You are Carl? It was not that she recognized him, but rather that only the Carl destined for the marriage alliance would be present at this time. Please come in. Your father wishes to see you, she said with a note of sadness. As Carl stepped into the backyard, he noted that the garden seemed less expansive than in his childhood, yet it retained its beauty. He longed to create a similar garden for the little bunny and raise a litter of wolf cubs. He did not expect them to be particularly fierce or powerful. He merely wished for them to grow strong enough to secure their sustenance. Before Carl could enter the house, the Wolf King, adorned with snow cloud flowers around his waist, emerged, his pallid complexion not diminishing his imposing aura or piercing gaze. Very well, you are indeed my son. You have returned, not bringing disgrace to our wolf clan. The Wolf King expressed rare admiration for Carl. Carl remained silent, suddenly realizing that his father was also capable of losing, of being injured, and of praising his son, a moment that rendered the grand image of his father momentarily ordinary. The princess of the Snow Realm possesses unparalleled beauty, and her companions are all formidable. She would never do you an injustice. The Wolf King approached Carl, his deep eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. You will set out today. The winged beast army is prepared to escort you to the Snow Realm. Carl's thin lips pressed together, and he coldly replied, Understood. Noticing his son's low spirits, the Wolf King refrained from saying more, waving his hand dismissively. King, Hema approached the Wolf King, offering his support. You clearly do not wish to part with him. Why not let him stay a few more days? Great matters cannot be delayed. The sooner he departs, the sooner it is settled. I fear delays may invite unforeseen changes. The Wolf King furrowed his brow, particularly troubled by the knowledge that Carl had returned with a female companion. So frail and delicate, she may lack even the capacity for reproduction. She's the antithesis of the exquisite Snow Realm princess. Could he not have chosen a more suitable female? Hema sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In the bamboo hut, Qin Zhenzhen was munching on a fruit, while Vales was outside under the blazing sun planting bamboo shoots. A flock of winged beasts soared across the sky, prompting both to glance up in curiosity. There are indeed many creatures in Beast Gathering City. I wonder what they are up to, Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed, taking a big bite of fruit and crunching away. Vales, equally perplexed, replied, I have not seen such a scene during my days here. Perhaps the tribe is undertaking a mission. Qin Zhenzhen nodded. The mud had been cleansed from her person, and she had changed into a clean animal hide garment, revealing her fair arms and legs. Her hair was still damp, with water droplets clinging to its slightly curled strands, rendering her exceptionally comely. Is this the residence of the Vales family? A male ovine beast, bearing a missive, inquired of the panda. Vales raised his head, casting a glance at him, and responded, I am he. This is an article dispatched by Cardo. Shall I deposit it within your abode? The ovine beast queried. Vales paused, then assented with a word. Why has Cardo not arrived? This is incongruent with his nature as a devoted thrall to his female master. The ovine beast approached the bamboo dwelling, poised to place the package when his gaze fell upon an alabaster form. The ovine was immediately transfixed. His eyes were riveted, and his mouth involuntarily formed an O shape. How beautiful! How could such a fair female exist? Could this be the legendary Snow Domain female? The female whom Cardo was to wed was rumored to be as white as snow. Could it be that she had personally come to fetch Cardo? But that cannot be. Cardo just left, and even asked me to deliver this item. The ovine beast was perplexed. Hello. Qin Zhenzhen waved at the ovine beast, amused. It was rather awkward to be stared at so blankly. The ovine beast abruptly snapped out of his reverie, stammering, Why you are so beautiful. He had intended to say hello, but somehow the word beautiful had emerged involuntarily. Qin Zhenzhen covered her mouth with a smile and pointed at the package in his hands, asking, Is this sent by Carl? What is he busy with? Could it be that he is working on their new house? Well, living in Wells indefinitely certainly won't do. As time passed, Yangshuo grew increasingly anxious, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. All right, just place the items on the ground and attend to your own matters. Qin Zhenzhen continued to nibble on her fruit. Yangshuo obediently set the package down, but as he prepared to leave, he hesitated, casting a reluctant glance at the female in the bamboo house before turning away. Moving with a clumsy gait, Qin Zhenzhen chuckled with delight, having finished the fruit, her hands now sticky with the sweet pulp. As she licked her fingers, she suddenly noticed that the beastly markings on her digits had vanished. Oh, Alara scrutinized the missive repeatedly, murmuring, has the temporary sigil expired? Regardless, Carl resides within the tribe. I shall have him renew it anon. For prudence's sake, I must remain in close proximity to Valeska during this interval. Elsewhere, an ovine beast plunged into a throng of therianthropes, exclaiming with ardent enthusiasm, I espied the most exquisite female, as alabaster as the driven snow. Is such hyperbole warranted? One inquired. The Lupus Rex brought back over 100 females. Every day you utter similar exaggerations. The ovine beast hastened to retort, nay, this one is disparate from all others. You shall perceive upon beholding her yourselves. Bah, I already possess a dreamlike mistress. Speak not to me of such. I am already engaged in courtship with a female. The males remained unimpressed, accustomed as they were to the unprecedented abundance of females within the tribe. Any male of even modest prowess found no dearth of willing partners. The ovine beast, bereft of validation, harbored resentment in his heart. Humph. All the better that you do not gaze upon her. It shall save you from contending with me. Repent not when the moment arrives. These words elicited mirth from the assemblage, though a few perspicacious individuals committed the location of Valeska's bamboo hut to memory, albeit silently, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its afterglow painting the earth in hues of tangerine, the females commenced their evening activities. Valeska gathered kindling and initiated a fire by means of a hand drill at the threshold of her dwelling. At first, Qin Zhenzhen was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. However, upon observing that he had been struggling for quite some time without igniting a fire, she produced the flint that Carl had given her. Why not use the flint? Don't you have one? She inquired, passing the stone to Vales, who she had almost mistaken for a show-off moments before. Vales paused, his hand halting momentarily as he looked at Qin Zhenzhen with a bemused expression. What is it? Have I committed yet another blunder of common sense? With such an innocent visage, her foolishness was rather endearing. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Vales remarked, You didn't seriously think these stones are commonplace, did you? Are they not? She countered. Carl just casually handed one to me. Vales struck the flint forcefully, and it immediately ignited the dry grass. Raising an eyebrow, he declared. This is a fine specimen. Such items are generally unattainable for the average person. Even inferior quality ones can only be traded in large tribes. It's quite a feat for smaller tribes to possess even a few. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen remarked nonchalantly. Whatever, as long as it's edible. Wells proceeded to the riverbank to wash the meat, while Qin Zhenzhen rummaged through Wells' apothecary and discovered ginger and garlic. She hurried to the riverbank, sharing her culinary method with Wells. He did not object, allowing Qin Zhenzhen to coat the prime ribs with medicinal residue and roast them over the fire. As the proteins cooked, a tantalizing aroma wafted into the air. Wells, catching a whiff, couldn't help but salivate. The food prepared with these herbs is unexpectedly delightful. I have an array of other herbs at home. Should we not add a few more? Wells proposed enthusiastically, contemplating the exquisite taste that might arise from incorporating all the herbs. No, I am unfamiliar with those herbs, Qin Zhenzhen promptly interjected. Slightly disheartened, Wells resolved to experiment on his own another time. Yet he committed to memory the two herbs Qin Zhenzhen had used, the warming Huangzho and the soothing Suim. Ah, I've learned. As the ribs turned a crisp golden hue, and before they were fully cooked, Wells tore off a rib with his bare hands and handed it to Qin Zhenzhen, saying, Here. Qin Zhenzhen absent-mindedly accepted the offering and cast a glance in the direction where Carl had departed. Oh my, what a marvelous barbecue. Oh, a bear's life is truly fulfilling. Vales, cradling a rack of ribs, flitted about in exuberance, alternating between joyous gestures and reflections on the bear's existence. Resembling a bear in a fit of ecstatic frenzy from afar, several males, brandishing roasted meat and wild fruits, exchanged bewildered glances upon observing the peculiar antics of a bear. Is this indeed the place? It must be, right? Do you not smell that? Such an enticing aroma. Alas, having just satiated our hunger, how is it that we find ourselves ravenous once more? The group jostled one another, swiftly arriving at Vale's bamboo abode, though they had come to behold the enchanting sight. Their focus remained ensnared by the intoxicating scent of the barbecue. It was not until a gentle, melodious voice broke the air that their reverie was shattered. Who are you? The group snapped back to reality, their attention drawn to the speaking female. Thud. In an instant, the items in their hands clattered to the ground in unison. How beautiful! How radiant! While it is customary to gauge a female's beauty by her degree of fairness, the exquisite features of the female seated by the fire were enough to captivate their gaze. Her pallor merely accentuated her allure. The words of the sheep-beast were indeed true. Qin Zhenzhen cast a glance at the items they had dropped, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is this yet another gift from Carl? She pondered. The roasted ribs were a challenge for her to gnaw on, proving to be anything but effortless. And she surmised they would not be easily digestible. In truth, she found herself rather yearning for a sudden appearance from Carl, presenting her with a succulent piece of pork. It would be even more delightful if it were brought to her personally by him. Upon hearing her thoughts, the males hurriedly retrieved their offerings, eagerly presenting them before Qin Zhenzhen. This is but a token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Observing the female savoring the aromatic roasted meat, they suddenly felt a tad self-conscious about their own meager, dry morsels of roasted meat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen cast him a glance and inquired, May I ask you something? Speak. He replied, his ears perked up attentively. Do you know Carl? I am looking for him, Qin Zhenzhen stated. Several males were taken aback. Carl? Did he not leave long ago? Qin Zhenzhen's heart sank, and she abruptly rose to her feet, approaching them with disbelief as she inquired, Leaving? Where are you going? ISNT, this is homeland? The males blushed awkwardly, clamoring to respond. Carl is heading to the snowy realm for a marriage alliance. Didn't he, you know? The Wolf King arranged this union for him. Initially, he was opposed to it, and even ran away from home, yet somehow, he has unexpectedly changed his mind. Do you have feelings for him? That night, he rode the winged beast, and he must be nearing the snowy realm by now. Ordinary females might only fantasize about Carl. Yet the female before them seemingly deserved a mate of exceptional caliber as a matter of course. For such ordinary males, it appeared that their chances were utterly non-existent. Qin Zhenzhen felt as though the world was spinning around her. Her body staggered, nearly causing her to fall backward. Fortunately, Vils was quick-witted enough to catch her. Surely, it was because of her that Carl had consented to the marriage alliance. Just how much had Carl sacrificed for her? The thought of truly losing Carl filled Qin Zhenzhen's chest with a suffocating ache. If only Carl could return, she would gladly bear him wolf cubs, immediately and without hesitation. As long as he could come back. Carl, engaged in a marriage alliance? Vils was even more astonished, looking at Qin Zhenzhen in disbelief. After a long moment, he finally asked, You mean to say, you have not yet bonded as partners? Qin Zhenzhen remained silent for a long while, taking a deep breath before her voice became calm. Take me to Wolf Fortress. What? I asked. Take me to Wolf Fortress. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var-c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D, add event listener, click, function, E. 1, script defer src https, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon, JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC 59603 3D1 E7 bull, span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 42 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happens section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML, for PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button, class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML, for PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class cf error footer cf wrapper w 240 lg w full py 10 sm py for sm px 8 mx auto text center sm text left border solid border 0 border t border gray 300p class text 13 span class cf footer item sm block sm mb 1 Cloudflare ray id strong class font semi-bold 9317 cc 59603 3D 1E7 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener, A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML, as Qin Zhenzhen gracefully stepped inside. The exquisite curves of the dancers became even more pronounced with her movements. Though slender, her form was harmoniously proportioned, exuding a distinct allure. Shima regarded Qin Zhenzhen with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny. As an elder, she ought not to compare herself with the younger generation. Yet she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. When Qin Zhenzhen reached the campfire, the Wolf King, without waiting for her to speak, eagerly inquired, "What is your name? Are you here to find Carl?" His demeanor radiated an undeniable warmth and concern. Had he known that Carl's female counterpart was of such stunning beauty, he would never have sent his son to the distant snowy realm. Qin Zhenzhen was utterly bewildered by their demeanor. These were Carl's family? They appeared quite amiable. Yet how could they resort to such absurdity as forcing Carl into a marriage? "Greetings, esteemed senior. My name is Qin Zhenzhen, and I am Carl's partner." Qin Zhenzhen spoke with unwavering conviction, the word partner resonating with an unprecedented firmness. Shima exchanged glances with her companions. "But we have already sent him away," Shima lamented. The Wolf King promptly interjected, "No matter. I shall summon someone to bring him back at once. As long as we retain this female here in Beast Gathering City." Who speaks of marriage? If there is to be a union, it must be the Snow Domain Prince who comes to Beast Gathering City for that purpose. Ultimately, the Wolf King was an authority figure, an ambitious individual who prioritized his interests above all else. Huh? Qin Zhenzhen was completely taken aback. She had yet to say anything. And the matter was resolved? Is it true? She sought confirmation, her youthful innocence and romantic notions surfacing. The Wolf King recognized that this female had received a fine education but was still quite naive. Upon further examination of her hands, he found the rumors accurate. She had yet to take a partner. How fortunate Carl was to have found such a pure and lovely female. I, in my capacity as the Wolf King, assure you that what I say is not mere fabrication, declared the Wolf King. Qin Zhenzhen sighed, a smile gracing her face. "I trust you." Upon hearing this, Shima stepped forward and took Qin Zhenzhen's hand, saying, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall we dine together?" Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly waved her hand, saying, No. Thank you for your kind intentions, Auntie. I have friends waiting outside. It is truly wonderful that you can bring Carl back. I will certainly express my gratitude another day." "Oh, you dear girl. You are too polite," Hema replied. Having never encountered a female so devoted to a male, she felt a surge of happiness, knowing her son was well cared for in her presence. Qin Zhenzhen broke free from Shima's grasp and courteously said, "I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal." With that, she turned and exited the courtyard, as abruptly as she had arrived. Once she departed, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Glances were exchanged, each person still reeling from the overwhelming shock. The Wolf King cast a condescending glance at the stunned peacock man, feeling a sense of triumph. Indeed, like father, like son, my progeny possesses discerning taste. The expression on the peacock man's face could only be described as remarkable. The jibes he had prepared were swallowed back down, stifled by the moment. The Wolf King, surprisingly adept at banter, knew how to subtly praise his female counterpart. With a cold snort, he embraced Shima and alluringly suggested, "Join me in my quarters tonight. I have a surprise for you." Shima's eyes sparkled momentarily. She glanced at the Wolf King with trepidation but ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the Wolf King's good spirits came to an abrupt halt. In the Snow Domain, as the name suggests, the land lay frozen for miles, blanketed in snow. The silver wolf trudged forward, battling against the howling winds and biting cold. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed in the distance, and the silver wolf lifted its head to survey the scene ahead. A pack of bears was advancing through the snow, led by a polar bear upon which sat a young female clad in fiery red make. Her skin and hair were as white as snow, with pale eyes and lips that, enveloped in her vibrant attire, rendered her appearance as ethereal as a colorless ice sculpture. "Are you Carl?" Snow Princess inquired, surveying the silver wolf from her elevated position, her expression brimming with satisfaction. "You truly resemble what my father described. I adore the color of your fur, so distinct from theirs." The polar bear's once pristine white fur had dulled with dirt, while Carl's fur shone with a pure silver hue, crisp and cool, exuding a sharpness and fierceness that surpassed mere whiteness. Snow Princess was immediately taken with the silver wolf. She leaped down from the polar bear's back and approached him with an air of condescension, stating, "Let me ride on your back for the return journey." She placed great significance on this alliance, having personally come to welcome him, and surely the Wolf Prince would be overwhelmed with gratitude, she thought. However, the silver wolf stood rigidly, as if he had not heard her words. Snow Princess, slightly displeased, insisted, "Kneel. Did you not hear me when I said to let me ride on you?" The polar bear accompanying Snow Princess let out a low growl, eager to assert dominance, having been filled with resentment. Yet Carl remained unmoved, his knees locked tight. He was acutely aware of his irrationality. Perhaps he would suffer greatly in the future due to his defiance today. However, Submitting to this female's commands would be an unbearable humiliation. Realizing that the silver wolf was resisting her, Snow Princess's mood soured dramatically. With a huff of annoyance, she declared, "I will deal with you later," and climbed back onto the polar bear. The polar bear glanced back at the silver wolf with a smirk before strutting away. Carl silently trailed behind the bear pack, his solitary figure growing increasingly gaunt and forlorn. Little rabbit, we bid farewell." In the Snow Palace, Snow Princess was in high spirits as she prepared herself. The polar bear transformed into a towering man, over 2 meters tall, and gruffly asked, "Are you still planning to visit him tonight? He disrespected you. You could simply leave him on the glacier." Snow Princess shot him a glare. "What do you know? The more difficult a male is to conquer, the greater the sense of achievement in subduing him. I can always teach him a lesson after. At that point, he won't be able to escape. Crushing him will be as simple as squashing an ant." The man couldn't help but ponder whether he had been too easily won over. However, reconsidering, he thought that becoming Snow Princess's partner might not be as advantageous as it seemed, and his heart found some peace. As Snow Princess prepared to head to the room designated for the Wolf Prince, a guard rushed in to report, "Princess Snow, the Wolf King has sent someone to escort the Wolf Prince back." "What?" Snow Princess exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch with indignation. "Do they think they can come and go as they please in my snow domain? Stop them." Meanwhile, Carl, lying despondently on the ground, also heard the message from his kin. Initially, he thought he had misheard, but his body and gaze suddenly came alive. "Young master, we must hurry," the messenger urged. Carl then realized the truth of the news, swiftly mounting a winged beast. By the time Snow Princess arrived with her entourage, Carl and his group had already taken flight toward the city, and it was too late to pursue them. In Beast Gathering City, outside the bamboo house, a line of males queued to present gifts, with the entrance already piled high with offerings. After watering the bamboo, Vils returned and raised an eyebrow at the mountain of gifts. "This bunch of males is asking for a beating. They'll be in trouble once Carl returns." He chose not to warn anyone and entered the house, where he found Qin Zhenzhen squatting in a corner, her expression one of utter disillusionment. "Why not select a few to try?" Vils teased mischievously. Qin Zhenzhen cast him a sidelong glance and beckoned Wells to come closer with a flick of her finger. Wells approached and squatted down, inquiring, "What is your command, Miss Zhenzhen?" "Take me outside. I wish to catch some fresh air," Qin Zhenzhen whispered. Ever since she ventured out for a stroll, the males here had been clamoring around like crazed moths drawn to a flame. Initially, she had tried to kindly persuade the crowd to disperse, but to her dismay, her words only fueled their fervor, with some even fainting from excitement. Gradually, she realized that ignoring them was the most effective approach. No wonder the females here were so unattainable. They were, in part, driven by desperation. Wells, pondering with his panda-like short hair, suddenly declared, "We can only resort to that method." "What method?" "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Qin Zhenzhen swiftly grasped the package, finally exhaling in relief, and said, "Leave me half." "What do you need this for?" Wells casually inquired, but then, as a thought struck him, he gasped and added, "You can't possibly be telling me that this can also be used as a seasoning?" Qin Zhenzhen smiled gently, her expression one of commendable admiration. Weirs could not help but harbor renewed doubts about Qin Zhenzhen's grilling skills. The previous yellow bamboo rice was forgivable, it was merely edible medicine. However, the flame fruit was a dangerously toxic entity. Even the slightest touch could cause lingering pain, and it was unsuitable for poisoning anyone. It was only useful for warding off enemies with its smoke. This was certainly inedible. Weirs longed to obliterate the flame fruit to prevent Qin Zhenzhen from endangering herself. "Oh, enough of this." Qin Zhenzhen decisively snatched the bundle, pouring a portion onto the ground before returning it to Weirs. With the situation having escalated, Weirs had no choice but to toss the remaining flame fruit into the fire, adding a handful of dry dung for good measure. Outside, the orcs remained oblivious to the impending danger, fixated on Qin Zhenzhen, mistakenly believing that the fire was merely a sign of her hunger. "I have warthog meat. You can have some. I possess tender water buffalo calf meat. I have roe deer meat. It's fragrant." The crowd clamored, eagerly offering gifts, effectively blocking the entrance to the bamboo hut. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the fire, enveloping the gathering in a dark shroud, provoking a cacophony of violent coughs. The males scattered in a panic, seeking refuge. When the smoke finally cleared, Weirs and Qin Zhenzhen had vanished without a trace. Cough, 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 cough. Weirs crouched by the water's edge, incessantly coughing. His eyes and nose flushed a vivid red. Qin Zhenzhen's reaction was somewhat subdued, likely due to her long-standing habit of consuming spicy food from a young age, rendering her less sensitive to its heat. "I apologize for causing you discomfort," she expressed with a sense of guilt. "I shall prepare a delightful meal for you this evening as compensation. How about some explosively spicy grilled meat?" Wells, sensing an impending calamity, responded with a look of sheer horror. "No, I volunteered for this. You need not repay me. Absolutely do not feel obligated to do so." Qin Zhenzhen burst into laughter. "Well, just ensure you do not come to regret your decision. After all, who would regret refusing to eat a poisonous fruit?" With unwavering determination in his gaze, Wells declared, "I shall never regret it." Qin Zhenzhen seized her persuasion, cupping her hands to drink from the river. Suddenly, she heard someone in the distance calling her name. "Qin Zhenzhen." She lifted her head and noticed a group of girls by the riverbank, one of whom was waving at her. The scene felt remarkably familiar. "Miranda?" Qin Zhenzhen rose and walked toward them, as a little girl joyfully ran up to her, calling out affectionately, "Sister Zhenzhen, Sister Zhenzhen." It was Shirley. Upon reaching her, Shirley embraced Qin Zhenzhen's waist tightly, her face shining with a radiant smile. "Sister Zhenzhen, you finally came out. I've been wanting to play with you. I found out your address, but the sun was too scorching for me to endure." They had ventured out in the morning, playing by the shaded riverside, only returning to their homes when the sky darkened or night fell. "Are you adjusting well here?" Qin Zhenzhen asked, affectionately ruffling Shirley's hair. "I'm used to it. I can bask in the sun every day, and I've tanned," Shirley exclaimed, lifting her arm proudly. Only a female who had escaped from the underground palace could be so delighted about getting sun-kissed. Zhenzhen, Miranda approached as well, followed by a group of females, all of whom had also emerged from the underground palace. The females were immensely grateful to Qin Zhenzhen, as her gathering of the Beast City had prompted the military to launch an offensive against the insect tribe, facilitating their escape. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen. This truly is the consequence of one's own actions. If Lilith had not acted recklessly, she would not be left in solitude among the insectoid race. It is indeed pitiable to think that she is the only female among them, with not a single other to converse with. By the way, I have had one of my partners recalled. Miranda joyfully shared her happy tidings, revealing a vibrant and rejuvenated beast pattern adorning her hand. Qin Zhenzhen raised her right hand, gazing at her unadorned middle finger, her spirit sinking. She pondered when Carl would return. If he had already formed a bond with the Snow Domain princess, she would truly lose him forever. Perhaps it was only through loss that one learns to cherish. She realized that she had indeed fallen for Carl. For how else could she find it so difficult to accept his departure? A cacophony echoed through the sky as the resounding cries of winged beasts filled the air. A great flock of black eagles circled above the beast-gathering city before diving towards the direction of Wolf Fortress. Qin Zhenzhen realized something and, disregarding the scorching sunlight outside, hurriedly made her way towards the Wolf Fortress. Zhenzhen, come back. Be careful not to get sunburned," Miranda called out, shouting a warning as she reached the edge of the shade. Having made her decision, Qin Zhenzhen had already dashed off into the distance. Bathed in sunlight, Qin Zhenzhen, the lone female, immediately captured the attention of every male along the roadside. "Fair maiden, whither do you journey? Might I offer you a ride?" Under normal circumstances, Qin Zhenzhen would have ignored such overtures, but now she glanced at the speaker, pausing momentarily as she took in his appearance. The reason was simple. The young man was breathtakingly beautiful, with a captivating allure that blurred the lines between masculine and feminine. He stood out starkly amidst the throng of rough-hewn males. "I need to reach Wolfsbane Fortress, thank you," Qin Zhenzhen said hastily. The young man seemed taken aback. No female had ever remained unmoved by his beauty, even if this particular one was exceedingly fair. With deliberate grace, he shed his garments and transformed into a magnificent peacock, its resplendent tail feathers trailing several meters behind. Qin Zhenzhen was once again astonished. She had encountered peacocks before, yet she had never seen one of such grand proportions. The only word that could encapsulate her awe was magnificent. The call emitted was somewhat reminiscent of a cat's meow. Qin Zhenzhen climbed onto the peacock, which wasted no time and immediately flapped its wings, taking flight. With a flurry of feathers, dust soared into the air, and then it flew forward for about 100 meters before landing heavily. Another flurry followed, dust rising once more, and after another 100 meters, it descended again. Rather than flying, it resembled a long jump, flapping, landing, flapping, landing. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g., check quota. Status, resource exhausted, feeling a sudden awareness. Qin Zhenzhen glanced back and noticed Carl, urgently instructing the peacock, stop, stop, stop. However, the peacock could not halt its momentum and completed the 100-meter distance before finally descending. The person I am looking for is behind. Please let me down. Qin Zhenzhen looked down and hesitated, feeling the height was daunting. Instead of bending down, the peacock turned and soared back, landing directly in front of Carl. He lifted his head high, his gaze toward Carl brimming with provocation and pride. Carl's expression darkened further as he approached the peacock, extending his hands towards where Qin Zhenzhen was situated. Come down. After a long absence, Carl's voice was icy, leaving Qin Zhenzhen feeling quite disconcerted. Though Qin Zhenzhen was perplexed, she obediently slid down. Carl swiftly caught her waist, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Inhaling the familiar fragrance, his previously restless heart found solace. Tenderly nuzzling her neck, he murmured, I miss you so much. So do I. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Zhenzhen's face flushed with a rosy hue. Strictly speaking, Carl remained her first love. Ahem. The peacock man, having reverted to his human form at an indeterminate moment, spoke in a soft tone, Carl, after such a lengthy separation, do you not greet your elder brother upon seeing me? Qin Zhenzhen was astonished. This resplendent peacock was, in fact, Carl's brother? Carl lifted his head from Qin Zhenzhen's neck, his expression icy as he gazed at the peacock. It has been a long time. You have managed to fulfill your wish to accompany me to the snowy realm for a marriage alliance. As for luring my little rabbit, there is no chance of that. Ben felt a bit awkward and glanced at Qin Zhenzhen, retorting with a smile that was merely a jest on my part. It was not your reluctance that prompted it. Why have you taken it to heart? Qin Zhenzhen remained indifferent, quietly observing the unfolding events. Is that so? A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Carl's mouth. This individual had once resorted to numerous underhanded tactics to defend him against his father, yet now dismissed it all with a mere jest. Moreover, I am merely an ordinary male, seeking nothing more than to find a female in Beast City. As he spoke, Ben cast a captivating glance at Qin Zhenzhen. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's expression stiffened as she quickly grasped Carl's hand, earnestly addressing the peacock man. Please refrain from making such jokes. They are not amusing if they anger others. Furthermore, I have no intention of seeking another mate. One Carl suffices. Both Carl and Ben were taken aback. A warm sensation enveloped Carl's heart, and suddenly he felt no fear. With the words of the little rabbit, he felt complete. He tightened his grip on Qin Zhenzhen's hand, transmitting his fervent warmth and strength to her, which eased her heart as well. Having chosen Carl, she felt it was her duty to provide him with a sense of security. The notion of 3 husbands and 4 lovers was undoubtedly alluring. Yet she had never contemplated crossing that psychological barrier. If you must refuse me, at least provide a credible reason, Ben said, his expression awkward, being so bluntly rejected. Especially in front of Carl, who had always been less charming than himself, left Ben visibly distraught. After all, what female only has a single partner? Even if a female's heart is devoted to one, she might seek others for a better life, particularly if her mate is relatively weak. 1 or 2 may not suffice to sustain a delicate female. I speak the truth. I genuinely do not intend to find a second partner. Even if I were to seek one, it would not be his brother, Qin Zhenzhen asserted. The thought of choosing someone Carl despised sent a chill down her spine. Ben's face turned an ominous shade as he glared menacingly at Carl. You truly possess some skill. I underestimated you. With that, he huffed in indignation and strode away with purpose. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen let out a shrill cry as she embraced Carl's neck, her delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. Her eyes squinting against the sunlight that beamed down, radiating joy as she gazed at him. Carl responded with a knowing smile, swiftly carrying her away. The males, reluctant to part, gradually dispersed. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage in Vils, Carl was irked to find the entrance cluttered with gifts. Those fellows, he exclaimed in frustration. I am quite helpless as well. Qin Zhenzhen lamented. I had contemplated continuing to deceive them with the notion of infertility. Yet I feared your father would refuse to welcome you back. Instantly, the gloom that had shrouded Carl's heart dissipated as he gently reassured her, leave this matter to me. This was not driven by possessiveness. Even if Qin Zhenzhen sought other companions, these suitors would need to wield their strength to maintain their standing, for otherwise the females would struggle to lead a normal existence. Qin Zhenzhen nodded. Carl gazed at Weir's wooden cabin, a wave of apprehension washing over him as he recalled his intention to bring Little Bunny and Weir's together. We must construct a dwelling. Where would you like to reside? Carl inquired. Qin Zhenzhen was filled with enthusiasm and, after a moment's contemplation, exclaimed excitedly, I wish to reside in a place adorned with trees and water, where the shade of the trees offers cool respite and the presence of water facilitates daily life. I would also like to cultivate a small garden, planting an array of flowers and greenery. As a thought struck her, a hint of shyness colored her expression, and she lowered her gaze slightly, murmuring, and perhaps raise a few wolf cubs. The last few words were spoken so softly that even Qin Zhenzhen herself could scarcely hear them. Carl's ears perked up instantly, and his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. I shall seek out a suitable place at once. Qin Zhenzhen's face blushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment, as she lowered her head. Unable to meet his gaze, she urged, hurry up. If Carl did not leave soon, she would wish to dig a hole and hide away. Carl promptly exited to make preparations. He selected a plot of land not far from the Weir's residence, felled a fine tree, and began constructing a house. After darkness fell, Qin Zhenzhen brought roasted meat to Carl, offering him some suggestions for the building. 5 days later, a 2-story wooden cottage was completed. Their abode resembled an ordinary wooden house, albeit with a greater height and a partition in the middle. The upper level boasted excellent ventilation, and although rain would occasionally seep through, the separation alleviated much of the leakage. On the evening of its completion, several females came to marvel at the novelty. What use is it to make the house so tall? Is it cooler? I heard this house has 2 stories. Can people live on both levels? Indeed. This is essentially 2 rooms, isn't it? How splendid. The females were astonished. As they too needed to rebuild their homes, they decided to model their designs after Qin Zhenzhen's. On the 2nd floor, Qin Zhenzhen sat on the floor with Miranda and Shirley. The room was filled with the fragrant aroma of wood, and small insects crawled within the tree trunks. Qin Zhenzhen squashed one, fearing that someday the house might collapse due to insect damage. Zhenzhen, when will you and Carl become mates? Miranda inquired, noting that Qin Zhenzhen's hands were devoid of beast markings, feeling anxious for both of them. Upon the mention of this topic, Qin Zhenzhen blushed, awkwardly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and replied, perhaps in a few days. Miranda glanced at Shirley, who was seated nearby and munching on nuts, and leaned closer to whisper in Qin Zhenzhen's ear, is it that Carl lacks ability? What? Qin Zhenzhen replied, startled. Miranda continued, I have a solution that will guarantee your success on the first attempt. Qin Zhenzhen's face flushed with an unmistakable rapidity. Ever since Carl's return, her complexion had either been a brilliant crimson or well on its way to such a hue. Miranda, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned confidant, gently patted Qin Zhenzhen's shoulder and remarked with an air of maturity, the first time is always like this. In the future, you shall possess the experience, and finding a partner will be effortless. Ahem, ahem. Overwhelmed with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, Qin Zhenzhen resorted to coughing to alleviate the awkwardness, though it seemed she had genuinely choked on her own saliva. I'm back. A jubilant call from outside heralded Carl's arrival. He has come. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly rose to her feet and swiftly descended the stairs. Outside, Carl, shouldering half a lamb, gazed at the room full of women, uncertain whether to shoo them away or refrain from speaking. Zhenzhen, are you hungry? I wonder if you are accustomed to lamb, Carl inquired. Qin Zhenzhen was eager to try the spicy grilled meat and expressed her delight, stating that she could indeed adapt to it. That's wonderful, came the response. The host was preparing dinner, yet the oblivious female showed no intention of departing. It was Miranda, however, who, in an effort to create an opportunity for the two, suggested, it's time for barbecue. Shall we return for some meat? Only then did the females reluctantly disperse. The room was instantly filled with tranquility. The horns of the Luo sheep were exceptionally rounded, nearly forming a complete circle, resembling a hoop, hence the name Luo sheep. Its meat is rich and fat and tender, yet it possesses a distinctly strong gamey flavor, which is generally unappealing to most beastmen. Qin Zhenzhen first marinated the lamb with ginger and garlic, then crushed the dried chili peppers using a stone. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for Blake. With him around, he was akin to a fully automated vegetable chopper and grinder. She wondered if he would be affected by the spiciness of the chilies. Soon, the lamb skewers were ready, and the tantalizing aroma instantly piqued Carl's interest. "The lamb you grilled is surprisingly not at all gamey. It smells delightful," he exclaimed, picking up a skewer to savor. Qin Zhenzhen said nothing, merely gazing at him with a smile. Carl felt an inexplicable unease, his mind wandering as he chewed absent-mindedly. Suddenly, his chewing halted, and he turned away, breaking into a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. A man seldom sheds tears, yet the flavor lacks sufficient spice. Ha ha. Qin Zhenzhen, having suppressed her laughter for quite some time, finally erupted, clutching her belly as she doubled over. Carl, regaining his composure, glanced at her. His stern expression softened, revealing a blend of exasperation and affection. "You should eat as well. Be careful not to choke," he gently reminded her, causing Qin Zhenzhen to feel a tinge of embarrassment for her laughter. Qin Zhenzhen barely stifled her laughter as she picked up a skewer of meat and began to eat. It was quite delightful. If only some cumin were added, it would evoke the essence of Xinjiang's grilled lamb skewers. This chili was procured from Wells. "Please deliver a few skewers to him, as I had previously promised," Qin Zhenzhen remarked. Carl, generous as ever, promptly stood up to take the meat to Wells once Qin Zhenzhen had finished grilling it. The two continued to grill and eat, sharing laughter and conversation, until the sky had turned pitch black. In the darkness, a shadow resembling a panda stealthily approached. After finishing the skewer of lamb, Carl casually remarked, "I am full. It's the perfect time to stretch a bit." As he stretched and stood up, Wells, startled, quickly exclaimed, "It's me. I'm just here to trade for some meat. Brother Wolf, let us exchange some meat." It was understandable that Wells was apprehensive. With Carl having constructed a wooden house, no male suitors dared to disturb Qin Zhenzhen, and stepping into Carl's territory meant overcoming many formidable challengers. Qin Zhenzhen chuckled. "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat that flame fruit?" Wells shamelessly replied, "I was mistaken. From now on, I shall trust you absolutely. I would even consume dung without a shred of doubt." Uffed. Qin Zhenzhen couldn't help but laugh, mischievously retorting, "There is indeed some available." Wells was taken aback. "All right, come over and take some meat. We have a bit left." As she spoke, Qin Zhenzhen wrapped the meat in leaves. Wells approached with delight and, noticing the unused dried chili nearby, added, "Please give me the leftover flame fruit as well." "That is out of the question." Qin Zhenzhen gathered the peppers close to her, regarding Wells with a wary gaze. "You promised these were a gift for me." Wells intended to negotiate further, but a low growl emanated from the nearby beast. In a flurry, Wells seized the meat, fearing that any delay might cost him his hard-earned prize, and swiftly retreated. Carl extinguished the fire, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "It's time to retire for the night," he murmured. Whether it was her own misinterpretation or not, Qin Zhenzhen couldn't shake the feeling that Carl's mention of sleep was laden with significance beyond mere rest. After a brief freshening up, the two ascended to the loft of the wooden cabin. The cross-ventilation of the structure rendered the interior remarkably cool. In the obscured space, a subtle atmosphere began to brew. Qin Zhenzhen knelt upon the freshly dried haystack, the grass prickly and uncomfortable beneath her, while the wooden base pressed unkindly against her. "Can you do it?" she asked hesitantly, attempting to ease the tension in the air. The phrase "can you do it?" sounded like a challenge to the male listeners, questioning their capabilities, and they could not afford to respond with a negative. Carl, too, was no exception. He abruptly pushed Qin Zhenzhen aside and declared earnestly, "What is so difficult about it? Even if one has never eaten pork, they have certainly seen a pig run." Qin Zhenzhen let out a muffled groan, her back aching slightly. However, all her attention was riveted on the male figure above her, so tense that she forgot to breathe. The female, lying amidst the hay, stared wide-eyed, her gaze glistening with tears from the pain, her expression fraught with anxiety and trepidation, resembling a small rabbit being hunted. Gullah Carl could not help but swallow hard, instinct guiding him towards the right path. The wind howled as it rushed into the attic. "It hurts." The female's sharp cry froze the male's movements. "What is wrong?" Carl observed the female's expression with growing anxiety, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. It seemed that encountering others engaged in such acts, albeit inadvertently, was rather pleasurable. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly crawled out from beneath Carl, adjusting her skirt as she shook her head. I am not ready. Let us return tomorrow, she said, her voice trembling with fear. It was too daunting. She had endured and restrained herself, yet the feeling was overwhelming. Gazing into the female's pleading and pitiful eyes, Carl's heart softened. He knelt on the ground, took several deep breaths, and finally lifted his head. Very well. His voice was strained, barely concealing the intensity of his emotions. Qin Zhenzhen felt both touched and guilty as she crawled beside Carl and embraced him, promising, I will be fully prepared by tomorrow. Carl chuckled indulgently and replied, Sleep now. The two held each other tightly, their bond transcending that of ordinary partners. Enveloped in a deeper affection, suddenly, a tempest erupted during the night, with rain pouring down in torrents and the wind uprooting trees on the mountainside. Yet, the two-story wooden cabin stood resolutely against the storm, though the roof leaked somewhat. Qin Zhenzhen and Carl moved their nest to the first floor, where the leaking was significantly reduced. As dawn broke, the rain ceased, and the cool air enveloped their nest in an extraordinary warmth and comfort. Qin Zhenzhen stretched languidly in the embrace of the furry wolf, relishing the comfort and reluctant to rise. The large wolf, lying on its side, emitted a soft whimper before transforming into a human form, enveloping the female in its warmth. As the cozy, plush sensation dissipated, an indescribable disappointment washed over Qin Zhenzhen, who gazed at the handsome young man before her with accusatory eyes. I must prepare breakfast for you and repair the roof, if you do not get up soon. You will be devoid of strength, Carl replied, his voice hoarse yet magnetic, exuding an undeniable charm. Qin Zhenzhen felt a profound satisfaction with her companion before her. Were she in modern times, she might not easily find someone so remarkable, handsome, affectionate, and possessing commendable professional capabilities. Truly perfect. Her delicate and slender arms encircled the young man's neck as she softly murmured, Could you create another temporary mark, just like last time? Carl's heart melted into a puddle of affection, leaving no room for refusal. He pierced the gland at his forehead, re-establishing the temporary contract with Qin Zhenzhen, only to remember to inquire afterward. Why is this so? Has the little rabbit changed her mind again? Carl's expression grew tense. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly explained, No. It's just that I find it difficult to clarify to my friends. Clarify what? Carl asked, perplexed. To preserve Carl's masculine pride, Qin Zhenzhen racked her brain and concocted. We planned to go out for some fun, but I was worried about potential dangers, so we can call you anytime. Carl, without suspicion, playfully ruffled her messy hair. Let me help you braid it. I noticed that females tend to favor braids. Carl was eager to try. Indeed, many males could secure a mate solely based on their braiding skills, highlighting the significance females placed on hairstyles. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen could not see herself. So she fumbled a bit and asked, Do I look good? In the eyes of a lover, one can hardly find any flaw. And Carl certainly saw nothing unappealing in Qin Zhenzhen. You look splendid. With Carl's earnest gaze upon her, Qin Zhenzhen believed his words. Breakfast consisted of grilled meat once again. After their meal, Carl ascended to the roof to repair the thatch covering that had been damaged by the wind, while Qin Zhenzhen idly sorted through dried grass at the doorway. In Beast City, a peculiar individual had stirred a wave of commotion and panic. What sort of creature was this? Why was there no guard to expel it? Those allowed entry were presumably respectable residents. Yet, a creature of pure black was an unfamiliar sight. Blaker, draped in a drenched tiger-skin cloak, bore the weight of mud and moisture, rendering the dark mist within him appear disheveled and forlorn. With an unusually keen sense of smell, Blaker approached the newly constructed wooden cabin of Carl and Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen inadvertently lifted her head, and she was momentarily taken aback. Blake? Carl, astonished, immediately leaped down from the rooftop, his form transforming midair into that of a beast, landing before Qin Zhenzhen, watchful and wary as he fixed his gaze upon the insect king ahead. How could the insect king have found his way to the beast city? Given that her father had sustained such grave injuries, the insect king should have perished, yet, astonishingly, he appeared unscathed. Moreover, upon entering the heart of Beast City, there were no guards to impede him. What did this signify? That battle had resulted in her father's defeat. The more than 100 females brought back were merely a condition for the insect king to enter the city at will. The thought that a single male could effortlessly snatch the little rabbit away from her grasp filled Carl with an escalating sense of dread. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed underestimated the Bug King, who turned out to be merely a docile creature, easily bullied. She walked step by step to Blake, retrieving her clothes, yet she picked up the luminous pearl, examined it briefly, and handed it back to Blake. You should keep this. I cannot accept such a lavish gift. Blake offered no response, steering away from Qin Zhenzhen as he made his way toward the wooden cabin. Upon noticing Blake's approach, Carl's fur bristled instinctively. Blake, seemingly oblivious, continued his forward march. With a fierce territorial instinct, Carl lunged at the shadow with ferocity. Blake remained unfazed, a dark aura emanating from him. In an instant, the silver wolf collided with an invisible barrier, ricocheting off as if striking an iron wall, landing violently on its back. A woo. Carl. In a state of urgency, Qin Zhenzhen rushed to Carl's side, only to find blood oozing from the wolf's maw as it glared angrily at Blake. Blake had already stepped inside the cabin. Qin Zhenzhen entered the wooden structure and demanded, "Why did you strike him?" Blake stood resolutely in the center of the cabin, silent and seemingly aggrieved, as if he were the wrong party. He hadn't laid a hand on anyone. It was the wolf that lunged at him, and he had merely shoved it aside. Should he allow himself to be bitten? Emotions can be silently conveyed, and suddenly, Qin Zhenzhen grasped Blake's intent. Upon reflection, it seemed that Carl had been the instigator. Thus, Blake's response was entirely justifiable. Yet, she pressed on, "But this is not your house. What are you doing here?" Blake scanned the entire floor of the cabin before selecting an empty corner, from which a dark mist emerged to unearth the soil. "You are here," he stated in a calm and measured tone, explaining his reasoning. "You are my queen, and wherever you are, I shall be." Having slain the wolf, the queen would weep and feel sorrow. Hence, he had followed her to the dwelling of the beast. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback, her mind conjuring images of endless blossoms. In retrospect, it still felt profoundly shocking. "You may leave now." Qin Zhenzhen regarded herself as rather cruel, yet she felt the necessity of clarity. "My association with you is solely for the sake of survival. I do not wish to be among the insectoid beings. You are my only option." Uncertain whether it was merely her imagination, she sensed a surge of emotion emanating from Blake after her confession. Indeed, the insect queen seemed to favor her. She held no regard for any other insectoid, only for herself. The insect king, for the first time, found himself moved to tears, feeling a profound bond with his kin. Blake's vigorous digging intensified, and he soon excavated a deep pit, diving into it with fervor. "Continue to dig." "Qin Zhenzhen." Carl, who rushed over. "What should we do?" Qin Zhenzhen gazed at Carl in a state of bewilderment. Carl, having assumed human form, squatted on the ground, contemplating for an extended period before finally speaking. "We cannot defeat them, nor can we evade them. It seems there is no solution." After a prolonged silence, the two resolved to disregard Blake and pursue their own affairs. Carl resumed his work on the house, while Qin Zhenzhen, feeling idle, decided to explore the tribe on this overcast day. In the distance, she spotted a group of females accompanied by several males, seemingly preparing for an outing. Qin Zhenzhen felt a jolt of energy and hurriedly ran towards them, clutching her skirt. "Zhenzhen?" Miranda exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her, particularly struck by her swift movements, which only deepened her confusion. As Qin Zhenzhen approached, Miranda burst into laughter, pointing at her head and exclaiming, "Your hair? Ah ha ha. What is wrong with my hair?" Qin Zhenzhen asked, puzzled as she adjusted her braid. Aside from a slight tug on her scalp, it seemed fine to her. Miranda doubled over with laughter, unable to contain herself, and remarked, "It's fine. It's fine." Qin Zhenzhen followed with a shy smile, muttering about Carl, vowing to settle the score upon returning. "You found a partner, yet how can you still walk?" Miranda remarked, grasping Qin Zhenzhen's hand and glancing back. "And you're even running." It seems Carl's prowess leaves much to be desired. Who would have thought such a formidable orc could be so lacking? What a pity. Miranda sighed, patting Qin Zhenzhen's shoulder. "No worries, we shall seek out 2 more males in the future." "What?" The innocent little bunny, bewildered, raised her finger adorned with Carl's beast tattoo, exclaiming, "Look, it's exactly the same as before." Miranda sighed once more. "You're still young. You will understand in time." With that, she pulled the bewildered Qin Zhenzhen along to join the other females. "Miranda, where are you all heading?" Qin Zhenzhen inquired, scanning for Sherry but finding her absent. "We're off to date, to hunt, to see which male possesses greater strength, so we can select our partners." The awkwardness dawned upon Qin Zhenzhen. No wonder she had spotted Sherry. When she hesitated, Miranda firmly grasped her arm, insisting there is no harm in observing. "Think of it as a playful outing." Reluctantly, Qin Zhenzhen agreed, eager to explore the primeval forest. glancing at the beast tattoo of Carl on her hand. She reassured herself that, even in peril, she could summon him. Thus, she decided to stay. The females did not venture far before fatigue set in, calling upon their suitors for rides. The males, demonstrating their loyalty, were reluctant to carry anyone other than their chosen females, leaving Qin Zhenzhen momentarily unattended. Beautiful female, may I offer you a ride? A sweet, enticing male voice called from behind. Turning to look, Qin Zhenzhen found herself face to face with Ben, Carl's flamboyant brother. Ben wore a captivating smile that could turn heads, and the surrounding females couldn't help but steal glances at him. With Carl absent, grant me this opportunity. Despite Ben's playful demeanor, he approached Qin Zhenzhen with sincere intent. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen did not spare a glance at Ben as she gracefully mounted the back of the ox, giving a gentle pat on his shoulder. I am settled now. Let us proceed. Moo. Ben's exquisitely beautiful face contorted with jealousy. How could such a devoted female be solely claimed by Carl? He was determined to possess Qin Zhenzhen by any means necessary, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous tactics. A throng of individuals emerged from the beast-gathering city, making their way to a lush, verdant forest. The males established a slightly open area for the females to rest, leaving a few to guard them, while the others swiftly ventured off to hunt. The forest, freshly washed by rain, exuded an invigorating dampness, with vibrant fungi sprouting in abundance. Wow, so many mushrooms. Qin Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with delight. Venturing out for a leisurely outing was indeed a splendid choice. Just as she reached to pluck a gray mushroom, it was swiftly knocked from her hand by Miranda. Don't touch that. It's poisonous, Miranda exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. Qin Zhenzhen glanced at Miranda helplessly and said, I know. Knowing that you still touch it, some members of our tribe have died from it. Who knows if touching it will cause any harm? Miranda looked at Qin Zhenzhen's hand with concern. Not everything is toxic, Qin Zhenzhen replied with a smile. I am familiar with a few types, though I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty. As a modern individual, one must at least recognize some common fungi, such as bamboo fungus, wood-ear mushrooms, and various others. Really? Miranda asked, half in doubt. Indeed. Qin Zhenzhen continued her foraging for mushrooms, unconsciously humming a popular online folk tune. Red umbrella, white stem, once consumed, you lie down. My friend, lie down, sleep in the coffin, and then you shall be buried in the mountains. Buried in the mountains, weep and wail. The whole village gathers for a meal. At the meal, there are umbrellas, and once finished, everyone lies down. Lying down, drying in the wind. Next year we shall grow umbrellas together. Miranda remarked, though I cannot fully comprehend, it certainly gives me the impression that these are not to be consumed. Many mushrooms have been gathered, to be dried and savored slowly. Qin Zhenzhen, in great delight, had gathered an impressive collection of mushrooms, creating several small mounds upon the ground. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered a considerable distance. Hey, Qin Zhenzhen, suddenly echoed a feminine voice. Qin Zhenzhen raised her head and beheld a somewhat buck-toothed female, with a darker complexion, small eyes, and a large mouth, who was merely of below-average stature among females. Who are you? Qin Zhenzhen inquired, gazing at her in confusion. Upon seeing Qin Zhenzhen's visage, Marcia was instantly consumed by envy and jealousy. No wonder Lilith, so exceptionally beautiful, felt inferior in Qin Zhenzhen's presence. This female was simply too fair. As for the question of beauty or ugliness, it was the narrow-mindedness of these females that rendered such considerations inconsequential. Marcia produced a large bouquet of vibrant, blood-red flowers from behind her and offered them to Qin Zhenzhen, saying, Here. A male asked me to give these to you. A male? Qin Zhenzhen initially thought of Carl, but he was busy repairing his house at home, so it couldn't possibly be him. Glancing around, Qin Zhenzhen speculated that it might be Binba. No, you can take it away, she said, lowering her head to fiddle with the freshly plucked mushroom. Martha placed the flowers at Qin Zhenzhen's feet. Regardless, I've delivered them to you. Just don't lose them yourself. With that, she lifted her foot and departed. Qin Zhenzhen cast another glance at the flower. Naturally, girls possess an innate affection for blossoms. After a brief pause, she could not resist picking it up and inhaling its fragrance. How delightful! The scent resembled that of gardenias, rich and intoxicating, rendering her reluctant to part with it after just one whiff. The aroma was so potent it felt almost tangible, filling her nostrils and seemingly invigorating her entire being. She inhaled repeatedly, but soon a sense of dissatisfaction arose within her, and her body began to feel strangely warm. What could be happening? Her body was behaving in an unusual manner. Qin Zhenzhen felt a parching thirst and her breath quickened. Suddenly, she longed for Carl. She yearned to collaborate with him to finish what had been left undone the previous night. As she heard someone calling her name, Qin Zhenzhen lifted her gaze. There, she beheld Carl approaching across the verdant grass, his gaze imbued with profound affection, rendering her increasingly flustered. "Carl," she exclaimed, eagerly extending her hand. He promptly grasped her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. It felt as though Carl's embrace was different from what she had experienced before. Qin Zhenzhen gazed at Carl with a hint of confusion. Yet it was unmistakably Carl's visage. A sense of relief washed over her as she reached out to encircle his neck with her arm. "Home," she murmured, her voice husky yet imbued with feminine allure. The young man, captivated by the woman in his embrace, responded in a low voice, "I shall take you home." With that, he made to carry Qin Zhenzhen away. "Where are you headed?" Miranda's voice rang out as she noticed Qin Zhenzhen being cradled by someone, preparing to depart. Miranda's inquiry drew the attention of many onlookers. "What a stunning male. Who is he? What rank does he hold?" "Don't be foolish. He is the son of the Wolf Queen. Though not a true prince, he is certainly a half-prince." Indeed, the one holding Qin Zhenzhen was Ben. Ben offered Miranda a charming smile and said, "We merely wish to spend some time alone. We shall return shortly." Miranda couldn't help but blush. And seeing Qin Zhenzhen willingly entwining her arms around Ben's neck, she felt it inappropriate to linger further. She waved her hand and said, "Come back soon, or rather, take your time. No need to rush. I will assist in bringing back the wild vegetables that Zhenzhen has gathered," Miranda added warmly. "Thank you." Ben replied graciously before departing unabashedly. Miranda chuckled to herself, reflecting on how she had just claimed to avoid seeking other males, yet here she was, embracing a peafowl beast. Yet, faced with such breathtaking beauty, it was no wonder that even the most resolute female could be swayed. It was hardly surprising that Zhenzhen's words had faltered. Unnoticed by anyone, a bouquet that had fallen to the ground revealed a vine adorned with clusters of delicate white flowers, bearing the romantic name Starry Sky. Alongside a turquoise mantis resting amidst the blossoms, Ben carried Qin Zhenzhen to a secluded gorge, gently setting her down upon a patch of verdant grass before eagerly leaning in towards her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen narrowed her eyes, wondering why yet another Carl had appeared. Ben's expression changed drastically, insectoid. Instinctively, he shielded Qin Zhenzhen, poised to transform and engage in battle. Suashi fixed his gaze upon Qin Zhenzhen's eyes, his voice harsh and grating, emanating from his slimy green lips. "Take a look at who I am." Carl's utterance startled Qin Zhenzhen profoundly. She blinked, realizing that the distant figure of Carl had turned green. With another blink, Carl had become even more grotesque. "Lord Right Envoy," Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed in shock. Ben sensed that things were amiss. "Now, take a look at the person beside you." Suashi's icy stare directed towards Ben. A chill ran through Ben's entire being. Without the need for confrontation, he understood that he was unequivocally outmatched. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt a chill. How should he be dealt with? Suashi inquired respectfully of Qin Zhenzhen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen. Suddenly, the creature transformed into a colossal mantis, and despite Bien's attempts to resist, he was forcefully pinned to the ground by the mantis's enormous forelegs, reverting him to his beastly form. The mantis then seized the peacock by the neck and began dragging him towards Beast Gathering City. The entrance of the insectoid into Beast Gathering City incited a wave of chaos, especially upon the revelation that the insectoid was abducting the son of the Wolf King's female sovereign. Have our guards perished? How could we allow the insectoids to infiltrate? That is inconceivable. There was not a whisper of disturbance. A storm is brewing over Beast Gathering City. Upon reaching the gates of the Wolf King's fortress, Qin Zhenzhen called forth Carl. As Carl appeared, the sight of his former adversary startled him, prompting an instantaneous transformation into his beast form, causing the hide at his waist to rupture and fly off. Roar. Carl. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly embraced Carl's neck, explaining, "It was Suashi who saved me." Had it not been for him, the remainder of her words faltered on her lips, for she could scarcely imagine the dire consequences had Suashi not arrived in time. The mantis remained utterly still, seemingly indifferent to Carl's presence. From the mantis's demeanor, Carl profoundly grasped the disparity in strength between himself and Blake. Even one of his subordinates could effortlessly annihilate him if he did not become stronger. How could he ever be worthy of the little rabbit? Carl clenched his wolf fang tightly, his desire for strength more fervent than ever, despite the fact that he was merely 19 years old. At that moment, a peacock beneath the mantis's claws let out a cry, finally drawing Carl's attention. Qin Zhenzhen spoke. "Let us discuss this inside." The guards at the entrance of the wolf fortress did not impede Qin Zhenzhen and her companions, allowing them to enter without hesitation. "Miss Zhenzhen, are you adapting well to life in Beast Gathering City?" In the Wolf King Hall, several individuals awaited their arrival. Before they could catch a glimpse of the Wolf King, they were greeted by his robust voice. "Haha, I intended to offer you some clothing, but Carl refused. Perhaps you would prefer to select something from the warehouse yourself?" The Wolf King addressed Qin Zhenzhen with great enthusiasm, as if she were his own daughter. As for the captive peacock Ben, the Wolf King merely cast a glance his way, choosing to disregard him. "Hello, uncle." Considering that the Wolf King was, in fact, her father-in-law, Qin Zhenzhen greeted him politely. She subtly gestured towards Suashi, who promptly tossed a handful of flowers onto the ground. Amidst the red blossoms, a string of pristine white starry flowers stood out remarkably. "Starry sky." Carl suddenly grasped the situation, hurriedly taking Qin Zhenzhen's hand to examine it, his voice quivering with concern. "Are you all right?" Qin Zhenzhen felt a pang in her heart as she reassuringly tightened her grip on Carl's hand, saying, "I am fine. It was Suashi who saved me." Upon noticing that there were no other beast marks on Qin Zhenzhen's hand, Carl let out a sigh of relief, drenched in cold sweat. He turned his gaze towards Suashi but remained silent, then shifted his eyes to Ben on the floor, his expression fierce enough to devour him whole. The Wolf King shared a similar disdain for the deceitful tactics of the peacock father and son, his face darkening instantly. The abuse of the starry sky to form bonds with females grossly violated their right to choose mates, a crime worthy of castration. The Wolf King's resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Worthy of castration? Was this truly her understanding? Goodness, the laws of Beast Gathering City are rather severe. Ben, in a state of desperation, struggled to free himself. Finding no success, he disregarded the sharp barbs on the mantis legs and transformed back into human form, shouting, "I want to see my mother. Bring my mother and father here." "I see no necessity for that," the Wolf King retorted coldly. A dark aura emanated from his palm, indicating his intent to personally administer punishment. Witnessing the imminent execution of justice, Qin Zhenzhen's face turned pale, and she could not help but exclaim, "Wait." The Wolf King hesitated, a wave of concern washing over him. Could it be that his son was truly captivated by Ben? Just then, a pair of individuals hurriedly entered the grand hall. "Mother!" Ben exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. His previously pristine back was now gruesomely marred, bleeding from the mantis legs due to his earlier struggles. "Father, save me. They want to castrate me." The peacock father, filled with anguish, embraced Shima's waist, saying, "Ben is our only son. You cannot ignore him." Upon seeing the chaos surrounding her son, Shima comprehended the gravity of his misdeeds, yet her affection for her favorite partner softened her resolve. "My king, Ben has not yet formed a bond. He truly cares for Zhenzhen, which is why he acted this way," Shima gently informed the Wolf King, casting a glance at Qin Zhenzhen. "Since Zhenzhen is one of us, I believe we should let this matter be." If the peacock father was Shima's vulnerability, then Shima was the Wolf King's. Despite his desire to punish Ben severely, the repercussions were too great. Thus, the Wolf King fell into a contemplative silence. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content, i.e. edge meta name robots content no index, no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post https sparrow cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header sparrow source key C771F549444B4 to 61444B7N1A b send JSON stringify c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CBB0B, 4 out of 47 bull. Span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 15 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1, 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM, PY for SM, PX 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300 P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBB0 B4 out of 47 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen possesses a gentle disposition, yet she adheres steadfastly to her principles. With a subtle smile, just as those around her anticipated a concession, she resolutely proclaimed, "Without rules, there can be no order. In our culture, we have a saying, a prince and a commoner are equally culpable when the law is transgressed. I may extend forgiveness to him, but the law must remain unwavering. As I have not suffered any substantial harm, I can consider a mitigated punishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen spoke again. Int. There's no need to elaborate. Otherwise, I shall reveal this matter to all the inhabitants of the beast city. At that point, everyone will disregard the law, leading to utter chaos. Upon hearing this, Shima was also struck by fear. She opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent. Suashi then guided Bin out of the hall. Bin's face had turned ashen, struggling to glance back at Qin Zhenzhen one last time. Qin Zhenzhen, your heart is truly ruthless. The voice of despair echoed throughout the grand hall. Qin Zhenzhen sighed, unsure of what to say. I do not slay Boren, yet Boren perishes because of me. Humph. Bin's father cast a piercing glance at Qin Zhenzhen, snorted coldly, and strode away. Shima too found no joy in remaining there and followed suit. The Wolf King patted Carl's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Your female is truly the finest I have ever encountered. Cherish her well. I shall, Carl replied, gripping Qin Zhenzhen's hand tightly. Qin Zhenzhen, feeling somewhat shy from the compliments, laughed awkwardly and said, Uncle, you flatter me. We shall not disturb you any further. We are leaving now. The Wolf King pondered for a moment before responding in agreement. In the afternoon, the male and female companions who had ventured out returned. Miranda brought back Qin Zhenzhen's mushroom and was taken aback upon learning that Bin had been expelled from Beast City. Qin Zhenzhen, reluctant to engage in further conversation, graciously accepted the mushrooms and bid farewell to Miranda. Carl, please fetch me some thicker bamboo from Velas. Carl, lounging at the doorway, lazily ambled into the room upon hearing Qin Zhenzhen's request, transforming into his human form. His curiosity piqued. He glanced at the pile of items before her and was taken aback, exclaiming, This cannot be consumed. It's poisonous, isn't it? Everyone had an aversion to mushrooms, which left Qin Zhenzhen quite exasperated. Some of them are edible and incredibly delicious. After much coaxing, Carl finally, albeit skeptically, set off to retrieve a few stalks of bamboo. Qin Zhenzhen meticulously cleans the mushrooms and places them into a bamboo tube, adding remnants of lamb from yesterday's meal before setting it over the fire to simmer. With ample time at her disposal, she leisurely positions the bamboo tube beside the flames, choosing to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, Carl occasionally approaches to steal a glance and savor the aroma. It seems rather delightful. The silver wolf, using its paw, lifts the lid of the bamboo tube, its dark nose hovering above to inhale the fragrant steam. Hey, you're peeking again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen chased him, and a man and a wolf engaged in a playful pursuit in front of the wooden cabin. A shadow cloaked in darkness silently emerged, gradually approaching the fire pit. Lifting the bamboo lid, the enticing aroma of mutton and mushroom soup wafted through the air, captivating all who encountered it. Blake conjured a spoon-like shape from a swirl of black mist, ladling a scoop of the soup into the inky void. The rich and aromatic liquid burst upon his taste buds, enveloping him in a sense of blissful euphoria. With each sip, Blake felt as though he were truly floating. Why are there so many flowers in the sky? Do flowers also have wings? Qin Zhenzhen, exhausted from the chase, turned back to the fire pit and gasped in alarm. The mushrooms were not yet cooked. Undercooked fungi are undeniably toxic. Several bamboo tubes beside the fire lay overturned, clearly emptied. A swirling mass of dark mist floated above, darting this way and that, as if in pursuit of something. What was happening? Carl stood in stunned silence. It appeared that there was nothing in the air. Could it be that the insect race perceived things that the orcs could not? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a heart filled with trepidation, Qin Zhenzhen clutched the elusive black mist, which flickered in and out of visibility, evading her grasp and causing her to break into a cold sweat. Little rabbit. Below. Carl, in a state of urgency, transformed into his beastly form and leaped upwards. Consequently, Blake ascended higher and higher, intermittently plummeting downwards, reminiscent of a drunken giant. Clinging to him, Qin Zhenzhen experienced the jarring sensation akin to riding a roller coaster, trembling as she held tightly to the black mist. Carl, filled with anxiety, closely tracked Blake's movements, ever ready to assist. At last, Qin Zhenzhen seized the opportunity to climb above the black mist, feeling a semblance of stability. Gazing down at the shifting black mist below her, she felt as though she were treading upon clouds, a truly wondrous sensation. Blake, how are you? Do you feel unwell? Qin Zhenzhen inquired with concern, her hand gently caressing the mist. Blake floated contentedly, responding languidly, I feel absolutely splendid. Qin Zhenzhen sighed in relief, unable to suppress a smile as she remarked, I told you not to indulge, yet I still prepared a portion for you. Upon hearing this, Blake felt a surge of joy. He realized that she had never forgotten him and had even taken the time to prepare a meal. The only distinction between himself and that wolf was merely the bond of companionship. With this thought in mind, Blake turned over to face Qin Zhenzhen directly. Qin Zhenzhen sensed the nebulous ebony mist circumambulating her form, and in her trepidation, her hands grasped wildly. Pray, remain still. I fear I shall plummet. You shall not. Blake responded, enfolding Qin Zhenzhen within the inky shroud. Immersed as if in a quagmire, Qin Zhenzhen found herself immobilized by the oppressive weight of the encroaching darkness. If this inky haze constituted the very essence of Blake, then she was, in that moment, subjected to his all-encompassing caress. Particularly where the confines of her leather skirt concealed a vulnerable emptiness. Release me, she implored, a tremor of apprehension in her voice, instinctively drawing her legs together. Very well. Blake conceded, unexpectedly. With a fluid motion, he shifted, eliciting a startled cry as Qin Zhenzhen clutched at the swirling darkness. Subsequently, Qin Zhenzhen found herself beneath Blake, a tableau that seemed to redefine the concept of being set down. Qin Zhenzhen coughed up blood, sensing something crawling up her leg. She felt her hair stand on end and hurriedly exclaimed, Stop it. Black, however, showed no signs of relenting. I know how to form a mate bond with you. Qin Zhenzhen blurted out in desperation. Black finally paused his actions. If he possessed a physical form, his eyes would undoubtedly be shining with fervor at this moment. Really? Black's heart pounded with anticipation. With a mate bond established, he could be forever inseparable from Qin Zhenzhen, just like the orcs. What woof? Oh woo. Carl howled frantically from below, agitated like an ant on a hot pan. With a resigned sigh, Qin Zhenzhen confessed, You'll have to inquire with Carl. It's a secret rite of their wolf clan. That's how we formed our bond. As for its efficacy on the insectoids, I have no idea. Alas, she hoped it would prove useful against the insectoids. Merely a temporary mark, it could serve as hiring a bodyguard, one that could be dismissed. Blair descended at once, regarding the haphazardly leaping wolf with disdain. Such a feeble beast man. Were it not for the queen's fondness, he could crush it with ease. Impart the method to me, Blair commanded. A hint of scorn flickered in the silver wolf's eyes, and he grew unhurried. He advanced toward Qin Zhenzhen, poised to nuzzle her. Abruptly, Blair launched an assault, a tendril of dark energy seizing the wolf's throat. Ugh, Blair! Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed, Release him. Speak, Blair demanded, simultaneously enfolding Qin Zhenzhen while exerting pressure on the silver wolf. Even on the verge of suffocation, the silver wolf's gaze remained defiant. It was Qin Zhenzhen who was terrified, struggling vehemently. Blair, if you kill him, I shall never forgive you. Sensing the blows of the female upon him, Blair felt a piercing ache in his heart. Reluctantly, he flung the silver wolf aside, then pleaded. Tell me, and I shall owe you a favor. The insectoids were the most numerous populace of the Beastman continent, and a favor from the insect king was of immeasurable weight. Carl remained unmoved, daintily licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, before sauntering to the fire and languidly adding a few logs with his paw. A twitch graced Qin Zhenzhen's lips, as she perceived Carl to be rather deserving of a beating. Surprisingly, Blake endured it, eagerly shifting behind Carl. He first retrieved the tiger pelt from the ground, draping it over himself, and then entreated, "Tell me, and I shall grant you 3 wishes. Nay, 10, 20. I'll even cede the title of Insect King to you." Carl remained engrossed in his own affairs, grooming his claws and teeth, utterly ignoring Blake. "Insect Queen, shall we proceed?" Seemingly resigned, Blake grasped Qin Zhenzhen, preparing to depart. "My first demand, maintain your distance from the little bunny." Carl instantly reverted to his humanoid form, his voice effectively halting Blake's advance. A resonant chuckle emanated from the shadows. As Blake exclaimed with delight, "Excellent, 1 down, 19 to go." Carl fell silent. The Wolf clan held integrity as their highest virtue. Conceding one request was tantamount to tacitly approving Blake as Qin Zhenzhen's partner. A wave of sorrow washed over Carl's chest. "I shall never utter a second," Carl declared. As if attempting to persuade himself, Blake offered a soft laugh. "Nay, you will." Carl was left speechless. Qin Zhenzhen emerged from the inky shadows of Blake. Seeking to dispel the stagnant atmosphere, she spoke up. "The soup has spilled. Let us prepare it anew." "Very well," Blake responded, invigorated by her words, and added with urgency, "Hurry, let us begin." Having wiped the perspiration from her brow, Qin Zhenzhen promptly set about the task at hand. Matrimony at the tender age of 18 had already strained her limits of acceptance. While Carl was at least a mammal, the Zerg were an entirely different matter. This was more than just a crossing of species. Alas, the Zerg king was too formidable. Not only was he impossible to expel, but provoking him would likely spell disaster for her. She was left with no choice but to attend to his needs. By the riverbank, many fungi lay, most having succumbed to decay due to prolonged exposure. Qin Zhenzhen carefully selected the freshest among them and prepared several bamboo tubes of mutton and mushroom soup anew. Brack, with particular interest, inquired, "Shall I assist with the butchering of the meat?" Qin Zhenzhen pondered for a moment and then acquiesced with a nonchalant air, suggesting that slicing the meat thinly might enhance the flavor. Whereupon, Blake brandished his dark aura, transforming the mutton, bones and all, into gossamer thin slivers. As the water reached its boiling point, the meat swiftly cooked, while the mushrooms remained stubbornly firm, though exuding an equally savory fragrance. Blake, in his eagerness, extended a tendril of dark energy towards the bamboo tube, only for Qin Zhenzhen to intervene, swatting it away with a piece of firewood. The dark mist dissipated instantly. Carl chuckled derisively, remarking that even the most formidable male is often subdued in the presence of a female, a truth that extends even to the insectoid races. The queen. Blake gazed longingly at Qin Zhenzhen. "Poisonous," Qin Zhenzhen reprimanded, securing the lid of the bamboo tube and casting a sidelong glance at Blake, inquiring, "Are you seeking to admire the pretty patterns again?" Indeed, it seemed the creature had developed an insatiable craving for the toxin. Qin Zhenzhen sternly declared, "No eating. Once it's cooked, there will be a portion for you." This was an opportune moment to test for poison. After all, even the most seasoned mushroom gatherer could make mistakes in unfamiliar territory. Qin Zhenzhen could not afford to be careless. Thus, Blake was left to patiently wait by the fire. The sky gradually darkened. Due to the inclement weather, the moonlight was hazy, and the stars were scarcely visible. Apart from the campfire, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. A rustling sound emerged from the ground. Carl perked up his ears and looked down to see a multitude of tiny insects crawling towards the fire. "Little bunny, today you are in for a treat," Carl remarked, as he picked up a few stink bugs and tossed them into the ashes. Due to the insect's phototropic behavior, after every rainy day, an abundance of them would gather during the roasting of meat, with stink bugs being particularly numerous. The sound of the insects sizzling in the embers filled the air. Qin Zhenzhen's expression shifted as she swallowed hard and asked, "You can't possibly be referring to that insect, can you?" "Indeed," Carl replied, as he picked up a sizable handful of stink bugs and tossed them into the ashes of the fire, subsequently retrieving the ones he had just discarded. Stink bugs are also a favored delicacy among females, ranking just behind warthog meat. "You haven't tried them?" Carl exclaimed in disbelief, eagerly offering the freshly retrieved insects to Qin Zhenzhen's lips. "To give them a taste, I am certain you will relish them." Beholding the malformed appendages of the stink bug, Qin Zhenzhen was seized by a wave of revulsion. She recoiled, shaking her head vehemently. "Nay, I implore thee, partake thyself. Such fare is not to my liking. Pray, indulge me, just a morsel," Carl entreated, persisting in his endeavor to proffer the insect. "Approach me not," she exclaimed. "Keep thy distance." Qin Zhenzhen, terrified, rose to hide behind Blake, her face a mask of fear as she gazed at Carl. The dark mist surrounding Blake expanded, forming an impenetrable barrier to shield Qin Zhenzhen. Carl, feeling somewhat awkward, tossed a stinky bug into his mouth, crunching it loudly. The flavor of the insect was surprisingly delightful. In the presence of the bug king, Carl consumed one bug after another with gusto. Blake showed no sign of anger. Instead, he rummaged through the ashes and extracted a few bugs, devouring them with relish. Qin Zhenzhen was covered in goosebumps and wandered to the side to admire the scenery. By the riverbank, she noticed twinkling lights, and with delight exclaimed, "Look, fireflies. Do you like them?" With Blake's voice, the fireflies swiftly gathered around them. Before long, countless greenish lights illuminated the area around the wooden cabin, shimmering like fallen stars. "Wow." Qin Zhenzhen twirled around, her eyes wide with wonder as she exclaimed, "How beautiful." For Blake, gazing upon his beloved insect queen, this was the true definition of beauty. Carl, munching on his cherished stink bugs, suddenly found his once favorite delicacy rather unappetizing. However, it would be a shame to let the nearby stink bugs go uneaten. So he gathered some aquatic plants by the riverbank, skillfully weaving them into a cage to store the insects for later consumption. Perhaps the adorable little rabbit would eventually take a liking to them. How troublesome it was that the charming female insisted on consuming only the cutest of foods. The flavor of the mutton mushroom soup intensified, transforming into a rich essence that was distinctly different from its initial aroma. Qin Zhenzhen first allowed Blake to consume a bamboo jar of food, waiting for half an hour without incident before she dined with Carl. Having traversed the beastly realm for nearly half a month, with every meal consisting of roasted meat, the arrival of a soup was a remarkable delight for Qin Zhenzhen. However, the bamboo jar had been cooked for too long, imparting a slight burnt flavor. To facilitate her culinary endeavors, Qin Zhenzhen resolved to take some time to craft several earthenware pots. A mere few jars of soup would certainly not suffice for Carl, who casually roasted the remaining sheep and finished it off. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Qin Zhenzhen refreshed herself by the river before returning to the attic of the wooden cabin with Carl. This night, the room was darker than usual, rendering Qin Zhenzhen unable to see anything, so she focused her gaze on the window. Outside, the faint hues of the night were barely discernible. It was agreed that tonight would be special. In the darkness, Carl's voice resonated with an alluring masculine charm. Qin Zhenzhen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing with anxiety. Sensing Carl's approach, she instinctively placed her hand against his chest, her voice barely above a whisper, "Then please take it slow." Under the enchanting influence of the starry sky, she became acutely aware of the underlying issue. They were lacking in the necessary foreplay. Very well. Carl indeed proceeded with a deliberate slowness. Yet his actions were direct and purposeful, embodying a gradual unfolding of the moment. Flustered, Qin Zhenzhen averted her gaze. "You must bestow a kiss upon me first," she whispered, her voice barely audible. HFFBT. A canine tongue descended upon her face. Speechless and covered in saliva, Qin Zhenzhen could only choke back her words. After a moment, she reached out to steady Carl's head, then leaned in for a kiss. Carl's eyes widened. He seemed to apprehend the strange sensation that was rising within him. The atmosphere of the attic gradually became imbued with a lingering tenderness. Duong. Suddenly, the attic was bathed in light. The two squinted towards the source, where Blake's silhouette loomed at the top of the stairs like a specter. "Ah!" Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed, startled, her spirit nearly taking flight. A sense of shame washed over her. As though she had been caught in a compromising situation, she hastily sought refuge behind Carl, shrieking, "Blake? What are you doing here?" Carl, equally terrified, could only grit his teeth in impotent rage, knowing he was no match for Blake. Holding up a luminous pearl, Blake declared with a straight face, "I feared you might be afraid of the dark, so I brought you some illumination. Place it there." Qin Zhenzhen gestured towards the vacant space beside her. Obediently, Brack set the luminous pearl down, yet lingered, choosing instead to recline upon a patch of bare earth. "I harbor a fear of the dark," he confessed, his voice a deep, resonant timbre, earnest in its declaration. Ugh, ugh. Carl, having endured all he could, finally succumbed to his exasperation, abruptly transforming into his bestial form and bursting forth from the grassy den. A woo, a woo, a woo, a woo, a woo. Seizing Carl's hind leg with haste, Qin Zhenzhen clung to it tenaciously, impeding his advance. The hindered Carl, akin to a tethered wolfhound of considerable size, erupted in a frenzy of vociferous howls. "Compose yourself. Compose yourself," she implored. "Prudence dictates that we acknowledge our disadvantage in this altercation. A reckless charge would assuredly lead to dire consequences." With labored breaths punctuating the tense atmosphere, the silver wolf, after a protracted interval, managed to suppress his incandescent ire his respiration gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. Qin Zhenzhen hastened to pat Carl's back, attempting to soothe him, and then cast a helpless glance at Black, sighing, "All right, let's all retire for the night." "Good night, Queen." Carl huffed derisively and clutched Qin Zhenzhen tightly with his lupin limbs, as if fearing she would be snatched away. Silence descended upon the room. As night deepened, a gentle, persistent rain began to fall, the cool, damp air ideal for slumber. Nestled in the grass bed, the silver wolf stirred intermittently, ensuring the female was still nestled in his embrace before drifting back into a deep sleep. The following day dawned clear, with not a cloud in the vast expanse of the sky. Qin Zhenzhen plucked a few strands of aquatic grass by the riverbank and meticulously cleaned her teeth with the grass dipped in salt. After her ablutions, she casually dug up a handful of mud from the riverbank. This mud contained numerous impurities, and it was likely that, if fired, it would not yield sturdy pottery. Indeed, it might even leak. Although she was not versed in ceramics, she understood that the quality of the clay was of paramount importance and that multiple trials might be necessary to achieve satisfactory results. "Little rabbit, I am off to hunt," Carl said, having quenched his thirst with a bellyful of water, as he wiped his mouth and turned his head towards Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen hastily interjected, "Pray, could you escort me hence?" Carl furrowed his brow and responded, "The locale to which I am bound is fraught with peril, teeming with venomous insects. Perchance, after I have procured quarry, I shall convey you to a more secure haven for leisurely pursuits. Would that be agreeable? My intent is not mere amusement. I have pressing matters." Whereupon, Qin Zhenzhen divulged her intentions. "You contemplate utilizing mud to boil water?" Carl chuckled, ruffling Qin Zhenzhen's soft tresses into disarray, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Even when desiccated, mud remains but mud. Upon contact with water, would it not simply dissolve? Qin Zhenzhen declared, "Facts are more eloquent than rhetoric. Simply lead me to the soil and entrust the rest to me." Carl, still wishing to dissuade her, was interrupted by the arrival of Blake, who materialized behind them. "Queen Mother," a voice oozed, "I shall conduct you to the soil." A tenebrous mass of darkness exuded an inexplicable obsequiousness. Qin Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In an instant, Carl changed his tone. "Excellent. Qin Zhenzhen, where is the adherence to principles? No wonder females are all capricious. Acceding to every whim is their original sin." Qin Zhenzhen began to fret over the potential pampering her daughter might receive if she were to have one. Upon finishing his statement, Carl shifted into his wolf form, settling down beside Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen hastily took a couple of sips of water, puffing her cheeks as she climbed onto the wolf's back. The two of them darted away in a flash. The morning dew had yet to dissipate, but the sunlight was already mercilessly blazing. Fortunately, upon entering the forest, they were immediately shielded by a dense canopy, with only a few sporadic patches of light filtering down upon them. Carl, bearing Qin Zhenzhen, explored the surroundings, traversing marshlands and rocky terrains, yet by noon, he still had not discovered soil that truly satisfied her. After a morning of relentless running, Carl was parched and weary. Arriving at a waterfall to quench his thirst, the pristine waters of the waterfall cascaded down like 3,000 silver threads from the mountains, ethereal and breathtaking, stirring the soul. Qin Zhenzhen took a deep breath, the dense humidity making her feel as though her lungs were undergoing a cleansing. The pristine forest environment was indeed delightful. The air here could be sold for a fortune back home. Qin Zhenzhen inhaled greedily, feeling as if each breath was a gain. Carl, having quenched his thirst, sat by the lakeside and inquired, "What is money? Is it something delicious?" Qin Zhenzhen chuckled and explained, "Money is the currency used to exchange goods. The food we consume is acquired through money." Carl pondered this notion, intrigued by such a method of exchange. Qin Zhenzhen remarked as she settled beside Carl, dipping her feet into the lake beneath the waterfall. The moment her feet touched the water, she immediately recoiled with a shiver. "How icy!" she exclaimed. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the water was shockingly frigid. Carl chuckled, "The water is quite deep. During the hot season, it remains cold, but in the winter, it warms up." Qin Zhenzhen understood that it was akin to the principle of well water. "Can you dive to the bottom? I wish to examine the sediment here," she stated. Carl glanced around, expressing his concern. "It is indeed possible, but I am apprehensive about your safety." Qin Zhenzhen brandished her right hand with a gentle flourish, reminding him, "Have you forgotten about the beast markings? I shall remain vigilant, and at the first sign of peril, I shall summon you without delay." Only then did Carl concede, nestling Qin Zhenzhen amidst a thicket of verdant shrubs before descending into the water. Qin Zhenzhen was not afraid to be alone, however. After waiting for quite some time, She grew increasingly concerned about Carl's absence. 3 minutes had already passed. Was it possible that he was suffocating? Remembering that Carl had not warmed up before diving in, Qin Zhenzhen genuinely feared that he might have cramped up in the icy waters. As a thought crossed her mind, a crimson light emanated from the beast pattern on her finger. Suddenly, Carl burst forth from the dense thicket, enveloped in moisture, and collided with Qin Zhenzhen, catching her in a warm embrace. Oh dear! Qin Zhenzhen was caught off guard and was overwhelmed, her back pressed painfully against the thorns of the bushes, her delicate face scrunching up like a bun. After stabilizing himself, Carl pressed Qin Zhenzhen even tighter, his expression alert as he turned his head to survey the surroundings. The bushes rustled between their scuffling. Was there a threat? Qin Zhenzhen rubbed her aching back and frowned, saying, "If you don't get up soon, I may truly be in peril." Carl was taken aback, finally noticing the anguish etched across Qin Zhenzhen's face. He hastily propped himself up, exclaiming, "I thought you were in danger. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look." Filled with concern, Carl grasped Qin Zhenzhen's shoulders, attempting to turn her around. But in his fervor, he inadvertently applied too much force, leaving several deep crimson fingerprints on her delicate, fair skin. "Ouch, I'm fine," she replied. Qin Zhenzhen evaded Carl's hand and hastily shifted the topic. "Have you found the clay?" Carl produced a handful of mud and inquired, "What do you think of this?" Qin Zhenzhen gently pinched the soil, feeling its exquisite texture and vibrant tangerine hue, rich in saturation. Within it glimmered what appeared to be specks of gold dust, leading her to suspect that this might indeed be the case. Even without a background in pottery, she possessed an inexplicable intuition that this earth could yield exceptional ceramic creations. "Very well, we shall make use of this soil." Thus, Carl tirelessly excavated the earth, repeatedly diving into the water, to conserve time and energy each time he emerged. Qin Zhenzhen summoned him back using her partner's mark. As they made their way back during the most oppressively hot part of the day, Qin Zhenzhen smeared mud on her body but still found it difficult to withstand the searing heat. Upon entering Beast Gathering City, Carl suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him and quickened his pace, only to behold a troop of massive white bears parading through the streets. Leading the procession was a green peacock, atop which sat a young female. Despite the sweltering heat, this female was entirely enveloped in layers, emanating an aura of coldness, while a bear beside her held a hide to shield her from the sun. Is this the princess of the snow domain? Indeed, she is beautiful. However, after encountering Qin Zhenzhen, the snow domain princess seemed less striking in comparison. Wait, that peacock resembles Ben, the one exiled from Wolf King Fortress for harming a female. As the whispers among the residents of Beast Gathering City revealed, Carl's heart sank, and his steps involuntarily halted. To his astonishment, the snow princess had arrived. What an extravagant display this is. Qin Zhenzhen, adorned with a mask of mud, curiously surveyed her surroundings, murmuring, "Surely, they aren't from Beast Gathering City? I don't recall encountering a white bear there." The beastly figure of Carl was unable to respond, merely exhaling heavily as a form of acknowledgement. "Oh, is that not my runaway fiancé?" Xueji immediately recognized Carl amidst the gathering of beasts. His uniquely distinct fur made him stand out even more among the throng. However, his coat was speckled with mud, and he bore a female companion, equally soiled and emaciated, clutching a large clump of dirt, far inferior to any female she had seen in Beast Gathering City. Xueji let out a derisive laugh, imperiously declaring, "I had thought you left me for some enchanting beauty, yet here you are? It seems that like attracts like. Associating with such a wretched female has left you in a pitiful state." Qin Zhenzhen's expression of amusement froze as she instantly recognized the identity of the other party. Carl furiously snarled at Xueji. Insulting him was permissible, but disparaging the little rabbit was utterly intolerable. Qin Zhenzhen gently patted Carl's back, signaling him to remain calm, and exaggeratedly remarked, "The snow princess, is it? You are indeed quite stunning. Yet, despite your beauty, you find yourself defeated by someone as unremarkable as I. I wonder, which of us is the more pitiable?" Such a sharp tongue. The snow princess's icy visage flushed with a faint crimson as she twisted her features in anger, exclaiming, "Do you dare to believe I could end your existence right now?" Having always been the obedient girl, Qin Zhenzhen's expression shifted, and she immediately faltered. Was it truly necessary to resort to personal attacks over a mere quarrel? Carl took a cautious step back, sensing the tense atmosphere that had settled around them. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed, shattering the oppressive silence. The Wolf King strode forth, accompanied by a band of wolf guards, his face beaming with mirth. "The snow princess has traveled from afar. What has caused such discontent?" he inquired, as if just noticing Carl and Qin Zhenzhen, before adding, Zhenzhen, you ought to be more careful. You might get sunburned. Please, return at once. Qin Zhenzhen cast a grateful glance towards the Wolf King and sweetly said, then we shall take our leave. Farewell, uncle. After giving Carl a gentle pat on the back, he stepped forward to depart. Xueji let out a cold, mocking laugh. Stop your theatrics before me. I have come to seek justice. Otherwise, my father will come personally to take matters into his own hands. The snow region also possessed a fifth-tier beast, and the Wolf King had originally held them in some regard. However, as long as Qin Zhenzhen remained, no one in Beastgather City would dare to act against them. Yet, a semblance of decorum had to be maintained. The Wolf King smiled and said, Princess, having traveled from afar, please enter and rest. This evening, I shall host a bonfire banquet in your honor to welcome you. Humph. Xueji made a noncommittal grunt. Nudging the peacock with her foot, let us go. The Wolf King's expression suddenly turned icy. Bin, the exiled beast dares to return? Are you courting death? Bin glanced back at Xueji, her beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with charm. Xueji's heart fluttered, and she promptly defended, this is my new companion. Is there a problem? Not at all. Truly, the peacock beast had found its place within a single day, showing prowess that rivaled even his father. The Wolf King chose not to say more and welcomed Xueji and her companions into the Wolf Fortress. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenzhen and Carl returned home. Qin Zhenzhen cleansed herself by the riverside and swiftly sought refuge within the wooden cabin. Carl, intending to procure some food before sunset, received word of a bonfire gathering and decided to remain at home to assist Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen instructed Carl to construct a rudimentary cellar beside the wooden cabin using stones and mud. Meanwhile, she settled at the entrance, skillfully kneading the clay upon a banana leaf, beginning to mold a soup pot. This clay appeared to be inherently destined for pottery, exhibiting remarkable malleability. Qin Zhenzhen crafted 2 deep soup pots, a frying pan, 5 dining bowls, and 10 plates, ultimately leaving behind only a bit of clay to fashion a few soup spoons. To prevent the clay from cracking during the firing process, it was prudent to allow it to air dry first. Thus, Qin Zhenzhen moved the clay to a well-ventilated area in the attic. Having completed these tasks, the sun was nearing its descent. The bonfire gathering was already bustling with attendees. Xueji had shed her red fur coat, donning a light fish skin dress that accentuated her delicate figure, pale as water and cold as ice. Her beauty was strikingly different from the females of Beast-Gathering City, causing the onlooking orcs to steal glances at her. Our snow region females are truly beautiful. The females of Beast-Gathering City are as dark as mud, grumbled Harry, Xueji's rough-voiced companion. Another bear orc chimed in, especially the wolf princess female. She must be so hideous that they cover her in mud. Unable to contain herself, Bin, who was beside Xueji, burst into laughter. Xueji shot her a puzzled glance, inquiring, what is so funny? Bin pulled Xueji into an embrace, gazing deeply into her beautiful, peach blossom eyes. I am laughing because I have found the most beautiful female in the world. You may not know, but to replace Carl and marry you, I have offended my entire family and was even expelled from the tribe. Xueji felt a surge of emotion, caressing Bin's exquisite face and promising, I will treat you well. When you come with me to the snow region, you shall never suffer. Bin merely smiled, concealing his true feelings. Harry's expression darkened, reflecting on how the females of Beast-Gathering City were unimpressive, while their males were rather flamboyant, just as they thought they were rid of Carl. A more troublesome peacock had arrived. Suddenly, the jovial sounds of the bear clan faded. Harry glanced at his kin, following their gaze, and was left breathless. A female clad in a flowing white gauze dress approached, her skin fair like the snow region females but with a healthy blush absent in them. Her deep brown, slightly curled hair exuded a vitality that the snow region females lacked. Yet, what captivated them most was her elegant and confident demeanor, an indescribable allure. Xueji and Bin turned their attention towards Qin Zhenzhen. Bin paused for a moment, having seen her a few times before, but quickly regained composure. The smile on Xueji's face involuntarily vanished. She was acutely aware of her own beauty and had never felt threatened by any other female before. However, this enigmatic female instilled a sense of danger within her. Who is she? Xueji's voice deepened as she noticed the female holding Carl's hand, an unsettling suspicion blossoming within her that she refused to acknowledge. Bin stated calmly, she is Carl's female. You have seen her before. Xueji clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. Could it really be that ugly creature? Witnessing her tribesmen, even her partner, mesmerized by Qin Zhenzhen, Shueji felt an overwhelming fury and slapped Harry hard across the face. What are you staring at? The crisp sound of the slap jolted the bear orcs, who quickly diverted their gazes. Forgive me. Harry hastily apologized. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful female in Beast Gathering City. He dared not voice the rest of his thoughts, but Shueji could infer them. Delivering a sharp kick to Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback. Princess Shueji exchanged a glance, and instantly 2 bear beasts emerged. Carl pulled Qin Zhenzhen behind him, warily watching the 2 bear beasts. Princess Shueji, do not go too far, the Wolf King said with displeasure, an aura of authority quietly emanating from him. The 2 bear beasts hesitated, refraining from making any rash movements. Shueji sneered. If you dare to interfere, I will immediately send word to my father, instructing him to attack Beast Gathering City. The Wolf King faltered. Although both Beast Gathering City and the Snow Domain possessed a 5th-tier beast, the Snow Domain held a slight edge in strength, which was precisely why the Wolf King sought a union. Should conflict arise, Beast Gathering City would not fare well. Seizing the moment of his hesitation, Shueji signaled the bear beasts to attack. With a loud bang, Carl transformed into his wolf form, his beastskin skirt shredding into fragments that flew away. War was on the verge of breaking out. The silver wolf radiated a sudden red glow, despite the 2 bear beasts being second tier with their blue auras. They relied on their size advantage to engage Carl in a 2-on-1 struggle. At that moment, Shueji signaled for one of the bear beasts to approach Qin Zhenzhen. Roar! Carl's eyes widened in fury as he attempted to charge towards Qin Zhenzhen, inadvertently exposing a flaw, which allowed one of the bear beasts to strike him on the shoulder. With a loud crash, Carl's body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing into a pile of firewood. Carl! Qin Zhenzhen's breath hitched as she hurried towards Carl, disregarding her bear beast. The bear beast reached out, poised to grasp her arm, when suddenly, it vanished without a trace. A thunderous noise reverberated, and a deep pit formed in the ground, the bear beast now lying in a puddle of mud at the bottom. What had transpired? Shueji could only comprehend that her kin had abruptly disappeared. The darkness enveloped her, preventing her from noticing the ominous black cloud hovering above. The cloud slowly descended, swaying irregularly until it draped itself in a tiger skin cloak, revealing a human form. Blake cast a cold glance at Shueji, causing her to shiver and instinctively take 2 steps back. Fortunately, he soon turned his attention towards Qin Zhenzhen, allowing Shueji to exhale in relief. What manner of beast is this? She whispered to Ben beside her. Ben frowned, replying, a newly arrived beast man. I am uncertain. I only know he has some connection to Qin Zhenzhen, but I had no inkling of his formidable power. Could the dark energy be that of a 5th-tier beast? Carl, are you all right? Qin Zhenzhen rushed to his side, anxiety etched across her face. The silver wolf coughed twice before transforming into human form, stating, I am unscathed. Fortunately, it was a low-tier bear beast. It could not harm my bones. Had it been a bear of the same rank delivering a full-force strike, my shoulder blade would surely have been shattered. Princess, Toth is dead, someone reported after inspecting the bear beast at the bottom of the pit. Fear gripped Shueji. Yet she feigned composure, declaring, I must return to report to my father, urging him to launch an immediate assault on Beast Gathering City. With my father present, we shall surely prevail against that dark monstrosity. The Wolf King interjected, Princess Shueji, I have not taken action. You must remain reasonable. Frustrated, Shueji retorted. All I know is that our tribe has lost lives, and it was your people from Beast Gathering City who did the deed. Then you may return. The Wolf King replied wistfully. I wonder if the Bear Clan's 5th-tier beast can contend with 2 5th-tier beasts? Shueji's gaze widened as she looked towards the black mist draped in tiger skin behind Qin Zhenzhen. It was indeed a 5th-tier beast, no wonder. A single Wolf King might have a slight edge over her father, but against 2 5th-tier beasts, even she recognized her father's lack of odds. However, Blake, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. I am not a beast man. You may fight as you wish, provided my insect queen remains unharmed. His tone bore an unexpected hint of delight as he glanced meaningfully at Carl on the ground. Everyone fell silent, and Shueji's mind froze in confusion. Insect clan? Insect queen? Carl's partner possesses this additional identity. What did his casual remark imply? Would he not partake in the war between the Snow Domain and Beast Gathering City? Only Carl, inwardly cursing, thought, despicable. My second demand is that you shall forever guard Beast Gathering City. He gritted his teeth, regarding the loathsome insect. Blake, evidently pleased, turned to Shueji, saying, I am now a resident of Beast Gathering City. Just 18 more demands to fulfill before I can bond with the insect queen. Completing his statement, he added, you may fight as you see fit. How dare you? Shueji, feeling utterly humiliated for the first time, burst into tears and fled. Wait for me, Shueji. The bear beast army rumbled after her. Ben cast a deep, complex glance at Qin Zhenzhen. Indeed, Qin Zhenzhen possesses remarkable potential, yet regrettably, she lacks the opportunity. Otherwise, she could ascend to a prestigious position akin to that of her father. With a sigh, Ben followed Shueji as they departed. Once Shueji and her entourage left, all present among the beastmen exhaled in relief, and the atmosphere transformed into one of lively ease once more. Uncle, I have assisted Carl to rest. Qin Zhenzhen greeted the Wolf King and, upon receiving his consent, assisted Carl towards the bonfire. In the clearing, heaps of dry firewood were arranged, with each female capable of claiming a pile, while the solitary males could only huddle around their mother's fires or resort to gnawing on scraps. Along the riverside, a lengthy array of provisions was displayed, encompassing meats, vegetables, fruits, and a mound of stinky bugs, reminiscent of a buffet feast. Qin Zhenzhen settled herself beside a pile of firewood near the water source, her heart aching as she examined Carl's shoulder blades. Does it hurt? She inquired. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Carl replied, feeling a warmth enveloping him. Throughout his life, he had endured countless wounds, none more severe than this one, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Yet, for the first time, someone expressed concern for his well-being. The tenderness in Carl's heart felt as though it might melt away, and the affection in his eyes threatened to overflow. Qin Zhenzhen's face flushed, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. I'll go get some food. You take the seat, she said. All right, Blake immediately replied, following her. Qin Zhenzhen, filled with curiosity, hurried towards the bountiful spread of food, her eyes dazzled by the splendid array before her. Indeed, it was a grand tribe, boasting a plethora of varieties, though regrettably, she was unfamiliar with most of them. After feasting on meat for half a month, Qin Zhenzhen yearned for some vegetarian dishes and fruits. Qin Zhenzhen gazed for a considerable time before selecting 2 green fruits resembling pomegranates, a sweet bamboo stalk of a finger's width, and casually grasping a bird no larger than a common dog. Make sure to gather plenty of meat, Blake urged, with a playful roll of her eyes. Qin Zhenzhen stipulated that the procurement of meat necessitated his assistance, tasking him with fetching certain items. Blakely, eager to comply, promptly accepted the charge. With the assistance of Blake, Qin Zhenzhen selected a large leg of lamb. Despite his injuries, Carl was not idle. He had already managed to kindle a fire. Today, I shall prepare a delightful dish for you, Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed with enthusiasm as she returned. What dish? Carl inquired, glancing at the bird in Qin Zhenzhen's hands. While bird meat is quite palatable, once the feathers are removed, there is not much left, and it tends to have a burnt flavor. Are you certain you wish to consume this? Who said we would burn off the feathers? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen, eschewing assistance from Carl, directed Blake's efforts. The fowl, still animate, was first bled according to Qin Zhenzhen's instructions. Subsequently, it was scalded with boiling water, facilitating the effortless removal of its plumage. The bird was then eviscerated, revealing 2 sizable eggs within. The lamb leg was also cleansed, and both it and the bird were perforated with bamboo skewers. A marinade of ginger, garlic, and salt was applied, and the bird was meticulously enveloped in layers of broad leaves before being encased in riverbank mud, ready for roasting in the embers. Carl, captivated by this sequence, remarked with admiration, your culinary practices are remarkably diverse. Qin Zhenzhen responded with pride, indeed. My homeland, though tribal, boasts 5 millennia of history. A veritable culinary empire in my world. Carl, duly impressed, regarded her with newfound respect. The diminutive companion perhaps remained unaware of the profound significance of her tribal knowledge to a leader. Her prior discourse on currency, for instance, was already under consideration for implementation by his sire. Qin Zhenzhen finished gnawing on the sweet bamboo and picked up a green fruit resembling a pomegranate, preparing to indulge in it. It was quite hard. How was she to open it? Qin Zhenzhen looked towards Carl for assistance. Carl took it from her, and with a firm squeeze of his large hand, the fruit cracked open with a satisfying sound. Inside lay numerous translucent white pearls, exuding a subtle aroma reminiscent of fragrant rice. Oh, Qin Zhenzhen leaned closer and inhaled. It truly resembled rice. When she squeezed it, it burst forth a white, milky substance, akin to freshly harvested rice that had yet to dry. Carl remarked, this is rice fruit. It lacks flavor. Would you like me to fetch you some sweet fruits? Haven't you ever roasted them? Qin Zhenzhen inquired. Why would one roast fruit? Carl responded, clearly perplexed. He recalled that during his childhood, his mother would roast fruits in the cold season, yet the taste had been rather unremarkable. Qin Zhenzhen shook her head in disapproval, exclaiming, "Such a waste." After saying this, she carefully placed the fruits in her hands onto the fire, burying the unbroken ones directly in the ashes. As dusk fell, the females gradually gathered, making the bonfire gathering increasingly lively. They began to dance around the largest bonfire. Amidst the clamor, Miranda's cheerful voice rang out, "Zhenzhen, come dance with us." The meat would take at least 2 more hours to cook, and observing the vibrant scene among the females, Qin Zhenzhen excitedly rose to her feet. "Keep an eye on the fire. Don't let my fruits burn." Carl smiled indulgently. "Go ahead." Once she left, the smile on Carl's face vanished instantly as he cast a cold glance at the nearby Blake. "Don't expect me to voice a third demand." Blake poked the fire with a tendril of dark energy, securely covering the food wrapped in mud, confidently stating, "You've said something similar yesterday." Carl was momentarily speechless. Blake continued, "You are too weak. My queen is too beautiful. You will inevitably face peril. Only a strong individual like me deserves her." Carl fell silent, internally chewing on the 2 words, "become stronger." The interplay of firelight and moonlight illuminated the dancing females. Qin Zhenzhen mingled within the dance crowd, her light steps captivating, even her erratic movements appearing pleasing to the eye. Miranda, observing her imitation of others, felt a tinge of disappointment and smilingly implored, "Please dance that piece from the other night once more. I wish to see it again." "Does Sister Zhenzhen have her own dance?" Shirley inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen shyly smiled, gently adjusting the loose strands of hair that fell across her cheeks, and said, "All right. I shall perform a piece for you." With her petite feet clad in delicate white dance shoes, she gracefully lifted herself, and in an instant, her entire demeanor transformed. As she danced to the enchanting melodies of the Nutcracker, she embodied a whimsical fairy tale through her movements, blending the mysterious primal essence of the beast world with the enchanting narrative of the ballet. In this dance, it was as though Qin Zhenzhen was transported into another realm. Her spirit liberated from the constraints of the stage, allowing her to express sheer joy and abandon. She felt as though she had transcended the limitations of her craft. A collective gasp escaped the females as they were entranced by her performance. Gradually, more males began to gather around, drawn by the spectacle. Carl's ears perked up as he instantly recognized the sound of Qin Zhenzhen's footsteps. Upon witnessing the gleaming eyes of the males, jealousy surged within him. "She is my female," he declared possessively, pushing his way into the dance floor to assert his claim. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen grasped Carl's hand, raised it above her head, and twirled with him in a series of intertwined rotations. Behold, the two are even more aesthetically pleasing together. As Qin Zhenzhen danced with exuberance, she released Carl and gracefully retreated, only to suddenly leap towards him, gliding through the air before landing gracefully on her back. Carl instinctively reached out to catch her, perfectly synchronizing with Qin Zhenzhen to conclude the dance. The females watched with bated breath. Had he failed to catch her, Qin Zhenzhen would have certainly faced a harsh fall. Phew, phew. Exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen gasped for breath, and upon seeing Carl's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Are you dazed?" she teased, playfully tapping his nose. Carl, unable to resist her charm, joined in her laughter, appearing even more foolish. "You truly are stunning," he remarked. "Did you only just realize that?" Qin Zhenzhen responded with a mock pout. At that moment, a swarm of females encircled them. "Well, what kind of dance is this? Can you teach us? Do we have to wear clothes like yours to dance? How is your outfit made?" Their clamorous inquiries left Qin Zhenzhen feeling overwhelmed. Qin Zhenzhen leaped down from Carl's embrace, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her breath still somewhat uneven. "I can teach you, but given your advanced age, you may only grasp the superficial aspects," she remarked, adjusting the gauzy skirt around her waist. "As for the clothing, I am unable to create that." The enthusiastic females, undeterred by her words, eagerly seized Qin Zhenzhen and led her to an open space to begin their lessons. In no time, the ground was a flurry of spinning tops. The typically delicate females, at this moment, were unafraid of falling or getting dirty, reveling in the joy of learning. It was not until the moon reached its zenith and their stomachs began to rumble that they finally granted Qin Zhenzhen her freedom. Qin Zhenzhen approached her campfire, and from a distance, she noticed a sudden burst of bright flames, causing her heart to skip a beat. Had there been a fire? Beneath the intense glow, Blake's silhouette became strikingly prominent. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the collar of his tiger skin cloak, seemingly directed towards Qin Zhenzhen behind him. My dear insect queen, do you see how magnificent my fire is? His tone reeked of prideful self-congratulation. Qin Zhenzhen felt her face scorching from the heat, even 5 meters away from the bonfire, and in despair exclaimed, "Where on earth are my roasted birds and my roasted lamb leg? This entire volcano, yet I can't even catch a glimpse of any food." She glared at Carl, her frustration redirected towards him. Carl shrugged helplessly. He wished he could help, but his abilities were insufficient. After a prolonged struggle with the flames, the fire finally subsided a bit. Using a stick, Carl unearthed 2 large clay lumps from the ashes, but alas, there was no trace of the American food. Fortunately, the ingredients they had did not cater solely to the whims of the female palate, and there were still plenty of provisions left. Qin Zhenzhen gathered 4 or 5 more items and buried them in the ashes to roast anew. The heat was intense. The 3 of them crouched around the clay lumps, the residual warmth making Qin Zhenzhen's face feel aflame. She tapped one of the lumps with a half-burnt stick, and with a resounding crack, it split open like a ripe watermelon, revealing wilted yellow leaves inside, accompanied by a faint aroma wafting through the air. It seemed quite promising. As Qin Zhenzhen spoke, she cautiously parted the leaves, and a thick, billowing white smoke dispersed, releasing an even more intense aroma that wafted through the air. The golden bird meat flickered enticingly amidst the fragrance. Unlike grilled meat, the method of cooking the beggar's chicken sealed in the moisture, resulting in a succulent broth that seeped directly from the bird's skin. The earth surrounding the bird was merely nestled in the ashes, maintaining a temperature neither too high nor too low, perfectly roasting the meat to exquisite tenderness. Gulp! The 3 of them swallowed in unison. Carl reached out for the beggar's chicken, preparing to tear a piece for Qin Zhenzhen, when a swirl of dark mist suddenly whisked the entire roasted bird away. "This is yours, Insect King," Blake announced as he sliced the chicken in half, offering one portion to Qin Zhenzhen while devouring the other himself. "This is mine," Carl exclaimed. "Blake." Qin Zhenzhen shot Blake a bemused glance, plucking a wing from her half and generously passing the remainder to Carl. "Enjoy my portion." The dark mist drooped, reflecting Blake's feigned grievance. Carl raised an eyebrow at Blake before decisively tearing off the bird's head and neck, crunching them with abandon. The texture was entirely unlike that of grilled meat. The juices were remarkably rich, even more delectable than the fat of a warthog. The bird's bones were tender, posing no risk of splintering. Carl focused on the meat nearest the bones, and as soon as Qin Zhenzhen finished the wing, he promptly tore off a large thigh for her. "Thank you." Observing the mutual feeding between the two, Blake suddenly found his half of the meal less appealing. Once they had finished the bird, they eagerly cracked open the beggar's leg of lamb. Although the lamb lacked some of the oily fragrance due to the skin being removed, the meat remained exceptionally tender, with its juices preserved beautifully. Once again, Blake sliced the lamb along the bone, offering half to Carl before presenting the other half to Qin Zhenzhen. "Insect King, partake in the meat," Blake urged, tearing off a small piece and extending it towards her. Carl quipped, "Is it truly wise for a mere insect king to be so cunning?" Qin Zhenzhen paused momentarily and coldly remarked, "Thank you, but I am quite full." Blake. The black mist once again collapsed in a pitiful manner. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the bonfire, scattering sparks in all directions. "Ah!" Qin Zhenzhen let out a shriek and hid behind Carl. Another explosion resonated in the air, as pure white grains cascaded down like celestial blossoms. The air was filled with a refreshing aroma of rice. "What sound is that? It smells divine. Have you all caught a whiff?" Numerous orcs were drawn to the alluring scent, their attention captivated by the unusual fragrance. The enticing aroma of roasted meat had already whetted their appetites, yet they dared not approach due to their fear of Blake. However, meat is still meat, and they too have their desires. Yet this fragrance of rice was something entirely unprecedented for them. The males hesitated to approach, leaving it to the females to investigate. "Zhenzhen, what delectable dish have you prepared?" Miranda, responding to the pleas of the other females, came forward with a sense of duty. Qin Zhenzhen was indulging in her meal, savoring the abundant carbohydrates that bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of satisfaction. "Ah, indeed, nothing compares to the delightful allure of rice." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as Qin Zhenzhen's words faded, a resounding bang echoed, and Miranda was bombarded with a flurry of rice grains. "Ah!" she exclaimed in shock. The onlookers instinctively recoiled a few paces. Fortunately, Miranda swiftly brushed the grains from her face, revealing a complexion that bore no trace of the incident. In contrast, Qin Zhenzhen's arms were speckled with red dots resembling rice grains. Thankfully, she was clad in a dance skirt. Had she donned a leather bodice, the situation would have been far worse. Miranda appeared utterly dazed. Perhaps, as a female, she had never encountered such a thrilling experience before. Give it a try, Qin Zhenzhen playfully urged. Miranda, still in a daze, grasped a few steaming grains and placed them in her mouth, her eyes brightening. The initial taste was not overwhelmingly impressive, a subtle, fruity aroma that beckoned for another bite. After consuming a whole grain, Miranda felt an unusual sense of fullness in her abdomen, quite different from the satiation derived from meat, which often leaves one unable to eat despite ample space remaining. It also contrasted with fruit, which, when overindulged, still leaves one feeling hungry as the stomach quickly empties once more. This is the wondrous nature of carbohydrates. With a contented burp, Miranda rubbed her belly and declared with satisfaction, I shall go tell them. Go ahead, Qin Zhenzhen waved her hand in encouragement. Amidst the heap of food, the previously overlooked rice grains were suddenly snatched away in a frenzy, the females delicately retreating behind their partners, while the males stood solemnly guard over the grains by the bonfire. The air was filled with explosive sounds, eliciting a mixture of startled cries and joyous cheers from the females. This bonfire gathering radiated an unprecedented atmosphere of exuberance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen nestled comfortably in Carl's broad embrace, stifling a yawn, her eyes gently closing as she drifted into slumber. The night was profoundly tranquil, and as Carl walked home with measured steps, Qin Zhenzhen succumbed entirely to sleep. The following day, the dawn painted the horizon in hues of crimson, while thick white mist lingered by the riverbank, where creatures had already begun to quench their thirst. A cuckoo perched on the attic window of the wooden cabin, its lively head darting from left to right. Qin Zhenzhen stretched languidly, gazing vacantly at the bird outside for quite some time before sluggishly sitting up. The cuckoo at the window took flight with a flurry of wings. Qin Zhenzhen approached the window and gazed at the earthen bricks. The attic, blessed with ample ventilation, had rendered the bricks thoroughly dry, transforming them into a pale yellow hue, subtly glimmering with a metallic sheen. Their surfaces were immaculate, devoid of any cracks. Qin Zhenzhen felt a surge of joy in her heart as she stood up and looked down. Carl was scratching his claws against a tree, and upon hearing her call, he promptly made his way to the front of the wooden cabin. How? Qin Zhenzhen smiled lightly, the golden sunlight casting a warm hue upon her radiant visage. My earthen stove is ready. Please gather some firewood, and I shall descend shortly. With a lazy response, Carl sauntered into the wooden cabin. Before long, he emerged, transformed into a figure with a slender waist and elongated legs. Qin Zhenzhen meticulously transported each adobe block down the stairs, arranging them neatly within the cave dwelling. She then sealed the kiln, ensuring that every crevice was well packed with clay. Finally, she ignited a fire, adding sturdy firewood to stoke the flames to a fierce intensity. By the time she completed these tasks, the sun blazed fiercely, and the mist over the river had long since dissipated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen wiped the water from her face and gazed towards Carl, squinting in the sunlight. Please go and bring me back some rice cakes, she said. After a brief pause, she added, the more, the better. All right. Qin Zhenzhen did not solicit Brake's assistance, however. Brake, having overheard their conversation, took the initiative to emerge. Since the temperature for firing ceramics is ideally elevated, Qin Zhenzhen harbored no concerns about Brake damaging the kiln. Therefore, she entrusted him with the task of monitoring the fire and retreated to the attic to seek respite from the heat. The insect expert had mentioned that higher temperatures yield better results. Observing the radiant flames within the kiln, Brake felt dissatisfaction and extended his dark energy into the fire. Stirring it vigorously, he expelled carbon dioxide and infused fresh air into the kiln, which immediately intensified the flames. Brake was generous with the firewood, feeding it one log after another. By the time Carl returned, dusk had settled. The sun, resembling a golden yolk, hung on the horizon, casting a long shadow of the great wolf. Carl, with a digging pig clamped in his mouth and a dozen grain fruits slung over his back, trudged homeward. As he approached his wooden cabin, he noticed a small hill beside it, eerily shimmering with light. Initially taken aback, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. With a rush of air, he exhaled anxiously. Brake glanced at Carl and sent another gust of fresh air into the kiln. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The flames that burst forth were brighter than the setting sun. What was happening? Alarmed by the commotion, Qin Zhenzhen hurried outside, only to find herself frozen in place before the kiln. The interplay of firelight and sunset illuminated a man, a wolf, and a tiger's skin in a vivid glow. After a considerable time, the flames within the kiln gradually subsided. Fortunately, the clay bricks remained untouched by the explosion, now glowing a brilliant gold red from the fire. After an extended period, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, and the temperature of the clay bricks began to cool. Qin Zhenzhen cautiously extracted a soup pot with a wooden stick. However, the stick slipped, causing the pot to tumble onto a stone slab used for kiln making, producing a resonant clang of metal striking stone. Remarkably, it did not shatter. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback, crouching down to scrutinize the soup pot, only to discover traces of the soil cultivation melting away. The combination of the soil's metallic elements had formed a natural golden glaze upon the surface of the pot. Once the pot cooled, it felt delicate and smooth to the touch, resembling iron rather than ceramic. Is this made from earth? Carl marveled, tapping a plate inquisitively. Indeed. Qin Zhenzhen replied, equally astonished. Meanwhile, the earth-digging pig let out a squeal. It turned out that Blaker was prodding it with dark energy, assessing which piece of meat was most delectable. It's time to eat, Blaker reminded. Qin Zhenzhen picked up the large round pod and shook it with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Today we shall feast on stir-fried dishes." It was amusing to think that a talented dancer like her would transition into the role of a cook. However, in the simplicity of the beastly world, food represented the utmost joy. The earth-dwelling pig, having spent a prolonged period underground, boasted a richness of meat surpassing that of the warty pig, adorned with a thick layer of succulent fat upon its belly. Qin Zhenzhen prepared 10 rice cakes, extracting the grains and sought ing them in the rendered fat from the streaky pork belly of a wild boar. She then cracked 2 bird eggs from the previous day into the pan, allowing them to set before adding the distinct grains of rice, thus creating a sumptuous pork fat fried rice. Ah, I am a culinary prodigy, Qin Zhenzhen mused, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her dish. Bleak, enveloped by a shroud of dark energy, devoured a portion of the fried rice and lamented, "Is there no meat?" As a member of the carnivorous insect tribe, he found meat particularly enticing. Carl, another carnivorous creature, coldly remarked, "If you don't want it, then leave." Without hesitation, Bleak divided the fried rice with his dark energy and offered it to his queen, saying, "My queen, let us share this meal." He then used his dark energy to bring a handful of rice to Qin Zhenzhen's lips. Qin Zhenzhen dodged slightly, picking up a clean bowl and declaring, "From now on, we shall use this to hold our food." Observing the dark mist reaching towards the rice pot, she swiftly struck it down with her hand. "No grabbing with your hands. Not even with the dark mist. Use the spatula." The 2 males complied obediently. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open Post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event. B. Set request header, content type, application JSON. B. Set request header, Sparrow source key, C771F54B54944B4 to 61444B7N1. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add, feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove, feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. COM beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CBE 596 F7 AA 5B bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 24 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs COM has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CBE 596 F7A 5B strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare com5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen observed Xueji, clad in heavy animal furs, traversing the city wall. Despite it being morning, did she not feel the heat in such attire? They resided in the snowy domain, which should make them more sensitive to warmth than the inhabitants of beast-gathering city. Upon the arrival of Princess Xueji, the Wolf King boomed. Is everyone present? Princess Xueji has journeyed from afar to present us with a gift. He continued, behold, the secret treasure of the snow realm, the ice soul. As he spoke, he turned to Xueji, who extracted a frost-blue orb from her fur coat. The orb resembled the luminous pearl of Blake, yet it exuded a wispy white mist, akin to a swirling mass of ice. Qin Zhenzhen widened her eyes, pondering whether Xueji was impervious to heat due to the possession of this precious orb. If she had it, wouldn't summer be the perfect time to indulge in chilled fruits? Meat could be preserved without the necessity of salt. How could one acquire such a treasure? Indeed, the very fact that we have been summoned suggests that everyone has a chance. It was not only Qin Zhenzhen who yearned for it. All present gazed longingly. Xueji, amidst the crowd, spotted Qin Zhenzhen perched atop Carl. This sight evoked memories of her own request to mount Carl, which had been met with a callous refusal. Initially reluctant to part with the ice orb, her resolve suddenly solidified. She casually tossed the ice orb into the air, relishing the sight of the crowd holding their breath, and slowly spoke. It is quite simple. We shall engage in a game, exclusively for females. The victor shall claim this prize. What are the rules? Someone inquired. Let us go swimming, Xueji declared. We will commence from here in the river of beast gathering and conclude at the exit of the city. The first to reach the finish line shall be deemed the winner. The Wolf King promptly added, all females who complete the race will receive a salt stone, a special reward from the city. After all, the females were accustomed to a pampered life, and it would indeed be a challenge to have them compete. Upon hearing this, the females' faces fell. The distance to the finish line stretched approximately 3,000 meters, and merely walking that far was exhausting, let alone swimming. Only Qin Zhenzhen felt a surge of excitement. As a professional dancer, her stamina and endurance were undoubtedly superior compared to the other females, who seldom engaged in physical activity. She was confident of her chances to secure first place. Soon, the females gathered at the riverbank. Excluding some elderly and young ones, over 100 females prepared to participate. With so many entering the water simultaneously, the scene was utterly chaotic. Qin Zhenzhen, undaunted by potential misfortunes, deliberately chose to enter the water last, distancing herself from the crowd. The males, filled with anxiety, feared for the safety of their females, creating a bottleneck along the riverbank. With sheer strength, Carl managed to squeeze his way to Qin Zhenzhen's side. Be cautious. Should anything arise, summon me. If it becomes too perilous, do not hesitate to withdraw. Carl advised with concern. Qin Zhenzhen gracefully maneuvered her body underwater, exclaiming, rest assured, I shall act within my capabilities. What a jest. If she could not secure victory in this endeavor, her journey through time would be in vain. Commence. With the authoritative command of Xueji, the females surged forward, eager to compete. It soon became evident that Qin Zhenzhen's choice of entry point was astute. The water, now a chaotic whirlpool, resembled a pot of boiling porridge. A sight most chaotic. The females jostled and tugged at one another, many choking on water and promptly rescued by the males. Before the race had even begun, the number of participants had dwindled significantly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Exhausted from her swim, Qin Zhenzhen reclined on her back, floating effortlessly. The sun blazed overhead. Yet thoughts of the coveted prize, a permanent refrigerator, banished any sense of fatigue. The males, eager to accompany their partners, found their path obstructed by the wolf guard. Your partners are to wait at the finish line. We will ensure the safety of the females, announced the captain of the wolf guard. Along the riverbank, sentinels from the wolf guard were stationed every 50 meters, 2 wolves at each post. As the young lord of beast-gathering city, Carl possessed unwavering trust in the wolf guard and was the first to dash toward the river's end. Observing his lead, others swiftly followed suit. However, none noticed the bend in the river leading to the finish line, a spot shrouded from view, where only those within the curve could see the waterway. Ben, the half-young lord of Wolf King's fort, easily dispatched the nearby wolf guards. He stood by the riverbank, awaiting Qin Zhenzhen's arrival. Even if he couldn't become her partner, he was unwilling to concede. With swift action, he believed the female would have no time to summon her mate. Even if Qin Zhenzhen detested him, it was far preferable to fading from her life without a trace. Bin. Suddenly, a female voice called from behind. Bin frowned and turned to see a dark-skinned female approaching, her grin revealing a set of buck teeth. You promised that if I helped you deliver flowers, you would accompany me for a night. It's time to fulfill that promise. Isn't it? Marcia's cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced at Ben. Ben quickly surveyed his surroundings and lowered his voice. This is not the right time. You should leave. When is the right time? You're headed to the snow domain, Marcia urged, her anxiety palpable. To meet Ben, she had even foregone participating in the competition, believing there were too many contenders for her to have a chance of winning. With evident impatience, Ben replied curtly. Suddenly, Marcia grasped his implication, her expression turning cold. If you don't accompany me, I will inform your current partner. Let's see if she still dotes on you. Ben's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning frosty as he fixed his eyes on Marcia. Instinctively sensing danger, she retreated nervously toward the riverbank. What do you intend to do? Hurting a female is a grave sin, she thought, never considering her own safety. Even at that moment, the sound of splashing water resonated from the river. In a moment of turmoil, Ben lunged at Marcia, covering her mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenzhen had firmly secured her lead in the race, leisurely floating atop the water's surface, one hand paddling while the other shielded her face from the sun. The sounds of splashing filled her ears, and she faintly discerned voices. Had someone caught up to her? Qin Zhenzhen turned over and glanced back. There was no one there. Perhaps she had misheard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var-c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mister 2 md MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CC0 3970 FIA 9B bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 29 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3XL LG. Text. 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG. W full MX auto MB. 8 LG. PX. 8 DIVID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3XL leading tight, font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs.com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W. 240 LG. W full PY. 10 SM. PY. For SM. PX. 8 MX auto text center SM. Text left border solid border. 0 border T border. Gray. 300p class text. 13 span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CC0 3970 FIA 9 B strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1 year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen wiped her hands on the damp beast skin skirt and took the ice crystal with both hands. Instantly, she felt a chilling aura, and a wave of coldness enveloped her, yet the touch was not frigid. Rather, it was as refreshing as jade. Thank you, Uncle Wolf King, Qin Zhenzhen said politely. Just as the pleasantries were about to conclude, the voice of a wolf warrior stirred a tempest of emotions. It's terrible. A female has died. The words reverberated like a thunderclap. What? A female has died? Did she drown? Her clothes are dry. Could it be a case of sunstroke? The crowd buzzed with anxious murmurs, their expressions grave. The death of a young female was an immense blow to the tribe. As they recalled that her demise was a consequence of the competition involving Shueji, resentment toward her began to fester. Is it her? Qin Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the deceased. Martha's distinctive overbite made her quite memorable. Do you know her? Carl inquired softly. Qin Zhenzhen replied. The flowers that been gifted me were forwarded from her. I am merely uncertain whether Marcia comprehended the enigma concealed within that bouquet. Carl knelt beside Marcia's lifeless form, noting her flushed complexion and robust physique. Such a female should not have succumbed so abruptly. The fingerprints imprinted upon her visage were unmistakably indicative of foul play. Those in proximity to the scene could readily discern the circumstances of her demise, prompting exclamations of horror. Goodness! It has been many years since an incident involving the murder of a female has transpired in Beast City. This was a newcomer. Who would dare to take her life? The repercussions for males who harm females in Beast City are extremely severe, let alone murder. It has been decades since a male has committed such an act against a female. However, there have been instances of females inflicting harm upon one another. Consequently, the crowd instinctively began to cast suspicion upon the females, particularly those who had arrived from the insect tribe. Where was she discovered? The Wolf King inquired solemnly. At the bend of the river, the captain of the Wolf Brigade responded. Was there any scent left by the beastmen? In a protective instinct towards the females, the Wolf King instinctively excluded them from suspicion. The wind is too strong. The scent has dispersed, yet the captain hesitated to elaborate. Speak, the Wolf King commanded, his tone heavy with authority. The captain glanced at Qin Zhenzhen before timidly stating, that location was traversed solely by Miss Qin Zhenzhen. Upon hearing her name invoked, Qin Zhenzhen quickly waved her hands, her expression one of innocence. I saw nothing. I didn't even set foot on land. Why does everyone regard me as if I were the perpetrator? Previously, while in the insect tribe, Marcia had spoken ill of Qin Zhenzhen, and their relationship was far from cordial. Rumor had it that Lilith, abandoned in the insect tribe, was Marcia's closest friend. Could it be that Marcia had encountered trouble with Qin Zhenzhen on Lilith's behalf? Heavens, could it truly be that Qin Zhenzhen is the one responsible for this? The murmurs grew louder, and the glances directed at Qin Zhenzhen became increasingly dubious. Qin Zhenzhen is merely an ordinary 18-year-old girl, and when confronted with the grave matter of murder, it is only natural for her to feel anxious. Carl tightened his grip on Qin Zhenzhen's hand, scanning the crowd with vigilance, and coldly declared, My Zhenzhen has no connection whatsoever with this female. You should investigate elsewhere. The Wolf King also spoke in defense of Qin Zhenzhen, stating, Miss Zhenzhen is so slender. How could she possess the strength to commit murder? Rest assured, I shall thoroughly investigate and provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation. A melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, rang out. Unbeknownst to them, Xueji had squeezed into the crowd. Without her icy demeanor, she donned a simple beast skin dress, her pale skin and snowy hair appearing far more enchanting than before. Qin Zhenzhen swam across such a long river. Do you honestly believe she lacks strength? What a joke. Xueji mocked. Indeed, Qin Zhenzhen is not lacking in strength. Voices of agreement erupted from the crowd. With her arms crossed, Xueji maliciously remarked, You aren't shielding her, are you? After all, she is the female of your beloved son. Initially, the crowd held mere suspicions. But Xueji's words made it seem increasingly plausible. The waters that support a boat can also capsize it. Even the Wolf King, who attained the position of city lord through strength, could not afford to disregard public opinion. The Wolf King's expression darkened, and he cast a cold glare at Xueji. Instantly, she felt a chill run down her spine, her heart quaking with fear. The Wolf King then turned to Qin Zhenzhen and spoke gently. Due to the relationship between Carl and myself, I must impose upon you for a while. Father! Carl exclaimed in alarm, It cannot be the little rabbit. Before he could elaborate, Qin Zhenzhen interrupted, I trust Uncle City Lord. Are you truly going to imprison me? If it comes to that, I shall remain calm, she declared, raising her hands. You may take me away. The Wolf King was taken aback and replied, There is no need for that. You simply need to move to a cave outside the city for a few days. Observing Qin Zhenzhen's considerate nature, the Wolf King's demeanor softened, and he assured her, I will find the true culprit as swiftly as possible and restore your innocence. Thank you, Uncle. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif, head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref, CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A, event. Feedback clicked, properties. Error code, 1015, helpful. A, version, 1, B. Open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow. Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B. Set request header, content type, application JSON. B. Set request header, Sparrow source key, C771F54B54944B4-6144B7N1A. B. Send JSON. Stringify, C. Class list. Add feedback hidden, D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes, D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG. PX. 8 W. 240 LG. W full MB. 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD. MB. 2 font light text. 60 MD. Text. 3 XL text black dark leading tight. Span data translate error span. Span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed ray ID. 9317 KB 94 add 1D2 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 18 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG. Text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG. W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID, strong class font semi-bold 9317 KB 94 add 1, D2 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP, button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43, 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var BA, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C, class list. Add hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML as Qin Zhenzhen spoke. She entered the house to gather the recently used pots and dishes. Blaker immediately ascended to the attic, enveloping the luminous pearl and Qin Zhenzhen's garments in a veil of darkness. Their stay had been brief, and their belongings scarce. The two males swiftly vacated their abode, leaving Qin Zhenzhen with merely a piece of animal hide, which she intended to use for shielding against the sun. Under the guidance of the Wolf Brigade leader, the trio ventured into a secluded canyon. This gorge, forever shrouded from sunlight, exuded a damp and chilly atmosphere, with a bottomless pit in the mountainside, reeking of decaying flora and fauna. Cough, cough, cough. Upon entering, Qin Zhenzhen was immediately overwhelmed by the musty odor, prompting a fit of coughs. Carl pulled her out and seated her at the entrance of the cave. Rest here for a moment. I shall prepare everything before you re-enter, Carl said. MHM. Qin Zhenzhen pressed her hand against her chest, gasping for breath, her luggage strewn at the cave's entrance. The chilling aura of the ice spirit intensified the coldness surrounding her, prompting Qin Zhenzhen to irritably kick the ice spirit aside. Since you have settled in, I shall return to report, announced the captain of the Wolf Guard, who then transformed into beast form and dashed away, clutching his leather skirt. Blake sat beside Qin Zhenzhen, a wisp of dark energy curling onto her cheek, smoothing her disheveled hair. Were you cast out? He inquired. Indeed, Qin Zhenzhen replied with a hint of frustration. Come back to the underground palace with me, Blake suggested eagerly. There, I am the master, and no one will expel you. Within the cave, Carl hurled a skull towards Blake. Blake extended his dark energy to catch it effortlessly, glancing at it before casually setting it aside. Wake up. Your underground palace has long collapsed. Carl's voice echoed from within the cave, laced with irritation. Blake fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Qin Zhenzhen languidly cast a glance at Barbaric and remarked, I am fond of the orc tribes. Barbaric, equally listless, idly toyed with the skull, while tendrils of black mist slithered in and out of the skull's nostrils and eye sockets. Qin Zhenzhen inadvertently cast a glance and was instantly startled, her entire being leaping into the air. Ah, this is a human skull. To be more precise, it is a female's. For when beastmen perish, they revert to their beastly forms. Carl hastily emerged, enveloping the frightened Qin Zhenzhen in his embrace, and turned to Blake, questioning him. What are you doing? Blake, perplexed, lifted the skull in his hand. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen discovered several piles of bones within the cave. She instructed Carl to dig a pit outside the canyon to bury the skull and the bones found inside. Forgive. May the departed rest in peace, Qin Zhenzhen murmured, her hands clasped in prayer. It was presumed that the previous punished female and her companions had perished there, their remains left unclaimed. The cave was unfathomably deep. Carl managed to tidy only a small area at the entrance, where he gathered a mound of fresh grass to lay on the ground, subsequently spreading out the freshly tanned hide he had prepared. Little rabbit, the nest is ready, Carl called out cheerfully, inviting her to come and rest. Qin Zhenzhen rubbed her belly, gazing at Carl with a look of pitiful longing. I'm hungry. I wish to have some rice cakes. Carl's heart softened as he lifted his dark hand to embrace Qin Zhenzhen. Standing just over 7 meters tall, she appeared particularly petite in Carl's arms, her head barely reaching his chin. I shall go find some. What else would you like to eat? Carl inquired gently. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen cast a glance into the cave, a dark void that stirred the innate curiosity of humanity towards the unknown. Shall we venture inside to explore? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen weakly collapsed into Blake's embrace. Gasping for breath as she struggled to utter, "Get out." Blake, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly carried Qin Zhenzhen out of the cave. Upon inhaling the fresh air, Qin Zhenzhen quickly regained her composure. "What happened to you?" Blake, filled with trepidation, recalled the piles of white bones within the cave and wondered if there were toxic gases lurking in its depths. It was merely a lack of oxygen. "We ventured too deep," Qin Zhenzhen replied. "You stay outside while I investigate further," Blake stated earnestly. Qin Zhenzhen pressed her lips together and said helplessly, "I assure you, I am perfectly fine. However, feel free to enter. Do let me know what it is like inside." Thus, Blake ventured in. Suddenly left alone, Qin Zhenzhen couldn't help but become vigilant, glancing back and forth between the entrance and the cave, staring into the dark. Formless void for too long can easily evoke a sense of fear akin to that of a black hole. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen let out a sigh of relief and approached. "Inquiring so soon? What delicious treats have you brought?" Carl transformed into human form, one hand holding a string of rice cakes bound with vines, while the other hand carried a cluster of small grapes. "These are delightful," Carl proclaimed, presenting the grapes to Qin Zhenzhen with an air of pride. Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed with delight, "I recognize this. We have it back home, and it's called grape. Although these grapes are somewhat smaller, they have not undergone artificial hybridization and cultivation. What brings you outside?" "Where's the bug?" Carl inquired, furrowing his brow. "Oh, he's in the cave. Let's prepare our meal first." As Qin Zhenzhen savored the grapes, she strolled towards the cave. Due to the inconvenience of using water inside the cave, the two carried their provisions to the stream outside the gorge, where they prepared a pot of braised pork rice in a golden ceramic pot. Just as they were about to eat, Blake emerged. "Is the food ready?" He glided over, resembling a specter. Carl's expression darkened. This bug certainly had a knack for timing. Qin Zhenzhen served a bowl of rice to Blake, inquiring, "What is in it?" Blake extended a tendril of dark mist, swiftly enveloping the food in his bowl and drawing it into his mouth. Subsequently, from within the black fog, he revealed a fong nearly a meter long. This was the sole discovery. Qin Zhenzhen inhaled sharply. "What kind of beast fong is this?" "It is remarkably long." Carl glanced over and remarked, "It is a serpent's tooth. This tooth has been shed for some years. It must have departed long ago." Blake tossed the tooth aside by the water's edge, extending two streams of dark energy to cradle the bowl, gazing eagerly at Qin Zhenzhen. "I want more." Qin Zhenzhen coveted the serpent's fong, envisioning its potential for crafting exquisite blades. Consequently, she exhibited exceptional care towards Blake, serving him a generous bowl filled to the brim, the ribs within forming a veritable mountain. "You've worked hard. Eat more. If it's insufficient, there is plenty more." "Thank you, Insect Queen." After lunch, Carl sat by the riverbank, skillfully transforming the serpent's fong into a crescent-shaped knife. Following Qin Zhenzhen's specifications, he secured one end of the tooth with a wooden stick, thus fashioning it into a sickle. Qin Zhenzhen picked up a handful of grass and exclaimed with delight, "How remarkably sharp. It is no different from an iron sickle." "Carl." Qin Zhenzhen gestured with a sickle and curiously inquired, "With such large teeth, how enormous must the snake be? Have you ever encountered a python of this size?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Hearing this, Qin Zhenzhen couldn't help but say, "He is rather pitiable." Carl's expression grew serious as he replied, "If you were to encounter the serpent beast, you would not say that." "Why?" Qin Zhenzhen asked, puzzled. Meeting the innocent and naive gaze of the little rabbit, Carl's heart softened. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "It is better that you do not know." "All right then." Qin Zhenzhen shrugged her shoulders, refraining from further inquiries, and returned to the cave with the freshly washed grapes in hand. Bored and aimlessly munching on the grapes, she was suddenly seized by the urge to sing. Singing mountain songs, here I sing, and there they respond. Oh, how they harmonize from afar. Qin Zhenzhen began to sing, holding a cluster of grapes near her lips as if it were a microphone. In the enclosed space, the acoustics were remarkable, making her voice particularly enchanting. which is why many individuals delight in singing in the shower. The mountain breeze whistled past, lifting the curls that cascaded down her back, reminiscent of a performer on stage. The mountain song flowed like the waters of a spring river, unperturbed by the treacherous shoals and numerous bends. Carl and Blake occupied either side of the cave, listening intently to her melody. As soon as Qin Zhenzhen completed a song, Carl clapped his hands enthusiastically. Blake cast a puzzled glance at Carl, and upon seeing the smile spread across Qin Zhenzhen's face due to Carl's applause, he mimicked the gesture, raising his hands in a flurry of dark energy and joining in the clapping. "Beautiful, beautiful. Sing it again," Carl exclaimed, utterly captivated. His little rabbit was truly remarkable. In her world, she must undoubtedly be a beloved presence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen stood before the cave, taking a deep breath, her heart fully immersed as she began to sing. Genuine emotions unfolded like the vastness of the prairie, unimpeded by layers of wind and rain. There will always be a moment when the clouds part and the sun rises, casting radiant beams of light upon us. The simplicity of the lyrics effortlessly transported the two into an alternate realm. Carl closed his eyes, attentively listening to the melody. The song reverberated through the unfathomable depths of the cave, the girl's voice clear and pure, the tune fluctuating between gentle and soaring. In the darkness, the ground trembled slightly as a colossal serpent's head slowly lifted. Hiss, a female. Such a melodious female voice. Hiss. As night fell, the canyon concealed the starry sky, enveloped in impenetrable darkness. A faint glow emanated from the cave, the sole beacon of light in the shadowy gorge. Qin Zhenzhen bathed by the river, shivering from the cold, nestled in a bed of soft grass, tightly wrapping herself in animal hides. How frigid! A damp silver wolf approached the cave entrance, transforming into human form. And with a sudden motion, the water from its fur was expelled, creating a puddle beneath it. "I have arrived," Carl declared, hastening towards the nest. "Move the ice crystal further away." Qin Zhenzhen exhaled, though the ice crystal was already placed at a considerable distance. Obediently, Carl shifted the ice crystal even farther, then returned to the nest, lifting the animal hide to lie beside Qin Zhenzhen. Though he had just emerged from the water, his warmth was far greater than hers. Qin Zhenzhen eagerly nestled into Carl's embrace, the warmth emanating from him akin to that of a roaring hearth, eliciting a soft sigh of contentment from her. On a frigid day, the presence of a warm body in bed is truly a delightful luxury. The two of them pressed closely together, and Carl, being in the prime of his youth, soon felt a stirring response. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt utterly speechless. This fellow truly did not regard himself as an outsider. "No one is here, so sleep," she replied to Blake while nestled in her grass nest. The following day, as dawn broke, Carl emerged from his den, wrapping a hide around his waist, and posed a question. "In your opinion, what is the most vital aspect of being a female's companion?" Carl, still seething with pent-up frustration, was in a rather irritable mood. Blake responded, "Ensuring the safety of the female." Qin Zhenzhen remained nestled in her lair, listening to their conversation. "Wrong," Carl interjected, extending a finger and shaking it with a serious expression. "It is sustenance. First, you must ensure the survival of the female before discussing safety and protection." Yuliai appeared enlightened but remained seated, unresponsive. "I will have my subordinates deliver food," he declared. "One must take action. Only then does food acquire significance." Carl maintained his earnest demeanor. Yuliai regarded him with suspicion. Carl gestured towards Qin Zhenzhen, who, understanding his intent, nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, the food Carl finds will be treasured, to the point that I hesitate to consume it." Clearly, there was a shortage. The shadowy figure, previously slumped on the ground, suddenly rose, and Yuliai's hoarse voice resonated. "I shall take responsibility for today as provisions." With that, he donned a cloak and strode out with confidence and vigor. Carl smirked disdainfully and hurried back into the lair. At last, only the two of us remained. Carl's handsome face was suddenly filled with innocence, devoid of any trace of scheming. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen subtly recoiled, half-heartedly yielding. Outside the canyon, the distant howls of wild beasts echoed ominously. Carl paused momentarily, contemplating whether to proceed, but the howling persisted in relentless succession. With a frustrated grunt, he struck the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. What's the matter? Qin Zhenzhen inquired. Carl, resting a hand atop her head, replied in a grave tone. We are beyond the territory of beast-gathering city. It seems a pack of wild animals is passing through. Oh, she responded. I must go make some markings. I shall return shortly. With that, Carl transformed into his beast form and departed. Qin Zhenzhen, having long prepared herself for this moment, found herself uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. And now, Carl was gone. Qin Zhenzhen glanced into the cave, draped in animal hides as she stepped out of the canyon to bask in the sunlight. Crack, crack. The sound of branches snapping echoed through the jungle. Who could it be? Qin Zhenzhen warily fixed her gaze ahead and exclaimed, her thumb rubbing against the beast pattern on her middle finger. A strikingly handsome young man emerged from the thicket, the animal hide at his waist appearing rather conspicuous, while his golden-green, shoulder-length hair was particularly eye-catching. Long time no see. Miss Zhenzhen. Bin? Qin Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback as she observed him approaching. Warily, she retreated a couple of steps. Do not come any closer, or I shall call for assistance, Qin Zhenzhen warned. Bin, however, obediently halted his advance, gazing at Qin Zhenzhen with a look of resentment. Alas, do you truly despise me so? Who prompted you to use that ploy against me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback, her gaze towards Bin becoming increasingly wary. Ever ready to summon Carl? If you doubt me, why not voice your concerns? Bin inquired, perplexed. Isn't the accusation of a male harming a female rather grave? Qin Zhenzhen replied, without definitive proof, I do not wish to harm anyone. She could not comprehend why Bin acknowledged that if she reported him, his fate would be sealed. You are so kind. Bin found himself increasingly drawn to the female before him, a compelling urge to protect her welling up within him. A creature embodying such tenderness, kindness, and beauty would captivate anyone. I have already departed from beast-gathering city with Snow G. Bin spoke softly. Even if you were to disclose this, it would be devoid of evidence. This accusation shall forever linger in your shadow. Qin Zhenzhen clenched her fists in anger, questioning, what have I done to offend you? How did the deceased wrong you? Why do you wish to harm us in this manner? Bin Qing let out a light laugh. Masha? She deserves it. As for you, I can only blame my excessive fondness for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen vehemently shook her head, declaring, there is no need to even consider it. This is impossible. You should give up. Bin's eyes dimmed momentarily, only to be replaced by a captivating smile that could ensnare anyone's heart. I knew you would respond this way. Carl is truly fortunate. Perhaps he possesses the ability to forever monopolize a female. With that, she turned and departed, leaving without a trace of hesitation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Qin Zhenzhen was about to crawl towards Bin, a sudden blur obscured her vision, causing the magnificent peacock to vanish. A few verdant feathers fluttered gently in the air. Qin Zhenzhen widened her eyes, her mouth agape, as her gaze traversed the swaying, drifting feathers, eventually resting upon a bulging, earth-toned python coiled within the cave. The serpent slithered outward, its undulating body gradually revealing more of its form as it advanced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's body trembled like a sieve, her teeth chattering, her wide-open eyes fixated on the approaching massive serpent's head. Her violently shaking hand stirred slightly, yet she refrained from summoning aid. A faint glimmer of rationality whispered to her that Carl, too, would meet the same fate as Ben. Being swallowed whole by the python. A chilling, foul breath emanated from the serpent's maw. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML, char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex. No follow metaname viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B send JSON. Stringify A C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0 D. Add event listener click function E. 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 Kef 201 EA07 bull, span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 28 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1, 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W. 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX Auto Text Center SM. Text left border solid border. 0 border T border. Gray. 300p class text. 13 span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 Kef 201 EA07 strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal. Class CF footer IP reveal BTN. Click to reveal button span. Class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare. com5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script. Function D. var ba. Get element by ID. CF footer item IP. CA. Get element by ID. CF footer IP reveal. B class list and B class list. Remove hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function C. Class list. Add hidden. A. Get element by ID. CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden. var document. Add event listener. A. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer. div. CF error details. div. CF wrapper. Script window. CF translation. Script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen let out a muffled groan, her body languidly succumbing to weakness. The overwhelming pressure enveloped her, evoking a sense of impending doom as if the specter of death were looming nearby. Sensing the fragility of her femininity, the serpent relaxed its grip, its tail loosening, becoming increasingly slack until it ultimately released her, causing Qin Zhenzhen to collapse onto the ground. The paralyzing fear rendered her utterly exhausted, leaving her to lament the moment she awoke to confront this terrifying serpent creature. The shadows within the cave shifted abruptly, and as she lifted her gaze, she beheld the upper half of the serpent morphing into a human form. The dimness obscured the features of this being, yet she could discern the serpent's cold, cruel gaze piercing through the darkness. A hiss escaped the man's lips, where a hint of crimson snake tongue flickered, and he reached out to flip Qin Zhenzhen from her prone position onto her back, coldly uttering a single word. Call. What was she to call? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen stared blankly as the serpent beast departed, taking a considerable moment to gather her strength before she managed to sit up. While she wept and wiped her tears, she surveyed her surroundings. The cave was shaped like an inverted funnel, rendering any attempt to climb out virtually impossible. However, to her astonishment, she discovered the tooth scythe on the ground. The serpent beast had actually brought the scythe. This tooth must belong to it. Suddenly, a hissing sound of friction resonated from above, startling Qin Zhenzhen. Hastily, she grasped the scythe and retreated to the farthest corner of the cave. A serpent's tail slithered into the opening, dragging along the ground as if searching for something. After a prolonged period of fruitless searching, the serpent's head descended, and its tail deftly reached toward Qin Zhenzhen. Stay away. Qin Zhenzhen wielded the sickle wildly, her voice laced with terror. Clang. The sickle was sent flying by the serpent's tail. The serpent beast coiled around Qin Zhenzhen's waist, swiftly lifting her off the ground. A piercing scream echoed as it ascended from the depths below to the surface. Brilliant light pierced her eyes, causing Qin Zhenzhen to squint, before she was unceremoniously cast onto the leaf-strewn ground. Beside her, a lifeless white rabbit lay in repose. Strands of earthy brown hair drifted down onto Qin Zhenzhen's face, cool and ticklish against her skin. Qin Zhenzhen lifted her gaze and beheld a man whose long hair cascaded to the ground. Below his waist, a serpent's tail, as thick as a barrel, slithered ominously, while above, his torso lay bare, revealing a slender, delicate visage marred by a sinister claw mark. This scar traversed from his right eye, across the bridge of his nose, and extended to the left corner of his mouth, transforming an otherwise handsome face into one of repulsion. As the serpent's tongue flickered, It became evident that the space where his left fang should have been was conspicuously vacant. The serpent creature inched closer, prompting Qin Zhenzhen to retreat in fear. "Eat," commanded the serpent beast, thrusting a rabbit directly into her face, leaving her covered in fur. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen struggled with all her might, yet her strength was nearly negligible compared to that of the serpent beast. The creature even fretted that it might starve so soon. The futile attempts to thrash about were woefully weak. Though it had encountered few females before, this one was undeniably more enchanting than those it had seen, her melodious voice captivating its interest. Having finally captured a female, and such a splendid one at that, it would be unfortunate for her to perish. With this thought in mind, the serpent beast tightened its grip on the rabbit, forcing more of its warm blood into her mouth. The blood was already cold, reeking and viscous, prompting a visceral rejection from Qin Zhenzhen, leading to violent retching as she was simultaneously forced to swallow, her face and body smeared with crimson stains. At last, the rabbit's blood was fully drained. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen instinctively swallowed, her entire body breaking out in goosebumps. Who could come to her rescue? Would Carl be able to find himself again? The serpent beast inched closer to Qin Zhenzhen. Ah! Like a startled bird, she let out a piercing scream, instinctively recoiling, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. The serpent beast pressed down on the back of her head, and as she struggled, it seized her hair with a firm grip. The pain in her scalp made Qin Zhenzhen tilt her head back, gasping for breath. "I am Olian, and from now on, I shall be your only male." Due to his infrequent interactions with others, Olian spoke at a deliberate pace, his voice as cold as if it had been drawn from an icy cavern. Qin Zhenzhen, though fearful, did not abandon her spirit. With her head held high, she articulated each word with conviction. "I do not consent. It is not for you to decide." After saying this, she suddenly drew closer to Qin Zhenzhen and embraced her tightly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was engulfed in uncertainty, her heart gripped by an overwhelming dread of the unknown. The impending events could be far more terrifying than her imagination could fathom. No. With a surge of desperation, she struggled to rise, her peripheral vision catching sight of a scythe not far away, compelling her to crawl frantically towards it. "Do not move." Elaine pressed firmly on her shoulder, exerting significant force. After considerable effort to distance herself, she was abruptly drawn back to her original position. Her delicate skin scraped against the harsh scales of a serpent, causing a profusion of tiny droplets of blood to emerge. Yet, this minor pain was utterly lost on Qin Zhenzhen. She clutched the scythe she had fought so hard to obtain, resolutely dragging it across her neck. The only means of liberation she could conceive was death. Elaine, taken aback, swiftly swung his hand to send the scythe flying, simultaneously prying her grip from it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen, frail and feeble in body, possessed an unwavering gaze that fixated intently on the imposing male above. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like mere pottery. Her voice, delicate as a whisper, belied the resolute conviction behind her words. The serpentine beast carried the weight of countless generations of ancestral memory, allowing them to glean much without the necessity of interacting with other beastfolk. Yet, Elaine found himself unable to comprehend the female's utterance. It was only through the intensity of her gaze that he discerned her unwavering desire for death. Elaine elevated his form, gazing steadily at the female before him. Qin Zhenzhen turned her head, gazing at the sickle that had fallen against the earthen wall, her eyes devoid of light. "You may possess my body, yet you cannot save my life." When a person has no desire to live, there are myriad ways to depart this world. Her lips moved in a silent rhythm. Her breath faint as a wisp of smoke, resembling a soulless glass doll. Yulian pressed his lips together, his icy palm resting on the female's neck, gradually tightening its grip. What use is a female that cannot be obtained? Qin Zhenzhen resignedly closed her eyes, slowly succumbing to the sensation of suffocation, yet surprisingly, a profound calm enveloped her heart. Memories from her past replayed vividly in her mind. She recalled her forgotten childhood, the helplessness within the orphanage, and the relentless rigor of her mother's dance training. The most poignant recollections, however, were the cherished moments spent with Carl. Even the shadow of the insect king remained a vivid brushstroke in her memory. Suddenly, she felt a release around her neck. Fresh air surged into her lungs, and Qin Zhenzhen clutched her throat, coughing uncontrollably. If you wish to die, I shall not hinder you. If you survive, you must remain by my side. Yulian cast a cold glance at Qin Zhenzhen before rising and exiting the snake's den. Qin Zhenzhen gradually regained her composure and lifted her gaze toward the distant scythe, which remained motionless. If given the choice, she would certainly wish to live. Now she had Carl and a sense of responsibility. Although they were still merely temporary marks, should they truly become partners, she would rather embrace death. For the living would only suffer further. A gust of wind swept in from the ground, lifting a green feather into the air. Qin Zhenzhen's expression froze momentarily as she hastily crawled towards the feather, extending her hand. The feather drifted slowly, swaying gracefully in the air. After a considerable time, it finally descended into Qin Zhenzhen's palm. She recalled that just before her unconsciousness, she had clutched a feather belonging to Bin. Qin Zhenzhen clutched the feather tightly, unable to restrain her sorrow any longer, and burst into tears. Her hoarse cries echoed from the depths of the earth. Yulian concealed the rabbit's blood with his serpent tail. His earth-toned body sprawled across the ground littered with withered leaves, blending almost seamlessly with the terrain, making him nearly undetectable. Upon hearing the female's lament, Yulian gently closed his translucent eyelids, the loneliness in his gaze seemingly deepening. All around, the jungle was alive with the silhouettes of beasts, punctuated occasionally by the haunting wail of a creature. Startled from his slumber, Yulian opened his eyes, a flicker of ferocity passing through them. Qin Zhenzhen wept herself to sleep, but the sound of a snake hissing jolted her awake. She opened her eyes, staring intently at the approaching serpent's head. What do you want now? Hiss a lash of the snake's tail was Zhenzhen's only reply. It coiled tightly around her waist, dragging her out of the snake's den once more. While pythons are typically cumbersome, Yulian was remarkably agile. With a flick of its tail, the serpent darted forth like an arrow loosed from a bow. Oh woo, it's here. I smell Qin Zhenzhen. Several wolves led the way, one of them shifting into human form as he spoke. The silver-gray wolf leapt into the snake's den without hesitation, its dark nose twitching, sniffing the ground. It's the little rabbit's scent. She cried. And there's her blood. Carl trembled with rage. The serpent beast even left behind the scent of arousal. Carl transformed into his human form, his hand digging deeply into the soil, gouging out a pit. Why didn't she summon me? Even if he was no match for the serpent beast, he was male, and it was not a female's place to protect him. The more the little rabbit cared for him, the more agitated Carl became. Even dying for the little rabbit would be his honor. Tears welled in Carl's reddened eyes, a profound sense of helplessness solidifying within him. If only he possessed his father's strength, the little rabbit wouldn't have to endure in silence. He even regretted not teaching Blake the method for temporary imprinting. As long as the little rabbit was safe, he would accept anything. Young city lord, the serpent beast has gone into the water. We've lost the scent. Carl's eyes cleared, and he leapt to the surface. Search along the river. Don't overlook any tributary. Yes. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind howled across the desolate expanse. A cloud of dark mist drifted into the canyon, carrying a hoarse, off-key song. Queen. I'm back. Blake's dark mist seemed particularly voluminous today, filled with the aroma of fruit. The cave was empty, with no response. Blake inwardly fumed, knowing the wolves were toying with him again, spiriting the queen away. But then, the scent at the cave entrance caught Blake's attention. His queen would never relieve herself at the doorstep. And what were all those peacock feathers doing on the ground? The feathers were covered in venom, serpent venom. Thump, thump, thump. A multitude of fruits tumbled from the mist cloud. A unique sonic wave emanated from the darkness, summoning countless insects. King, King. The left envoy, Ferguson, and the right envoy, Sothis, chorused in unison. Their king seemed enraged. Was he finally going to slaughter Beast Gathering City? The two insects excitedly rubbed their palms together. Slaughter every serpent beast in the vicinity. The hoarse, low voice was best suited for carnage. The left and right envoys were taken aback. Your subordinates obey. Your subordinates obey. Urian, with the half-conscious female cradled in his arms, scanned his surroundings with his narrow eyes. He had indeed snatched a treasure, one that even drew in the insectoids. After 10 years of dormancy, he had broken through to the 5th tier of beast energy, and he would settle the score with the Wolf King sooner or later. However, the aura of the king beast within the cave was clearly not that of the Wolf King. It was the Insect King. Facing 2 king beasts in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly be suicidal. Yet, the beastmen seemed to know his direction, relentlessly pursuing him, with even winged beasts blocking his path. Realizing something, Urian suddenly stopped. Wake up! Wake up! Qin Zhenzhen was abruptly awakened by a forceful shake. After being dragged along for an extended period, her skin had become parched and lifeless, her lips pale and cracked, and her once lustrous hair now lay in disheveled disarray, resembling a bird's nest. She lifted her eyelids and gazed at the serpent beast. Yulaine examined her left hand, then her right. Only one. A flicker of perplexity passed through Yulaine's crimson eyes. Without further ado, he stated directly, summon. The mate possesses the ability to sense the direction of the female through a mark. Those beastmen must have followed the path of their female companions. Eliminating that beastman would resolve the issue at hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's body shuddered slightly as she clenched her teeth and replied with resolute strength, I will not. A sharp pain pierced her cheek. Yet in comparison to the discomfort felt elsewhere in her body, it was a mere trifle, almost ignorable. She seemed to differ from the females described in the inherited memories, who were exceedingly fearful of pain, weeping for half a day over the slightest injury. Moreover, they possessed an intense obsession with beauty. A mere threat to their appearance would compel them to comply immediately. Why was this? Was she unafraid of pain, unbothered by ugliness? Yet the tightly shut eyes of the female, along with her frequently blinking eyelids and the tears that cascaded down her cheeks, clearly revealed her fear and anxiety. Suddenly, Qin Zhenzhen felt the tugging sensation on her scalp fade away, and the pain in her face ceased. She opened her eyes to find that the serpent beast had refrained from inflicting further harm, and her body instinctively relaxed. What is your name? Asked Yulaine. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen understood that as long as she awaited rescue, she would return to her former life. Until then, she must take care of her health. I am so hungry. I need to eat. Her throat ached fiercely, and speaking induced pain. Qin Zhenzhen clutched her neck before daring to speak, her voice hoarse and strained. Yulaine surveyed the surroundings without responding, then lifted Qin Zhenzhen and continued on their journey. He sought another source of water, moving upstream. At the river's end lay a waterfall, yet Yulaine did not pause and strode directly into it. It turned out that within the waterfall lay a hidden sanctuary. This appeared to be the former lair of a serpent beast, and there remained a complete serpent skin. The curtain of water served as a barrier, obscuring vision, muffling sound, and concealing scents. Only the thunderous roar of the flowing water could be heard. And the humidity in the air was palpable. Yulaine cast Qin Zhenzhen deep into the cave before stepping outside. As Qin Zhenzhen contemplated a daring leap into the water to escape, the half-human, half-serpent Yulaine reappeared, clutching a withered vine as thick as a wrist. What do you intend to do? She questioned anxiously, retreating until her back pressed against the cave wall, leaving her with no further room to escape. Yulaine's gaze lingered momentarily on her neck before he raised his hand, delicately parting her hair, and deftly looped the withered vine around her. A sharp gasp escaped her lips. The coarse vine inflicted a stinging pain upon her delicate skin. Realizing that her struggles would only lead to further harm, Qin Zhenzhen chose not to resist. Soon, Yulaine secured the vine around her neck, fastening the other end to a cluster of tree roots above in the cave. Stay put. I'll fetch you something to eat, he remarked, his tone unexpectedly laced with reprimand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen immediately tugged at the withered vine around her neck. The once supple and obedient tendrils in the grasp of the serpent beast became as rigid as steel in her hands, rendering any hope of untangling them utterly futile. Reluctantly, she resorted to attempting to sever the vine. Her nails, long overdue for a trim, split apart without even marring the surface of the vine's bark. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen refrained from gambling, even if she were to take a chance. It would be prudent to wait until the serpent beast had lowered its guard. Thus, she quietly remained in the cave, awaiting Yulian's return. Before long, Yulian emerged, carrying a fish measuring 1 meter in length. Observing the female lying docilely, Yulian's spirits lifted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was splashed all over with water and struck hard on the leg by the fish's tail, producing a sharp sound as her skin visibly reddened. Yulian was taken aback and swiftly smacked the fish on its head. The fish flailed a couple of times before finally becoming still. "Shall I assist you?" Yulian inquired. He recognized the fragility of the female body but had not anticipated such weakness. She was unable to handle a fish smaller than herself. Initially reluctant to coddle the female like his ancestors did, he now realized that a degree of indulgence was indeed necessary. Qin Zhenzhen's eyes flickered as she adopted a feminine demeanor, lifting her chin and speaking imperiously. "Of course, how could I possibly consume the whole?" She added. "I desire it cooked. I crave fire." Yulian furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. Here it comes. Indeed, nurturing a female is quite troublesome. He placed his hand upon the fish, his earthy-hued nails transforming into sharp scales, and with a gentle stroke, he excised a piece of fresh fish flesh. "Eat." "There is none cooked," Yulian stated coldly, presenting the fish meat before Qin Zhenzhen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Qin Zhenzhen spoke, she suddenly realized how parched she truly felt. Her body sticky and uncomfortable, smeared with the blood of rabbits. "I need to bathe. My clothes are soiled, and I require clean garments." Yulian found himself overwhelmed. He untied the vines at the cave's apex and led Qin Zhenzhen to the edge of the waterfall. Qin Zhenzhen extended her hand into the waterfall, and immediately, a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds struck her hand, nearly sweeping her off her feet. Retrieving her hand, she felt a lingering ache in her wrist. Qin Zhenzhen has learned to be prudent, only drinking the water that splashes upon the stones. After quenching her thirst, she performed a brief cleansing of her body. Once she had finished with the water, Yulian promptly tied her back up, then devoured an entire fish before exiting the cave. After a short while, he returned bearing a collection of wild fruits. "Surely, these can be consumed raw?" API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML, char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width, initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful. A, version, 1. B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event. B, set request header, content type, application JSON. B, set request header, Sparrow source key, C771F54B54944B4261444B7N1. B, send JSON. Stringify, A. C, class list. Add, feedback hidden. D, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src https, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script, head body div id cf wrapper div class, cf alert error cf cookie error, hidden id, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. div id cf error details class p, 0 header class mx auto point, 10 lg, point, 6 lg, px, 8w, 240 lg, w full mb, 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md. Block Mr. 2 md, mb, 2 font light text, 60 md, text, 3 xl text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md. Block heading ray id font mono text, 15 lg, text sm lg, leading relaxed ray id, 9317 cb4b4d tay 56 bull. Span class inline block md. Block heading ray id font mono text, 15 lg, text sm lg, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 026. 59 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happens section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs.com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID, error feedback DIV ID, error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML, for PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML, for PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB4BA48A56 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D, var BA, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP, class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen felt a surge of joy within her. As long as she ventured into the orc tribe, her chances of salvation would undoubtedly increase. Although she was still hesitant to approach the serpent beast, She bravely extended her hands towards it for the first time. How adorable. Yulian, with a face as icy as a sculpture, felt his heart melt into a chaotic warmth. He raised his hand and directly reached out to pinch the soft, pristine face of the female. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen, like a startled bird, darted and dodged repeatedly. In just a few minutes, the places where Elaine had grasped her turned a deep shade of purple. Her face, abdomen, arms, and legs were mottled with bruises and marks, resembling a tragic palette of colors. Elaine frowned, resolving to be gentler next time. With a flick of his serpentine tail, he swiftly appeared before Qin Zhenzhen and lifted her into his embrace. From the cascading waterfall, a massive python emerged, crashing into the river and creating a tremendous splash. He then slithered ashore, his figure vanishing in an instant. Almost as soon as they departed, several dragonflies were swept into a cave by the waterfall. They crawled around the cave, huddling together to exchange information through their antennae before drifting back into the river. In a low-lying area of the forest lived a small orc settlement of a few dozen individuals. A handful of females gathered to converse, while several young ones frolicked on the grass. At the center of the depression, a fire blazed. As this modest tribe could not afford flint and had to preserve their fire source year-round, a thin column of smoke rising straight into the sky. Drawn by the scent of smoke, Elaine's immense serpentine body glided into the open glade, instantly causing chaos within the settlement. A serpent beast. Someone, come quickly. The females and young ones cried out in panic, seeking refuge. From the few wooden huts, over a dozen males rushed out, their eyes fixed menacingly on the intruding serpent. Upon seeing the female cradled in his arms, they were momentarily taken aback. Such a fair female. So beautiful. But she bears so many wounds. How could the serpent beast be so cruel? Release her. We will allow you to leave. A robust male orc shouted. Elaine curled his thin lips into a sneer, the scar on his face pulling tightly with the expression, rendering his visage even more fearsome. As Qin Zhenzhen sensed the tension in his tail, she hurriedly addressed the orcs. There is no need to rescue me. Providing me with fire is the greatest assistance you could offer. The orcs were momentarily stunned, realizing that the female did not wish to implicate them. To seize a female from the tribe, the serpent beast must possess considerable strength. However, no male could stand idly by while a female was placed in peril. Exchanging glances, several orcs transformed without hesitation into their beast forms, launching an attack signal at Elaine. MMM. Elaine didn't even glance at them, making his way toward the fire. Roar. A lion was the first to leap at Elaine. He was the chief of the settlement, the strongest among them, with a blue luminescence emanating from him, signifying his second-tier beast aura. Bang! Elaine merely flicked his tail, sending the lion flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the grass. Chief. The remaining orcs dared not make a move. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen silently cursed. Serves them right. How could they be so ignorant of the basic fact that fire can burn? Although the serpent beast possessed ancestral memories, the sheer volume of that knowledge made it impossible to fully comprehend. Typically, serpent beasts would retrieve memories as needed. Elaine promptly accessed the memories related to fire, shaking his burned hand before reaching for the unburned section of wood. As he turned, the nearby beastmen quickly retreated. Elaine squinted, finding this group of beastmen quite bothersome. He wished to eliminate them all. However, if his fire were to extinguish, he would still require their embers. With this thought, Elaine repressed his murderous intent and glided towards the forest. Qin Zhenzhen turned her gaze towards the injured lion beast and called out, "You must go to Beast Gathering City to find Carl. He will compensate you. Moreover, deliver a message to Carl." The lion beast was taken aback. Beast Gathering City. That was a colossal tribe he had visited once, intending to exchange for a flint, only to find the price exorbitant, resulting in an unsuccessful trade. If such a formidable tribe could lose their females, it was no wonder he felt inadequate. The orcs who had never been to beast-gathering city crowded around the lion beast, chattering excitedly. Are the females there truly so beautiful? Why have you never told us? How does one join beast-gathering city? Are there many females? The lion beast transformed into human form and forcefully struck several orcs on the heads. Guard this territory well. The number of females will gradually increase, and our females are just as beautiful as those in beast-gathering city. As for the striking females stolen by the snake beast, I have never seen such creatures in beast-gathering city. Anyone hoping to find stunning females there should abandon such thoughts. The orcs dispersed in disappointment. Cough. The lion beast clutched his chest, coughing up blood, as a young female rushed over to support him, expressing concern. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the depression nearby. The lion beast raised his head warily. A group of imposing wolf beasts charged in, led by a wolf with silver-gray fur, radiating an especially chilling aura. Have you seen a snake beast accompanied by a female? Carl approached the lion beast in human form and inquired. The lion beast nodded and asked, "Are you from beast-gathering city?" Carl affirmed with a nod. "They just left. You must hurry after them." The lion beast exclaimed anxiously, "That female has sustained numerous injuries. If we do not rescue her, she will inevitably perish at the hands of the snake beast." A pang of anguish gripped Carl's heart. As if an invisible hand clenched it tightly, and tears glistened in his bloodshot eyes. "Little rabbit, you must wait for me," he commanded. "Pursue." Carl transformed into beast form. Following the trail left by the snake beast, several females craned their necks to observe, whispering among themselves. "That male is strikingly handsome. Such a fine male should have no shortage of admirers. I presume he is that female's companion. The other wolf beasts are also impressive. It would be splendid if a few could remain." The males of the settlement, overhearing the females' discussions, felt no displeasure, though a twinge of jealousy stirred within them. Retaining strong males would also benefit the settlement. The lion beast silently resolved that once the wolf army rescued the female from the snake beast, he would allow them to rest for a few days. The females of their settlement were by no means inferior to those of the grand tribes. The fire from the woodpile extinguished swiftly, forcing Yulian to seek nearby shelter. As a wandering beast, Yulian possessed remarkable skills in finding accommodations. He discovered a burrow belonging to a digging pig, strangled the creature, and claimed its den. Desperately, Yulian rummaged through the scant knowledge of roasting meat stored in his memories, gathering a pile of fresh branches and damp logs. Yet he struggled to ignite a fire, finding it even more challenging than he recalled. After considerable effort, he finally managed to light a fire, but due to the dampness of the wood, the smoke billowed thickly, stinging Yulian's eyes. He placed the entire pig onto the fire, its massive body nearly extinguishing the flames, causing Yulian to hastily add more wood. Thus, the smoke from the fire soared, rivaling the smoke signals of ancient battlefields. Trapped within the boar's den, Qin Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at the thick smoke, offering no assistance. If even this smoke signal failed to alert Beast City, she would suspect abandonment. As expected, rustling sounds emanated from the nearby foliage. A silver wolf emerged from behind a bush. Its gaze swept around the fire, and failing to spot Qin Zhenzhen, it fixed its attention on the serpent beast beside the fire. "Release my female." The silver-gray wolf transformed into a human form, surrounded by an aura of slaughter. "Carl?" A joyful voice echoed from below, Qin Zhenzhen's voice. Carl looked around anxiously. "Little rabbit?" Yulaine glanced around, and not seeing the wolf king, grew disdainful. "You're her mate?" Perfect timing. Yulaine moved its serpent tail from the boar's den entrance, raised its serpent body, and looked down at the wolf beast. Ugh ugh. Carl showed no fear, gave a demonstrative growl, and a pack of 100 wolves emerged from the bushes. Hiss. Yulaine remained contemptuous and transformed into its full serpent form, initiating the battle. The forest resounded with thumping sounds. Qin Zhenzhen, filled with apprehension upon hearing the commotion, gripped the ground and exerted herself to ascend. After much exertion, she finally succeeded in rising. The scene that unfolded before her rendered her momentarily speechless. The ground was strewn with corpses, with the bodies of wolves scattered everywhere. Those that did not lie upon the ground were, in fact, living beings. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js Langy in US. Indif, head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content, i.e., edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key C7715454944B4 to 6144B7N1. B send JSON. Stringify C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0 D. Add event listener click function E. 1 script defer src HTTPS performance. Radar Cloudflare Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB8726 C2D1E7 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 09 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happens section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 sp 876 C dude 1E7 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 error code 429 message resource has been exhausted e.g. check quota status resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was filled with panic as she turned and caught sight of the sickle beside the bonfire. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and rushed towards it, contemplating a desperate act. Yulian had already discerned her intentions with a flick of her serpent tail. She swept towards the sickle. With a swift whoosh, the sickle was sent soaring into the air, embedding itself firmly into the trunk of a tree. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen attempted to lift the wolf-headed creature, only to discover that Carl's body was as limp as if it were devoid of bones. Instantly, she released her grip, hesitant to touch him, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yulian's gaze grew colder. How could his female shed tears for another male? He far preferred the sight of a female weeping from his own torment. Yulian raised his serpentine tail and lashed it once more towards the silver wolf. While it evaded Qin Zhenzhen, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the same unwavering determination that Carl had previously displayed. An inexplicable sense of alarm surged within Yulian. Suddenly, Qin Zhenzhen rose swiftly, charging towards the serpent's tail that was thrashing toward her. Carl, lying on the ground, felt his pupils contract sharply as he gasped for breath, more blood surging forth. Yulian was momentarily stunned. There was no time to retract the force and could only attempt to lessen it as much as possible. Thud. The serpent's tail struck the girl with a faint sound. And in an instant, the slender figure of the girl was sent flying like a mere piece of paper. She landed amidst the withered branches and decaying leaves, her form vanishing from sight. Huff! Little rabbit! The silver wolf's eyes bulged, and a surge of golden light erupted from its body, allowing it to rise with great effort. Its steps heavy as it trudged towards the spot where Qin Zhenzhen had fallen. Yulian's heart trembled violently. This wolf had actually broken through. It seemed to have just reached maturity. Hiss! The malevolence around Yulian intensified, and he could not even ascertain if the female would survive. Should she perish? Those who had caused her demise would have to accompany her to the grave. Suddenly, a dark mist rose in the forest. Yulian's expression changed. A fifth-tier beast. Black energy enveloped him as he dashed towards Qin Zhenzhen, his speed so rapid that only a fleeting shadow could be seen. Carl, finally catching sight of his beloved, leaned down to inhale her scent, but felt a fierce wind rush past him. The silver wolf was knocked to the ground, and upon opening its eyes, the female had vanished without a trace. Its blood-stained eyes wearily closed, heavy with fatigue. A wisp of black mist floated above the silver wolf, extending a dark tendril to poke at it. King, a massive man is transformed into a green-headed man, crawling on the ground as he spoke. This area has been sealed off, and the encirclement is tightening. Well done. Return this wolf to Beast City, but do not let it die. The insect queen would be distraught. Understood, came the reply. Meanwhile, Yulian found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of insect soldiers, the lush forest obscured from view. Hiss! The insect horde truly was silent as shadows. He had failed to notice such a vast army gathering nearby. A mere insect king did not frighten him. But the arrival of the orc tribe's king was likely imminent. Yulian gazed down at the female in his arms and felt for her pulse at her jugular. With such severe injuries, he knew he could not save her while carrying her. Without hesitation, Yulian seized the scythe he had crafted from his own fangs. slicing through the darkened tip of the serpent's tail and letting the black blood drip into Qin Zhenzhen's mouth. On Qin Zhenzhen's right index finger, a circular serpent ring mark swiftly materialized. Rest well, I shall return for you. With this, Yulain gently set Qin Zhenzhen down and raised his gaze toward the insect army. Ferguson stood at the forefront, a centipede of considerable length, dwarfed only by the python. The insect army emitted a distinctive sound wave, dense and formidable. At Ferguson's command, the insect army launched an attack. Simultaneously, Yulain transformed into his full beast form. When Blake arrived, the serpent beast had already broken through the encirclement, leaving a trail of insect casualties in its wake. It was only upon spotting Qin Zhenzhen that Blake's tension eased momentarily. Your Highness, I have failed. The enemy possesses a fifth-tier beast. Ferguson, severely injured, sought Blake's forgiveness. Blake, treating the unconscious girl with utmost care, replied coolly, I shall remember your merit. I will personally deal with the serpent beast. With that, dark mist coalesced into enormous black wings, soaring towards Beast City. Inside a verdant bamboo house, a slender girl lay nestled in a bed of grass, peacefully asleep, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Little bunny, little bunny. A silver-haired youth stumbled into the bamboo house and rushed to the girl's side. Bruises marred her cheeks, arms, abdomen, and legs, leaving one to ponder the horrors she had endured. A pang of anguish gripped Carl's heart as he gently touched Qin Zhenzhen's face, asking, How is she? When will she wake? Blake and Vils stood silently by the grass pile. Desperation surged within Carl as he turned to Vils, shouting, What is wrong with her? Alas. Vils sighed heavily before responding, She has sustained grave internal injuries, I fear. Speak. Carl urged, his heart racing. She may not last much longer. Carl froze. A voice echoing in his mind, Impossible. He could not lose his little bunny, nor endure watching her life ebb away, especially knowing she had been hurt while saving him. The thought of her suffering deepened his torment. Vils, unable to bear the look on Carl's face, understood that the loss of a female was more than mere widowhood for a male. For a bonded male, the female was the sanctuary of his soul. The death of a female left the male's spirit hollow and restless. Prolonged mental anguish could lead to phantom pains, madness, and ultimately death. Vils, unaware of the temporary bond of the wolf clan, recognized that for Carl, there remained a choice. Yet, the serpent beast had also sealed its own fate. His bond with Qin Zhenzhen would not allow him to live long either, Vils noted. Carl's gaze shifted as he took Qin Zhenzhen's hand, the serpent mark sending another jolt of pain through his heart. His little bunny was so kind and adorable. Why must she endure such suffering? If only she were more ordinary in appearance, perhaps she could lead a peaceful life like other females. Carl leaned down, resting his head beside Qin Zhenzhen's, inhaling her familiar scent, granting him a fleeting moment of tranquility. If death were to come, he wished only to meet it before her, sparing her the agony of witnessing her life slowly fade. Perhaps that would be a form of liberation. No one noticed that after Vils uttered his grim prognosis, the once tranquil dark mist shifted ominously. You dare say my queen will perish? Came a deep, raspy voice, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. A tendril of black mist ensnared Vils, binding him before its presence. Vils felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, his breath becoming labored. Never before had death felt so imminent. Calm yourself, Carl interjected suddenly, his expression unnaturally serene. Blake released Vils, who landed gratefully, casting a thankful glance at Carl. What healers do you have left? Gather them all, Blake commanded, his tone rising with urgency. Vils replied with pride. No one I cannot save can be saved by this tribe. The dark mist surrounding Blake thickened, cold enough to chill to the bone. Serpent clan. Very well. My insect clan shall not coexist with you. However, Vils suddenly shifted his tone, casting a meaningful look at Blake. I do have a method that could save her. Both males turned to Vils, their faces lighting with hope. You mean there is still a chance for the little bunny? How can we save her? Speak quickly, Carl exclaimed, gripping Vils' shoulders. Blake's gaze remained fixed on Vils. Vils hesitated. If a female has a fifth-tier beast partner, she can transfer her injuries to that beast. Is that difficult? Blake asked without hesitation, even slightly impatient. But the injuries transferred to the fifth-tier beast will never heal, meaning you will forever bear Qin Zhenzhen's wounds. Vils paused, then resolutely stated, I accept. Vils regarded Blake with a complex expression, having initially withheld this information. But seeing Blake's intense reaction to the thought of Qin Zhenzhen's demise compelled him to share, leaving the choice to Blake. Fifth-tier beasts were few and far between on the continent, each a king among their kind, seldom appearing in a century. The insect king had painstakingly reached the level of a king beast, Was it worth sacrificing his power for a female yet to bond? Even he, a mere common beast man, felt regret. Carl looked at Blake with hopeful eyes, eager for him to revive Qin Zhenzhen, yet guilt washed over him at the thought of the price Blake must pay. "Mr. Vils, would you kindly step outside?" Carl said. Vils nodded and exited the bamboo house. Only Carl and Blake remained within. "I will now tell you the method for a temporary bond," Carl began candidly. Before long, Carl emerged and beckoned Vils back inside. Time passed, long, agonizing moments. Suddenly, a low cough echoed from within. Carl's eyes brightened as he rushed towards the bamboo house, nearly colliding with Blake, who was exiting. Under normal circumstances, he would have been swept away by the dark mist. More coughs emanated from within, the tiger-striped cloak trembling slightly. Carl opened his mouth but said nothing, sidestepping Blake to enter the house. On the grass pile, the girl's complexion had regained its rosy hue. The bruises had vanished, her skin appearing healthier and more radiant than before. "Little bunny." Carl knelt beside the grass nest, gently calling her name. The girl did not respond. "Why isn't she waking up?" Carl asked desperately. Vils pondered. Perhaps her spirit still requires rest. She simply needs to sleep a while longer. Carl exhaled in relief. "Since her body is well, you may take her home," Vils reassured, seemingly trying to comfort him. "With the constitution of a fifth-tier beast, she will be exceptionally healthy in the future." "Thank you," Carl expressed sincerely, then lifted the slumbering girl and exited the bamboo house. Qin Zhenzhen slumbered for an entire day and night, and in her dreams, she returned to the 21st century, participating in the prestigious World Ballet competition, where she triumphed as the champion. The applause from the audience thundered, and at last, her mother bestowed upon her a smile of satisfaction. Qin Zhenzhen was filled with joy, holding the trophy with a radiant smile. Yet, inexplicably, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She wiped them away, but the tears only multiplied. A poignant emotion spread through her chest, as if someone significant was waiting for her. Who could it be? The ethereal call of a little rabbit echoed in her mind. Gradually becoming clearer and more familiar, a silvery figure flickering in the mist. On the pile of grass, the girl's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. Carl, overjoyed, cupped Qin Zhenzhen's face and exclaimed excitedly, "You are finally awake. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Would you prefer fruit or grilled meat first?" Qin Zhenzhen's gaze was unfocused for a moment before finally sharpening. Upon recognizing the silver-haired youth before her, a pale smile graced her lips as she slightly raised her hand, only to have it firmly grasped by a larger hand. "Carl, you're alive. How wonderful!" Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed joyfully. Carl's eyes reddened, and he choked out, "Fool. I am male. How could I possibly die? You were the one who nearly perished." A laugh escaped Qin Zhenzhen as she found Carl's teasing amusing. How could being male ensure one's immortality? That's a rather clumsy way to comfort someone. Suddenly, it seemed she realized something, and the smile on her face abruptly froze. Qin Zhenzhen withdrew her hand from Carl's grasp, inspecting it closely. Why was there a serpent-like pattern etched upon her finger? And what of the scorpion? Carl hastily took her hand again, offering an explanation. "Blake did this to save you. I taught him the method of temporary bonding. And the scorpion represents his beast mark. This is what I meant." Qin Zhenzhen became agitated, gazing at the serpentine pattern on her ring finger and asking, "How did this come to be?" She only remembered fainting, and then waking up in her wooden cabin, completely oblivious to what had transpired in between. The thought of Yu Lion sent shivers down her spine, and she dreaded the possibilities of what he might have done to her. She fervently hoped it was nothing as sinister as her imagination suggested. Carl quickly embraced Qin Zhenzhen, repeatedly patting her back, assuring her that it was all in the past, that everything was over. Given the rarity of temporary marks among beast men, it was illogical for the serpent beast to utilize one instead of claiming a readily available female. Thus, Carl assumed that the serpent beast had forcefully taken Qin Zhenzhen. His words drove her to the brink of madness. She trembled violently and abruptly pushed him away. "Leave. Get out." Qin Zhenzhen shouted fervently. "Little rabbit, just go." The cabin echoed with the girl's frantic screams. Such an ordeal inflicted profound emotional and psychological scars upon her, leaving Qin Zhenzhen too ashamed to face Carl. The last vestige of her rationality compelled her to utter a complete sentence. "I need some time alone." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Carl's attempts to comfort her only heightened her agitation, leaving him helplessly standing aside, heartbroken as he said, "Then I'll prepare something for you to eat." Qin Zhenzhen received no response. Thus, Carl silently departed. Left alone in the room, Qin Zhenzhen promptly examined her body. Why were the bruises absent? How long had she been unconscious? What exactly had Yulain done to her? Was it because she was to be rescued that he had recklessly engaged in such actions? To some extent, Qin Zhenzhen's analysis was accurate. However, There had been insufficient time. Yulaine could only manage to form a temporary seal. A sense of humiliation surged from the depths of her being, leaving her feeling profoundly sullied. It was not that Qin Zhenzhen was conservative. She accepted cohabitation before marriage, but certainly not of the coerced variety. Inhaling the scent of her arm, she was unsure if it was merely a psychological effect. Yet she detected a strong odor reminiscent of snake, causing another wave of nausea to wash over her. I must take a shower. I need to cleanse myself. Qin Zhenzhen spoke in a somewhat dazed manner as she rummaged through to find a set of leather garments that Carl had just crafted for her. And she stumbled out in a flurry. Little Rabbit? Carl, who was roasting food beside the house, caught a glimpse of Qin Zhenzhen's figure out of the corner of his eye and immediately turned to look. Qin Zhenzhen dashed straight to the riverbank and plunged into the water. She desperately scrubbed her body, yet the more she washed, the dirtier she felt, as the unbearable stench of snake lingered in her hair. Ultimately, she held her breath and sank to the bottom, indulging in self-torture, reluctant to surface. What if she were to conceive the offspring of a snake? Would she bear it? This world offered no means for termination. Perhaps it would be better to perish. To end it all once and for all. Carl had been watching the river's surface when a thought struck him, causing the firewood in his hands to clatter to the ground. A little rabbit. He sprang to his feet and hurried towards the river, leaping into the water as well. Moments later, Carl emerged from the depths, lifting Qin Zhenzhen with him. As they broke the surface, she gasped for air. What reckless folly is this? Did you ever consider me? If you die, how am I to survive? For the first time, Carl's anger flared at Qin Zhenzhen, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback by the scathing remarks, an inexplicable sense of shame washing over her. Carl, towering at nearly 2 meters, felt as helpless as a child. His eyes quickly reddening from emotion. Even if not for my sake, think of Blake. You will never recover from the sacrifices made to save you. And what of the wolf guard who perished for your rescue? Will you allow their sacrifices to be in vain? Carl roared, his voice tinged with a cruel intensity. Such actions might be expected of typical males, but he understood the immense burden they represented for the gentle little rabbit. Yet, in his determination to save her, he was willing to inflict upon her the pain she would endure. Qin Zhenzhen recalled the battlefield, strewn with the corpses of wolves, her complexion turning ashen. What has happened to Blake? She inquired, her heart heavy with concern. Carl replied, your injuries are too severe. Only a 5th-tier beast can transfer the wounds. This is precisely why I urged you to form a temporary bond. The injuries inflicted upon Blake will never heal. He shall bear your scars for all eternity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen remained silent. Carl quickly supported her, his eyes, flushed with emotion. Could no longer contain the outpouring of care and tenderness. Allow me to carry you back. Shall I? Qin Zhenzhen's expression was vacant, and she remained unresponsive for quite some time. Carl did not urge her. Instead, he gently tended to her damp hair. It was only when Qin Zhenzhen murmured a sound that he lifted her into his arms and strode back toward the wooden cabin. Upon returning to the haystack, Carl assisted Qin Zhenzhen in changing into clean garments. The typically bashful Qin Zhenzhen did not react at all, resembling a marionette, allowing Carl to dress her as he pleased. Indeed, how could she consider herself deserving of death? Her life was a precious exchange for countless others, though the thought of dying was merely a fleeting impulse. Upon uncovering the truth, she felt as though an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. Carl gently ran his fingers through Qin Zhenzhen's hair and inquired, shall we go down together to prepare some food? He feared that leaving the little rabbit alone would lead her to do something foolish. Qin Zhenzhen felt no hunger. She lifted her eyelids and softly said, take me to see Blake and the fallen wolf warriors, to pay my respects to their families. Carl replied, most of the fallen wolf guards were single males, so they have no families. Only a few had mates. The Beast City has provided compensation, if you wish to see. I will accompany you. Single males are like solitary boats. Once they are gone, they are forgotten. All right, Qin Zhenzhen responded softly. In the lower level of the wooden cabin, darkness enveloped the space, punctuated by the sounds of persistent coughs. Qin Zhenzhen entered, cradling a luminous pearl in her hands, and beheld a shadowy figure huddled in the corner. Without his cloak, he was nearly invisible, blending seamlessly into the darkness. This was her inaugural visit to the basement. The gloom and confinement evoked a sense of nostalgia, transporting her back to the days spent in the subterranean palace. Blake? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly approached the dark creature, picked up the cloak lying on the ground, and gently draped it over the dark figure. "I owe you a life, and gratitude cannot be expressed in mere words," she remarked. Brilek stifled a cough. His voice strained and filled with pain. "You are my queen. If you perish, where shall I find another?" His tone was remarkably serious, devoid of any hint of jest. The once harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered. "You must take care of your injuries. I shall bring you your favorite food shortly," Qin Zhenzhen reassured him. The dark mist rippled with enthusiasm as it responded. "All right." Carl, unable to contain his jealousy any longer, jested, "What are you healing from? Are you even healing well?" Brilek replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt a profound sorrow for those males. To the females, they were akin to mere mobile ATMs. One could easily be replaced by several others. While there may be a semblance of affection, an individual's capacity for emotion is limited. When divided among many, each portion loses its significance. On her way back, Qin Zhenzhen noticed two small boys who resembled twins crouching by the riverbank, their faces smeared with dirt, gazing at her with a vacant expression. Although they appeared to be ordinary children, an inexplicable aura of pity surrounded them. As Qin Zhenzhen lingered on them a moment longer, one of the little boys timidly called out, "Sister." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback. How could they be so young? "Why?" she asked, bewildered. Another boy responded, "Because our fathers perished in saving you. They said we could request to be your companions. It is the custom of our tribe and a form of compensation for the orphaned children of the deceased. We have gone a day without meat. Our father is gone. And our mothers are forbidden from giving us meat, only grass to eat. Becoming your companions would mean we could have meat, correct?" They gazed at Qin Zhenzhen with anticipation, recalling how they had seen her carrying delicious food to their home moments ago. They yearned to partake in such food, yet felt unworthy of it. Qin Zhenzhen stood frozen, gripping Carl's arm tightly, struggling to maintain her balance. As a fellow orphan, she was acutely aware of the taste of abandonment. At least she had a morsel to eat. But these two children were so small, unable to secure even a bite of food. How could they possibly grow? "You must be terribly hungry," she said, forcing a smile through her tears. "Come with me, and I shall take you to eat." The brothers exchanged glances filled with joy and hurried to Qin Zhenzhen's side. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Qin Zhenzhen wearily ascended to the loft. Carl prepared a piece of bear meat for the little wolf brothers, who immediately devoured it ravenously, transforming into their wolf forms to feast with greater delight, finding human manners too slow. Since their arrival, the two young wolves had nearly taken up residence in the cabin, only returning to their own home at night. That evening, as dusk settled, Miranda and Shelley arrived at the small two-story cabin, each bearing gifts. Carl stood at the door, grilling meat, while the two wolf cubs sharpened their claws beside him, creating a scene that appeared remarkably heartwarming. "Carl, is Zhenzhen inside?" Miranda inquired. "Shelley and I just gathered some wild fruits for her." Carl glanced toward the loft. "She is asleep." The two women were taken aback. "So early? Haven't you fed her yet? Is she taking a nap?" Miranda asked. Carl sighed. In truth, Qin Zhenzhen had not risen since her return. When awake, she simply lay in her nest, lost in thought, no longer speaking or displaying her previous fondness for food. "Sister Zhenzhen, come down to play," Shelley shouted up to the loft. After a prolonged silence, she called again, "If you don't come down, I'll come up." Still, there was no response. "I'm sorry," Carl said. "She has been feeling quite low since her return." Miranda waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. She must have been terrified after being taken by the snake beast. Fortunately, she was captured in the cave, and the Wolf King has lifted the punishment. You should engage her in some play. Perhaps it will lift her spirits and encourage her to bear a litter of cubs. A mother will find her vigor in nurturing her young." Carl's eyes flickered with gratitude as he thanked her. Miranda and Shelley left the wild fruits at the entrance of the cabin before departing. The two little wolves, transformed into boys of 7 or 8, were shy before Qin Zhenzhen but boisterous before Carl. According to the rules, the sisters should bear cubs first, but since we are too young, we shall let you have the opportunity. However, you must provide us with an extra share of meat. Carl felt a vein pulse on his forehead. "Who told you that you could be her companions?" "I merely provide you with meat." The two boys crossed their arms, striking a pose of bravado. "We are her companions. Sister Zhenzhen herself invited us to her home. Isn't that agreement enough for us to be her partners? Reasoning with children proved futile, and Carl, exasperated, felt the urge to strike. He shot them a fierce glare, making the two wolf cubs scamper away in fright. Indeed, force proved most effective. Having dispatched the two cubs, Carl ascended to the loft with the grilled meat and the wild fruits that Miranda and Shelley had brought. The sky had darkened, yet the loft retained a gentle glow, accompanied by an icy gem that radiated a chill, rendering the space refreshingly cool like autumn. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen did not open her eyes, softly replying. Carl grasped Qin Zhenzhen's hand, expressing his concern. Do you not eat 3 meals a day? You haven't had lunch today. You should eat something for dinner. I'm not hungry. Then have some fruit that Miranda and the others brought. Carl wished to say more, but Qin Zhenzhen impatiently turned away. Facing the wall, she opened her eyelids, her gaze vacant as if her very soul had been extracted, devoid of the slightest trace of youthful vitality. Carl set the food aside, lifted a corner of the animal hide, and crawled into the bedding. Tentatively, he reached out towards Qin Zhenzhen. A certain intimate touch instantaneously awakened the deep-seated fear within her. Memories of being ensnared by serpentine beasts in the cave surged into her mind. Brutal actions and terrifying visages, causing Qin Zhenzhen to scream uncontrollably. As if struck by some unseen force, she hurriedly curled up in the corner, clutching the blanket. What's wrong? Carl was startled and quickly crawled closer to Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen instinctively attempted to evade, but upon recognizing Carl, she forcibly steadied herself. The Bug Queen, perhaps drawn by Qin Zhenzhen's exclamation, Blake, cloaked in his mantle, rushed forward. After glancing at Qin Zhenzhen to confirm her well-being, he cast an indignant glare at Carl. Surely, this scoundrel had been tormenting the Bug Queen. Should he eliminate him? It's nothing. I merely recalled some unpleasant memories. Qin Zhenzhen vigorously shook her head, trying to dispel those distressing images. Carl stood frozen. As no one had informed him that captured females might be frightened by such occurrences, he was at a loss for how to respond. Ahem. Blake, puzzled, coughed a few times and inquired, what unpleasant memories? Qin Zhenzhen pressed her lips together, reluctant to say much. Carl explained, I have heard that female creatures become stronger after giving birth. There was no need to elaborate, as Blake, being male, naturally understood this and fell into a profound silence. I am sorry. Qin Zhenzhen lowered her gaze, saying, I cannot truly be your partner at this moment. I am simply not in the right frame of mind. Carl promptly replied, That is all right. I can wait, for as long as it takes. Qin Zhenzhen reclined back into the grass and, almost casually, inquired, Do you have any medicine for abortion here? A sudden jolt coursed through Carl's heart. He recalled that the little rabbit had once confided in him about her cycle of potential pregnancies every 30 days. This implied that she might already be carrying the offspring of the serpent beast. Never mind. I shall inquire with Wills myself tomorrow. Before Carl could respond, Qin Zhenzhen continued. No. Carl exclaimed vehemently, his emotions surging uncontrollably. Everyone's longing for children had driven them to madness. No one would consider abortion. And he had never heard of such a medicine. That kind of medication is extremely harmful, and premature births can inflict irreversible damage on a female's body. Even if Wills possessed such a remedy, he would never administer it to Qin Zhenzhen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's mood grew increasingly despondent. You should rest. I have placed food at the stairway. If you feel hungry, you may eat a little. I will take a shower and return shortly to keep you company. Carl, regaining his tenderness, pressed a gentle kiss to Qin Zhenzhen's forehead before rising to descend the stairs. Blake silently followed behind. Clearing his throat, Blake stood behind Carl and suddenly exclaimed, I have a solution. Carl, skeptical, turned to Blake and inquired, What solution? I have heard of a flower called starlight that can evoke feelings in females. I had gathered some myself, but regrettably, I did not have the chance to use it before that wretched wolf led me away. Carl's expression brightened with understanding. Indeed. Starlight is intended to enhance the bond between partners. Given the current state of the little rabbit, it would be perfect to alleviate her emotional scars. I shall send someone to fetch it for you, Blake added. Carl regarded him with suspicion, questioning whether he could genuinely be so benevolent. No need. I will seek it myself, Carl coldly refused. Blake did not press the matter further, hunching his back as he stepped into the night. his intermittent coughs fading into the distance. In the forest, a gathering of insect creatures assembled silently. Led by Suashi and Ferguson, they approached the shadowy figure respectfully. However, this time, they did not prostrate themselves, but merely inclined their bodies slightly. "We greet the king." The sounds of the insect army rustled through the air. Blake succinctly declared, "I require all nearby starlight flowers." Coughing violently, he struggled to finish his sentence. Suashi and Ferguson exchanged glances, hesitant to respond immediately. Just as Suashi was about to speak, Ferguson suddenly straightened. "My king, are you injured? Is it serious?" Though the inquiry seemed ordinary, it concealed a deadly undertone. The beast realm has always revered strength. And among the insect race, it was even more pronounced. Previously, Blake's absolute power had deterred any challenge, but now they sensed his vulnerability. A chilling laugh emanated from the shadows, the deep, husky voice as imposing as ever. "Would you care to test your mettle? Then come at me together." Suashi cautiously took a step back, saying, "My subordinates do not dare." Ferguson scoffed, "Coward," and transformed into a giant centipede. Towering over the king whom he had never dared to look in the eye, Blake remained motionless. The centipede launched an aggressive attack, lunging towards the shadow. In an instant, the shadow expanded, engulfing the entire forest. The insect creatures pressed themselves against the ground in fear, including Suashi. A muffled groan of pain echoed from the dark mist. "Spare me, my king. I acknowledge my errors." As the shadow gradually receded, Ferguson lay on the ground, ensnared by the dark mist around his waist, writhing in agony. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Blake inquired, coughing again. Trembling, Suashi replied, "My subordinates do not dare." "What is your command, my king?" A cold sweat had already begun to bead on him, and he was grateful for his restraint. Otherwise, he would be the one begging for mercy. Ferguson, having been severely injured by the king once more, would likely take years to recover. From now on, in the insect race, aside from the king, he would be the absolute powerhouse. Blake withdrew the dark energy enveloping Ferguson, who quickly turned to lie flat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "My king, please give your orders. Within a day, I require all nearby starlight flowers to be delivered to Carl's cabin," Blake commanded, coughing as he walked into the twilight. The following day dawned clear and bright, with not a cloud in sight. Outside the cabin, the cicadas sang loudly. Suddenly, a girl's shriek interrupted their chorus. Carl, busy stacking firewood at the door, rushed into the house upon hearing the sound. "Little Rabbit." Within seconds, he had ascended to the attic, asking urgently, "What has happened?" Qin Zhenzhen stood proudly at the edge of the fence. Upon hearing a voice, she turned to face Carl, took a deep breath, and exclaimed with vigor, "I must gather my spirits. It is time for remembrance and sorrow. I shall carry their blessings and live an even more splendid life." Her eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, shining like embers. After all, she was a modern woman of the 21st century. It was far too trivial to be brought down by such matters. Seeing her resolve, Carl relaxed and said with relief, "I am glad to see you have come to terms with it. I am quite hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Qin Zhenzhen eagerly inquired. After scanning the surroundings, she spotted some strawberries by the grass nest, and her eyes brightened even more. Carl was momentarily taken aback. It seemed, indeed, as Wells had suggested, that the little rabbit's constitution had improved, evident from her sparkling eyes. "I only have bear meat, which I intend to keep for myself. You should eat some fruit first. I will prepare a meal for you shortly," Carl replied. "Can I even eat bear meat?" Qin Zhenzhen casually asked, knowing that Carl never shared his food with her. As she spoke, she plucked a strawberry and popped it into her mouth. The naturally ripened strawberry was bursting with flavor, akin to sipping concentrated juice. "This is absolutely delicious," Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed in astonishment, quickly indulging in another. Carl responded, "Give it a try. If it doesn't suit you, I can find something else to eat." Qin Zhenzhen nodded vigorously, devouring strawberries one after another. Carl swiftly prepared the barbecue, tossing large chunks of bear meat directly into the embers, retrieving them mere minutes later. With a stone knife, he sliced the meat in half, placing it on a resplendent ceramic plate, sprinkling it with salt before serving it in the attic. "Give it a taste," Carl urged with eager anticipation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen devoured all the meat in one breath, then quenched her thirst by the river before taking a brief rest. Under the sun by the riverbank, she began to dance ballet. Recently, she had been lax in her practice and needed to resume her training diligently. Her dancing style, which originally leaned towards elegance and vivacity, brimming with youthful fervor, now exhibited a hint of wildness, transforming into a bold and expansive performance with astonishing explosive power. Any ballet connoisseur witnessing her dance would undoubtedly be captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Qin Zhenzhen felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. As if she had been invigorated by a potent elixir, she danced for 2 continuous hours without a trace of fatigue. As noon approached, Carl grew concerned about her potential sunburn and decided to interrupt her exuberance. "Little rabbit, take a sip of water." He filled a ceramic bowl to the brim with pristine water and brought it to her side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a profound emotion that flickered within. His physique had been bestowed upon me, yet had it not deteriorated? Already burdened with injuries, coupled with the frailty of an ordinary human body, Qin Zhenzhen could scarcely fathom the extent to which Blake's strength would diminish. A figure so formidable, whose prowess had once been unshakable even against the gravely wounded Wolf King of the 5th tier, how could he possibly become commonplace? "I shall seek out veils," Qin Zhenzhen declared resolutely, handing the bowl to Carl as she prepared to depart. Carl, recalling Miranda's words, averted his gaze somewhat evasively and said, "I shall also step out to procure some food for you." Qin Zhenzhen responded softly and proceeded towards the bamboo hut. Due to a torrential rainstorm a few days prior, the bamboo shoots that Wells had planted had swiftly transformed into a lush grove of verdant bamboo. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, releasing a delightful fragrance. In the midst of this serene landscape, a panda sat contentedly, clutching a bamboo stalk with its paws, diligently stripping the skin and gnawing at it as one would enjoy a sugar cane. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, slender hands reached out to the panda's head, pinching its round black ears. With a startled roar, the panda leapt into the air, performing a 180-degree turn to face Qin Zhenzhen. Qin Zhenzhen retracted her hand, lingering in the air, and offered an awkward smile. "Good afternoon. Are you having lunch?" With a huff, Xiong exhaled a cloud of murky air as Vils reverted to his humanoid form, clutching his chest and inquiring, "What brings you here? Is it such a crime to seek you out without a reason?" Qin Zhenzhen replied with a smile. Her radiant grin, illuminated by the brilliant sunlight, momentarily distracted Vils. Qin Zhenzhen glanced downward, clicked her tongue, and turned her head to say, "Please put on your clothes first. I have something important to discuss with you." "Oh," Wells replied hurriedly as he dashed into the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house, Wells continued to munch on bamboo, the floor littered with the shavings he had discarded. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Speak freely," Wells said between bites. Qin Zhenzhen was direct. "I want to know how to treat Blake's injury." She did not inquire about the possibility of a cure, but rather the method of treatment, which elicited a hint of surprise from Wells. Seeing Qin Zhenzhen so cheerful, Wells initially thought that this female did not regard the sacrifices of the males with due seriousness, which left him somewhat displeased. Even if she could not assist the males, she should at least express some concern. Yet, it was inherent in the nature of females, and thus, Qin Zhenzhen's demeanor was not entirely unjustifiable, though it did leave him a tad disheartened. Now, hearing her inquiry, it seemed that she would act if a solution were available, and Wells's fondness for Qin Zhenzhen surged. "I have no way," Wells replied. "Who has a solution?" Qin Zhenzhen pressed urgently. Wells was momentarily at a loss. Was this female truly so astute? Even his attempt at suspense fell flat. "My father," he said with irritation, wishing to dismiss Qin Zhenzhen. "Where is he?" "My father is accustomed to freedom. Today he may be in this tribe, tomorrow in another. I truly do not know his current whereabouts," Wells replied, shaking his head. Due to the scarcity of veterinarians, they were revered wherever they went. Qin Zhenzhen felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that Blaker could not be cured in a short span of time. As she observed Wells swaying about with his panda ears, she could not resist the temptation to reach out and pinch them. What a national treasure. Just a touch is worth a fortune. Alas. Wells cradled his head in both hands, eyeing Qin Zhenzhen with a wary expression, resembling a virtuous woman caught in a playful jest. "I am quite the male, but if you desire me, you must first deal with your Carl," Wells stated earnestly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's lips twitched as she returned to her seat, an expression of exasperation on her face. "I might not be able to handle it." It's entirely up to you whether you allow it or not, she remarked, rolling her eyes. Huh? Wells scratched his head in discomfort, and after much deliberation, he finally responded. As long as you don't go too far, it might still be feasible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen felt a vague sense of bewilderment. As if she had transformed into a flamboyant young master who indulged in frivolous games with virtuous ladies, leaving her utterly disconcerted. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek out Miranda for some amusement. Qin Zhenzhen departed from Wells' residence and inquired along the way until she located Miranda's abode. Is Miranda at home? Qin Zhenzhen stood before a newly constructed two-story wooden cabin, calling out loudly. Soon, Miranda appeared at the cabin's entrance. Her face a picture of surprise as she glanced at Qin Zhenzhen and then up at the blazing sun. Goodness, aren't you afraid of the sun? Miranda exclaimed. Qin Zhenzhen smiled and moved to the shade under the eaves. Thank you for the fruits. They are delightful, she expressed. Miranda waved her hand dismissively, saying, There's no need for such formality. It is thanks to you that I am residing in such a splendid house. By the way, where did you gather the fruits? Could you take me there? Qin Zhenzhen inquired. Certainly, there are plenty on the hillside, Miranda replied. She then re-entered the wooden cabin, emerging moments later adorned with a fur pelt. On a gently rolling hillside devoid of trees, only lush green grass spread out, interspersed with clusters of vibrant red strawberries, saturating the air with their sweet fragrance. At that moment, the sun blazed overhead, leaving only the two of them in that expanse. Are there really so many? Qin Zhenzhen was filled with delight as she trotted over to a cluster of strawberry seedlings, plucking a ripe, crimson berry. She casually wiped it and took a bite. The freshly picked strawberry was even more delectable than the one she had savored in the morning. Miranda, adorned in animal hide, remarked, There were even more yesterday. Many females came to gather. The large tribe is truly remarkable. I've heard there is also a patch of fruit trees and a field of wild vegetables to the west. Qin Zhenzhen picked strawberries to eat while Miranda climbed to the top of the hillside to enjoy the breeze. Suddenly, Miranda seemed to see something, gasping in shock, and collapsed onto the ground. What is the matter with you? Qin Zhenzhen inquired, puzzled, as she approached Miranda with a handful of strawberries. Upon reaching the summit, she gazed in the direction Miranda was staring and was instantly rendered speechless. A serpent of earthy hue slithered towards them, raising its upper body and transforming into a human form. Qin Zhenzhen, I told you I would come to find you. Yulian glided before the two, speaking with an air of delight. His face, marred by scars that consumed half of it, appeared particularly terrifying when he smiled. Miranda, utterly limp, had forgotten even to summon her companion. Qin Zhenzhen clenched her fists, her body trembling uncontrollably. What have you done to me? She asked in a low voice. Her gaze at Yulian filled with animosity. Yulian's smile deepened, and with an enigmatic tone, he replied, What else could a male do to a female? His speech remained somewhat halting, yet it flowed more smoothly than before. Slap. Qin Zhenzhen's slap landed sharply on Yulian's face, causing his head to tilt unexpectedly. Yulian, astonished, looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief as he regarded Qin Zhenzhen. The immense weight of ancestral memories swiftly illuminated his understanding, and he asserted with conviction. That creature is incapacitated, isn't it? How did you know? The fury within Qin Zhenzhen abruptly dissipated as she interrogated. Then you must know how to cure him. Tell me. You wish for me to save him? Yulian inquired languidly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Qin Zhenzhen was about to comply, she caught a fleeting murderous intent in Yulian's eyes and hastily ceased the summoning. You intend to kill him? Yulian made no attempt to conceal his intentions, his voice turning cold. I had intended to bring you with me, but now it seems I can also eliminate a fifth-order beast. Summon him at once. Don't even think about it. Qin Zhenzhen retreated a couple of steps, pulling Miranda along. Yulian swept his serpent tail, and Miranda shrieked as she was ensnared. Miranda, Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed. Immediately. Now. Otherwise, I'll strangle her. Yulian tightened his grip, causing Miranda's face to contort in agony. Qin Zhenzhen slightly lowered her gaze, swiftly arriving at a decision. She clenched her right hand, as golden and black light flickered simultaneously. For a fleeting moment, the air distorted and was abruptly torn apart, giving rise to a shadow accompanied by a silver wolf in midair. Howl. Carl landed and immediately assessed his surroundings, noticing that the serpent beast had entered a state of combat. Blaker, on the other hand, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling several times, enveloped in a cloud of black mist, appearing dazed. The insect race lacked any mate marks or the concept of summoning a partner. Cough, 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 cough. This fall aggravated Blaker's cough. Ha ha. Elaine burst into laughter, loosening her serpent tail to release Miranda. Are you prepared to meet your demise, O Insect King? Only then did Blaker take note of the serpent beast. The black mist barely coalescing into a humanoid form. Without a cloak to drape over him, he felt utterly uncomfortable, hardly resembling a person at all. Qin Zhenzhen rushed to Miranda's side to assist her, but Miranda had already fainted from fright. She could only say to Carl, "You take Miranda and leave first." After a brief moment of hesitation, Carl ultimately approached. As he prepared to lift Miranda, he met Qin Zhenzhen's meaningful gaze and instantly understood. Indeed, he needed to seek his father. His father had once defeated the serpent beast. He was the serpent beast's greatest adversary. Thus, without a shred of doubt, Carl hoisted Miranda and dashed away. Julian attempted to pursue them. However, a thick black mist suddenly materialized before him, obstructing his path. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? Allow me to assist you. Upon uttering this, Julian transformed his upper body into a serpent's head. Enveloping himself in a swirling black fog, and charged toward the diminutive black figure on the ground. The confrontation between the two masses of black mist was imminent, causing Qin Zhenzhen's heart to race. "Blake, be cautious," she exclaimed as the black figure on the ground summoned a surge of black mist. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the serpent, which had initially attacked, was unexpectedly repelled. Julian watched Blake with trepidation, realizing that despite being gravely injured, he still possessed such formidable strength. How powerful must he have been at his peak? This person could not be allowed to live. With a flick of his serpent tail, Julian enveloped Blake entirely in his serpentine form. "Run!" Qin Zhenzhen shouted anxiously. Yet, Blake stood motionless, soon ensnared by the serpent and vanishing within its coils. Julian instinctively tightened his grip, coiling and constricting. The serpent's tail, capable of shattering stone, now remained utterly immobile, unable to budge an inch. As the serpent and the insect remained locked in a stalemate, time quietly slipped away. A flock of winged beasts soared through the sky, and a howl echoed from above, reverberating like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Roar. Julian's expression shifted, and with a hiss, he expelled a crimson serpent tongue, revealing a fearsome fang. Qin Zhenzhen was filled with joy. How wonderful it was that the Wolf King had arrived. Wasn't Carl the one whose teeth were knocked out by the Wolf King when he was driven away? Surely he could triumph over Julian. A colossal silver-gray wolf leaped down from the sky, shaking the very earth upon landing. Carl? No, it was the Wolf King. It was even larger than Carl, exuding a restrained yet formidable presence that instilled fear in all who beheld it. A glimmer of hatred flashed in Julian's eyes. Did he still believe himself to possess the strength of a fourth-tier beast aura? For years, he had lurked in the valley, biding his time for this very moment. Ready to settle old scores, he released Blake and charged fiercely toward the Wolf King. In an instant, the serpent and wolf became entangled in a fierce battle. A black light surged forth, accompanied by a symphony of clashes. The silver wolf adeptly attacked the serpent beast, which surprisingly held its ground, its massive form anything but unwieldy. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent coiled its tail around the silver wolf. Not good, someone exclaimed. The serpent's constriction was its most lethal move, making it difficult for the Wolf King to turn the tide. A roar erupted from the throat of another silver wolf. The warriors of Beast Gathering City turned their attention to him, their young city lord. Carl radiated a golden light and resolutely declared, "Let us all advance together." He then led the charge toward the serpent beast, and in an instant, a multitude of beast men, both airborne and grounded, rushed toward the serpent. A flicker of disdain crossed Julian's crimson eyes as the beast closed in. A layer of black mist enveloped him. Boom. The beasts collided with an invisible wall, instantly spewing blood and being sent flying. Only Carl, in that moment, burst forth with golden light, barely managing to withstand the indiscriminate assault of the fifth-tier beast aura. He landed on the ground, retreating just a few steps. Carl. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly rushed to Silver Wolf's side, concern evident in her gaze. "Are you all right? You're not injured, are you?" Carl responded with a powerful snort. Suddenly, the Wolf King, entangled by the python, let out a spurt of blood, clearly unable to endure any longer. Carl's eyes widened in fury, and he roared, preparing to charge once more. Little did they know, in just a decade, this serpent had grown remarkably fierce. They had underestimated their foe. At that moment, amidst the tense atmosphere, a deep sigh resonated. Cough, cough, cough. As the coughing persisted, Blake's mist rapidly expanded and elongated, transforming in the blink of an eye into a black serpent. Yulane's pupils constricted, consumed by instant rage. A mere insect dared to mimic him. This was a blatant provocation. He released the now defenseless Wolf King and lunged fiercely at Blake. Hack. Accompanied by a restrained cough, the coalescing black serpent met Yulane head-on. Its larger maw clamping down on Yulane's head. Yulane, stung by the pain, violently shook his head, dispersing the enveloping black mist, but his head was now stained with blood. Hiss. The insect king had surprisingly retained some strength. Did he expect the Wolf King to defeat him, thus sparing himself the effort? No. He had no choice but to confront Yulane directly. How infuriating it was to realize just how far behind he was. Blake's dispersed serpent head reformed and aggressively advanced toward Yulane. Yulane dared not relent, attempting to ensnare the insect king with his serpent form, yet the insect king seemed formless. Eluding entanglement and nearly ensnaring Yulane with its mimicking serpent tail instead. After several exchanges, Yulane found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. In contrast, Blake flowed like a serpent. Agile and fierce, fighting with ease, if one disregarded the intermittent coughs he emitted. Soon, a tremendous crash resounded as the earth-colored python struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood pouring from its mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Blake shrank down to a human-sized mass of black mist, coughing more violently than the python in the pit. Qin Zhenzhen approached Blake with a look of concern, inquiring about something. At the bottom of the pit, Yulane cast a deep glance at Qin Zhenzhen. Hissed as he flicked his serpent tongue, and suddenly darted away with a powerful swish of his tail towards the outskirts of Beast City. Pursue! Shouted the leader of the Wolf Guard, prompting a group of orcs to prepare for the chase. Those who wish to die may pursue at will, Blake. As the clan leader, finally interjected, reminding them that the orcs had been on the same side moments before. Even a severely injured 5th-level beast, as long as it still drew breath, could easily dispatch these ordinary orcs. Their pursuit would merely replenish the serpent beast's strength. The leader of the Wolf Guard hesitated for a moment. Take my father back to Wolf Fortress. I will handle things here, Carl commanded. Yes, young lord. The leader of the Wolf Guard finally departed with his men. Amidst the wreckage of the hillside, only Qin Zhenzhen, Carl, and Blake remained. Blake coughed violently, curling up in pain. Qin Zhenzhen, at a loss, gazed at him and gently inquired, "What is troubling you? Were you injured just now?" The dark sphere immediately flattened on the grass, and a low, muffled voice emanated from it. "My stomach is unwell. Please give it a rub." A vein throbbed at the temple of Carl, who abruptly pulled Qin Zhenzhen away. "Do not feign illness just because of your dark complexion. Why don't you squeeze out a drop of blood?" This fellow clearly sought to curry favor and was nothing but a scheming pest. Carl. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen side. Contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Carl transformed into this beast form, swiftly carrying Qin Zhenzhen away. Behind them, Blake lagged. Taking a few steps before pausing to catch his breath, his coughs incessant. Suddenly, a sound erupted, as a stream of green liquid spewed forth from the black mist. Blake hurriedly looked ahead, only catching a glimpse of the silver wolf and the insect queen fading into the distance. Why didn't it expel that sooner? Such a waste. On the main avenue of Beast Gathering City, a procession of insect beasts adorned with bouquets of starlit flowers marched in a long line, drawing the attention of numerous beastmen onlookers. Have the insect tribes truly integrated with us, displaying themselves so flamboyantly in broad daylight? The insect king is indeed romantic. Such a grand spectacle merely to present flowers to his mate. Those are starlit flowers. How extravagant. The males expressed their sentiments, while the females gazed on enviously, and the affectionate couples were filled with jealousy. Such splendid starlit flowers, seldom encountered in everyday life, were all harvested by the insect tribe. Wouldn't it be even harder for them to find joy in the future? Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Qin Zhenzhen and Carl found the surroundings adorned with an abundance of white bouquets, the rich fragrance enveloping them. Along the path, the insect tribe continued to lay flowers on the ground, a ceaseless stream of offerings. Qin Zhenzhen's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly covered her nose and retreated to a considerable distance, only to discover the insectoid creatures arranging flowers on the ground. Blake. A roar of indignation reverberated through the heavens. Achoo! Blake, still shifting on the hillside, sneezed inexplicably. How peculiar. There had been no prior indication of a sneeze. In the wooden cottage, the silver wolf swallowed nervously, its claws restlessly scratching at the earth. Qin Zhenzhen, with a throbbing headache, pressed her forehead and said to Carl, "Let them take the flowers back. I shall go for a stroll, and I will return home after tidying up." With a spirited yelp, Carl obediently dashed toward the flower house. After dispatching the insect race's flower bearers, he swiftly entered the wooden cabin. In the attic, beside a pile of grass, lay an enormous bouquet of starlit flowers, more radiant than any bouquet outside. He lifted it to his nose and quickly discarded it from the attic, obliterating the evidence. With a peculiar twist of fate, the bouquet struck the head of a colossal ant. It looked up at the sky, its dark eyes filled with profound confusion. This bouquet did not seem to belong to them. It bore the scent of the beast men. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. The insect queen had commanded everything be taken away. The ant clamped the flowers against its legs and marched along, the sound of its footsteps echoing. As the sun began to set, Qin Zhenzhen returned, cradling a bush of strawberry leaves. The insect race had a penchant for sweetness, and she prepared a pot of strawberry jam, crafting a pile of burgers with rice and the black mutton Carl had hunted that day. When mealtime arrived, there was no need for summons. A swirling mass of black mist, cloaked and accompanied by intermittent coughs, emerged. Cough, cough, there is so much food today. Blake swallowed hard, eager for a hearty meal that evening. Qin Zhenzhen pushed a large pot of hamburgers in front of Blake, smiling. "Enjoy. These are all yours. Ours are over there." Blake, taken aback with delight, felt the black mist envelop the pot, and the sounds of munching echoed within. "Delicious," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Carl, watching his 3 burgers, turned away in frustration, not wanting anyone to notice the tears welling in his eyes. Typically, the female would reserve the best food resources for her favored companion, and the realization that his own meal was inferior to that of the Bug King, especially by such a wide margin, stung deeply. Yet, what could he do? The Bug King had already formed a mate bond with the little rabbit, a bond he had even facilitated. This jealousy was a bitter pill to swallow. Did the burgers contain fruit puree? Upon tasting the sweetness, Blake found himself even more enamored, repeatedly declaring, "So delicious, so delicious. If you like it, eat more." "I'll make it for you every day," Qin Zhenzhen replied. Blake glanced at her. A peculiar emotion surged within him, sour yet sweet, reminiscent of the fruit puree and the hamburgers. The dinner concluded with each of the 3 harboring their own unspoken feelings. The night was beautiful. The moon was but a slender crescent, yet the stars shone exceptionally bright, reflecting in the river, creating a picturesque scene. Qin Zhenzhen cast a glance at Blake, who seemed to blend into the shadows. "Blake, shall we take a stroll by the river?" Qin Zhenzhen suddenly proposed. Blake was momentarily taken aback, and the intense surge of emotions caused him to cough several times before he replied, "All right." Carl's expression shifted dramatically. "I shall accompany you." Qin Zhenzhen cast him a sharp glance before rising and departing. Blake hastily followed suit. Carl felt a heaviness in his heart as he watched their receding figures, his eyes reddening as he struggled to suppress the violent impulses surging within him. The little rabbit's life was granted by the Bug King, and its continued existence by his side depended entirely on the Bug King. When he revealed the temporary bonding method to the Bug King, he had tacitly accepted the latter's involvement, never anticipating that the little rabbit would so swiftly change its allegiance. Nevertheless, it was pointless to dwell on it. The present circumstances were already a gain, and he ought to feel content. Carl took a deep breath, stifling the sting in his eyes, extinguished the fire with ash, and entered the wooden cabin alone. By the riverside, Qin Zhenzhen and Blake strolled leisurely. "I have some good news to share with you." Qin Zhenzhen placed her hands behind her back, retreating as she walked ahead of Blake, smiling as she said, "Your injury is treatable." "Oh," Blake replied, somewhat surprised. After indulging in a day's worth of special treatment, he had grown somewhat accustomed to his injury, and thus did not regard the news with much concern. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was taken aback. She indeed harbored thoughts of distancing herself from Blake, intending to reveal her intentions only after curing him. How could he have seen through her? Qin Zhenzhen forced a smile, aware that they were destined to be apart. Offering him false hope would only lead to greater pain. It was better to clarify matters sooner rather than later. "You will forever remain my friend. Although we cannot be partners, there will always be a place for you at my family's table." Blake halted his steps, clearing his throat, as a shadow quivered momentarily. "I shall not be treated." Without a hint of hesitation, Blake resolutely declined. Qin Zhenzhen felt a sharp pang in her heart, nearly succumbing to the temptation of abandoning her principles. Oh heavens! Why must the males here possess such profound emotions? Yet one would suffice. If your purpose in seeking me is merely to convey these sentiments, then it is entirely unnecessary. I shall return to my slumber." With that, Blake turned on his heel and began his journey back. Hastening to keep pace with him, Qin Zhenzhen declared, "In this world, beyond the realm of romance, there exists the bond of friendship. Regardless of your acceptance, I shall regard you as my dearest friend." Abruptly halting, Blake caused Qin Zhenzhen to inadvertently collide with his tiger pelt. Devoid of the anticipated pain, Qin Zhenzhen was instantly enveloped by something, her nostrils catching a faint, earthy aroma. It dawned upon her that this was the very essence of Blake. Blake's ebony mist embraced the female within his grasp without a single gap. A hand, conjured from the same dark vapor, tilted her chin upward, his voice taking on a perilous tone. "My queen," he rumbled, "have I perhaps granted you too much liberty? Your audacity in exploiting my leniency grows apace. Dare to test my resolve, and I shall irrevocably claim you as my consort this very instant." His voice, once gentle and affable in Qin Zhenzhen's presence, now resonated with a palpable menace and a sense of dominance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen suddenly relaxed. "I will return to rest. You should retire early as well." Qin Zhenzhen, lost in her thoughts, uttered a fleeting remark before clutching her chest and dashing away. Upon reaching the entrance of the wooden cabin, she pressed her hand against the wall, pausing to steady her emotions before finally entering. In the loft, the wolf-like Carl lay languidly in his straw nest. Suddenly, upon hearing the approach of a female, his ears perked up, and he rushed to the railing to peer down. However, upon detecting the footsteps ascending the stairs, he quickly returned to his nest, feigning sleep. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen affectionately nuzzled against Carl. He stiffened, the ethereal green glow of the night pearl illuminating his flushed, handsome face. "What brings you back? Were you not with Blake?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen pondered for a moment, her enthusiasm waning slightly. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen and softly inquired, "What if I were to carry the offspring of that serpent beast? I do not wish to hope for so long only to give birth to the child of an enemy, although all children are innocent." Carl's mood also dulled as he lay beside Qin Zhenzhen, enveloping her in his embrace. "I have heard that the reproductive capacity of the serpent beast is exceedingly high. Once a female has conceived, she may bear serpent offspring for decades to come." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen refreshed herself by the riverside, and then began to practice her dance in the open space, while two little wolves joyfully circled around her. At that moment, the captain of the wolf guard jogged over, and upon witnessing the graceful movements of Qin Zhenzhen, he momentarily stood in awe. How exquisite! although he had seen her dance once before. She seemed to perform even more beautifully now. "What brings you here?" Carl asked with a cautious gaze, detesting any male's lingering gaze upon the little rabbit. The captain of the Wolf Guard then snapped back to reality and respectfully replied, "The Wolf King requests your presence at the Wolf Fortress." "My father is looking for me?" Carl furrowed his brow, recalling the severe injuries his father had sustained the previous day, uncertain of his condition. "All right, I will prepare breakfast for Zhenzhen before I go," Carl stated. "Then I shall take my leave." The captain conveyed the message and departed. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly approached, learning that Carl was heading to Wolf Castle. She resolved to accompany him. Inside the castle, the Wolf King reclined in a lavish den adorned with animal pelts, while Shima meticulously arranged his hair. The announcement of the Wolf Guards resounded from outside. "The young lord and Qin Zhenzhen have arrived." The Wolf King immediately replied, coughing as he sat up. Shima, concerned, implored, "Why are you getting up? You're so severely injured." The Wolf King chuckled softly. Ever since Carl ascended to the 4th tier of beast energy, Shima had shown him even greater care. Reaching the 4th tier before the age of 20 was an unprecedented feat, even in his own experience. The future of his son undoubtedly surpassed his own, potentially even eclipsing that of the Insect King's progeny. Qin Zhenzhen followed Carl into the house. Instantly awestruck by the opulent furnishings within, a massive beast hide nest dominated the room, exuding a grand and majestic aura. The walls were adorned with an array of animal skulls and teeth, embodying an essence of violence and savagery. She had presumed that life in the beast realm would be austere, yet it was evident that disparities in wealth existed. She pondered how long it would take to accumulate enough beast hides for herself and Carl to enjoy such luxurious accommodations. "Greetings, Uncle Wolf King. How have you been?" Qin Zhenzhen inquired politely. The Wolf King smiled kindly, responding, "Just a few more days of rest, and I shall be fully recovered." In contrast, Carl, his own son, displayed little emotion, his face set in a stern expression as he asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Upon glancing at him, the Wolf King's demeanor grew serious as well. This father and son duo mirrored each other's personalities strikingly. In a matter of days, the triennial tribal trading period would commence, during which countless smaller tribes would arrive. "You are no longer a child. This trading period will be under your complete authority," the Wolf King declared. Carl appeared taken aback, frowning as he replied, "Me? I fear I may not command respect." He still had gardens, vegetable patches, and orchards to tend to. The Wolf King let out a hearty laugh. "While it is true that your strength may not yet have garnered widespread respect, you are now a 4th-tier beast. There are only 3 4th-tier beasts in the entire city, and they are all quite elderly. Aside from myself, no one is more qualified than you." However, Carl hesitated to accept, prompting Qin Zhenzhen to gently tug on his beast hide. "You should agree. This is a splendid opportunity for growth," she whispered encouragingly. Though her voice was barely audible, the Wolf King caught her words distinctly, feeling a sense of surprise. Such foresight in a female was a rarity. Even his own partner, after decades of influence, often failed to grasp the situation, causing him considerable trouble. It seemed that Carl would not face the issue of a female hindering his progress in the future. Reluctantly, Carl acquiesced, stating, "Your son will accept this duty." The Wolf King continued, "Since you have accepted the public responsibility, you may now claim food for the tribe starting today." He then turned his gaze towards Qin Zhenzhen, his expression softening into a warm smile. "Zhenzhen, take whatever you desire." "Thank you, Uncle," Qin Zhenzhen replied sweetly. Carl grasped her hand, his tone icy. "If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." "Very well," the Wolf King responded. As they exited the backyard, Qin Zhenzhen eagerly urged Carl to take her to the food storage of Beast Gathering City. The storage was located beneath the Wolf King's fortress, where the temperature was several degrees cooler than above ground, thus preserving the food. Various meats hung from the rafters, both fresh and cured, alongside numerous fruits that could be stored for extended periods. The sheer quantity was staggering, sufficient provisions for the entire Beast Gathering City for at least 3 months. "Wow, this truly is a large tribe. The granaries are plentiful." Qin Zhenzhen, a humble commoner, marveled in astonishment. Carl, initially feeling downcast, found his spirits lifted by her enthusiasm. "When the trading period arrives, we shall acquire many fresh provisions. Let us gather plenty of salt to exchange with them," Carl proposed. "Salt is currency?" Qin Zhenzhen inquired with curiosity. Carl explained, "We primarily use salt. Specific exchanges will depend on what the other parties require." Qin Zhenzhen nodded in understanding and hurried towards the fruit storage area. Almost all the fruits were unfamiliar to her, and she was uncertain which ones were delectable. Intending to randomly select a few, she suddenly stumbled upon a pile of familiar fruits. Peanuts? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen glared at him, retorting, "What are you thinking? I want to use your clothes to carry things. Hurry up." A flicker of awkwardness crossed Carl's face, and he hastily removed his animal hide. In the end, Qin Zhenzhen returned home, her arms laden with chestnuts and peanuts, while Carl carried a large piece of rock salt, both thoroughly content. In the forest, a band of orcs was on the march, pausing to rest at a water source. "Make haste and drink. We still have 3 days' journey ahead," the leader, a youthful tiger beast, announced. His physique was burly, his muscles prominent, as robust as a bodybuilder. His subordinates responded promptly. Quickly, one at a time. "I heard that a rare beauty has arrived at Beast City. I wonder how she compares to the snow maiden of the snow domain." The tiger beast inquired of the winged beast beside him. The winged beast replied, "She surpasses her." "Is she truly that beautiful?" the tiger beast questioned. The snow maiden was the most beautiful female he had ever seen, but she was unwilling to leave the snow domain. He would never abandon his city for a female. So he had to seek another beauty. Rumor has it that the Wolf King's son is already her mate. "Oh, isn't that boy betrothed to the snow maiden?" the tiger beast exclaimed in surprise, pondering, if even he has changed his mind, it seems that this female is indeed extraordinary. "But the Wolf King won't let her go easily, will he?" the winged beast said. Just then, a commotion arose by the lake. A naked man was shoved to the ground, his body filthy and emaciated. A kick sent him rolling like a ball. "Stop dawdling. If you don't want to drink, then don't." The orc who kicked him roared. "I'll drink. I'll drink." The man scrambled towards the riverbank. The tiger beast pointed to the man and said, "Don't we still have him?" Indeed. Subsequently, their hearty laughter echoed through the woods. 3 days later, early in the morning, Qin Zhenzhen prepared a pot of chestnuts for herself. But before she could indulge, she received news of a tribe's arrival. "Sister, a large tribe has come. There are so many people." "Sister, let us go and take a look," exclaimed the little wolf cub eagerly. Qin Zhenzhen, with a single tap atop their heads, solemnly declared, "Do not refer to me as elder sister matriarch. Address me as Sister Zhenzhen. I have not consented to be your matriarch. Regardless, you are our matriarch, elder sister matriarch. Elder sister matriarch, please do not abandon us." At this, Carl, observing from the side, seized a stick, ready to strike, sending the 2 wolf cubs fleeing in terror. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Qin Zhenzhen spoke, she shook off Carl's hand, scooped a bowl of chestnuts, and finally exited with him. A throng of orcs marched grandly into Beast Gathering City, led by a majestic tiger beast whose robust physique elicited gasps of admiration from numerous females. "That tiger is remarkably strong. I wonder if he has taken a mate?" Don't harbor such illusions. He is the young lord of the Tiger Mountain tribe. Far too discerning to settle for an ordinary female. At 30, he remains unwed. What of the young lord? Can he truly find happiness without a mate? The females whispered among themselves. Beast Gathering City had not witnessed such liveliness in ages. The main thoroughfare was congested, bustling with activity, with females occupying the inner circle due to the principle of prioritizing them. Anderson was taken aback by the sheer number of females. If this was merely a single main city, how many females must exist throughout the entirety of Beast Gathering City? Initially, he presumed that the Tiger Mountain tribe, Beast Gathering City, and the Snow Domain were comparable in scale, yet it now appeared that Beast Gathering City vastly surpassed them. However, Anderson quickly recalled that all 3 tribes possessed only 1/5 tier beast each, which restored his sense of equilibrium. Currently, the royal beast of the Snow Domain was indeed the strongest, but he, having reached 4th tier at the age of 30, anticipated ascending to 5th tier within a decade. Although he had heard that the Wolf Prince was also quite gifted, he was still younger by several years, by the time the prince attained 5th tier status. The equilibrium of the 3 tribes would have long been disrupted by him. Anderson lifted his tiger lips, surveying the surrounding females with the air of a territorial ruler. These females, all females, would soon belong to the Tiger Mountain tribe. Suddenly, a fleeting vision of a snow-white figure danced before his eyes. In stark contrast to the dark hues of the others, that pristine white appeared especially pure and ethereal. Anderson blinked in astonishment and turned back to look again. This time, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The orcs behind him hurriedly stopped, colliding in a chaotic tangle. Indeed, amidst the crowd, there stood a female with skin as white as snow. Sunlight glinted off her squinting eyes, forming crescent shapes. Her skin, though pale, were a healthy pink hue unlike the sickly pallor of the females from the snow domain. She was tall and slender, yet healthily endowed where it mattered. In that fleeting moment, Anderson realized that his heart was no longer his own. It raced wildly, igniting a sensation he had never experienced before. He had found his destined mate. "Long time no see, Anderson," Carl greeted lightly as he and Qin Zhenzhen approached the throng of beasts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen covered her lips with her fist, unable to restrain a couple of soft chuckles. In an instant, Carl's usually expressionless face turned as cold as the ominous clouds heralding an impending downpour. He swiftly pulled Qin Zhenzhen behind him, his voice icy as he declared, "This is my female. Do not harbor any misguided thoughts." Only then did Anderson cast a glance at Carl, pondering silently. So she is Carl's female. No wonder Carl rejected the marriage proposal while the Wolf King consented. Such an enchanting female possesses an immense power, capable of shaking the very foundations of a city. It is worth noting that Beast Gathering City is the weakest among the 3 cities. The Wolf King must be seeking to leverage this beautiful female to bolster the strength of Beast Gathering City. Before long, the tiger beast rose to its full stature, transforming into a tall and robust young man who greeted her with a warm smile, saying, "It is an honor to meet such a beautiful female. What is your name?" Was this a public flirtation? A tinge of awkwardness colored Qin Zhenzhen's demeanor, particularly given the circumstances of being accosted by an individual newly metamorphosed and unclad, leaving her uncertain as to where to direct her gaze. "Indeed, I am Qin Zhenzhen." Scarcely had the words left her lips than she perceived Carl's grip upon her wrist intensify with sudden force, causing her to wince at the discomfort. Carl pivoted, enfolding Qin Zhenzhen almost entirely within his embrace, a possessive gesture as he uttered in frigid tones, "Summoned forth attendants. Escort the denizens of the Tiger Mountain tribe to the orchard for encampment." Subsequently, he cast a cautionary glance in Anderson's direction, adding, "Refrain from indiscriminate wandering, lest you find our beast city's ordinances unduly stringent." Anderson responded with a nonchalant smile, his gaze never wavering from Qin Zhenzhen. Only when Carl had drawn Qin Zhenzhen away from the throng did he reluctantly withdraw his regard. "Procure for me a gift," Anderson instructed the winged beast behind him. "A token I shall bestow upon your future consort of the Tiger Mountain tribe." "Goo." The winged beast, Black Hawk, responded in affirmation. The party was then led by wolf sentinels to their designated habitation, a desolate strawberry field, bereft of shade or water, where the noonday sun threatened to render the beastkin into mere heights. The smirk that had graced Anderson's countenance since his initial encounter with Qin Zhenzhen finally dissipated. "Carl, may you never set foot within my Tiger Mountain tribe." Meanwhile, Carl and Qin Zhenzhen had returned to the wooden dwelling. Carl's eyes blazed with palpable animosity, intimidating even the 2 wolf cubs, who wisely absented themselves from his presence. Qin Zhenzhen, munching on roasted chestnuts, chuckled and said, "Why are you so upset? I do not harbor any affection for him, but he is quite taken with you," Carl insisted. Qin Zhenzhen raised her hand in a gesture of surrender, soothingly stating, "I shall refrain from going out. Did you not mention wanting to build a courtyard? Let us commence now." Carl's expression softened somewhat as he responded with enthusiasm. "What do you think about transforming the left side into a flower garden and the right side into a fruit orchard? We can place the vegetable patch behind the house." "Very well. I shall follow your lead." With that, Carl eagerly began to plan out the land. On this scorching day, Qin Zhenzhen was reluctant to bask in the sun. So with nothing else to occupy her, she turned her attention to the provisions at home. Since she had some idle time, she decided to prepare some peanut butter, which would surely be delightful for sandwiches. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen carefully descended, cradling a bowl of peanuts in one hand and a luminous pearl in the other. Due to the recent events by the riverbank, she felt a twinge of discomfort in the presence of Blake. Ahem. In the corner, a wisp of dark energy swayed subtly. "I'm here," came his feeble voice, instantly softening Qin Zhenzhen's heart, prompting her to quicken her pace to his side. "Could you assist me in crushing these fruits?" she inquired, uncertain if this would exacerbate Blake's discomfort. Blake, however, was eager. He promptly extended a tendril of dark energy, crunching the peanuts into a fine powder. Yet, to his bewilderment, the more he ground, the more diluted the substance became. He flicked the dark energy, and the liquefied peanut paste morphed with it. clinging even more stubbornly than a medicated plaster. A wave of anxiety washed over Blake as he exclaimed, "It seems I have inadvertently ruined your fruit." Qin Zhenzhen could not suppress her laughter and explained, "This is the oil from the peanuts. It can be washed away easily in water." Blake let out a sigh of relief, withdrawing the black mist into the dark cloud, savoring the delightful taste of the peanut butter. Qin Zhenzhen also took a taste, savoring the rich aroma of peanuts tinged with a subtle sweetness. It was simply delightful to eat on its own. How fragrant! "I will prepare hamburgers for you all tonight," Qin Zhenzhen declared. "Wonderful." As the peanut butter contained no additives, it was prone to spoilage. Thus, Qin Zhenzhen carefully stored it in a small ceramic jar and placed it beside the icebox. Before long, it was time for dinner. Qin Zhenzhen first prepared rice, bread, and roasted meat, and washed a few leaves of wild vegetables. Then she went to the attic to fetch peanut butter and strawberry jam. To her dismay, the contents of the jars had frozen solid into a block of ice, impervious to her attempts to poke at it. What to do? All the other ingredients were ready. In a flurry of anxiety, Qin Zhenzhen continued to prod the jar. Suddenly, a wisp of dark mist wafted in, enveloping the ceramic jar. "Allow me." A series of cracking sounds echoed, and in no time, the peanut butter was reduced to a fine powder, resembling ashes, contained within the ceramic vessel. "Here you go." Blake triumphantly returned the jar to Qin Zhenzhen, as if presenting a treasure. Qin Zhenzhen's lips twitched, and she silently passed the strawberry jam over. Regardless, she was able to indulge in the hamburgers for dinner as she had wished. The icy sensation brought a unique flavor. At that moment, a large cat stealthily approached. Carl, with his ears perked atop his head, alertly glanced over, emitting a warning growl from deep within his throat. The sky had already darkened, and the large cat transformed into a towering man as he straightened up. "Miss Qin Zhenzhen, may I come over?" A deep voice resonated from afar. The entry of one male into another's territory necessitated an invitation. Otherwise, he would be regarded as an intruder facing potential injury or worse consequences. Anderson was not particularly afraid of being overpowered. Rather, he recognized that missteps in the presence of a desired female were not a commendable display. He stood obediently outside the marked boundary, curiously observing the individuals before the wooden cabin. There were few males, besides Carl. There seemed to be only one rather portly male, indicating a lack of partners and a non-fickle nature. 2 juvenile offspring were present, with robust reproductive capabilities. However, she appeared rather young. Had her children grown so large already? A series of coughs broke the silence. It turned out that another partner was in poor health. Anderson dismissed this with disdain, but found himself harboring a greater fondness for Qin Zhenzhen. With her beauty, it was commendable that she chose not to seek out a robust beast man, but instead accepted a frail partner, demonstrating her deep sense of loyalty. Upon hearing the calls by the riverside, Qin Zhenzhen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Carl. Carl set down his hamburger, his gaze fixed intently on the tiger, and then, with unwavering focus, he began to remove the hide draped across his shoulders. "Carl, what are you intending to do?" Qin Zhenzhen lifted her gaze to Carl, anxiously grasping his tail. Carl shivered all over, swiftly retracting his tail and casting an irritated glare at her. "There are pressing matters at hand. Refrain from causing disturbances," he admonished before transforming into his wolf form and dashing towards the beastly tiger. To expel the intruder, warnings proved futile. The sole recourse was combat. Yet, beyond the boundaries of the Master's territory, duels typically concluded without inflicting mortal harm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's face was etched with concern as she said, "No. That tiger beast is formidable. I worry about Carl with me here." As he spoke, Blake tossed a hamburger into the black mist, chewing it while emitting a series of muffled coughs. While he expressed these sentiments, Blake's indifferent nature suggested that he would at most ensure Carl's survival. Qin Zhenzhen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to pursue. By the riverside, Anderson chuckled coldly. The son of the Wolf King, unable to maintain his composure, unaware of his own superiority. How audacious to step forth and challenge. Excellent. This is a predicament of your own making. Anderson denied Carl any opportunity for retreat, transforming his body into a beastly form, which instantaneously radiated a faint golden light, the hue of a 4th-tier beast's aura. "Humph, are you frightened? Cower and beg for mercy. A female, utterly conquered by my might." The very notion of boasting was nearly emblazoned upon his brow. The corner of the silver wolf's mouth twitched slightly. He refrained from exhibiting his beastly aura, letting out a low growl as he lunged ferociously at the tiger beast. The tiger, facing the evening breeze, stood its ground resolutely, embodying the poise of a master. A third-tier beast's attack could not possibly harm one of the fourth tier. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed. Carl had latched onto the tiger's neck, a mere breath away from piercing its sturdy hide with his sharp teeth. Surviving among a litter of wolf cubs was not a matter of bravado, but rather a decisive strike. Anderson was taken aback. How could this be? How could a third-tier beast possess such immense power? Infuriated by humiliation, he leapt into action. A low growl emanated from Carl's throat, his fangs now tasting blood. In that instant, Anderson hesitated, realizing he had no choice but to concede defeat, if only due to his own arrogance. At that moment, it was mealtime, and numerous beasts lined the banks of the river. The sudden flash of golden light captured many eyes. Who dares challenge Carl? Truly fearless. No, that golden light appears to have been extinguished. It is the heir of the Tiger Mountain tribe. Instantly, the riverside erupted in commotion. Cheers and jeers echoed from afar. Anderson's face burned with embarrassment. How infuriating to tarnish the reputation of the Tiger Mountain tribe, especially before a female. This grievance must be avenged. The tiger beast emitted a whimper of surrender. At last, Carl relented, scoffing as he turned to depart. Unbeknownst to him, the tiger rose silently behind him, its claws revealing sharp talons against the ground. Is this not an ambush? Who cannot execute such a maneuver? As a feline, the tiger possessed extraordinary agility. When it leapt, it made not a sound. The silver wolf, with its back turned to the adversary, seemed to sense something, suddenly rolling aside. Though injured, it managed to preserve its life. Anderson felt a tinge of disappointment, yet this incident could salvage a semblance of dignity. Just as he prepared to pounce fiercely, a shadow flickered before him. What was that? In the next moment, a terrifying force struck his soft abdomen. Anderson felt his insides shift violently, uncontrollably hurtling into the sky. Howling, the tiger, enveloped in golden light, soared away like a meteor. That night, all of Beast Gathering City, including the warriors of the Tiger Mountain tribe, bore witness to a flying tiger. How high it soared! Qin Zhenzhen shielded her forehead with one hand, gazing as the golden light vanished into the night sky. Would it be fatal? A trace of concern flickered within her. It won't be fatal, Blake replied nonchalantly. Carl returned, his nostrils flaring with warm breath. Thank you. He awkwardly expressed his gratitude to Blake as he transformed back into his human form. During the sweltering season, the children's faces were flushed, when suddenly, a malevolent wind swept through the night, followed by torrential rain. The downpour persisted for 5 to 6 days, causing the rivers to swell and the roads to become a quagmire, riddled with various animal tracks. The residents of Beast Gathering City remained largely indoors, while the orcs traveling to participate in trade activities persevered day and night, arriving in multiple groups each day. Unbeknownst to them, the city was gradually bustling with life. Qin Zhenzhen sat languidly in the attic, feeling the breeze and watching the rain, surrounded by a myriad of peculiar nuts, occasionally indulging in one. Suddenly, she spotted a silver wolf approaching through the rain, and a surge of excitement coursed through her. Hurriedly, she descended the stairs barefoot. Carl, you have returned. The silver wolf reached the eaves, its fur drenched, and with a vigorous shake, it splashed Qin Zhenzhen's face with water. Qin Zhenzhen wiped the water from her face and cast a reproachful glance at him, handing over a piece of animal hide and saying, "You're flinging water everywhere. You keep splashing it on my face." The silver wolf, feeling somewhat embarrassed, let out a huff, standing upright and transforming back into human form, causing even more rainwater to cascade to the ground. I forgot. Carl chuckled sheepishly as he accepted the hide from his partner and wrapped it around his waist. Have more tribes arrived? What specialties have they brought? Qin Zhenzhen inquired with curiosity, lamenting the rain for delaying their trade. She felt a restless anticipation every day as Carl recounted tales of other tribes. Carl replied with a smile, 3 small tribes, most of them bringing local fruits. I see the rain is letting up, so I expect we can resume normal trading tomorrow, and you can go see for yourself. That is wonderful. Qin Zhenzhen leaped with exhilaration, seamlessly performing a dance before collapsing into Carl's embrace. Carl, already attuned to her movements, instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, a silly grin adorning his face. Outside, the howls of the little wolf cubs echoed as the 2 brothers, upon seeing Carl's return, rushed over eagerly seeking food. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly extricated herself from Carl's embrace, gesturing for them to approach. Come over, are you hungry again? She inquired. Carl's expression darkened as he remarked, You really can eat. To which she retorted, Well, they are children. They are growing. Qin Zhenzhen showered them with affection, for without her, they would be under the care of their biological father, a debt she owed to the wolf cub brothers. As a seemingly shy thought crossed her mind, Qin Zhenzhen's gaze faltered momentarily, and she whispered, "Aren't you still hoping for more children? Consider this an early practice. We wouldn't want to discover later that we can't afford to raise them, leading to their starvation." "Oh, whoa, oh, whoa." The little wolf cubs chimed in, their cries unmistakably affirming her words. Exactly. Exactly. A smile flickered across Carl's face, but upon hearing the wolf cubs' chorus, his demeanor quickly soured. He raised his fist in a mock threat towards them. The two wolf cubs immediately dove into Qin Zhenzhen's embrace, taking full advantage of her protection, which infuriated Carl to no end. "I'll go roast some meat," Carl declared, opting to ignore the scene, as it was already time for the little rabbits to have their lunch. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen was uncertain and asked Carl, "Can these leaves be eaten?" After a moment of hesitation, Carl replied ambiguously, "I suppose so." He had observed the female consuming them and had tasted them himself once. The flavor was reminiscent of biting into a stink bug, albeit he had a peculiar fondness for such insects. However, the wood rarely harbored pests, which was why he chose to use those branches for the fence. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Zhenzhen plucked a tender leaf and placed it in her mouth. "Ugh," she exclaimed, her brow furrowing instantly as the intense, fresh aroma of the sheng xiangchuan filled her nostrils, proving too overwhelming for her. Carl hurried over with a mix of concern and awkwardness, asking, "Are you all right?" Qin Zhenzhen raised her eyebrows and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. It's quite delicious." Carl remarked, "Indeed, the tastes of females are truly diverse." The tender shoots of the Chinese tune on the wooden stump grew abundantly. Qin Zhenzhen plucked several stems, filling a large basin with the fragrant leaves. After rinsing the leaves thoroughly, she blanched them in boiling water, then cooled them under cold water, before adding minced ginger and garlic, drizzling hot pork lard over the mixture, and tossing it all together to create a refreshing salad of Chinese tune. Meanwhile, Carl had prepared roasted rice cakes and meat. He had somehow procured a smooth stone, which he placed in the room to serve as a dining table. Once the dishes were laid out, Qin Zhenzhen approached the basement door and called out, "Blake, we have new dishes. Would you like to have some?" A cough echoed from afar, gradually drawing closer. Qin Zhenzhen prepared an additional set of dishes and utensils. Upon seeing a large plate of leaves on the table, Brack's interest evidently waned. Qin Zhenzhen corrected him, "It's the leaves. Come and taste it. You might just like it." While Blake internally rejected the idea, he accepted the bowl and branches handed over by the insect queen, wishing to be courteous, eschewing the use of chopsticks. His dark essence reached directly into the dish. With a swift motion, Qin Zhenzhen dispersed Blake's dark energy with her chopsticks, admonishing him sternly, "You must use chopsticks. How can you eat if you grab with your hands?" "I wasn't using my hands," Blake replied meekly. "That is still not permissible. I will teach you to use chopsticks." As she spoke, Qin Zhenzhen demonstrated the proper technique. Per Blake, in his form of dark mist, first had to coalesce a hand before he could master the use of chopsticks, causing the entire mass to nearly cramp from the effort. Carl, observing from the side, could not suppress a grin. Clumsily, he picked up the chopsticks and managed to transfer a few tender leaves into his bowl before resorting to his hands. Smack! Another chopstick strike landed on Carl's paw. "I didn't soil the leaves in the dish," he protested. "I told you not to use your hands. You can't even use your hands for what's in your own bowl. You must get accustomed to it." Qin Zhenzhen was particularly strict with her official partners. Consequently, Carl complied and used the chopsticks. Vegetables were different from meat. They could be speared and shoved into the mouth, but they must be delicately pinched between the two branches. In that moment, the two males engaged in a spirited contest with their chopsticks, while the two wolf cubs dared not misbehave, holding their breaths. Their female leader was indeed quite fearsome. Qin Zhenzhen cast her gaze upon them, her expression softening as she set down two large bowls brimming with meat and vegetables. With a gentle tone, she said, "This is for you. Please enjoy. Do you not need any branches?" The two wolf cubs, overjoyed, eagerly began to feast. Suddenly, a sound of retching echoed as both cubs simultaneously heaved. "What is the matter?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen personally served a dish to Blake, no longer insisting that he use chopsticks, urging him instead, give it a try. Cough, 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 cough. In an instant, a cloud of dark energy erupted, causing him to cough violently. Nearly gasping for breath, it was a truly pitiful sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen feigned a pitiful expression, her brow furrowed as she gazed longingly at Carl. Carl felt a pang in his heart. The so-called allure of beauty had clouded his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself with a demeanor that suggested he was prepared to face death itself. He seized the vegetables from his bowl and stuffed them all into his mouth. The two wolf cubs, Blake and Qin Zhenzhen, watched intently as Carl struggled. Suddenly, Carl's complexion shifted dramatically, yet he persevered, continuing to chew before swallowing, his Adam's apple moving laboriously. Gulp. He succeeded. He succeeded. How was it? Qin Zhenzhen inquired eagerly. Not bad. Carl began to reply, but was unable to finish his sentence before he clasped his mouth and rushed outside. Soon after, unseemly sounds echoed from beyond the door. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen once again revealed an expression of anticipation. The first three tasters were all wolf beasts. Perhaps wolves simply do not relish such delicacies. But Blaker, being of the insectoid species, would surely respond differently. As it turned out, he indeed did. With a resounding thud, Blaker collapsed heavily to the ground, a stream of white foam oozing from the black mist surrounding him. He had been poisoned. Blaker! Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed in alarm, hastily instructing Carl to summon Vales. As Vales approached, holding a bamboo stick in one hand, Blake lay weakly in Qin Zhenzhen's embrace, gasping for breath, resembling one on the brink of death. What has happened? Vales inquired, taking a bite of the bamboo. Is it food poisoning from a fifth-tier beast? Are you certain it is not an allergic reaction? Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly pointed at the Chinese tune and said, he consumed this, and now he is like this. Oh, it's the leaves from the wooden post at the entrance. Wells glanced outside briefly and nodded in understanding. That, it possesses insect-repelling properties. Insect-repelling? Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed, her expression filled with concern. Is he all right after consuming it? When will he recover? If I am not mistaken, this esteemed lord of insects should be unharmed, correct? Wells replied in a low tone. Just as he finished speaking, Wells suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his back, as if he were being watched by a predatory beast. Was it merely an illusion? Carl kicked at Blake's cloak with disdain, mockingly asking, where is your face? I have no face, Blake replied with utmost seriousness. Qin Zhenzhen felt a surge of frustration. Was Blake truly devoid of shame? She pushed him aside with a bemused smile and remarked, if there's nothing to discuss, kindly step aside and allow me to enjoy my meal. Wells twitched his nose and suddenly exclaimed, it smells delightful. He leaned closer to the fragrant chives, inhaling deeply. Why don't you give it a try? Qin Zhenzhen had already been struck down to the depths of despair, devoid of any confidence. Wells's eyes lit up, and he swiftly reached out to grab some. Slap. Oh. Both Carl and Blake simultaneously swatted at his hand, causing his broad paw to swell instantly. With tears welling in his eyes, Wells looked at Qin Zhenzhen in accusation, his voice tinged with a whimpering complaint. You invited me to eat. He protested, I wasn't stealing. Why is everyone hitting me? One was a fourth-tier beast, and the other a fifth-tier beast. Would his paw be rendered useless? Qin Zhenzhen shot an admonishing glare at Carl, but did not reproach Blake. She then turned to Wells with an apologetic demeanor, saying, in our household, we exclusively use chopsticks for dining. Allow me to serve you some. With that, she retrieved a fresh bowl and, utilizing a pair of unused chopsticks, placed a portion of fragrant Chinese tune into it for Wells. As Wells accepted the bowl from Qin Zhenzhen, his eyes darted between Blake and Carl, contemplating whether it was still possible to decline the offer. Caught in a dilemma, he hesitantly extended his reddened hand into the bowl. Grasping a leafy morsel, he found himself unscathed and exhaled in relief before promptly stuffing it into his mouth. Qin Zhenzhen held little hope as she dined while observing Wells. After a few bites, Wells's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, nodding vigorously as he exclaimed, delicious. There exist wild vegetables that surpass even bamboo leaves. He paused, intrigued, noticing the inclusion of medicinal herbs. Recognizing the snow rice and yellow chaff, he fell into contemplation. During this period, he had been employing Qin Zhenzhen's method for grilling meat, utilizing copious amounts of yellow chaff and snow rice daily. Yet he had never considered that leaves could be prepared in a similar manner. He resolved to experiment with this upon his return. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Moved to tears. Qin Zhenzhen spoke candidly. Merely adding these two herbs will not suffice. You must incorporate oil. I use oil rendered from wild boar, heated and poured over, to enhance the flavor. Wilson paused, pondering. Do you know why I primarily subsist on vegetables? Why? Because I cannot catch any prey, let alone the scarce swine. Tears streamed down Wilson's cheeks. Qin Zhenzhen, filled with sympathy, gently patted Wilson's shoulder and suggested, how about this? You can trade me yellow chives and rice cakes for the boar fat. Really? Indeed. Elated by her affirmation, Wilson's spirits soared. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he cast a furtive glance at Carl. I truly am irresistible. Miss Qin Zhenzhen still holds a special affection for me. The fact that she, as a female, willingly offered her precious boar fat seemed entirely natural to him. As for his herbs, did it not stand to reason that he could give them freely to a female? Thus, he completely overlooked the implications. Mr. Wilson, now that your ailment has been addressed, you may take your leave, Carl stated, ushering him out. He did not dwell on the matter. He would prefer Qin Zhenzhen to reject gifts from all males except himself, as he found it distasteful to witness the intimacy between the bear and his partner. In this world, there exists no pure friendship between males and females. Those who engage in lively conversation are typically paired off. Miss Qin, with amiable haste, insisted. We have an abundance of tuna sinensis leaves. Please, gather as many as you desire. Allow me to fill this jar with lard for you. Splendid, Wiles exclaimed with elation, proceeding to pluck the leaves with the familiarity of one quite at home. In the end, Wiles not only amassed an armful of tuna sinensis shoots, but also acquired a resplendent ceramic jar. Upon returning home, he discerned that the jar was of exceptional quality. Resembling stone yet far more refined, undoubtedly a treasure. Ah, Miss Qin is truly too kind, he mused. Henceforth, should she wish to touch me, she shall have her way. Even without formal recognition, I shall accept it, he whimpered. In recent days, the Tiger Mountain tribe had suffered considerable humiliation everywhere they went. They were met with jeers from the inhabitants of Gathering Beast City. This was due to their young master's imprudent attempt to court a human female, which resulted in his ejection and subsequent flight. Anderson, having sustained significant injuries, had spent several days recuperating in his den. As soon as he could stand, he resolved to seek out Qin, prepare delicacies that females find delectable. I refuse to believe that if Qin agrees, Carl would dare to object, Anderson declared through gritted teeth. He had spent the last few days in deep contemplation, realizing that he should not waste his efforts on Carl. Once he had captured the female's heart, he would have no need to fear Carl. As for the dark energy that had assailed him that night, any fleeting suspicions were quickly dismissed. Impossible. How could a fifth-order beast be a sickly weakling? It must have been some peculiar species, he reasoned. However, Miss Qin has not ventured out all day. You will not be able to see her, the Black Eagle Beast Man, a constant companion of Anderson, said, pouring cold water on his plans. Anderson paused in contemplation before turning his gaze towards the slave tethered nearby, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Then we shall have to make use of him. As if sensing Anderson's intentions, the man, curled up in a fetal position, trembled violently, seemingly overcome by extreme fear. As dusk approached, it was once again time for the beastman's evening meal. Carl was preparing supper when he received an unexpected invitation to dine at Wolf Fort. What is the purpose of this sudden summons? Carl inquired icily, feeling a sense of estrangement from the imposing Wolf Fort. His small wooden cabin was where he truly felt at home. The Wolf Guard captain explained in a conciliatory tone. It was the Tiger Mountain tribe's suggestion to have each tribe bring their specialties to a gathering. As the young city lord and the one responsible for this trading period, your presence is, of course, required. Qin Zhenzhen, intrigued by the conversation, gently tugged at Carl's hand, expressing her desire to partake in the delightful delicacies. Carl affectionately ruffled the female's hair and then addressed the captain of the Wolf Guard, stating, "We shall make our preparations and depart shortly." "Very well. I shall return to report," replied the captain of the Wolf Guard before taking his leave. Qin Zhenzhen joyfully dashed into the wooden cabin. Calling out to Blake in the basement, "Blake, It's time to indulge in some delicious food. Cough, I won't be going. It's not prepared by the queen of insects. How could it possibly be considered delectable? He had vanquished numerous orc tribes and consumed their fare, yet he had never encountered anything truly appetizing. Alas, tonight there would be no exquisite feast crafted by the queen of insects. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The advent of Qin Zhenzhen instantly incited a commotion, effectively barricading the doorway. The bestial men, previously impatient with the queue, were now reluctant to depart, their eyes gleaming as they beheld the female figure beneath the moonlit sky. Such a fair female. She must be a princess from the snowy domain. Impossible. The snow domain princess is of esteemed status. She would not reside among the males. Then, from whence does she hail? I wonder who is more comely when juxtaposed with the snow domain princess. Presumably, still the snow domain princess. After all, that which exists in fantasy is often the most exquisite. Carl clasped Qin Zhenzhen tightly, retorting with impatience, "Are you all departing, or not? If not, permit us to pass." Cease obstructing the entrance. The males, as if roused from a dream, hastily yielded a path. "You may proceed first," becoming the cynosure of all eyes. Qin Zhenzhen found the situation amusing. Alas, that I am so alluring, inciting countless heroes to vie for my favor. Although she had been complimented on her beauty in modern times, it never reached this intensity. She mused that any girl transported here would, at the very least, surpass the pulchritude of Chunhua and Lilith. Carl cast a fierce glare at her. "Still reveling in your conceit. Merely jesting." Qin Zhenzhen let out a playful pout, instantly melting Carlton's irritation as if his heart was being warmed. The vast hall of the Wolf Fortress was bustling with groups of orcs, each boasting exuberantly about their tribes, creating a lively atmosphere. However, upon the entrance of Qin Zhenzhen and Carl, the hall fell into an immediate hush, replacing the raucous clamor with murmurs of curiosity. Anderson's eyes sparkled with delight as he rose to his feet, exclaiming with a smile, "Miss Qin Zhenzhen, you have arrived." As Qin Zhenzhen was about to offer a casual greeting, Carl had already obstructed Anderson's gaze, leading her towards the throne-like cushion of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, adorned with a beaming smile, sat comfortably in a grand chair made of animal hide, cradling his graceful wife, the Wolf Queen, Shima. "Welcome. Feel free to find a place to sit." The Wolf King kindly addressed Qin Zhenzhen and Carl. "Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I have met my father and mother." Qin Zhenzhen and Carl each summoned someone and then found a spot to sit at the edge of the animal hide. Within the grand hall, the gaze of every male present was irresistibly drawn to Qin Zhenzhen. Curiously, she surveyed them, wondering what delightful treats they had brought. As everyone gathered, the Wolf King spoke. His deep, resonant voice exuding an air of authority, urging everyone to present their specialties. The atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to breathe. Anderson was the first to rise. "Our Tiger Mountain tribe boasts an abundance of resources, and I hardly know which to introduce. I shall speak of this particularly unique dish," he declared, clapping his hands. Immediately, the Black Hawk orc beside him presented a piece of meat, as pure and white as jade. Qin Zhenzhen craned her neck to look ahead as the Black Hawk beast approached them, placing the meat before the Wolf King. The white flesh, could it be fish sashimi? That would indeed be a delectable delicacy. After all, the beastmen lacked culinary skills. Only inherently delicious meats could enhance their palates. The meat had already been cut into small pieces. As the Wolf King and Marcia each took a piece and tasted it, astonishment spread across their faces. "What kind of meat is this? I have never encountered such a flavor," the Wolf King exclaimed in disbelief. He had roamed many places in his youth, even exploring maritime realms, yet he had never savored such exquisite food. Anderson smiled silently, merely observing Qin Zhenzhen, and inquired, "Miss Qin Zhenzhen, will you not try a taste?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Intrigued by the novelty, Qin Zhenzhen yearned for a taste, yet the sight of raw meat laid before her stirred hesitation. An elusive fragrance, reminiscent of fruit mingled with floral notes, wafted from it, awakening an unexpected craving in Qin Zhenzhen. A soul who typically eschewed sashimi and demanded her steak be cooked to at least medium well. Without reserve, Carl devoured a piece, exclaiming to Qin Zhenzhen, "Delicious. You must try it." "Is it?" Just as Qin Zhenzhen was about to partake, a disheveled man was dragged into the grand hall. Just as Qin Zhenzhen was about to partake, a disheveled man was dragged into the grand hall. His captors shoved him mercilessly, causing him to stumble and fall. Bereft of the strength to rise, his eyes reflecting utter numbness and emptiness. A murmur of unease rippled through the assembled beasts, perplexed by the intentions of the Tiger Mountain tribe. Could the meat possibly be derived from a beastman? Despite the common practice of consuming kindred animal flesh, beastman meat was largely considered taboo, its allure diminished regardless of flavor. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML, char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex. No follow metaname viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success, b new XML HTTP request. A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful. A version, 1, b. Open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B. Set request header content type application JSON. B. Set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944 BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback. C document. Get element by ID, feedback button, yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button, no. Class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CB 616397 AA40 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 03 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper, was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 616397 AA 40 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen gazed at him and inquired, is it merely a date? On one hand, she was concerned for Blake. On the other, she wished to spare this man from enduring further torment that was akin to a fate worse than death. Carlton tensed up, gripping Qin Zhenzhen's hand tightly. Qin Zhenzhen cast a glance at Carl, offering a reassuring smile. It was merely a date, nothing more. Just a date. Anderson responded with an affirmative reply. Qin Zhenzhen could hardly fathom Anderson's generosity. After all, having this individual by her side equated to possessing countless lives. I want him all to myself, Qin Zhenzhen elaborated. Anderson replied, if you are willing to accompany me back to the Tiger Mountain tribe, he is entirely at your disposal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With unwavering resolve. Qin Zhenzhen articulated, each word distinct. I decline your invitation. Anderson, unable to misinterpret her meaning, staggered backward, a picture of dejection, and retreated to the Tiger Mountain tribe's enclave. Carl, in contrast, breathed a profound sigh of relief, clutching his mate's hand even tighter. He had yearned to find a female solely for himself. But upon finding one who reciprocated his feelings, he realized the challenge of safeguarding their bond. Countless exceptional males would vie for his adorable darling's attention. He must become stronger. Exceedingly so, capable of effortlessly repelling all rivals, powerful enough to be worthy of his precious companion. The man was escorted away, leaving the arena in lingering disquiet. The Wolf King, also harboring a sense of regret, attempted to console Carl, saying, a male should exhibit a degree of magnanimity, considering the tribe's interests. He believed Carl was being excessively strict with Qin Zhenzhen. While he rejoiced in his son's favorite status, it had gone too far. Even to the point of rejecting a transaction highly beneficial to the tribe. Carl's countenance instantly turned frigid, and he retorted with a sneer. I never expressed any desire for this city. You are my son, the Wolf King roared. The relationship between father and son, which had been thawing thanks to Qin Zhenzhen, plummeted back to its nadir. Qin Zhenzhen hurriedly clarified, Uncle has misunderstood. It is my own cleanliness obsession that dictates my high standards for a partner. Oh, is that so? The Wolf King responded, somewhat skeptical. Upon hearing this, Anderson couldn't help but sniff his own body, quietly inquiring of the nearby eagle beast, do I have an unpleasant odor? The Tiger Clan warriors are known for their fastidiousness, the eagle beast replied. I suppose I should wash more often, Anderson mused, taking another whiff of himself, convinced that the issue lay therein. Some females possess a cleanliness fixation, insisting that their partners bear no trace of scent whatsoever. Carl, with his lustrous silver fur, appeared impeccably clean. It was no wonder he had bested Anderson. Subsequently, numerous small clans showcased their unique specialties. Yet they seemed overshadowed by the prowess of the Tiger Mountain clan, failing to make a significant impact. However, an aged-looking warrior caught Qin Zhenzhen's attention with the fruits he presented. These were flame fruits, beloved by females for their refreshing qualities and delectable taste. A camel beast introduced a mini dragon fruit, roughly the size of a palm. The male showed little interest. And just as the camel beast prepared to take a seat in disappointment, Qin Zhenzhen called out, "What do you seek in exchange for this?" "The dragon fruit." Belonging to the cactus family, though not the actual dragon fruit, was indeed a fruit of cacti, and Qin Zhenzhen hoped to cultivate it further. The camel beast, elated, responded eagerly, "We desire salt. Provide me with a salt stone the size of my fist, and all the flame fruits are yours." Indeed, the delicacies favored by females were valued solely by them, yet fortunately, there were females present. Qin Zhenzhen swiftly turned to glance at Carl, the yearning in her eyes unmistakable. Carl chuckled softly, producing a salt rock slightly larger than his fist and tossing it towards the camel orc. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of salt rocks with him. As the minor lord, he was never short of this currency. The camel orc, overjoyed, hurriedly approached Qin Zhenzhen with a leather pouch in hand, revealing a grin adorned with a set of yellowish-green teeth, and said, "Here. This beast's skin pouch is also a gift for you." Qin Zhenzhen received the heavy sack with both hands, estimating it weighed around 20 to 30 pounds, filled entirely with crooked and twisted immortal fruits. The leather bag was quite impressive, clearly showing signs of age, its surface polished to a soft sheen, though it bore slight wear and tear. "Thank you," Qin Zhenzhen expressed joyfully. The camel beast man blushed, and as he walked back, his movements became comically synchronized, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "This is our local thirst-quenching fruit, a type of fruit," a tortoise beast remarked slowly, raising a green coconut that was even larger than a watermelon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Qin Zhenzhen exclaimed. "I demand it." Carl replied, "Let's exchange." Gradually, as the tribes presented their specialties, they all seemed to converge upon Qin Zhenzhen, treating her as if she were a wealthy benefactor. "Behold the beautiful female. This is our tribe's dung beetle, which may emit an unpleasant odor but is surprisingly delectable." Another individual stood up. "Ugh, are you seriously trading insects raised on excrement? Do you have no other specialties?" A frequent trader scoffed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen's responses had uniformly morphed into a chorus of rejection. "I don't need this. No, please take it back. I'm sorry. I've run out of salt." By the time the trading gala concluded, the moon had ascended to its zenith. The bounty acquired was too substantial for Carl to manage alone, prompting him to enlist several wolf beasts to assist with the transport. Qin Zhenzhen had spent the entire night dealing with the orcs, her voice hoarse, gazing longingly at the enormous coconut on Carl's back, swallowing hard. "Hurry up, I want to drink it," she urged impatiently. Carl turned to her, affectionately inquiring, "Shall I open it for you now?" No, if you break it, it will leak," Qin Zhenzhen replied. Thus, the group quickened their pace. Upon reaching home, Carl expressed his gratitude to the wolf beasts and pondered how to open this colossal fruit, while Qin Zhenzhen found herself at a loss. "Blake, are you asleep?" In the basement, Qin Zhenzhen held a luminous pearl and gently called out, "Cough, cough." In the corner, a shadow blended into the darkness. Had it not been for the sound he made, he would have been nearly undetectable. "Insect, why have you come down now?" Blake asked, puzzled. Qin Zhenzhen trotted up to Blake, crouched down, and lovingly presented him with a piece of meat. "I brought this for you. Please eat it." "Raw?" Blake was taken aback, for this was not the usual culinary style of the queen bug. "It's delicious," Qin Zhenzhen coaxed. Noticing the meat was merely the size of her thumb, Blake inquired, "Have you tasted it?" To soothe Blake, Qin Zhenzhen naturally nodded. A sweetness blossomed in Blake's heart as he mused that such a rare delicacy must indeed be precious, hence its diminutive size. The queen bug truly cared for him, bringing back such a coveted morsel. With a cheerful demeanor, Blake rolled the meat into his mouth. Savoring it with care, he chewed with particular attention, and then paused momentarily, enveloped in a gentle haze. "What kind of meat is this?" It's remarkably delightful. After swallowing, he found himself lingering on the taste, curiosity piqued. Seeing him eat with such enjoyment, Qin Zhenzhen felt reassured and said, I'm not sure what it is, but I brought other delicious things as well. Would you like to try some? Coughing softly, Blake, unusually intrigued by natural foods, leaned against the wall and stood up. Inside, Carl had already opened a large coconut, its contents spilling across the stone table. It was fortunate that the table was sturdy, otherwise, it might have collapsed under the weight. Wow, how crystal clear. Qin Zhenzhen leaned over the coconut, glanced at it, and eagerly scooped out a bowl, taking a sip without hesitation. The taste was refreshing, with a subtle sweetness, truly a fresh coconut. Carl, Blake, you must try this. It's delightful. Blake surveyed the cluttered room and immediately lost interest, clearing his throat twice. He said, I'm heading back to sleep. Carl, however, graciously took a bowl and finished it in one gulp. In the wilderness, such a drink is quite refreshing. Yet in the tribe, it held little allure for him. After all, isn't the water from the river more thirst-quenching? Carl refrained from voicing the rest of his thoughts. But Qin Zhenzhen sensed his disinterest. Lacking appreciation, I see. Very well. Tomorrow I shall prepare coconut chicken for you. Or rather, coconut bird, I assure you. You will fall in love with it at first taste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen took a bite, and the flavor was exquisitely rich. However, the seeds were excessively large and hard, necessitating their expulsion, making it somewhat cumbersome to enjoy. Nonetheless, it gratified her aspiration to cultivate cacti. She then cast her gaze upon the durian. Carl pinched his nose, for the first time. He despised his acute sense of smell, as the pungent aroma of the durian invaded his nostrils, nearly bringing him to tears. Are you certain you wish to consume this? Carl inquired with a gruff voice. Qin Zhenzhen was as if she had discovered a treasure, circling around a pile of durians. This one is misshapen, surely hollow inside. This one is too long, with scant flesh. This one, however, is round and plump, undoubtedly a sure win. As a connoisseur of durians, gambling on fruit is an essential skill. I shall choose this one. She caressed the durian she fancied, hesitating for a long while before ultimately deciding to wait until tomorrow to open it, fearing that it would not be finished by nightfall and would lose its freshness by the following day. Off to bed. Upon returning to the attic, Qin Zhenzhen, her mind filled with visions of fruity delicacies, contentedly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Carl, wearing a perpetual expression of discomfort, endured until the late hours of the night. Ultimately unable to bear it any longer, quietly descended the stairs to remove the durian. The next day, on the first sunny day after the rain, the sky was exceptionally clear and pristine, devoid of any cloud. Howl! Howl! Two little wolf cubs arrived punctually in search of breakfast, darting straight towards the wooden cabin. Just as they reached the cabin, they suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Their dark little noses twitched as the two brothers exchanged glances, their round eyes brimming with disbelief. Was today's breakfast roasted dung? Beside the wooden cabin, Qin Zhenzhen tended to the fire pit, where a whole durian was roasting. Good morning, little ones. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen leaned closer to the durian, inhaling its fragrance, and murmured, it truly smells delightful. However, Carl, unable to endure the pungent aroma, refused to assist her in tending to the fire, leaving her to manage it alone under the scorching sun, cradling the icy fruit. Upon inspection, it appeared that the durian was nearly cooked to perfection. Qin Zhenzhen dropped the durian onto the ground and, unable to open it, called out loudly, Blake, come and help me. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Blake had been hiding in the basement all morning, and only upon hearing Qin Zhenzhen's plea did he reluctantly emerge, nearly suffocating from the thick cloud of darkness surrounding him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Qin Zhenzhen, feeling quite embarrassed, remarked, I merely asked you to assist me in opening it. Of course, it would be even better if we could share a meal together. Such a large fruit is too much for me to consume alone. Bulake, relieved, unleashed a surge of dark energy, which cleaved the durian in two. Once the task was completed, the dark mist swirled in the air. The pungent aroma of the durian erupted, quickly engulfing the surroundings due to the mist movement. What is that? Bulake exclaimed in astonishment as the dark mist transformed. Realizing something, he swiftly darted 100 meters away. The two small wolves, observing from a distance, immediately retreated even further. Carl also returned from his hunt, halting in his tracks upon catching the enticing scent wafting through the air. Qin Zhenzhen stood alone beside the house, the air thick with the pungent aroma of durian, mingling with an atmosphere of awkwardness. In truth, it was not unpleasant to taste. This was Qin Zhenzhen's final attempt to invite her friends to partake. Would you care to give it a try? Howl, howl, howl. Hoo. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. The two wolf cubs shook their heads vigorously. Blake coughed in a manner that evoked concern. Carl remained speechless, silently holding his breath. Fortunately, he had practiced breath control and could endure for quite some time. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function var document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E B send JSON Stringify C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3 xl text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text smlg leading relaxed ray id 9317 cb 86 e29 dc 437 bull span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text smlg leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 09 utc span h2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 xllg text 2 xl font light you are being rate limited h2 header section class w 240 lg w full mx auto mb 8 lg px 8 div id what happens section class w 12 md w full h2 class text 3 xl leading tight font normal mb for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 86 E29 DC 437 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML Qin Zhenzhen with tears streaming down her cheeks in the wind realized that the roasted durian was now beyond her reach. Silently, she set aside the durian, encasing it in ice. Only then did the wolf cubs cautiously approach, sniffing around as they walked, their demeanor filled with trepidation. Qin Zhenzhen tossed them a few pieces